In the 30th year of Konoha, amidst the biting cold of winter, Hinata Yuenichi knelt upon the frigid azure stone slabs of the main house, burdened by the caged bird curse mark. As insignificant as dust, his parents had perished in battle, relegating him to the status of a servant within the clan. He once believed his life would be forever mired in humiliation, until that fateful day when a multiverse character template system awakened, bringing forth legendary powers such as those of Sukuna Yuenichi and Satoru Gojo. From that moment on, the fate of the Shinobi world would be rewritten by his hand. He would break free from the shackles of his clan, taking Tsunade as his mentor and severing the ties of destiny. With the breath of the sun igniting hope within him and the Byakugan piercing through schemes, he would reverse his fate, escape from Konoha, seize control of the land of grass, and establish the Kingdom of Tang. From humble origins, he would rise to prominence in the Shinobi world. Chapter 1. The Genesis of Destiny. In the 30th year of Konoha, the village lay shrouded beneath a grim sky, with the winter wind slicing like a blade against the skin and fine snow piercing like needles. The heavens hung low, resembling an inverted cauldron that suffocated the world, the air stagnant to the point of near asphyxiation. The wind, carrying an icy chill from afar, swept through the halls, its biting cold penetrating the skin, frost accumulating upon his eyelashes. In this desolate and murderous atmosphere, the Hinata clan's residents felt particularly desolate. The eaves were heavy, the blue tiles weighed down by snow, the corridors twisted like a labyrinth, and the stone-paved courtyard was eerily silent, seemingly detached from the world. The bamboo leaves rustled in the wind, their sound echoing from the abyss, imbued with an unshakable chill. At this moment, in the innermost courtyard of the clan residence, 6-year-old Hinata Yuenichi knelt on the bone-chilling stone slabs. His knees had long since gone numb, and his trembling legs were splattered with spilled hot soup, shards of porcelain embedded in his fingertips, the broth quickly freezing into thin ice in the biting wind, the edges of his clothing stiff as iron. His numb knees felt as though they belonged to someone else, blood stagnating, his heartbeat dull and heavy, reverberating through his weary body like the tolling of a bell. "Clumsy fool, you can't even serve tea properly." A cold voice rang out, dripping with disdain and contempt. The speaker was Hinata Kotori, the eldest daughter of the clan's patriarch. Though of the same age as Yuenichi, she was born into nobility, her arrogant demeanor akin to a deity looking down upon the world. Dressed in luxurious attire, her gaze beneath her Byakugan was piercingly cold, as if regarding a wretched insect. Kotori sneered, arms crossed, her expression brimming with superiority as she regarded the kneeling Yuenichi. Behind her, several clan members gathered, whispering mockingly, their tones laced with cruelty. "Big sister, he's just a branch family waste, you needn't be angry." "Humph. The life of a servant is destined to be spent on their knees that I truly don't understand why the clan continues to support such a waste." Their laughter sliced through the night like ice blades, the cold words carried mercilessly to Yuenichi's ears by the frigid wind. Yuenichi pressed his lips together, his fingertips trembling slightly, the palms of his hands marked with red welts from the scalding soup. The chill seeped through his soaked sleeves, gnawing at the remnants of his body heat. Yet he maintained his bowed head, his expression devoid of emotion, as though the insults and disdain were of no concern to him. He had grown accustomed to this life, used to being bullied, accustomed to kneeling on this azure stone slab. "Kneel and wipe the floor clean," Kotori said disdainfully, kicking the shards of porcelain further away. The fragments cut into Yuenichi's hand, blood dripping onto the icy surface, instantly consumed by the wind and snow. Yuenichi complied, leaning forward, his fingers moving steadily and numbly across the cold stone, resembling a soulless puppet. At the age of 3, his parents had perished in the Second Great Ninja War, and he was taken back by the clan, subsequently branded with the caged bird mark, becoming the lowest of the clan's subordinates. From that moment on, he lost his identity as a human, reduced solely to the value of a tool. He had often pondered the injustices of life, recalling how he had toiled in his previous existence, only to collapse at his workstation. And now, having traversed to this world, was he destined to continue as a beast of burden? A bitter irony surged within him, reminiscent of the despair and reluctance he felt as he lay frozen on the street after a night shift. "In my past life, I toiled like a beast, only to perish in this life. Must I still be a beast of burden? He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, akin to a sigh in the wind. Yet he remained submissive, his anger buried deep within. It is not that I am not angry, but rather that I cannot afford to be. He understood that this world was far more brutal than his previous one. In his past life, there were at least laws and regulations here. In the Shinobi world, the law of the jungle ruled, where might prevailed over justice. The struggles of the weak would only invite harsher oppression. Yuenichi raised his gaze to the gray-white sky, his eyes harboring a coldness and tenacity that set him apart. He remained silent, but had never truly submitted. As night fell, the lights in the residence dimmed. The wind and snow grew increasingly fierce, and the courtyard appeared even more desolate. Yuenichi curled up in the cold, dilapidated dwelling, the roof crumbling, drafts seeping through the corners, the wind carrying snowflakes that pierced his bones. Standing barefoot on the icy stone bricks, moonlight spilled over him, elongating his shadow. He inhaled deeply, slowly adopting a starting pose, chakra flowing sluggishly through his body, invigorating his limbs. His movements flowed like water, slow and steady, concealing lethal intent. That he deconstructed the Hinata clan's gentle fist, fusing the principles of softness and hardness from Tai Chi, and combined them with memories from his past life, crafting a martial art uniquely his own. Every move, every stance appeared gentle on the surface, yet concealed openings and techniques for breaking through. The caged bird restricted his Byakugan, limiting his vision, while his chakra pathways were not as naturally smooth as those of the main family, requiring him to train diligently, to adapt to the flow of chakra, all the while facing potential punishment from the caged bird jutsu. But Yuenichi did not relent. He endeavored to guide the most basic chakra, continuously refining each chakra pathway's adaptability, vowing to break free from this seemingly insurmountable cage. 80 God's vacuum attack. He murmured softly, a forbidden technique of Kagaya Otsutsuki, capable of shattering all I in my past life. Even a minor leader could suppress me in this life. Even my family seeks to trample me. The wind from his punch sliced through the air, his gaze as cold as a blade. But I refuse to believe it. Who decrees that branch families must kneel? Who declares that the caged bird is destined for despair? He shouted, chakra flooding through him like a tide, the pain coursing through his pathways. Yet he persisted, rising time and again to try anew. As night deepened, the moonlight grew colder. Yuenichi's shadow danced in the darkness like a lone wolf. As dawn broke, Yuenichi donned slightly tattered clothing, carrying a food tray and teacup, silently following behind Kodori. Today, she would officially begin her studies at the Ninja Academy. On either side of the corridor, guards stood at attention. Kodori walked ahead, exuding an imposing aura, occasionally glancing back at him with a frigid stare. Once we reach the school, should you dare to embarrass me, I will break your legs. Yuenichi merely lowered his gaze, his lips forming a straight line, his heart a tranquil sea. He silently mused, break my legs, you say? Perhaps, one day, I shall be the one to break yours. As the gates of the Ninja Academy creaked open amidst the wind and snow, the vast training ground came into view, children frolicking in the snow. And Yuenichi remained like a shadow, silently standing in the corner. That moment, a chilling, mechanical prompt suddenly resonated. Beep. Host detected at the Ninja Academy. The Multiverse Character Template System has been officially activated. Newbie gift package dispatched. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sukuna Yuenichi Template Breath of the Sun, all forms unlocked. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming information surged into his mind. Skills such as Breath of the Sun, Pattern Awakening, and World Perception etched into his very bones. The techniques of Breath of the Sun seamlessly intertwining with his chakra flow, marking the true beginning of his journey. He envisioned the swordsman known as the strongest demon slayer, traversing the crimson battlefield, wielding his blade like the sun, scorching the heavens. In that instant, Yuenichi's world transformed. He slowly lifted his head. Amidst the snowy expanse, a glimmer of cold yet fervent brilliance ignited within his eyes. The boy who once bowed his head had quietly become someone entirely different. In the distance, a golden-haired figure approached him, adorned with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Minato Namikaze. The youth extended his hand, his voice warm and clear. Yuani felt a tremor deep within, his fingertips quivering slightly, before he managed to conjure a faint smile. "Hello, I am Hinata Yuani." The biting cold wind continued to slice through the air, yet he finally grasped the hilt of his sword. Chapter 2. The Multiverse Character Template System. Upon entering school, there exists an indispensable rite of passage as introduction. Each student must ascend the podium, presenting themselves before the scrutinizing eyes of their peers, sharing their interests and aspirations. This not only serves as the initial step towards mutual understanding, but also marks the commencement of their journey on the path of a ninja, in this land rife with competition and uncertainty. Some spoke passionately of their fervor for ninjutsu and their grand ambitions for the future. Others, with a softer tone and a touch of shyness, merely wished to live as ordinary ninjas leading a stable life. There were also those who hurriedly announced their names and retreated, avoiding the gaze of all present. Regardless of verbosity or brevity, this moment would inevitably leave an impression in many hearts. The first to take the stage was Hinata Yuenichi. Her presence was akin to a plum blossom blooming amidst the snow, proud and crisp. Standing tall, her Byakugan surveyed the room with an air of innate authority. "Hinata Yuenichi," she spoke with indifference, "my interest lies in honing my strength and lineage. I aspire to amplify the glory of the Hyuga clan through my studies." Pausing briefly, her cold gaze swept across the classroom once more. "My goal is to become the strongest in the Hyuga clan." Her self-introduction was brief, yet incisive, slicing through the silence like a sharp blade, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Some bowed their heads in contemplation. Others were internally astonished, while many silently etched her name in their memories. Next came Minato Yuenichi's, whose approach was strikingly different. He stepped onto the podium with a radiant smile, his voice gentle yet resonant. "Hello, everyone. I am Minato Yuenichi." He possessed no aristocratic pride, only an earnest and resolute conviction. "I love ninjutsu, especially those techniques that protect others and instill hope. My dream is to become Hokage, a figure whom everyone can rely on." His eyes shone with fervor and clarity, akin to morning sunlight illuminating the hearts of all present. Despite lacking a distinguished background, Minato's sincere ideals and gentle demeanor instantly captured everyone's attention. His presence seemed to ignite a spark of hope in the frigid classroom. As classmates continued with their self-introductions, it was finally the turn of the boy in the corner, Hinata Yuan. As he slowly approached the podium, his slender frame slightly hunched, hands nervously twisting the hem of his clothing, eyes cast downward. "I am Hinata Yuani." His voice was barely audible. "My interest is ninjutsu. Nothing particularly special. My dream is just to survive, to live a stable life." Silence swept through the classroom like a tide. There were no grand ambitions, nor any resounding declarations. His words fell like snowflakes, silent and unnoticed, as if they had never existed. With his head down, he hastily retreated to his seat, enveloped in a shroud of self-doubt and indifference. Most had already forgotten him, as if his name had never graced the podium. Yet, one pair of eyes remained fixed upon him. It was Minato Yuenichi's. He gently nodded at Yuan Yi, his smile unwavering. That kindness, devoid of pity and pure as sunlight, caused Yuan Yi's heart to tremble ever so slightly. In that moment, a fissure quietly opened within him. Perhaps not everyone turned a blind eye to him. After class, the room buzzed with lively chatter. Konoha sat surrounded by several classmates from ninja clans, discussing their mastery of ninjutsu and training insights. Meanwhile, Yuani stepped out of the classroom, finding solace in a secluded corner of the training ground. Snowflakes settled upon his shoulders and clothing, gently scattered by the cold wind. He closed his eyes and softly murmured, "System, activate." That a transparent interface materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a chilling mechanical voice. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Hinata Yuani. Age, 6 years. Current status, severe malnutrition. Negative status, caged bird fatigue. System, evaluation, a mere pawn among pawns, a failure among failures. Basic information, stamina, 80100 genin, 100500 chunin, 5001000 jonin, 10005000 elite jonin, 500 01000 Kage. 100 005 Sage. Above 100000 Divine. Chakra. 100,100 chakra levels will increase with stamina and mental fortitude. Mental strength, soul power. 500. Bloodline. Hyuga clan. Talent. SSS exclusive to transmigrators. Soul level far surpasses local beings, yet constrained by age and caged bird status. Character. Template. 1. Kagaya Yuan Yi Demon Slayer. Unlock conditions. Newbie starter pack. Current abilities. Sun breathing all forms. Pattern awakening. Transparent world. Current skills. Byakugan. Activation level 50, limited by caged bird. Gentle fist. Proficiency 80. Self-created gentle fist name, yet to be determined. Fusion of Tai Chi and Kagayas. References. Completion 1. Sun breathing all forms. Proficiency 10. Enhances attack speed and cutting power. Pattern awakening. Proficiency 5. Enhances explosive power and reaction speed. Transparent world. Proficiency 15. Can perceive blood flow and muscle movement trajectories, predicting opponent actions. Current equipment. Sun wheel. Blade, a rank weapon. Can be summoned from the system space at any time. Current tasks. 1. Basic training. Objective. Increase sun breathing proficiency to 50. Reward. 50. Swordsmanship talent. Enhances learning efficiency of other sword techniques. 2. Enhance stamina. Objective. Raise stamina limit to 500. Reward. All attributes 150. 3. Special task. Objective. Engage in battle with Minato Namikaze. Reward. Stamina limit 100. System store. Current points 100. Current purchasable items. Basic. Ninja tools 5 points. Recovery potions 10 points. Note. Store functions will gradually unlock as the host grows. The system panel unfolded before him like a chessboard of fate. Yuani gazed at it, his eyes gradually sharpening. Although his skills had been unlocked, his current physical condition was quite dire. Chakra circulation was challenging, stamina was insufficient, and his meridians were still underdeveloped due to his youth. He understood that this was a long journey of cultivation. What he possessed now was merely the beginning. Yet he remained patient. The template of Kagaya Yuan, it was the golden finger in this world. The Byakugan was the key to his potential, and the soul of a transmigrator was the foundation for his ultimate transcendence. The only bottleneck was resources, especially in terms of stamina growth, which was almost entirely dependent on adequate nutritional intake. However, being constrained by the main family, obtaining extra food to replenish his stamina was a daunting task. Even secretly hoarding provisions could result in severe punishment from the overseers. Relying solely on oneself will not lead far, he sighed inwardly. To complete the system tasks, he must seek external assistance. Minato, with his sunny disposition, kindness, and lack of prejudice, was currently the most suitable bridge. Yet he could not act hastily. I must wait for Minato to initiate contact. Yuani whispered softly, his gaze as tranquil as still water. In such a manner, he would not attract attention and could approach in a more natural way, that he understood that the water gate would eventually extend a hand toward him. His task was to prepare himself before that moment arrived. Outside the window, snow fell in a flurry, yet a flicker of light ignited in his eyes. Chapter 3. Minato Namikaze and Hinata Yuenichi. The cold wind howled, and the snow fell silently. The training ground of the Hidden Leaf Academy remained shrouded in a blanket of wind and snow, with swirling snowflakes cascading like feathers upon every inch of land, draping the academy in a pale and serene shroud. The sky hung low and gray, pressing down upon one's breath, as if the entire world was engulfed in a veil of silence and chill. After class, students gathered in small clusters, fervently discussing ninjutsu, aspirations, and future paths. Despite the frigid weather, the atmosphere was far from desolate. The youthful fervor seemed potent enough to dispel any lingering cold. In a corner of the training field, Hinata Yuenichi sat alone, a solitary figure amidst the gaiety. He observed the lively scene from a distance, seemingly detached, silent, as though he were an outsider. Before him floated a translucent system panel, details of attributes, tasks, and skills shimmering before his eyes. He furrowed his brow, his mind persistently grappling with ways to break through his current limitations to utilize every accessible resource to achieve those seemingly unattainable goals. Not enough, far from enough, he whispered inwardly. The cold wind brushed against his face, yet his demeanor remained calm, akin to a statue frozen in ice and snow. Beneath that tranquil exterior, however, turmoil surged within. Just then, a clear and warm voice pierced through his solitude. "Hey, Yuenichi." Startled, Yuenichi lifted his gaze to find Minato Namikaze standing before him, wearing his characteristic gentle smile that radiated warmth like sunlight. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, embodying a ray of warmth amidst the snowy landscape, exuding an undeniable warmth. "Why are you sitting here alone? Don't you want to train with everyone?" Minato approached confidently, sitting beside him without hesitation, eliminating any sense of distance. "The training ground is quite lively. Everyone is practicing and learning new techniques." Yuenichi lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. He averted his gaze from Minato's overly bright eyes, his fingers gently rubbing against his knee, a subtle movement betraying a hint of unease. "I'm not very good at interacting with others," he murmured, his voice soft, infused with a sense of self-imposed isolation. Yet, Minato showed no sign of disdain. Instead, he smiled more sincerely. "It's all right. We can take our time." He patted Yuenichi's shoulder, his tone gentle yet resolute. "If you're willing, I can practice with you. You seem to carry quite a few worries. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Minato's demeanor was as natural as if addressing an old friend. In that moment, Yuenichi felt a stir in his heart. He had never been adept at accepting kindness from others, nor did he believe in the existence of unconditional help in this world. But Minato was different. His kindness bore no judgment, no pity, merely the purest camaraderie. "All right, thank you," Yuenichi replied, his voice low and slightly hoarse, yet imbued with newfound warmth. A glimmer of relief flashed in Minato's eyes, his smile becoming even brighter. "Then let us get started. From today onward, we are partners." The two moved towards a corner of the training ground, distancing themselves from the clamor and gazes of other students, embarking on their one-on-one physical training. The wind and snow showed no signs of abating, the cold growing ever more intense. Yet within this silent, white expanse, the two youths moved in harmony, their fists and feet flying, the chill slicing through the air as their momentum dispersed the snowy veil. Minato initially aimed to teach Yuenichi a few basic techniques, believing that this reticent companion seemed lacking in confidence, perhaps even struggling with foundational training. However, after just a few exchanges, he realized the reality far exceeded his expectations. Yuenichi's movements were steady and restrained. Each punch resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art, his steps light yet precise, power concentrated, rhythm distinct, with hardly a superfluous motion. His reflexes were remarkably sharp, effortlessly countering Minato's deliberate probing attacks. "This is unusual," Minato thought, his expression growing serious. Yuenichi's skill was far beyond that of a mere newcomer. He quickly steadied himself, creating distance, scrutinizing the slender youth before him, filled with confusion and respect. "Have you trained before?" He could not help but ask, his tone laced with genuine astonishment. "I practiced as a child. I couldn't afford to slack off," Yuenichi replied nonchalantly. Minato nodded thoughtfully, aware that the Hyuga clan was renowned for their martial prowess, particularly their gentle fist techniques. It was reasonable for Yuenichi, as a member of the clan, to possess some strength. Yet, he remained unaware that this prowess stemmed not from the clan's nurturing, but from Yuenichi's own harsh survival instincts. His precision and composure were not born of innate talent, but forged through relentless trials. Each misstep could lead to punishment. Even a hint of excessive skill might invite envy and suppression. Every movement was a survival instinct honed under pressure and adversity. Minato regarded him with earnestness. "You're truly impressive. Let us keep practicing. I want to learn from you as well." Yuenichi silently nodded, yet a complex emotion flickered in his gaze. He understood that Minato's praise was sincere, but he was acutely aware that the trust and recognition he received were built upon a facade he had meticulously crafted. He could not reveal his true self, nor could he afford to relax. He was still too weak, far from strong enough. As the physical training session drew to a close, the wind and snow continued their quiet descent. Their figures departed the silver-clad realm, as if two once parallel destinies quietly intersected at this moment, gradually unfurling. Ding. Special task completed. Reward, stamina limit 100. Information updated. Stamina 70200. New task released. Special task. Defeat Minato Namikaze in battle. Reward, stamina limit 200. Yuenichi gazed at the task notification flashing on the system panel, his brow furrowing, his expression becoming solemn. This was not merely an ordinary combat task. It resembled a true test, a blade wielded by fate, both coercive and opportunistic. Minato Namikaze, the warm youth who had just ignited hope and extended a helping hand, had now become the target he must defeat. I must win, he whispered internally. Yet, this victory could not come too swiftly or unexpectedly. He could not expose his full strength nor provoke Minato's misunderstanding. Above all, he could not allow the clan or others to perceive any signs. He had to conceal his capabilities while overcoming his opponent, a tightrope walk of a challenge. He closed the system interface, Minato's gentle yet resolute visage appearing in his mind. Minato, he murmured softly, his tone low yet unwavering. You are light, but I cannot remain in your glow. I must harness your light to navigate the deeper darkness and rise against the current. The wind and snow howled, the world vast and desolate. He slowly rose, his gaze calm as a mirror, treading upon the snow, moving towards a more secluded area of the training ground. Chapter 4. Dance of the Sun. While the cold wind howled, and the snow fell silently. Deep within the training ground of the Hidden Leaf Academy, all was still, save for the snowflakes drifting down like feathers, blanketing the untouched land. Hinata Yuenichi stood alone amidst the wind and snow, gripping the recently summoned Sunwheel blade. It was a weapon resembling the scythe of death, its black blade reflecting a cold light, emanating a subtle yet oppressive aura, silent and menacing. He closed his eyes, inhaling the frigid air deeply before exhaling, initiating the breath of the sun. Every rhythmic breath seemed to resonate with the universe, gradually uniting his body and spirit. With light footsteps, he traversed the snow, his figure flowing seamlessly, the blade slicing through the air, unleashing a fierce wind. The sword moves with the wielder, and the energy surges with the sword. That aura of destruction roars like a ferocious beast, seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Yet, astonishingly, deep within that icy malevolence, there emerges a faint whisper of a gentle and warm essence, the power derived from the sun, peaceful and resilient. He is immersed in this sensation, unaware that eyes outside the snowy expanse are quietly observing his every move. Konoha's wave wind Watergate stands motionless at the edge of the training ground, gazing intently at the figure dancing amidst the snow and wind. Following the footprints of Yuan Yi, he had merely intended to confirm the safety of his companion, but inadvertently stumbled upon a profound practice that could shake the soul. Watergate's gaze is filled with awe. What he witnesses is not merely a form of swordsmanship, but something beyond, where the spirit of annihilation is entwined with the seeds of hope. Each strike is akin to a blade severing fate, yet also resembles a gentle light that soothes the soul. How could such a sword technique exist? Watergate frequently observes the training of ninjas at Konoha's grounds. Yet he has never encountered such an extraordinary and paradoxical force, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu. It transcends mere strength. It embodies a realm, a will that seems to hail from another world. Watergate quietly approaches, concealing himself amidst the snow-laden bushes, holding his breath and focusing, fearful of disturbing the sacred practice that resembles a ritual dance. His heart is subtly stirred with every move and stance. Yuani, absorbed in the training of the breath of the sun, remains oblivious to the gaze upon him. Each swing of his blade, each breath, is a defiance against the oppression of destiny. Within his breath lies the unwillingness of a caged bird. Beneath his sword's edge is the yearning for freedom and a brighter future. As the practice draws to a close, Yuan Yi gently retracts his blade and closes his eyes to rest. Only then does Watergate step forward softly. You are formidable, he speaks, his voice gentle and imbued with genuine respect. Yuan Yi slowly turns his head, his gaze calm, devoid of surprise or embarrassment. You have come, he replies nonchalantly. Watergate takes a few steps closer, his eyes reflecting youthful enthusiasm and admiration. I didn't expect you to conceal such strength. Have you been shouldering this alone? Yuan Yi lowers his head, offering no response. Yet, his heart begins to soften. Perhaps, that long-lost feeling of being understood is slowly emanating from Watergate's words. Watergate extends his hand, revealing a familiar smile. From now on, let us grow stronger together, shall we? His words hold no promises or oaths, yet they resonate with a firmness more profound than any vow. Yuan Yi remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. All right. Amidst the swirling snow, the silhouettes of the two stand side by side, a brief agreement quietly binding the threads of their fates. In the afternoon, sunlight filters through the leaves, cascading upon Konoha's training ground, the air infused with a refreshing warmth as a gentle breeze stirs the surrounding grass. At Watergate's request, the two engage in a formal sparring session. Watergate is fully committed, his demeanor tense and sharp. As Watergate prepares for battle, Yuan Yi merely steps forward calmly. His gaze is tranquil as water. With a flicker, he activates the body flicker technique, moving with astonishing speed. In the next moment, Watergate feels an irresistible force surge through him, followed by a precise strike from Yuan Yi's soft fist technique, rendering him immobile. The encounter lasts a mere 3 seconds. I have lost. Watergate chuckles ruefully as he collapses into the snow, his eyes devoid of frustration, instead brimming with admiration and determination. You are indeed strong, Yuani, but I shall catch up to you, Watergate declares with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flickers in Yuan Yi's eyes as he responds solemnly. If you wish, I can teach you some foundational training methods. From that moment, Watergate becomes the first recipient of Yuan Yi's teachings. Yuan Yi meticulously instructs Watergate in the method of chakra refining, initially believing that Watergate would require time to master it. However, to his astonishment, Watergate successfully gathers chakra within his body after merely one attempt. Subsequently, they engage in the classic training of tree climbing and water walking. Though these techniques are not taught in the Ninja Academy, they are imparted by various ninja clans to their progeny. Yuan Yi had presumed that Watergate might need some time to grasp these fundamental exercises. However, he is surprised to see Watergate conquer these challenges with remarkable speed. Within less than half an hour, Watergate is able to walk effortlessly upon the vertical trunks, his steps steady, chakra flowing like a gentle stream. Moreover, in his second attempt, he successfully stands upon the water's surface without a ripple. Truly, the future fourth Hokage. Yuan Yi muses inwardly, recognizing that Watergate's talent far surpasses that of any so-called elite of the ninja clans. All of this unfolds under the watchful gaze of a figure hidden in the shadows. On the western side of the training ground, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, stands quietly atop a tree branch. His gaze pierces through the snowstorm, observing the two youths with an expression that carries more weight of seriousness and astonishment than usual. Is that the unique taijutsu created by the branch member of the Hyuga clan? Remarkable. His attention is fixed on Yuan Yi, his thoughts swirling. This is not merely a combat technique. It is a swordsmanship that integrates soul and will. What astonishes Jiraiya even more is that he sees in Watergate a path to genius that starkly contrasts with Orochimaru's, a resilience that encompasses both emotion and ideals. These two children are no ordinary individuals, Jiraiya concludes silently. One represents oppression and rebirth, while the other embodies faith and hope. He is confident that these two will alter the course of the ninja world. Perhaps the child of prophecy spoken of by the great sage Toad lies within them. His gaze deepens, and a rare smile emerges. Yuan Yi and Watergate, I will personally guide you toward your destined paths. The snowstorm rises again, sweeping across the sky. Thus, the curtain of fate slowly begins to lift upon this silver-clad land. Chapter 5. Watergate becomes Jiraiya's apprentice throughout the afternoon. Yuan Yi and Watergate remain dedicated to their training in the training ground. The biting winter wind rages, snowflakes drifting like wings. Yet their figures appear remarkably solitary, yet powerful within the expansive training area. Yuan Yi's movements remain steady and precise. Each swing of his sword is a perfect amalgamation of strength and technique. He diligently practices the breath of the sun, and with each rise and fall of his breath, the sword cleaves through the air, exuding a formidable presence. Watergate, on the other hand, diligently imitates with a wooden stick beside him. Though his movements are still somewhat clumsy, he radiates abundant vitality and perseverance. Both are pushing their limits in their respective training. Watergate's control of chakra is gradually becoming proficient, allowing him to execute some fundamental ninjutsu, while Yuan Yi tirelessly hones his swordsmanship, striving for greater precision and lethality. During their training, Yuan Yi occasionally glances at Watergate. Although he speaks little, he has silently developed an admiration for Watergate's talent and unwavering effort. Each time Watergate successfully masters a new technique, the confidence in his eyes ignites a spark of motivation within Yuan Yi. Meanwhile, Watergate begins to sense Yuan Yi's calm and powerful aura, quietly admiring him in his heart. Just as Yuan Yi prepares to conclude his training and return to the Ninja Academy, a clear system prompt suddenly interrupts his thoughts. Ding. Special mission issued. Apprentice to Tsunade. Objective: find Tsunade and become her apprentice. Reward: stamina limit 1000. Yuan Yi is taken aback for a moment. And then a multitude of questions surge within him. Become Tsunade's apprentice? How could I, a member of the Hyuga branch family, possibly find Tsunade? His brow furrows slightly. Confusion and unease washing over him. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, he is acutely aware of his low standing within Konoha. The Hyuga clan regards the branches of their family with disdain, viewing them merely as tools, leaving them with no means to connect with the upper echelons. It is inconceivable that someone of Tsunade's stature, a princess of the land of fire and a master of medical ninjutsu, would deign to acknowledge a nameless individual like him. Yet, the allure of the mission's reward was too tantalizing to dismiss. An increase in physical capacity to the level of a jonin. This signified a breakthrough of his current limitations, endowing him with enhanced strength and a greater reservoir of chakra, thus significantly amplifying his combat prowess. Such a reward was of paramount importance to him. However, how was he to locate Tsunade? Yui murmured softly, his heart clouded with confusion. It was now the 30th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the Second Great Ninja War had yet to erupt. Tsunade remained in Konoha. Yui surmised that places frequented by Tsunade, such as the Konoha Hospital, izakayas, and casinos, could yield clues to her whereabouts if he remained vigilant. He resolved to be patient, believing that an opportunity to meet Tsunade would eventually arise. Just as he was lost in thought, a comical voice suddenly pierced the air, shattering his reverie. Clang, clang, clang. The sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama has made his grand entrance. Yui was momentarily taken aback. Turning to see a figure leaping into the training ground with flamboyant movements, his exaggerated self-praise eliciting muffled laughter. Jiraiya's arrival was akin to a sudden tempest, infusing the serious training ground with a delightful touch of comedy. As he walked, he performed peculiar antics, seemingly staging a comedic performance. Each exaggerated step filled the training ground with his vibrant presence. Minato, noticing Jiraiya's entrance, quickly scanned the surroundings. Although he did not fully grasp Jiraiya's identity, his instincts told him that this individual emanated an aura far from ordinary. Despite Jiraiya's seemingly frivolous demeanor, Minato remained alert and ready for any eventuality. Yui maintained his composure. Feeling a slight shift in his heart, Minato's swift response demonstrated his considerable alertness. Truly, a genius. Haha. It seems my entrance wasn't as shocking as I had hoped. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Jiraiya's laughter broke the brief silence, followed by his nonchalant actions. As if oblivious to the discomfort his entrance might have caused, Minato, however, remained vigilant, his defensive stance unchanged, calmly inquired, Jiraiya-sama, while your entrance was indeed unique, may I ask what brings you here so unexpectedly? Jiraiya's smile broadened. Haha. Indeed. This is simply my style. But do not be deceived by my appearance. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, and my abilities are far from superficial. He playfully patted Minato's shoulder, speaking in a boisterous manner. If you can be patient, you will discover that I have much to teach you. Yui silently observed Minato, feeling a deeper admiration for him. Even in the presence of such an unconventional figure as Jiraiya, Minato managed to remain vigilant. This composed demeanor instilled in Yui a greater respect for him. Minato, do you know who Jiraiya-sama is? Yui suddenly spoke, his tone calm, yet laden with significance. Minato turned to Yui, evidently caught off guard by his inquiry about Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama? He does not appear to be an ordinary ninja. Rather, he seems like a comedic character, he replied, a hint of confusion in his smile. Yui furrowed his brow slightly. Replying coolly, he is a disciple of the third Hokage. While he may seem unserious now, his strength and experience should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes. A disciple of the third Hokage? He echoed, clearly taken aback by Jiraiya's background. Jiraiya observed the interaction between the two, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. That's right. You are Minato, yes? Jiraiya boisterously asked. Would you like to become my disciple? His tone was sincere, filled with encouragement and anticipation. Minato hesitated, not expecting such a sudden proposal from Jiraiya. He glanced between Jiraiya and Yui, a wave of excitement washing over him. To become Jiraiya's disciple would signify a rare opportunity for growth. Jiraiya was not only a disciple of the third Hokage, but also possessed formidable ninjutsu and extensive combat experience. Jiraiya-sama, I am willing, Minato declared, his voice brimming with determination, his eyes sparkling with resolve. Though still young, his yearning to become a stronger ninja was undeniable. Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent. From this moment forth, you are my disciple. Remember, the path of a ninja is not solely about accumulating power, but also about steadfastly adhering to one's beliefs. Minato's eyes shimmered with excitement, his heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. I will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 6. Yui's choice. Upon hearing Minato's acceptance, a satisfied smile graced Jiraiya's face. But he soon turned his gaze toward Yui, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. And what about you, Yui? Do you wish to become my disciple as well? He inquired, his tone earnest and sincere, as if hoping for a similar affirmation from Yui. Without hesitation, Yui shook his head, responding calmly, Jiraiya-sama, I must respectfully decline. His response was straightforward and unambiguous, clearly indicating his decision. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow in confusion. He paused, fixing his gaze on Yui, his eyes filled with questioning concern. Why? Why do you not wish to become my disciple? Is it because of the Hyuga clan? He asked softly, concern mingling with inquiry. Yui remained silent for a moment, his gaze steady, before finally nodding. Yes. He said little more, but Jiraiya understood the implication. An internal tumult stirred within Jiraiya. He sighed gently, contemplating. The Hyuga clan's constraints were indeed a cage for this child. Although Jiraiya recognized the latent talent within Yui, he also understood that the clan's oppression and their cold treatment of branch family members were likely the reasons behind Yui's refusal. Such talent, if left unrefined, would be a tragic waste. Jiraiya mused inwardly. He knew that Yui's strength and potential were not to be overlooked. If nurtured, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, confronted with the oppression of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya realized that he could not single-handedly alter Yui's fate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Jiraiya's mind. He envisioned a potential solution. Perhaps Tsunade would be the most suitable mentor for him. A glimmer of understanding crossed Jiraiya's eyes. For only someone of Tsunade's status could better protect Yui. Jiraiya paused, took a deep breath, and contemplated this new plan. Surely, the Hyuga clan's actions would hinge on Tsunade's stance. If he could facilitate Yui becoming her disciple, it would not only liberate him from the clan's constraints, but also afford him greater protection and opportunities for growth. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes as he turned to Yui, seemingly having made a decision. Yui, although you have declined my offer for now, I believe you will come to understand that sometimes, choosing the right mentor is what enables you to go further. Jiraiya spoke with a smile, his words imbued with thoughtfulness and goodwill. Upon hearing this, Yui was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that Jiraiya was not imposing upon him, but rather considering his best interests. There was no reproach in Jiraiya's eyes, only understanding and tolerance. Yui nodded silently. I understand. Thank you for your kind intentions, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya gently patted Yuan Yi's shoulder, expressing his admiration. You are quite astute, Yuan Yi, for recognizing that your choices are of paramount importance. The path ahead is one you must traverse on your own. Should you seek a mentor more suited to you, I am confident you will find one. He glanced at Minato, then turned back to Yuan Yi, his tone imbued with encouragement and profundity. Remember, the world of ninjas encompasses more than mere combat and strength. It is also about choices and convictions. He paused, a flicker of determination lighting his eyes. Yuan Yi, your talents must not languish. Perhaps Tsunade would be your best option. I shall endeavor to pave the way for you. Jiraiya's words brimmed with concern and hope, as if he envisioned Yuan Yi emerging from his predicament to embrace a future that was rightfully his. Yuan Yi silently nodded, maintaining a calm facade, yet within him, new thoughts began to blossom. He recognized that Jiraiya's suggestions stemmed from genuine concern, especially in light of his earlier rejections. Jiraiya displayed no hint of reproach, but rather patiently highlighted the preciousness of his gifts and the potential of his future. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Jiraiya's kindness, Yuan Yi nurtured a burgeoning idea in his heart. Meeting Tsunade through Jiraiya would be far more advantageous than a hasty encounter in a tavern, casino, or hospital. If he could connect with Tsunade through Jiraiya, it would not only circumvent the perils of a reckless search, but also provide a safer and more suitable environment. Rather than impulsively seeking out Tsunade for a fleeting opportunity, it would be wiser to utilize Jiraiya's introduction to avoid directly confronting the barriers of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity. Yuani lowered his gaze, murmuring softly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Minato, seemingly oblivious to Yuan Yi's internal transformation, continued to gaze at Jiraiya with eager anticipation. Lord Jiraiya, I will strive to become a disciple worthy of your guidance. His smile radiated with dreams of the future. Jiraiya chuckled, patting Minato's shoulder. Huh, I believe in you, Minato. You are a gifted child, destined for great achievements. He then turned to Yuani, his eyes filled with encouragement. And you too, Yuani. I believe you will find your own path. Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment, his thoughts surging like a tide. He understood the significance of the opportunity before him. It was both crucial and rare. After a moment of profound contemplation, he finally lifted his head, looking steadily and resolutely at Jiraiya, his voice gentle yet brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Please recommend me to Lady Tsunade. Regardless of whether I become her disciple or not, I will be immensely grateful to you. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a decisive response from Yuani. After a brief pause, a look of contentment spread across his face as he patted Yuan Yi's shoulder. You have finally understood, Yuani. Sometimes, choosing to rely on others does not signify weakness. Rather, it is an investment in your future. Jiraiya's tone carried warmth, clearly pleased with Yuan Yi's transformation. Yuan Yi's decision was not hasty, but rather a well-considered choice. He recognized that, given his current circumstances, only by harnessing the strength of others could he elevate himself and forge ahead. Contact with Tsunade was evidently a pivotal step in overcoming his existing challenges and welcoming new ones. Minato, observing Yuan Yi's choice, felt a surge of admiration. He knew that Yuan Yi's decision was not solely about seeking assistance. It was a pathway to his own growth. Yuani, I believe Lady Tsunade will surely recognize your talents and take you under her wing, Minato earnestly declared, his eyes filled with trust in Yuan Yi. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. Very well, since you have made this decision, I will do my utmost to recommend you to Tsunade. She is indeed a formidable ninja, and I have faith that if you capture her interest, it will herald a new beginning. His eyes sparkled with unwavering conviction, as if he could already envision Yuan Yi achieving greater heights under Tsunade's guidance. Yuan Yi bowed his head slightly, his heart brimming with appreciation for Jiraiya's assistance, and he felt a sense of expectancy for the opportunities that lay ahead. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. I will cherish this opportunity. His tone remained steady, but within he had resolutely decided that, regardless of what the future held, he would steadfastly pursue his own path. Jiraiya clapped both of their shoulders, a reassuring smile gracing his face. Excellent. In that case, I shall arrange things and promptly find Tsunade to introduce you, Yuan Yi. I believe that, regardless of the outcome, you both will achieve great things. With that, he turned to leave, while Yuan Yi and Minato stood in place, watching Jiraiya's figure recede into the distance. At that moment, Yuan Yi's heart was filled not only with gratitude towards Jiraiya, but also with anticipation for the challenges that awaited him. Minato gazed at Yuan Yi, his eyes shimmering with respect and understanding. Yuan Yi, though I may not fully comprehend your circumstances, I recognize that your decision must have been made after careful contemplation. I believe that in the future, you will travel far. Yuan Yi did not respond to Minato's words, merely offering a gentle smile, his gaze resolute. Each of us must walk our own path. You too shall realize your dreams, Minato. Their eyes met, as if silently agreeing upon a certain understanding. The road ahead may be fraught with uncertainties and challenges, yet they were both prepared to confront their destinies. Chapter 7. The silence before dawn. When Yuan Yi and Minato returned to the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, the twilight glow bathed the cold arena, enveloping the air in a subtle stillness. The sun's rays filtered through the thin clouds, casting elongated shadows upon the earth, and the tranquility of the training ground rendered everything extraordinarily serene, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. They halted, suddenly realizing that today's training and their conversation with Jiraiya had made them completely oblivious to the passage of time. Yuan Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting that the training field was now devoid of others, with an atmosphere of calm pervading the air. His goals remained steadfast: to complete the system tasks, locate Tsunade, enhance his strength, and seized this opportunity to liberate himself from the constraints of the Hyuga clan. The system had bestowed upon him immense power and newfound hope. Yet he understood that only through Tsunade's protection could he temporarily extricate himself from the current predicament and carve out his own life. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Hinata Yuenichi in the distance. Since becoming her servant, Yuan Yi's existence within the Hyuga clan had been rife with humiliation and torment. The main branch of the Hyuga treated him with disdain, viewing him as a mere tool, subjecting him to constant ridicule, as if he were eternally bound to a subordinate position. Within this vast family, he had no support, and apart from enduring the unrelenting oppression, it seemed he had no other options. Each scolding and cold glare pierced him deeply, yet he had no means to retaliate, compelled instead to conceal his inner anguish and resentment. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to a life of scorn and humiliation. Although anger and defiance occasionally surged within him, each setback reinforced his understanding that his current strength was insufficient to alter his circumstances. He gazed at Hinata Yuenichi's silhouette, a tempest of complex emotions swelling within him. In the Hyuga clan, he would forever be ensnared by her control, as if his life were destined to be that of a vassal to this family. Yet in that moment, Yuan Yi resolved that he would never submit indefinitely. Though he could not resist now, his objective was crystal clear: to seek out Tsunade and leverage her strength to escape his present plight, thereby attaining the freedom and future that belonged to him. He suppressed the turbulence within, patiently awaiting YORIICHI'S appearance. After all, within the confines of the Hyuga clan, his identity was inextricably linked to her control. As her servant, he remained perpetually ensnared within the confines of the Hyuga clan, unable to escape his shackles. Yet, within him surged an increasingly fervent desire to break free from it all, his sole hope resting upon Tsunade. Her power and status were indisputable, and through her, he could access a broader world, the most promising avenue for transcending his dire predicament. Although immediate freedom was unattainable, at the very least, liberation from the Hyuga clan's control would be a significant improvement over his current existence. As long as I can see Tsunade, my opportunity will arise, he silently reassured himself. He recognized that through Jiraiya's connection, he had a chance to reach Tsunade, and with her protection, he might find greater opportunities, if only to shield himself from the Hyuga clan's indignities. Lowering his head, his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, overwhelmed with suppressed rage and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, his gaze gradually solidified with determination. I've had enough. Just as his thoughts swirled, the voice of Hinata Yuenichi pierced through the air at the training ground's entrance. Where have you been at noon? Why didn't you prepare lunch for me? Was this intentional? Her voice was cold and sharp, laced with reproach and dissatisfaction. Prepare to be punished. Yuan Yi bowed his head, a mixture of resignation and defiance surging within him, yet he maintained his composure. I apologize, Miss Yuenichi, he replied in a respectful and mechanical tone, devoid of any fluctuation. As he turned to leave, his steps, though light, were laden with resolve. He silently chanted Tsunade's name, Tsunade. Her unmatched strength and status represented his only chance to break free from his predicament. He understood that with Tsunade, he could attain protection, stepping toward a broader future, liberated from his current constraints. Although this path was fraught with challenges, it was still preferable to his present life. As he exited the training ground, he did not glance back, merely following Yuenichi in silence. The wind howled in his ears, yet an inner strength surged within him, awakening the realization that life was not merely about endurance and submission. It was about pursuit and breakthrough. No amount of humiliation or setbacks could compel him to yield. Just as he was about to leave the training ground, Yuenichi's voice echoed once more, "Your mistakes today will bring punishment. Remember that." Her voice was as frigid as ice, imbued with an invisible pressure. Yuan Yi kept his head bowed, his pace unwavering, though each rebuke weighed heavily upon him. He was acutely aware that he would not remain in this place forever. The day of liberation would surely come, and it would begin with his encounter with Tsunade. The indifference and humiliation from the Hyuga clan sliced deep into his heart, yet they also forged his resolve. His future no longer belonged to the Hyuga clan. It belonged to him alone. Regardless of how treacherous the road ahead might be, he would rise to meet it, taking steps that were uniquely his. That evening, within the Hyuga clan's estate, the residence of the clan's elder, Yuenichi once again employed the caged bird technique to punish Yuan Yi. This form of punishment had long become a grim part of his daily existence, like a shadow etched into his fate, each time ruthlessly dragging him back into this inescapable abyss. Kotori's eyes glinted with coldness and satisfaction as Yuan Yi was forced to kneel, enduring waves of agony that coursed through him from the marrow of his bones. This power sealed his chakra, restricting his movements, each breath slicing through him like a blade. His vision blurred, his mind filled with relentless pain. His body trembled under the strain of torment, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry, maintaining a mask of calm. Each punishment deepened his awareness of the vast chasm that lay between himself and the Hyuga clan. Now, the caged bird's constraints rendered him incapable of resistance. Even the most basic freedoms stripped away. "You truly do not deserve freedom," Kotori sneered, her voice dripping with disdain and satisfaction. "You will always be a useless branch family member, forever trapped under my control." Yuani kept his head bowed, determination flickering in his eyes. Despite the relentless suffering, an inner strength began to silently accumulate within him. With each torment, he grew more resolute in his conviction that he should not submit to this fate. Had his power been greater, perhaps he would have already escaped this endless prison, breaking free from the Hyuga clan's oppression. However, this unending agony only served to fortify his spirit. He understood he could not remain bound to this environment forever. Each ordeal, each pang of suffering, merely honed his determination, clarifying that only through his strength could he shatter the barriers before him, paving the way to a future of freedom. No longer would he be the weakling pushed toward despair by fate. He began to forge an inner resolve. He would become strong. He would break free, extricating himself from it all. He recognized that true strength is not derived from bloodlines, but through relentless struggle and challenge, ultimately transcending limits to create a future of his own. As the pain gradually subsided, Yuan Yi's body neared numbness, yet his spirit grew ever more steadfast. He realized that regardless of how fate may conspire, the ultimate choice would always be his own. He would no longer yield, nor be subjected to the Hyuga clan's dominion. Ultimately, he would carve out his own path and claim his freedom. This torturous ordeal would serve as the final stepping stone in altering his destiny. A blade poised to pierce the heart of the Hyuga clan. Each pang of pain became a crucible for his unwavering resolve, slowly transforming humiliation and resentment into an increasingly resilient power. Each drop of blood, each moment of torment, would one day become the source of his strength to retaliate against the Hyuga clan and break free from his chains. Chapter 8. First encounter with Tsunade the following morning. As dawn broke, a chill wind carried the remnants of the first snow, lightly tapping against the stone-paved streets of Konoha. Yuan Yi silently trailed behind Hinata Kotori, stepping onto the familiar path leading to the ninja academy. He offered no words, merely walking in silence, like a shadow bound in servitude, quietly trailing behind the clan's heiress. His breath quickened, the lingering pain from the previous night's caged bird technique still echoing within him. His muscles ached, his chakra flowed sluggishly, and his steps felt heavier than usual. Kotori remained as indifferent as ever, occasionally glancing back at him, her eyes devoid of compassion, as if assessing whether a wayward servant could still manage to walk. He did not meet her gaze, simply keeping his head down, accustomed to this silent humiliation. Upon reaching the academy, the sunlight spilled over the stone pillars of the teaching building, where students gathered at the entrance, laughter and chatter filling the air with joy and harmony. Yet, this merriment felt like a distant dream to Yuan Yi. He walked alongside Kotori into the school, once again becoming an overlooked shadow amidst the crowd. The laughter, the playful banter of his peers resonated in his ears like echoes from beneath the water, disconnected from reality. His eyes were swollen, his complexion pale, and he stumbled slightly as he walked, each breath heavy with fatigue. It felt as though the previous night had not only drained his physical strength, but had also stolen a part of his spirit's warmth. Just then, a familiar voice shattered the silence that enveloped him. "Hey Yuani, how are you?" It was Minato Namikaze, standing at the corner of the corridor. His expression notably more serious than usual, brows furrowed, eyes filled with concern. Typically bright and sunny, Minato now sensed that something was amiss with Yuan Yi. His steps were unsteady, his eyes lacked their usual sharpness, and he appeared to have emerged from the shadows, bearing a heart-wrenching weariness. "You look quite tired. Did something happen last night?" Minato's voice was low and cautious, imbued with genuine concern. Yuan Yi slightly turned his head, momentarily meeting Minato's gaze. A ripple of emotion stirred within him, but he quickly regained his composure. I'm fine, he replied softly, his voice steady yet restrained, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Swayman paused momentarily, well aware that he did not believe the dismissive response. You need not shoulder everything alone, he murmured. We are friends, are we not? The word friend lingered in Yuani's ears, halting his steps for a fleeting moment as a long-buried emotion began to surface within him. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to him in such a manner in this world. It was a desire he had yearned for yet never dared to hope for. A faint smile graced his lips as he forced the fluttering sensation deep within his heart and whispered, Thank you, Swayman. Swayman offered a reassuring smile, patting his shoulder without probing further. He respected Yuani's silence and believed in his strength. After the first lesson concluded, Yuani quietly exited the classroom, making his way alone into the depths of the training ground. There lay the only place where he could breathe freely. As he walked slowly, he adjusted his breathing, suppressing the lingering pain within. Though his body had yet to fully recover, he understood that only through continuous practice could he pave his path to freedom. He chose a secluded corner, inhaled deeply, and drew forth the Nichiren blade. As the blade emerged from its sheath, the air seemed to solidify around him. Breath of the sun, first form, dance. He called out in a low voice, the blade's light cutting through the falling snow like a blazing sun, imbued with the power to sever all. One form followed another, his breath and movements in perfect harmony. Each strike encapsulated his inner fury and yearning, each blow seemingly a shout against fate. Just as he immersed himself in practice, a familiar yet somewhat exaggerated voice echoed from the edge of the training ground. Ah, I knew it. You little rascal, you've sneaked off to practice your sword again. Yuani abruptly halted, turning around to see a white-haired ninja clad in red, leaning lazily against a post with a customary grin. It was Jiraiya. He sauntered over, his gaze no longer playful but imbued with insight and appreciation. I know you're training hard, and I also understand it's not merely to become stronger, he said. You wish to break free from those shackles, do you not? Yuani fell silent. Jiraiya's words pierced the softest part of his heart. You have already done well, my boy, Jiraiya said, patting his shoulder, his tone unusually serious. But true strength is not just wielded by a blade. It is in the moment you rise, in your resolve to no longer remain silent. These words struck Yuani profoundly. Amidst this swirling tide of thoughts, a gentle yet authoritative female voice resonated from nearby. Jiraiya, is this the little rascal you mentioned who wishes to be my disciple? Yuani froze, spinning around. Before him approached a golden-haired woman, her movements graceful and commanding. Dressed in a green and blue kimono, her golden locks swayed softly in the breeze, her bright gaze radiating an undeniable pressure. It was Tsunade. Every gesture she made exuded both composure and dominance, and as her eyes fell upon Yuani, it was as if she instantly perceived his fatigue and hidden brilliance. Yuani was momentarily dazed, his mind blank, even his grip on the sword trembling slightly. She was his most cherished character from a past life, wise, powerful, beautiful. At that moment, she stood before him, no longer a legend nor a dream, but a living embodiment of strength he longed to approach, rely upon, and even revere. He forgot to breathe, simply staring at her, as if time itself had paused. Tsunade chuckled softly, a hint of teasing in her tone. What? Are you so surprised to see me? Jiraiya, standing nearby, squinted and smiled. Yuani, this is the chance you've been yearning for. Don't just stand there. Realizing he had been caught in a dreamlike stupor, Yuani inhaled deeply, sheathed his sword, bowed slightly, and solemnly declared, Lady Tsunade, I humbly request to be your disciple. His voice bore no excessive excitement, only profound respect and resolute conviction. Tsunade regarded him, a flicker of complexity passing through her gaze. She could see that the light in this boy's eyes was unlike others, a spark that had endured oppression yet refused to bow. She nodded slightly, a smile tinged with intrigue. What is your name? Hinata Yueni, he replied succinctly. Tsunade pondered over the name, repeating it thoughtfully before offering a faint smile. Very well, Yuani, I shall remember you. She turned to Jiraiya, her demeanor growing serious. I will consider him. In that instant, Yuani understood that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. The struggle of a bird breaking free from its cage had finally glimpsed the dawn of liberation. He stood at the threshold of what it meant to be a true warrior. Chapter 9. Apprenticeship with Tsunade as the sun set. The training ground was bathed in a gentle golden hue. A chill breeze rustled through the leaves, foretelling an impending transformation. Tsunade stood calmly at the center of the field, Her arms crossed, her posture regal. Her expression was serene and composed, a subtle smile playing at her lips, her golden hair flowing softly in the twilight, embodying an undeniable presence. "My conditions for accepting a disciple are not low," she stated, her tone indifferent yet radiating authority. "If you can force me to take a step back, I will accept you as my apprentice." Her voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the expansive training ground, as if an invisible barrier unfurled from beneath her feet. Jiraiya stood off to the side, arms crossed, grinning broadly. His expression was relaxed, yet a glimmer of meaning flickered in his eyes. He understood that this was Tsunade's way of granting Yuani a passport, a trial that could not be measured by ordinary standards. At this moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya had yet to earn the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, but they were already recognized as prodigies in Konoha. Tsunade's immense strength and medical prowess were renowned throughout the ninja world. Her terrifying chakra, reserve a natural gift. Yuani remained silent, his gaze deepening with resolve. Slowly, he drew the Nichiren blade from his back, its edge reflecting the sunset-esque glow, trembling in the wind like a flame illuminating the fervent will within his chest. He knew he could not retreat from this battle. Failure was not an option. Breath of the Sun, first form, dance. A whispered incantation sparked the battle's inception. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and the next moment, a furious gale howled as the blade's light surged like liquid fire, racing towards Tsunade. Tsunade remained unmoving, a faint ripple of chakra emanating from her surface. Bang! The sword's force struck, yet a barrier of invisible chakra halted it just inches from her form. Sparks flew, the blade's energy swirling into a tempest that lifted fragments of snow from the ground, yet she did not budge an inch. Jiraiya observed this scene with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This kid's talent in the sword may very well surpass that of Kakashi's predecessor. But Yuani did not relent. Second form, azure sky. The sword's might descended with a thunderous crack, slicing downward, enveloped in a torrent of scorching chakra, as if to cleave the very training ground in half. Tsunade slightly inclined her body, the protective chakra barrier vibrating once more, redirecting the assault toward the ground. With a resounding explosion, the earth fractured, debris flying, yet her stance remained as steadfast as a mountain, undisturbed even by the chaos around her. Third form, blazing sun mirror. Illusionary sun rainbow. The sword forms transformed like flowing clouds and fiery waves, relentlessly striking towards Tsunade. Each technique of the breath of the sun erupted from Yuani's hand with fluidity, the searing blade illuminating the heavens as if a radiant sun were igniting the world around them. Yet Tsunade remained unyielding. Her immense chakra, almost oppressive, enveloped her, forming an impeccable shield. Each wave of sword energy, before reaching her, was dissipated by that layer of chakra, leaving only scorched earth and the heated air that lingered in the aftermath. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yi unleashed all his skills with a roar. The train of the fifth style, the burning sun of the sixth style, the radiant thrust of the seventh style, the whirling flames of the eighth style. Sword energy converged, and flames surged like a tide, enveloping the entire training ground in scorching heat, as if stepping into the land of blazing suns. The air distorted, remnants of snow evaporated, and even Jiraiya could not help but sidestep to avoid the searing heat. Yet, Tsunade remained unmoved, steadfast as a statue, unwavering as a mountain. Yuan Yi's breath grew heavier. Muscles quivered, his stamina nearing depletion, yet he refused to surrender. The ninth style, the slanting sun turns. The 10th style, the radiant grace of light. The final two techniques erupted, the sword energy tearing through the air like a tempest, striking towards Tsunade from all directions. At this moment, the training ground felt as if stirred by a mighty dragon. The heavens trembled, and flames soared to their zenith. When all the dust settled and the sword energy waned, the youth knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. His sun-wheel sword was embedded in the snow, its blade still radiating residual heat, trembling slightly yet unwavering. "I have lost," Yuani murmured, his voice hoarse but devoid of shame. Tsunade finally stepped closer, her gaze softening, her tone imbued with rare warmth. "Lost? No, you have won." Yuani looked up, confusion filling his eyes. Tsunade lowered her gaze upon him, speaking softly, "Though you did not force me to retreat, you accomplished what even Jiraiya and Orochimaru could not. You exerted all your strength, completing the entire set of sword forms before me. I had to respond with a powerful chakra barrier. A glimmer of recognition and respect sparkled in her eyes as she slowly extended her hand, resting it upon Yuan Yi's shoulder. Hinata Yuani, from this day forth, I accept you as my disciple. You will leave the Hinata clan's grounds and reside in the Senju mansion to train. I will personally guide you and shield you from the oppression of the Hinata clan. From now on, you are not their shadow, but my disciple, Senju Tsunade. These words resonated within Yuan Yi's heart like the tolling of a great bell, shocking him to the point of breathlessness. He gradually bowed his head, kneeling on both knees, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Disciple Hinata Yuani pays respects to master. The wind stilled and light gathered. In the distance, Jiraiya smiled gently, his expression warm. He knew that this boy would ultimately shatter the shackles of fate. His light was only just beginning. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully completed a special task. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Yuan Yi's mind, clear and direct. Task completed. Apprenticeship with Tsunade. Reward. Stamina limit increased to 1,000. Basic information. Stamina. 301,450. Chakra. 400,450. Mental strength. Soul power 1150. A surge of warm energy blossomed within Yuan Yi, as the rewards granted by the system undoubtedly marked a pivotal step in his breakthrough. However, there was no trace of joy in his eyes. All his focus remained on the path ahead. Tsunade gently leaned down, extending her long and firm hand, steadily supporting Yuan Yi's shoulder. Her gaze was unwavering, filled with determination and tenderness, as if she had already made a decision for him, and this path was one she was willing to traverse alongside him. Let us go? I shall accompany you to the Hinata clan. Tsunade's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength, as if she were not only fighting for Yuan Yi's future, but also solidifying her own stance. Yuan Yi felt the power emanating from her hand, causing a slight tremor in his body. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, the long-suppressed anger and helplessness within him swiftly replaced by an unprecedented warmth. That warmth felt like a beam of light, piercing through the shadows deep within his heart, illuminating the path to freedom. He lowered his head, speaking with a mix of gratitude and reverence. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. His voice was deep and resolute, carrying the weight of long-repressed feelings. Each word seemed to herald a new beginning. He understood that Tsunade's support was not only the source of his strength, but also the hope that would liberate him from his constraints and grant him freedom. Tsunade did not respond, merely offering a gentle smile, her eyes revealing a hint of encouragement and comfort. She steadied Yuan Yi's shoulder, standing tall and resolute, as if to convey that no matter how rugged the road ahead, with her presence, he would no longer be alone. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying a hint of chill. Yet Yuan Yi's heart gradually warmed, even brimming with strength. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon them, elongating their shadows, as if the entire world bore witness to their decision. He would ultimately step into the Hinata clan, but he would no longer be the submissive servant. He would stand in his own realm with a renewed identity. Let us go, Tsunade whispered, her gaze firm and profound, taking the first step towards the Hinata clan's direction. Chapter 10. The Wrath of Hinata and the Dawn of New Beginnings. Tsunade led Yuan Yi directly to the residence of the Hinata clan. The building, under the sunlight, exuded an air of solemnity and coldness, mirroring the past 6 years of Yuan Yi's life. Following alongside Tsunade, he felt the path beneath his feet no longer weighed so heavily. This sudden protection was like a warm current, quietly flowing into the long-frozen lake of his heart. Who goes there? No unauthorized entry into the Hinata clan's land. Although the guards at the entrance recognized Tsunade's identity, their duty compelled them to stand firm. Though their voices were slightly subdued, Tsunade did not pause, her golden hair fluttering in the morning breeze, not even glancing at the guard as she spoke. Senju Tsunade. I am here to escort my disciple. Do I need to file a request with your Hinata clan? Her tone was less an inquiry and more a proclamation. The guard, intimidated by her formidable presence, momentarily forgot his words, staring blankly as she and Yuan Yi stepped through the gates of the Hinata clan. Another more astute guard had already scurried inside to relay the message. Soon, the chief elder of the Hinata clan, Hinata Suju, accompanied by several stern-faced elders, emerged. Kinri's grandfather, a figure of immense power within the Hinata clan, could not conceal a hint of darkness in his pure white eyes. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here today, I wonder? Hinata Suju's voice was as rigid as his demeanor, lacking warmth. Tsunade smiled sweetly, yet that smile caused the elders' hearts to tighten. It is not a matter of guidance. I am here to handle some formalities for my new disciple, Hinata Yuani. From today onwards, he will leave the Hinata clan and reside with me. What? One hot-tempered elder could not contain himself, exclaiming, Lady Tsunade, what do you mean by this? Yuan Yi is a member of our branch family, marked as a caged bird. He is Hinata in life and Hinata in death. Is that not so? Tsunade interrupted him, her smile unchanged but her gaze cooling slightly. Old man, times have changed. Caged bird? Is that a pet bird raised by your Hinata clan? All I know is that he, Hinata Yuani, is now my disciple, Senju Tsunade. When did it become someone else's prerogative to decide his fate? She stepped forward, an invisible pressure causing the once haughty elders to retreat half a step. Hinata Suju's expression darkened considerably. Lady Tsunade, Yuan Yi carries the blood of the Hinata. He bears the mission of the branch family towards the main house. Are you intending to become enemies with the entire Hinata clan? Enemies? Tsunade laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. With you? Do you even deserve to be called such? I simply cannot stand by and watch you squander a good talent. And a mission? The mission you assign him is to be a lifelong servant, only to be tormented to death in your broken birdcage? Her tone shifted, now tinged with impatience. I am not here to negotiate with you. Yuani, I have made my decision. If you have any grievances, feel free to express them to Lord Hokage, or we could venture outside for a spar, to see whether your gentle fists of the Hyuga clan are more formidable than the fists of the Senju clan. As she spoke, she clenched her fair fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the quiet courtyard. The elders were left speechless, their faces flushed with indignation, yet they could not act. The title of the third Hokage's disciple and the granddaughter of the first Hokage was far too weighty, should a confrontation ensue. The Hyuga clan would gain no advantage and would become a laughingstock throughout Konoha. Hinata Jutsu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. His voice strained. Since Lady Tsunade is so adamant about supporting the Hyuga clan, it is not unreasonable. However, YORIICHI must remember that he will always be a member of the Hyuga branch family. The curse mark of the caged bird will never vanish. This statement, rather than a warning, was a display of impotent defiance. Understood, Tsunade replied impatiently, waving her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. We can discuss the curse mark later. Right now, my apprentice is coming with me. She took YORIICHI's hand, her gesture natural and affectionate. Come, YORIICHI. Pay no heed to these old stubborn ones. The Senju estate will be your new home from now on. Just as they turned to leave, a sharp and furious voice called out, Hinata YORIICHI. Hinata Kotori dashed out from within the inner courtyard, likely alerted by the commotion. At that moment, her delicate face was etched with anger and disbelief. She was accustomed to YORIICHI's unwavering obedience, used to the image of a servant who was always submissive. YORIICHI paused slightly, but did not turn back. Tsunade regarded the young girl with keen interest, a glimmer of amusement in her golden eyes. Ah, so this is the esteemed Lady Kotori, who attends to my apprentice daily. Quite a lovely appearance, but what a shame about that temperament. Kotori had never endured such mockery. She was used to others adoring her. Pointing at YORIICHI, she angrily declared to Tsunade, he is my servant. I forbid him from leaving. Hinata YORIICHI. You stop right there. Servant? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, amused by the little girl's audacity. However, from this day forth, he is my disciple, Tsunade Senju, and not merely an object to be summoned at will. You might want to find someone else to attend to you. Kotori trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at YORIICHI's retreating figure, hoping to see even a hint of fear or hesitation in him. But there was none. YORIICHI remained steadfast, quietly standing beside Tsunade, his silhouette resolute and unwavering, invoking a sense of unfamiliarity and dread within her. Why? Why was he no longer afraid? Was he not supposed to cower and plead for mercy at just one of her glances? For the first time, a feeling of uncontrollable emotion overtook Kotori. She had always thought of YORIICHI as her possession, to be scolded and punished at will. Yet now, this possession was not only being taken away, but was also refusing to even glance back at her. The sensation was akin to having her most cherished toy not only snatched away, but also displaying an expression that signified a long-desired departure. A profound sense of humiliation and an indescribable void left her nearly unsteady on her feet. She opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat constricted, unable to produce any sound. All she could do was watch helplessly as Tsunade led YORIICHI further away until they vanished from her sight. In that moment, it felt as if something within Hinata Kotori's small world had quietly crumbled. Stepping out through the heavy gates of the Hinata estate, YORIICHI looked up at the sky. The sunlight in Konoha had never seemed so radiant. The oppressive atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a refreshing breeze that carried a sense of freedom. He followed closely behind Tsunade, his steps light as if he might float. The immense weight that had burdened his heart for 6 long years was finally lifted at that moment. It was a release that was beyond words, as if his very soul had become lighter. He recalled the countless days and nights spent in the cage of a bird, the cold reprimands from Kotori, and the disdainful gazes of the clan elders. Those memories, once an inescapable nightmare, now felt distant, softened as if viewed through frosted glass. No longer stinging with pain, his eyes began to well with warmth, and he lowered his head slightly, not wishing to reveal his vulnerability to his teacher. Tsunade seemed to sense this, slowing her pace as she turned around, extending her warm hand to gently ruffle his hair, her touch imbued with a clumsy tenderness. "Kid, if you feel like crying, just let it out. There is no shame in it. From now on, with me as your teacher, no one will dare to bully you again." YORIICHI abruptly lifted his head, meeting Tsunade's bright and sincere gaze, devoid of pity, filled instead with genuine concern and encouragement. "Teacher." His voice was slightly hoarse, a multitude of unspoken words lodged in his throat, ultimately crystallizing into those 2 simple words. Tsunade laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with a robust smile. "Enough of this. You're a big man now. No need for all that fuss. From this day forward, you are my most esteemed disciple. Come, let us go celebrate your newfound freedom with some delicious food." Seeing Tsunade's exuberant demeanor, the shadows in YORIICHI's heart dissipated, and at long last, a genuine smile emerged, the first of its kind since he had arrived in this world. He turned back one last time to gaze at the prison that had once confined him. The Hinata estate remained cold beneath the sunlight. But what did it matter? He was free now. The darkness before dawn is the most profound, yet it heralds the imminent arrival of light. His dawn had begun the moment he became Tsunade's apprentice, shining brighter than ever. The path ahead would be one he would walk resolutely alongside his exuberant teacher. Chapter 11. The dawn begins the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, YORIICHI had already risen early to commence his training. He stood in the center of the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword, practicing the forms of the breath of the sun repeatedly. Each move was infused with his dedication, every swing of the sword expressing his fervent desire and determination to grow stronger. Each flash of the blade was a promise of the future. He was honing not merely his technique, but also his longing to surpass his limits. "You're up quite early," Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out. YORIICHI halted his movements and turned to face the doorway. Tsunade leaned against the frame, a look of appreciation gracing her features. Clad in her everyday ninja attire, she emanated an air of competence and strength, standing there like an imposing mountain. "Lady Tsunade," YORIICHI respectfully bowed, then straightened with resolute eyes, awaiting her instructions. Tsunade stepped into the courtyard, surveying the surroundings before fixing her gaze upon YORIICHI. "From today onwards, your training will be comprehensive. First, I need to assess your current level of strength to devise an appropriate training regimen." She pointed to the center of the courtyard. "Now, show me your swordsmanship, physical techniques, and ninjutsu. Hold nothing back. I require a full display of your capabilities." YORIICHI nodded, inhaled deeply, and began his demonstration. First came his swordsmanship. Based on the breath of the sun, he showcased every form he had mastered. The sword glimmered like flowing water, sometimes blazing with intensity like the midday sun, at other times gentle like the morning rays, each move suffused with power and grace. Tsunade observed quietly, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing her eyes. Next was his physical technique. YORIICHI exhibited the Hyuga clan's gentle fist alongside his own refined martial arts. His movements were agile and precise, each strike packed with tremendous explosive force and destructive potential, highlighting both his innate talent and dedicated effort. Lastly, for ninjutsu, YORIICHI executed several fundamental transformation and substitution techniques. While not particularly advanced, they were performed flawlessly, demonstrating his exceptional control over chakra. After the demonstration concluded, Yuan stood still, breathing slightly heavier, awaiting Tsunade's evaluation. Tsunade pondered for a moment before nodding. "Well done. Your foundation is solid, particularly in the realms of swordsmanship and physical techniques. However, there remains significant room for improvement in ninjutsu, which will be a focal point of our upcoming training. She scrutinized Yuan, her eyes flickering with a blend of anticipation and seriousness. As one of the foremost medical ninjas in the ninja world, Tsunade understood that her disciples' paths were not solely about combat and strength accumulation, but also about a profound comprehension and application of ninjutsu. She hoped to see Yuan contemplate and master a ninjutsu that aligned with his innate talents, rather than merely relying on singular sword techniques. Yuan fell silent for a moment, a deep contemplation flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly, brow furrowing as his mind raced through the ninjutsu and theories he had encountered, particularly his inherent Byakugan. Byakugan, he murmured, a spark of determination igniting within his gaze. The Byakugan was not merely suited for reconnaissance. Its extraordinary visual capabilities could penetrate the body's meridians and bones, allowing him to observe his opponent's chakra flow. His voice was steady and assured. This is highly compatible with medical ninjutsu. Now that I am Tsunade-sama's disciple, I am determined not to disappoint your expectations, nor tarnish the reputation of the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes glimmered with surprise and approval. She had not anticipated that Yuan would not only contemplate combat techniques, but also find a way to merge his bloodline ability with medical ninjutsu. This line of thought was both profound and visionary, showcasing his unique understanding of ninjutsu. It seems you already have your own ideas. Tsunade smiled gently, satisfaction gracing her features. The abilities of the Byakugan can indeed complement medical ninjutsu, especially during precise treatments, as it allows for a clear view of the body's intricacies, aiding in more efficient diagnosis and healing. I wholeheartedly agree with your notion of integrating the Byakugan with medical ninjutsu. This not only represents the best utilization of your bloodline talent, but also serves as a shortcut to enhancing your abilities. She paused, her expression gradually turning serious. But remember, medical ninjutsu is not merely about healing wounds. It demands a high degree of precision and meticulous thought. In your future training, you must not only master medical knowledge, but also cultivate a delicate disposition. You must learn not only how to heal others, but also how to control and guide chakra with impeccable accuracy. Yuan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He understood the deeper meaning behind Tsunade's words and recognized that relying solely on talent was insufficient to become an exceptional medical ninja. Continuous practice and refinement were essential. He needed to enhance his chakra control and develop a refined sensitivity that could accurately perceive the workings of the human body. I understand, Tsunade-sama, he replied softly, his tone imbued with determination and anticipation. I will combine my Byakugan with medical ninjutsu and strive to excel. Tsunade nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent. Remember, do not rush for immediate results. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in diligence and patience. You possess potential, but it requires time for maturation. She gently patted Yuan's shoulder, her tone encouraging. I believe you can achieve this. The future belongs to you, Yuan. Yuan felt the warmth and support in Tsunade's words, further solidifying his resolve. This was not merely an opportunity to enhance his abilities. It was a chance to break free from his past constraints and move toward freedom. He understood that from this moment on, his path would broaden, filled with infinite possibilities. In the elder conference room of the Hyuga clan, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Several elders from the main branch sat high above, their expressions grim, eyes brimming with anger and discontent. They had just learned that Yuan had officially become Tsunade's disciple and had taken residence in the Senju compound, which left them feeling exceedingly uneasy and enraged. This is an outright provocation to the Hyuga clan, an elder thundered, his Byakugan ablaze with fury. A mere branch family brat dares to defy the clan's orders and move away without permission. This is absolutely intolerable. The third Hokage has already approved it. Another elder stated calmly, and with Tsunade as his backing, we should refrain from hasty actions for now. The room fell into a brief silence as everyone contemplated a strategy. They understood that directly opposing Tsunade would be unwise, yet they could not allow Yuan to slip from the Hyuga clan's grasp. The caged bird seal still marks him. A middle-aged elder interjected, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As long as we wish, we can punish or even control him through the seal. Yet that will lead to a direct conflict with Tsunade. Another elder shook his head. This is not the time for overt confrontation. We need a more discreet and effective approach. In the conference room, Hinata Yuenichi sat quietly, her face devoid of expression. She listened to the elders' discussions, her heart filled with complex emotions. To some extent, she had grown accustomed to Yuan's presence, his obedience, and silence. Now, with his sudden departure, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss and emptiness. Yuenichi, the elder of the main house, suddenly turned his gaze toward her. We need to maintain surveillance on Yuan. As his former master and current classmate, you have greater opportunities to interact with him. From today onward, your task is to closely monitor his every move, especially his interactions with Tsunade. Yuenichi blinked in surprise, then quickly regained her composure. Yes, father. She lowered her head, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. But she soon returned to her calm demeanor. In any case, the clan leader concluded, the Hyuga clan will never easily relinquish any member, especially a gifted child like Yuan. We must find a way to bring him back, no matter what means we must employ. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier, everyone understanding that the battle over Yuan had only just begun. And Yuan, whether he wished it or not, had already become a pivotal piece in this power game. Far away in the Senju compound, Yuan remained oblivious to the Hyuga clan's surveillance and schemes. At that moment, he was following Tsunade toward the Konoha hospital, preparing to embark on his new life. Under the sunlight, his face radiated a long-awaited tranquility and hope, as if all the shadows had finally receded. However, unbeknownst to him, a storm was brewing in the distance, and he was destined to be swept into a tempest that would determine his future and fate. But regardless of what lay ahead, he had already taken the first step toward changing his destiny, and that was more than enough. Chapter 12. The commencement of learning medical ninjutsu. Tsunade led Yuan into a room brimming with medical texts, the air within fresh and invigorating. Towering wooden shelves stood orderly, lined with substantial tomes of medical literature and research materials. Some books appeared somewhat antiquated, their covers worn yet still exuding a profound essence of knowledge. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating this tranquil space. In the corner of the room, a few simple tables and chairs were arranged, accompanied by several medical instruments, presenting a clean and practical ambience. Tsunade approached a desk, gesturing towards several books laid upon it. These foundational texts are indispensable for your journey to becoming a medical ninja. Her tone was calm, yet resolute, her gaze focused. As medical ninjas, we must not only master medical ninjutsu, but also gain a deep understanding of human anatomy, acquire first aid techniques, and learn to identify and treat various ailments. She extracted a hefty tome, flipping to a page where illustrations vividly depicted the various parts of the human body alongside detailed treatment methodologies. This book meticulously detailed the formulas and applications of various medicinal substances. Mastering this knowledge would empower one to heal the wounded in battle and aid in disease prevention in everyday life. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Yuan Yi as she continued. The responsibility of a medical ninja extends beyond merely treating wounds. It encompasses the prevention and management of unforeseen circumstances. One must possess extensive medical knowledge to make correct decisions at critical moments. Yuan Yi stared at the books, a growing sense of reverence for medical ninjutsu blossoming within him. He understood that this pursuit was not solely about healing others. It was a profound responsibility, a heavy burden of safeguarding lives. This knowledge would serve as the cornerstone of his journey to becoming a true medical ninja. Lady Tsunade, may I learn a ninjutsu first? Yuan Yi stood resolute before the bookshelf, his eyes gleaming with determination and desire. Tsunade raised her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over Yuan Yi, and after a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, which ninjutsu? Yuan Yi lowered his head slightly, his voice imbued with resolve, the shadow clone technique. Tsunade frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by his request. She paused, setting aside her book to face Yuan Yi. Oh, you do not intend to use shadow clones for learning, do you? Her tone bore a hint of amusement, but was laced with caution. While the idea is commendable, are you aware that the moment the clones disperse, your mind will be inundated with a torrent of information? The consequences could range from confusion to fatality. Yuan Yi maintained his calm demeanor, lifting his gaze with unwavering conviction. His tone firm. Lady Tsunade, I have faith in my abilities. I will navigate this with caution. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, sensing the determination in his eyes. Though young, he exuded a composure beyond his years. Perhaps it was this very quality that enabled him to make such a choice. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set her book down, her expression softening. Very well, since you are insistent, I shall teach you. Remember, this is not merely a ninjutsu. It is a challenge to your physical and mental limits. You must remain vigilant and cannot afford to relax. As Tsunade formed the hand seals, she explained, the shadow clone technique is highly efficient, yet it demands an exceptional level of mental and chakra control. You must allocate your chakra precisely to each clone. She further elaborated. The essence of the shadow clone technique lies not only in the number of clones and the distribution of physical strength, but also in the information each clone carries. Your clones are not mere reflections. They will relay everything you perceive and experience back to you. Thus, an excess of clones may overwhelm you with information. Yuan Yi silently activated his Byakugan, his eyes shimmering as he instantly discerned every detail of Tsunade's execution of the shadow clone technique. Every movement of her fingers, the variation in her hand seals, and the flow of her chakra became clear before him. His gaze followed each of Tsunade's actions, meticulously recording every aspect of the technique. As her movements reached completion, Yuan Yi felt his chakra begin to flow within him, and with deft hand seals, his form transformed into multiple clones, perfectly replicating Tsunade's shadow clone technique. Tsunade, witnessing this, momentarily froze, staring in astonishment at Yuan Yi, perplexed. Copying ninjutsu? Isn't that a function of the Sharingan? Yuan Yi gradually retracted his Byakugan, a faint smile gracing his lips. I observed your hand seals, and the Byakugan allowed me to discern the flow of chakra within you. By recording this information and making slight adjustments, I was able to replicate it. Tsunade was momentarily speechless, deeply impressed. She had anticipated that Yuan Yi might grasp some basic ninjutsu through his innate talent, but she had not expected him to so swiftly imitate and execute the shadow clone technique. A flicker of admiration crossed her features, and she chuckled softly, shaking her head. Well, it seems the Byakugan truly deserves its title as the copying eye. Yuan Yi smiled slightly and softly remarked, Lady Tsunade, the shadow clone technique is not particularly difficult to learn. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with a mix of appreciation and surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Her tone turning serious, you possess considerable talent, Yuan Yi. However, remember that ninjutsu is not merely about replication. The true art lies in its flexible application. While the shadow clone technique is powerful, without the right timing and sufficient chakra, it can impose a significant burden. Yuan Yi nodded, his gaze resolute. I understand, Lady Tsunade. I will exercise caution in its use. Tsunade sighed softly, observing this exceptionally gifted youth, a wave of complex emotions washing over her. Perhaps this young man would become the future of medical ninjas, potentially altering the fates of many. Her mission was to guide him further, beyond the limits he could envision. With a hint of anticipation, Yuan Yi inquired, Lady Tsunade, may I use the shadow clone to attend ninja school? My sun breathing cannot be practiced through clones. It must be honed by my real self. Tsunade chuckled, a playful glint in her eyes. Ah, I did the same in my youth. Although, I merely sent my clones to attend class while my real self snuck off to have fun. Well then, as long as you do not harm yourself, you may do as you wish. With that, Tsunade turned to leave, clearly eager to indulge in her favorite pastime at the casino. Chapter 13. The Shadow Clone Technique. As Tsunade stepped out of the Senju Manor, eagerly heading to her beloved casino, Yuan Yi swiftly formed hand seals in the courtyard. Shadow Clone Technique. With a wisp of smoke dissipating, 3 identical figures of him materialized in the yard. One clone adeptly picked up a backpack, dutifully making its way toward the Ninja Academy, perfectly embodying the diligent student, Hyuga Yuan Yi. As Tsunade rushed toward the casino, Yuan Yi quickly formed seals in the courtyard. Shadow Clone Technique. With wisps of smoke swirling away, 3 identical figures appeared in the yard. One clone skillfully grabbed the backpack prepared the night before, adjusting the straps with precision, and dutifully headed toward the Ninja Academy, flawlessly portraying the industrious student, Hyuga Yuan Yi. The other 2 clones exchanged knowing glances. Understanding their respective tasks without a word, they turned in unison, entering the room filled with Tsunade's treasured medical texts, ready to engage in a silent battle against the vast ocean of knowledge. As for Yuan Yi's true self, he inhaled the crisp morning air, feeling the slight sluggishness of his chakra from the lingering effects of the previous night's training. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword. The Senju clan's courtyard was spacious and tranquil, adorned with well-placed greenery, far surpassing the oppressive confines of the Hyuga household's yard. making it an ideal place to cultivate the sun-breathing technique. Free from the watchful eyes and constant pressure of the Hyuga clan, Yuan Yi's state of mind achieved an unprecedented clarity and focus. The glint of his sword danced in the morning light, carving precise arcs in the air. Each strike and form flowed more smoothly than the day before, with an added weight behind them. Soon, his clothes were drenched in sweat. Strands of hair clinging to his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the refinement of his swordsmanship and the profound understanding of the sun-breathing technique. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Yuan Yi's shadow clone sat upright, with an impeccably straight back, diligently absorbing the foundational theories of ninjutsu, as explained by the homeroom teacher, a Chunin. This shadow clone flawlessly mirrored Yuan Yi's usual demeanor, reserved and somewhat reclusive. Yet, whenever the instructor called upon him for a response, he articulated the standard answers with utmost brevity and precision, devoid of any superfluous words. This ability piqued the curiosity of many classmates, and even the teacher couldn't help but cast a few extra glances in his direction. Not far away, Minato Namikaze observed Yuan Yi's unusually focused and serious demeanor, a gentle smile instinctively gracing his lips, while a thought flickered in his mind. Today, Yuan Yi seems even quieter than usual. In the study, two shadow clones exhibited astonishing learning efficiency. One clone was engrossed in reading, memorizing the medical texts meticulously annotated by Tsunade. The other activated his Byakugan, veins subtly appearing around his pupils. As he compared the detailed diagram of human meridians while introspectively examining the flow of chakra and the distribution of acupoints within his own shadow clone, he cross-referenced the illustrations from the books with the actual conditions observed through his Byakugan, deepening his comprehension. The Byakugan's penetrating vision was fully realized at this moment. Those medical theories that seemed complex and obscure to others were dissected into clear, comprehensible modules through Yuan Yi's precise insights and rapid analysis, becoming coherent and easy to understand and memorize. Notably, he was particularly adept at perceiving the subtle changes in chakra during treatment. As dusk fell, Tsunade finally left the gambling den, having lost her last coin, returning to the Senju clan with a face full of frustration. Upon stepping through the door, she spotted Yuan Yi's physical form still drenched in sweat, practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard, his strikes growing increasingly fierce, the sound reminiscent of thunder. Meanwhile, the two shadow clones sat side by side under the corridor, engrossed in an intense discussion regarding a particular medical dilemma, their voices low but rapid. The precision required for acupuncture was emphasized. Even a slight deviation from the exact acupoint could render the procedure ineffective or, worse, cause nerve damage, leading to permanent paralysis. While the Byakugan could clearly locate acupoints, how could one ensure absolute stability in the hand during the procedure and precisely control the chakra infusion? One clone furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. Perhaps chakra threads could be utilized for auxiliary positioning and guidance. Simultaneously, the practitioner's breathing and heartbeat must synchronize with the patient's, minimizing self-interference, suggested another clone swiftly. Tsunade listened with keen interest, a glimmer of astonishment and admiration flashing in her eyes. This young man learns remarkably quickly. She strolled to the corridor, casually picking up a copy of Chakra and Human Wound Healing Explained laid open on the stone table. After flipping through a few pages, she posed a question. Yuani, let me test your knowledge. Consider a scenario where a ninja suffers a severe blow to the right humerus during a mission, resulting in a comminuted fracture along with major blood vessel rupture and significant blood loss. In the battlefield, where medical equipment is scarce, how should a medical ninja perform emergency treatment to maximize the chance of saving his arm and buy time for further medical care? Yuani, who was currently calming his breath, along with his two shadow clones, turned toward her almost simultaneously. 3 figures, 3 directions, yet they spoke in perfectly synchronized tones, as if rehearsed. First, apply direct pressure to the brachial artery to stem the bleeding, while swiftly assessing the extent of blood loss and preparing saline solution or substitutes to replenish blood volume. Next, carefully clean the wound of any foreign matter to prevent secondary contamination. Activating the Byakugan, observe the specifics of the shattered bone's shape, quantity, and distribution, along with the exact location and severity of the ruptured vessels. Then, condense chakra into a surgical knife for a precise, minimally invasive incision to quickly expose the ends of the ruptured vessels. Focus intently to use the healing technique or chakra threads to prioritize the anastomosis of the main blood vessels, ensuring the restoration of blood flow to the limb to prevent tissue necrosis. Subsequently, address the fractured humerus, based on Byakugan observations. Attempt to realign and stabilize the larger bone fragments. For smaller, unattached fragments that cannot be perfectly repositioned, they must be completely removed to avoid further injury or infection during subsequent activities. Finally, temporarily stabilize the initially repositioned bone, utilizing available materials to create a makeshift splint. Additionally, channel chakra to gently stimulate the activity of bone cells around the fracture to promote initial healing. Quickly complete the wound dressing and immediately transport the injured party to a medical facility equipped for further treatment. As the three Yuan Yis finished, they looked expectantly at Tsunade for her evaluation. Tsunade's elegantly arched brows raised dramatically, a playful smile curling her lips as she momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. Well, what a clever lad. Your mastery of shadow clone techniques has truly reached an impressive level. Even answering questions feels like a surround sound experience. Tell me, which is the lead voice, and which is the harmony? She approached Yuan Yi's physical form, extending 2 fingers to pinch his slightly taut cheeks from intense training, scrutinizing him with a mix of jest and satisfaction. Training with the sword while your clones study, ensuring progress on both fronts. It seems allowing you to learn this shadow clone technique was an extraordinarily wise decision. The efficiency is commendable. I appreciate it. Yuan Yi maintained his calm demeanor, though a subtle flicker of acknowledgement sparkled in his eyes. Time is precious and must not be squandered. Tsunade, thoroughly amused by his earnest expression, ruffled his hair with a mix of roughness and affection, her movements now more adept than during their previous encounter at the Hyuga household. All right. I know you are diligent and hardworking, the king of study. However, merely learning theory is insufficient. Medical ninjutsu ultimately requires practical experience to truly grasp its essence. She shifted her tone, a serious glint in her eyes. I initially intended for you to spend a month studying texts. However, it seems we need not wait that long. Tomorrow, create an additional shadow clone, and I will personally take it to Konoha Hospital, allowing it to engage with real cases for observational learning. Remember, no matter how intricate the theory, without practical application on patients, it remains mere speculation. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Yuan Yi replied solemnly, an uncontrollable spark of anticipation flickering in his dark eyes. As the last vestige of moonlight slipped behind the clouds, Yuan Yi concluded his day of training, weary yet fulfilled. He returned to his room, seated in a meditative posture, and dispelled all shadow clones. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The nuanced insights gleaned from sword practice, every knowledge point conveyed by the teacher in class, the profound content of complex medical texts, and the details of intense debates between the two clones regarding a pathological viewpoint crashed against his consciousness like a tidal wave. Despite his mental fortitude exceeding that of his peers and even rivaling some adult ninjas, he was momentarily overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, his temples pulsing. He promptly closed his eyes, quietly activating the mental fortification technique he had developed, cautiously sifting through, categorizing, and assimilating the vast information. The fatigue from the day intertwined with the onslaught of knowledge created a peculiar experience. Yet, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. This tangible sensation of becoming stronger and acquiring new knowledge in every fleeting moment was an exquisite joy he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes. In his heart, he murmured softly and unbidden. The bright and exuberant smile of Tsunade appeared in his mind, along with the occasional, inadvertent displays of her concern and protection for him. Her disciple. In this perilous and alien world, where strength reigned supreme, Tsunade's presence was undoubtedly the first true ray of sunshine he had encountered. She not only illuminated his path forward, dispelling the gloom cast by the caged bird, but also began to warm the frozen lake of his heart. Long stifled by years of suppression, he understood that this journey towards freedom and strength had only just begun. Whether it was the lingering threat from the Hyuga clan or the myriad challenges that might arise amidst the ever-shifting tides of the ninja world, he knew he must become stronger, strong enough to safeguard this hard-won warmth and hope, strong enough to firmly grasp his own destiny. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink, and the courtyard was enveloped in silence. Yuan Yi's breathing gradually steadied. and his consciousness sank deeply into the vast ocean of his mind, fully concentrating on assimilating all he had learned that day. New chakra flowed slowly through his meridians, imbued with vibrant life and energy, heralding a future that was not only brighter but also fraught with challenges, unfolding gradually before him. Chapter 14. Entering the Konoha hospital as the morning sun had yet to fully disperse the mist in the courtyard. Yuan Yi's true self was already immersed in the practice of the breath of the sun. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a faint whistle with each swing. His strikes became more precise and steady than the day before. He could distinctly feel the flow of chakra within him becoming increasingly smooth, aided by the markings on his body, and the growth of his power felt palpably real, intensifying his yearning for the future. Shadow clone technique. With a sharp call for more Yuan Yi's appeared in the courtyard. One clone donned a backpack, expressionless as it headed towards the ninja academy. For him, the daily classes were more of a guise to blend into the environment and a systematic organization of the fundamental knowledge of this era. The other two clones adeptly made their way into the study, continuing to grapple with the complex medical texts. With the aid of the Byakugan, their learning efficiency was astonishing, deepening their understanding of human meridians, pharmacological properties, and pathological analyses at an incredible pace. The final clone stood quietly in a corner of the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of his master, who would lead him into a new realm. The chakra distribution within this clone was slightly different, more focused on maintaining prolonged, detailed observation and perception. When Tsunade emerged from her room, yawning, she beheld this scene. The original was swinging his sword in the morning light, while the three clones diligently attended to their tasks, making the courtyard of the Senju mansion appear somewhat bustling due to the presence of this young man. Are you ready, kid? Tsunade rubbed her bleary eyes, seemingly having indulged in a few drinks in some unknown corner the night before. Yet her gaze towards the shadow clone remained clear and focused. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The clone bowed slightly as they made their way to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade's hands were tucked casually into her pockets, her demeanor exuding a commanding presence without any hint of anger. Passers-by on the street greeted her respectfully, their eyes filled with awe and trust. This heartfelt reverence starkly contrasted with the authority maintained by the Hyuga clan through bloodline and curses. The shadow clone silently trailed behind Tsunade, observing the surroundings with the Byakugan. The morning in Konoha village was vibrant, with ninjas hurrying along and children laughing and playing. Everything seemed so peaceful. Yet beneath this tranquility, he keenly sensed subtle fluctuations in chakra. Those were the Umbu conducting their routine patrols. They arrived. Tsunade halted before a grand building. This was the Konoha Hospital, the pinnacle of medical expertise in the ninja world, where she had devoted countless efforts. As soon as they stepped through the hospital doors, a strong medicinal scent enveloped them, mingled with the sharp odor of disinfectants. The corridor bustled with activity. Patients were slowly moving with the support of their families, while medical ninjas hurried by, their expressions solemn. Lady Tsunade. Numerous medical ninjas greeted her along the way, their gazes curious and inquisitive as they glanced at the shadow clone of Yuan Yi behind her. A young apprentice, a member of the Hyuga clan, personally brought by Lady Tsunade, was indeed a rare sight. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Tsunade led the shadow clone into a spacious treatment room. From today onwards, you will observe and learn here. Watch closely, take notes, and speak less. If you have questions, ask me privately later. Understood. Soon, the first patient was brought in. It was a Chunin who had sustained injuries during a mission. A kunai had inflicted a deep wound on his right leg, exposing bone, and blood had nearly soaked through the makeshift bandage. Lady Tsunade, the wound is too deep, and the blood loss is significant. Conventional methods of hemostasis are proving ineffective. A young female medical ninja said anxiously. Tsunade nodded, gesturing for her to step aside. She approached the injured man, her hands glowing with a gentle green chakra, which she delicately placed over the wound. Creation rebirth. The shadow clone's Byakugan was already activated, clearly observing as Tsunade's exquisite control of chakra seamlessly stitched the damaged blood vessels together, while the muscle tissue began to visibly writhe and regenerate. The once violent outpouring of life force quickly subsided under the soothing green light. How impressive, the young female ninja marveled, her eyes filled with admiration. After tending to the wound, Tsunade glanced at Yuani. Did you see that clearly? Yes. The clone nodded. Lady Tsunade's chakra control is as if it possesses life itself. Not only did it repair the damage, but it also guided the tissue towards optimal regeneration, minimizing the potential for scarring and functional impairment. A barely perceptible smile graced Tsunade's lips. This young man had a keen eye. For the next while, the shadow clone followed Tsunade, observing a variety of cases. There were Chunin injured in training, Jinin suffering from chakra disturbances, and even a hapless soul poisoned by consuming unknown mushrooms. Each time, Tsunade swiftly and accurately diagnosed the ailments, administering the most appropriate treatments. Her techniques were decisive and efficient, yet imbued with a profound reverence for life. The shadow clone absorbed these invaluable practical experiences like a sponge. The theoretical knowledge from books seamlessly merged with reality at that moment, elevating his understanding of medical ninjutsu to a new level. In the afternoon, a particularly challenging patient was brought in. An elderly man, who had been fine just days prior, suddenly began experiencing severe abdominal pain accompanied by a high fever. Yet the village's medical ninjas could not pinpoint the exact cause after thorough examinations. Strange, all physiological indicators seem stable, and chakra flow shows no obvious abnormalities. How could he be in such pain? A seasoned medical leader furrowed his brow, perplexed. Tsunade also conducted a careful examination, her expression mirroring the confusion of her colleague. Such internal emergencies without clear external injuries, where the chakra system appeared normal, were the most troublesome. Just as everyone was at a loss, the shadow clone, who had been quietly standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. "Lady Tsunade, may I take a closer look?" Tsunade glanced at him with surprise and nodded. The shadow clone approached the elderly man's bedside, activating the Byakugan with full force, the veins at the corners of his eyes slightly bulging. His gaze seemed to penetrate flesh and bone, delving directly into the intricate structures of the man's abdominal cavity. Moments later, he lifted his head and stated with certainty, "There are gallstones present, one of which is lodged in the neck of the gallbladder, causing acute inflammation." Gallstones? The medical squad leader was taken aback. However, we had utilized chakra perception and found no notable foreign obstruction. While the Byakugan excels in perspective, it is theoretically less effective than the seasoned medical ninja's chakra sensing when it comes to detecting minute lesions within organs. The shadow clone explained, "The stone is relatively small, and its composition closely resembles the surrounding tissue density, making it easily overlooked by conventional chakra detection. Yet, through the Byakugan, I observed a minuscule anomaly in chakra flow at the neck of the gallbladder, whose shape and location align perfectly with the typical characteristics of gallstones. Furthermore, within the inflammatory region, cellular activity exhibited a peculiar, high-frequency chaotic fluctuation." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes brightened. She immediately approached for a closer examination, this time condensing her chakra with greater precision. Indeed, at the location indicated by the shadow clone, she detected an extremely faint irregularity. "Well done." Tsunade couldn't help but praise. "Your observational skills are impressive. Even I nearly overlooked it." Without hesitation, she formulated a treatment plan. Following a minor surgical procedure, several rice-sized stones were successfully extracted, providing immediate relief from the elder's pain. The other medical ninjas in the treatment room gazed at the shadow clone of YORIICHI with a mix of astonishment and admiration. This seemingly taciturn Hyuga youth possessed such keen insight. The scion of the Hyuga clan indeed has some merit. The medical squad leader, who had previously looked down upon him, now had to concede. Tsunade patted the shadow clone's shoulder, her eyes gleaming with unabashed admiration. "Well done. Bringing you to the hospital was undoubtedly the right choice." In the evening, the shadow clone returned to the Senju estate, where the original YORIICHI had already concluded his training in the breath of the sun and was seated cross-legged on the porch, recuperating. The two other shadow clones studying medicine had also paused their learning, awaiting feedback from the hospital. With a puff, the hospital's shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A torrent of information surged into YORIICHI's mind. Clinical manifestations of various ailments, Tsunade's exquisite treatment techniques, and insights on the application of the Byakugan in practical diagnostics, all converging like a gentle stream flowing into the sea, instantly enriching his understanding of medical ninjutsu. "How does it feel?" Tsunade, having approached unbeknownst to him, held a food box from which an enticing aroma wafted. "Invaluable," YORIICHI replied, his eyes alight with excitement. The integration of theory and practice exceeded all expectations. "Naturally," Tsunade replied with a hint of pride, "as my disciple, how could you fall short? Now, Don't just focus on training. It's time to eat. I've won a bit of money today. Let's indulge in some barbecue. Observing Tsunade's exuberance, a smile crept onto YORIICHI'S lips. This master of his, though addicted to gambling and occasionally unreliable, commanded his deep respect, both for her strength and character. In the courtyard of the Senju estate, the aroma of grilled meat rose gently. YORIICHI dined quietly, feeling both the fatigue of his body and the enrichment of his spirit. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, and the threat from the Hyuga clan loomed like a sword suspended overhead. While the ninja world remained unpredictable, he must grow stronger, strong enough to seize his own destiny and safeguard this hard-won peace and hope. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Ninja Academy, another shadow clone of YORIICHI yawned and turned to a new page of history of the Land of Fire. Minato approached curiously, asking, YORIICHI, why have you been reading these tedious books all day? You skipped the taijutsu class this afternoon, and the teacher seemed a bit upset. The shadow clone, not lifting its head, replied, I am contemplating life. Minato thought that today, YORIICHI seemed even more inscrutable than usual. Chapter 15. A year of time flew by, and a year slipped silently away. At the Konoha hospital, in the emergency room, a patient was losing blood rapidly. His pupils began to dilate, and his heartbeat weakened. A medical ninja, drenched in sweat, spoke with a trembling voice. Lying on the bed was AJ Neen, who had been ambushed during a mission. The wounds on his chest and abdomen were deep enough to expose bone, and blood nearly soaked the entire sheet. A number of medical ninjas surrounded the bedside, their healing techniques flickering uncertainly, struggling to stem the rapid decline of the patient's vital signs. The atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Make way. A calm, cool voice rang out, not loud yet imbued with an undeniable stabilizing force. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path. YORIICHI Hyuga approached the bedside. Noticeably taller than a year ago, his stature more upright, and the childishness in his features had given way to an extraordinary composure and sharpness beyond his years. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hands over the patient's wounds, and gentle, pure chakra flowed from his palms. Unlike the typical green glow of healing techniques, YORIICHI's chakra bore a faint golden hue, as if imbued with a warm life force. Byakugan, he exclaimed, veins slightly protruding at his temples, and his pure white eyes instantly perceived everything within the patient's body. Ruptured organs, severed blood vessels, chaotic chakra currents. All the intricate injuries were laid bare before him. The spleen was ruptured, rib fragments had pierced parts of the lung, the diaphragm was torn, and there were at least 7 internal bleeding points. YORIICHI swiftly articulated the diagnosis, his speech steady and clear. The surrounding medical ninjas gasped in astonishment. To make such an accurate assessment at a mere glance was astonishing. YORIICHI's hands remained in motion as he precisely localized the injuries using the Byakugan. His chakra acted like the finest surgical tool, carefully repairing the damaged tissues while simultaneously allocating a portion of chakra to stabilize the patient's faltering heartbeat. His movements were fluid and efficient, devoid of any superfluous actions. Nearby, Tsunade crossed her arms and observed quietly, a faint hint of pride gracing her expression. This disciple had grown at a pace that even she found astonishing. The boy who had once been bullied in the Hyuga clan had begun to exhibit the potential of a top-tier medical ninja. His control over chakra is beyond what any human should be capable of. A seasoned medical ninja could not help but whisper in awe. YORIICHI'S chakra was meticulously detailed. It not only facilitated the most intricate repairs, but also actively guided cellular activity during the process, promoting rapid tissue regeneration while minimizing inflammation and rejection reactions. This exquisite application of life energy had transcended the ordinary realm of medical ninjutsu. As seconds ticked away, the atmosphere in the emergency room shifted from despair to tension, then gradually to a glimmer of hope. Finally, YORIICHI slowly withdrew his hands. Fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion pale, clearly exhausted. The major internal bleeding had ceased, and vital signs were temporarily stabilized. Further meticulous suturing and recuperation would be necessary. On the monitor, the patient's once feeble heartbeat gradually gained strength. Tsunade stepped forward, patting YORIICHI on the shoulder. Well done. At the Ninja Academy training ground, Minato remarked, YORIICHI, it seems you've grown significantly stronger recently. He watched YORIICHI effortlessly complete all the taijutsu exercises, his eyes filled with admiration. Sunlight glimmered upon his golden hair, and his smile remained as warm as ever. Over the past year, Minato's talent had also fully blossomed, his strength surging forward, rightfully claiming the title of the top student in their year. Yet, he always felt that this high GOJO'S was as unfathomable as an abyss. YORIICHI merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. He sensed the pure, powerful chakra emanating from Minato, as well as the genuine kindness in him. Not far away, Jiraiya leaned against a tree, chewing on a blade of grass, squinting as he scrutinized the shadow clone of YORIICHI. TSK, this young fellow has significantly fortified his chakra reserves over the past year. Tsunade truly has stumbled upon a gem, Jiraiya mused to himself, stroking his chin. Initially, he merely aimed to lend the boy a hand. Yet he never anticipated that Yuan Yi's aptitude would surpass his expectations by such a margin. However, those eyes remain as frigid as ever. Jiraiya shook his head, recalling the caged bird of the Hyuga clan, feeling a twinge of regret within. After the examination concluded, Yuan Yi's shadow clone was about to depart when it was intercepted by a figure, Hinata Yuenichi. A year had passed, and Yuenichi had grown taller, her once arrogant demeanor tempered. Yet her gaze toward Yuan Yi remained complex, filled with resentment, curiosity, and an emotion she struggled to articulate. Yuan Yi, Yuenichi began, her voice steadier than before. How have you fared under Lady Tsunade's tutelage? Though part of her mission was to surveil Yuan Yi on behalf of the elder, her inquiry bore a hint of genuine curiosity. She had occasionally caught wind of Yuan Yi's astounding performance at the Konoha hospital, and the boy she once bullied appeared to be shining in a way she could hardly comprehend. Yuan Yi's shadow clone regarded her with a neutral expression, replying, "Thank you for your concern. I am doing well." With that, he brushed past her. Watching him depart, Yuenichi felt an inexplicable sense of loss. His silhouette, though still upright, seemed even more distant than a year prior. Clenching her fists, she vowed silently, "I will surpass you. The honor of the Hyuga clan shall not be tarnished." In the depths of the Senju estate, late at night, Yuan Yi sat cross-legged, dispelling all shadow clones. A torrent of information surged into his mind, which he absorbed and digested with meticulous order. Medical knowledge, ninjutsu techniques, swordsmanship insights, and experiences from the Ninja Academy nourished his growth. Over the past year, Tsunade had imparted her wisdom without reservation, offering not only ninjutsu and medical skills, but also an unwavering trust and protection. This kindness he etched deeply into his heart. Yet, his gaze toward the Hyuga clan grew increasingly frigid. Though he resided in the territory of the Senju, the shadow of the caged bird lingered ominously. He sensed that the Hyuga clan had never relinquished their control over him. Strength, he needed greater strength. Clenching his fists, he cast his gaze towards the night sky outside the window, where a luminous moon hung high, casting a cool, silvery glow. His journey had only just begun, whether for freedom or to safeguard the warmth he had fought so hard to attain. He must constantly grow stronger until the day he could truly seize his destiny and tear apart that cursed cage. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the courtyard, whispering the infinite possibilities of the future. Yuan Yi's heart was as calm as water, yet it concealed tumultuous waves within. A new day, new challenges. He was already prepared. Chapter 16, Uzumaki Kushina. In the 31st year of Konoha, it was a year of steady development for the Hidden Leaf Village. The governance of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of the villagers. The village thrived, and a new generation of ninjas emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. For Hinata Yuani, this year was equally extraordinary. In the morning, within the courtyard of the Senju estate, the sound of wooden swords slicing through the air resonated rhythmically. Yuan Yi immersed himself in the practice of the breath of the sun, sweat cascading down his determined face. His medical ninjutsu, honed through Tsunade's sporadic inspections and the overwhelming volume of cases at the Konoha hospital, had long surpassed ordinary medical ninjas, occasionally allowing him to offer unique insights into some of Tsunade's novel ideas, leaving her both astonished and delighted, exclaiming that she had struck gold. With the perceptiveness of the Byakugan and the relentless pursuit of the breath of the sun, he had spared no effort. The Senju estate had nearly become his second home, and beneath Tsunade's seemingly brusque demeanor lay a meticulous care for him, even as she remained eager to squander her winnings at the gambling den, returning with a long face to mooch off his meals. Meanwhile, a significant event subtly unfolded in the ninja world. Uzumaki Kushina arrived in Konoha. Her fiery red hair stood out vividly against the streets of Konoha. Carrying a weathered bag, she observed this unfamiliar, yet soon-to-be home with a blend of curiosity and caution. Hailing from the now-destroyed land of whirlpools, she bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and a heavy mission. Her bright violet eyes sparkled with defiance and concealed a hint of trepidation regarding the unknown. She had heard of Konoha's strength and prosperity and understood her objective, to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So this is Konoha? There are indeed many people here. Far more lively than in our village, Kushina murmured to herself, tightening her grip on her backpack, striving to quell the tumult within. At the Ninja Academy, Yuani, I've made progress on the technique we discussed. Minato Namikaze, with his habitual gentle smile, exclaimed. He regarded the shadow clone of Yuani, sensing an aura of calmness akin to a deep pool of water. Yuan Yi's shadow clone merely nodded slightly, executing the standard motion of sheathing a kunai without offering further explanation. Throughout this year, he remained the taciturn and academically proficient member of the Hyuga branch. Yet his prowess grew at an astonishing pace, leaving everyone in silent awe. The friendly rivalry with Minato spurred both to break through their limits. Jiraiya, as always, appeared drowsy, leaning against the shade of a tree on the playground, a blade of grass clamped in his mouth. Watching the spirited young ones with a smile that only he could comprehend. His gaze flitted between Minato and Yuan Yi. One radiated like the sun, while the other was as tranquil as the deep sea, both promising pillars of Konoha's future. Yet, Yuan Yi's eyes remained somewhat cold. What a pity. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the academy, accompanied by a red-haired girl and a few ENBU operatives. Silence. Students, I would like to introduce you to Uzumaki Kushina, who will be joining our Konoha ninja school from today. Let us all get along well, he announced warmly, his voice echoing clearly throughout the classroom. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom converged on the red-haired girl, drawn like iron filings to a magnet. Kushina straightened her small frame, her face taut, and faced the dozens of curious, probing, and even somewhat peculiar gazes without flinching. I am Uzumaki Kushina. Please take care of me. My dream is to become Konoha's first female Hokage. Don't underestimate me just because you all have strange hairstyles. Her spirited declaration, brimming with vigor and a hint of bravado, plunged the classroom into an unusual silence. Wow, such red hair. It looks like a tomato. A timid voice piped up from a corner. Laughter erupted from several students, unable to contain their amusement. A female Hokage? That's quite bold. Sneers of derision followed suit. Minato watched Kushina, his eyes flashing with surprise before breaking into his signature gentle smile, finding her intriguing. Her red hair resembled flames in the sunlight, radiating an indomitable spirit. Yuan Yi's shadow clone observed her calmly, and beneath the Byakugan, the vast, vibrant chakra within Kushina was unmistakable, surpassing that of her peers, rivaling even some Chunin. Humph. A bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Kushina, with her hands defiantly placed on her hips, pouted her small face in anger, seemingly unfazed by the malicious whispers surrounding her. Instead, she exuded the proud demeanor of a peacock, casting a challenging gaze across the crowd, ultimately settling on the most radiant Minato Namikaze and the uniquely charismatic Hinata Yuenichi. She sensed a distinct difference between these two individuals and the other whispering children around them, particularly the one with white eyes, whose penetrating gaze made her feel somewhat exposed, as if she were unclothed. Beneath the sun, the red-haired girl shone like the rising sun itself, radiating an undeniable vigor as she boldly stepped into the sight of Konoha's younger generation. Her arrival heralded the onset of new ripples that would soon sweep across this land. YORIICHI, in his true form within the courtyard of the Senju residence, gradually sheathed his sword, exhaling a cloud of breath, with beads of crystalline sweat cascading down his forehead. Through the information relayed by the recently dispelled shadow clone, he had witnessed the scene that unfolded at the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Kushina, he softly murmured, a flicker of understanding and complexity passing through his eyes. This name bore an abundance of stories and emotions within his past life's memories. He realized that as these pivotal figures continued to emerge, the wheel of fate for this world was rolling forward at an unstoppable pace, one he need not impede. Thus, he must seize every moment to strengthen himself, becoming powerful enough to navigate the grand currents of this era and secure his own freedom and peace. The elders of the Hyuga clan were still watching. Chapter 17. Spiraling sphere. On a scorching summer day in Konoha, the sun blazed, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. Beneath the shade of trees at the training ground, the air felt almost stagnant. YORIICHI'S true form continued to sweat profusely in the courtyard of the Senju residence, each breath synchronizing with subtle adjustments of his muscles and meridians as he progressed toward a more perfect realm. Meanwhile, at the training ground, one of his shadow clones engaged in daily practice alongside Minato and Kushina. Water release, water chaos wave. Kushina puffed her cheeks, her hands rapidly forming seals. Her long crimson hair slightly billowing due to the surge of chakra. Gathering all her strength, she unleashed a stream of water, but it veered off course, dissipating into vapor before leaving only a small wet patch on the ground, barely moistening a few fallen leaves. Damn it, why is it still like this? My chakra is ample, she fumed, stamping her foot, her face flushed with frustration. Undeterred, she attempted again, but the water flowed even more crookedly, nearly dousing an innocent sapling nearby. Seeing this, Minato quickly approached to offer comfort, his signature gentle smile gracing his face. Kushina, don't be disheartened. Your chakra reservoir is truly impressive. It simply requires more time for you to familiarize yourself with and control it. Look, compared to last time, your water's cohesion has improved significantly. Humph, Minato, you just know how to say nice things. Kushina pouted, though some of her vexation dissipated. She cast a furtive glance at YORIICHI'S expressionless shadow clone not far away, feeling a competitive spark within her. This white-eyed guy, usually so quiet, was absurdly powerful. The basic ninjutsu he had taught her still left her stumbling. Yet he always wore an expression suggesting it was all so simple, which only fueled her frustration. YORIICHI'S shadow clone paid no heed to the interactions nearby. He calmly observed Minato and began to speak. Minato, your understanding of chakra transformation has reached a critical juncture. Do you recall what I told you about the effects of compressing and rotating a tribute-less chakra to its utmost limit? Minato's eyes lit up at this, excitement glimmering in his azure gaze. Yes, I've been pondering this question. YORIICHI, are you suggesting that we can develop chakra's form to its fullest without relying on any attribute changes? That is one way to interpret it. YORIICHI'S shadow clone nodded. Theoretically, such a pure transformation could possess power rivaling advanced ninjutsu, if not surpassing it. The key lies in finding that balance and maintaining this highly unstable energy form. Minato took a deep breath, extending his right hand, and began to channel chakra through his body. He closed his eyes, meticulously feeling the flow of chakra within his palm, striving to compress and rotate it. Boom! A small burst of chakra exploded in his palm, dissipating into nothingness. Minato did not falter. He tried again. Once, twice, 10 times. Sweat gradually soaking his hairline, yet the focus on his face remained unwavering. Kushina, too, paused her training, curiously approaching to observe Minato wrestling with his own hand. What is he up to now? Kushina whispered to YORIICHI. YORIICHI'S shadow clone replied calmly. He is creating his own ninjutsu. Creating ninjutsu? Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. To her, mastering existing ninjutsu was already an impressive feat, and the idea of creating one seemed utterly fantastical. This YORIICHI always spoke in such a daunting manner. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from Minato's palm, a powerful wave of chakra radiating outward from him. A rapidly spinning, solidified sphere of chakra formed in his hand, emitting a low hum, causing the surrounding air to twist. I did it! Minato exclaimed with joy as he opened his eyes, gazing at the sphere of chakra pulsating with extraordinary energy, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. YORIICHI, I succeeded. This feeling is incredible. I shall name it the high-speed rotating chakra impact sphere. YORIICHI'S shadow clone's lips twitched imperceptibly at the naming choice. Familiar territory indeed. Kushina, however, looked at Minato with admiration, her gaze shifting between him and the blue sphere in his palm. Wow, Minato, you're amazing. That blue sphere looks so powerful. 100 times stronger than my water chaos wave. Ahem, YORIICHI'S shadow clone cleared his throat, interrupting Minato's somewhat juvenile naming process. Minato, this technique can be referred to as the spiraling sphere. Remember, shape transformation is merely the first step. The true challenge lies in releasing it stably and hitting the target. Spiraling sphere. Minato repeated the name, his eyes growing brighter. Yes, spiraling sphere. What a great name. Concise and powerful. Thank you, YORIICHI. He attempted to project the spiraling sphere forward, yet the moment it left his palm, it immediately lost stability, bursting apart with a resounding crash, stirring a gust of wind that sent Kushina's red hair flying and compelled her to shield her face with a gasp. It appears there is still a long way to go. Minato scratched his head, chuckling, undeterred by the failure. He found the challenge even more enticing. YORIICHI'S shadow clone nodded, his gaze profound. Minato's talent was indeed remarkable. Under his guidance, he had managed to develop the spiraling sphere over a year ahead of schedule. Though it was still in its nascent form and could not yet be released, its potential was undeniable. Well, look who we have here, the young Hyuga. And that golden-haired kid, along with the red-haired girl. Quite the spirited bunch, even in this heat. A somewhat hoarse, yet robust voice echoed from the entrance of the training ground. The three turned to see a tall man with disheveled white hair. Wearing an oil-slick forehead protector, lazily leaning against a tree, hands tucked into his pockets, a blade of grass protruding from his mouth. It was none other than Jiraiya. "Sensei," Minato exclaimed with delight, rushing over. Kushina, however, eyed the suddenly appearing eccentric man warily, recalling how he had mysteriously appeared last time as well. YORIICHI'S shadow clone offered a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. Jiraiya broke into a broad smile, casting his gaze over the three individuals before him, ultimately resting on Minato, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Minato, my boy, you've made remarkable progress lately. Was that technique just now something you developed? Quite impressive indeed." Minato, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly. "Yes. Teacher Jiraiya, it's called the Rasengan. However, it's still not perfected. It was Yui who guided me." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, casting another glance at Yui's shadow clone, silently acknowledging. This lad is indeed a treasure trove. Chapter 18. Prelude to War. The winds of Konoha in the 32nd year felt more urgent than in previous years. The scorching summer sun bore down upon the earth, causing the air in the training grounds to shimmer slightly due to the heat, while the cicadas sang their exhausting song, stirring an air of restlessness. The friction between the major ninja villages intensified, akin to a taut bowstring that could snap at any moment. The shadow of war silently loomed over Konoha. In the courtyard of the Senju estate, Yui's real body was bare-chested, sweat cascading down his bronzed skin like a brook, outlining his fluid and explosive musculature. The sunwheel blade in his hand had been replaced with the genuine article, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistle as the blade glinted ominously in the sunlight. The operation of the breath of the sun had grown increasingly refined, the patterns on his skin flickering in and out of visibility. Each breath seemed to summon the celestial power of the sun. Tsunade and Jiraiya had become increasingly scarce in the village. As the pillars of Konoha, they were frequently dispatched to the borders for various high-stakes missions, often absent for 10 days to a fortnight. Before departing, Tsunade would anxiously hand Yui a pile of scrolls and medical notes, admonishing him not to slack off. Her gaze filled with concern and reluctance. At the Konoha hospital, one of Yui's shadow clones was meticulously tending to the injured. His techniques had become increasingly adept, and the insight provided by his Byakugan, in conjunction with his masterful chakra control, positioned him as one of Tsunade's most reliable supports in her absence. The younger medical ninjas regarded him with deep respect and trust, having transitioned from initial curiosity to profound admiration. "Dr. Yui, this patient has multiple fractures in the leg bones and nerve damage. The situation is quite complex," a nurse reported anxiously. The shadow clone nodded, approached the bedside, activated his Byakugan, and carefully examined the injured leg. After a moment, he spoke in a calm and confident tone. "Prepare for surgery, debridement, bone realignment, and nerve suturing. Notify the blood bank to prepare blood." His composed demeanor inadvertently soothed the surrounding chaos. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a different scene unfolded. "Rasengan," Minato shouted, gathering a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere in his palm and forcefully striking a wooden post before him. Boom! Wood splintered and flew, the hardened post suffering a gaping hole the size of a bowl, its edges charred and exuding the heat generated from the intense chakra friction. "Wow, Minato, your technique is getting more powerful," Kushina exclaimed, her fiery red hair billowing in the wind, her eyes wide with excitement and admiration. Over the past year, she had fully integrated into life in Konoha, her boisterous personality enabling her to forge many friendships, with Minato being the closest among them. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I still have a long way to go. Yui mentioned that the Rasengan's potential can be even greater, I just need to refine my chakra control. Not far away, another shadow clone of Yui was engaging in taijutsu practice with several classmates. His movements were succinct and efficient, each strike perfectly measured, delivering just enough force to highlight his opponent's weaknesses without causing harm. He resembled a living textbook of taijutsu, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Darn it, that white-haired kid. Always so laid back. It really gets on my nerves. Kushina muttered to Minato, puffing her cheeks. She still found it difficult to tolerate Yui's calm demeanor, feeling that he always concealed something, unlike the forthright Minato. Minato chuckled softly and refrained from responding, understanding Yui's character and the burdens he bore, which were far heavier than they appeared. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared at the edge of the training ground, beckoning to Minato. A chill ran down Minato's spine as he hurried over. The Umbu whispered something in his ear, and Minato's expression instantly turned grave. Minato, what's wrong? Kushina sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly inquired. Minato took a deep breath and replied slowly, the Hokage has summoned me. It seems something has happened at the border. Yui's shadow clone also halted his practice, directing a knowing glance at Minato. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. In the evening, at the Senju estate, Yui concluded a day of training, sitting cross-legged in the corridor to recuperate. One by one, his shadow clones dissipated, a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Medical cases from the hospital, insights from the Ninja Academy, and the news of Minato's summons all converged within him for analysis. Tsunade had yet to return. He could distinctly sense the oppressive atmosphere of war thickening in the air. The patrols of ninjas in the village had increased, and the once leisurely and pleasant streets now felt tense and strained. Gently brushing his forehead, Yui felt the distinct markings of the cursed seal still vivid upon his skin. He understood that once war erupted, the Hyuga clan's control over the branch family would become even more severe. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard himself and those he cherished amidst the impending chaos, strong enough to tear apart this wretched cage. As night deepened, the moonlight poured down like mercury, casting a cold silver hue over the courtyard. Yui slowly opened his eyes, a determined glint flashing within. He rose and walked to the center of the courtyard, gripping his sun-wheel blade tightly once more. First form of the breath of the sun, the dragon's head dance of the solar halo. The blade's light erupted, akin to the sun's ascent, transforming into a flaming dragon that twisted and roared in the silent night sky, as if to shatter the oppressive darkness entirely. That night, many in Konoha felt the sudden, heart-pounding intent of the blade. Far away in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and gazed toward the Senju estate, a complex expression crossing his features. Tsunade's disciple is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, at the border, Tsunade, having just emerged from a brutal battle, seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze toward Konoha, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. That little rascal seems to have grown considerably stronger. The footsteps of war drew ever closer, and the younger generation of Konoha was preparing to face the impending storm in their own unique ways. Chapter 19. The storm approaches in the 33rd year of Konoha. The long-standing conflicts between the great nations simmered beneath the surface like molten lava, catalyzed by economic disparities and the struggle for resources, now poised to erupt and plunge the entire ninja world into the depths of war. Hawkish rhetoric advocating territorial expansion through military might gradually took precedence among the upper echelons of various nations. The ominous clouds of the Second Great Ninja War were swiftly gathering, becoming increasingly visible in the seemingly peaceful sky. The courtyard of the Senju estate remained Yui's steadfast training ground. His real body was currently undergoing the ultimate refinement of the breath of the sun's sweat had thoroughly soaked his thin clothing, clinging to his increasingly formidable physique. With each muscle expansion and contraction brimming with explosive power, the sun-wheel blade, catching the morning sunlight, sliced through the air, creating a series of sharp arcs, distorting the atmosphere as if it were being scorched. Yui silently recited his thoughts, checking the system interface. Comprehensive Character Template System, Host, Hyuga Yuan Yi, Age, 9 years, Negative Status, Caged Bird, System Evaluation, finally able to survive in the war. Basic Information, Physical Strength, 2,400-2,500, Jinin, 100-500. Chunin, 500-1000, Jonin, 1,000-5,000, Elite Jonin, 5,000-10,000, Kage level, 10,000-50,000, Sage level, above 100,000. Divine level, chakra, 1900-2000. Chakra quantity increases with physical and mental strength. Mental strength, soul power 3000. Bloodline, Hyuga clan, talent, exclusive to transmigrators. Soul level far exceeds native beings, but limited by age and caged bird. Character template, 1. Sukuna Yuan Yi, Demon Slayer. Unlock conditions, beginner's gift package, current abilities. All forms of sun breathing, striped awakening, transparent world. Current skills, Byakugan, activation level 80. Limited by caged bird, gentle fist. Proficient, self-created gentle fist, not yet named by host completion level 90. All forms of sun breathing, proficient, striped awakening, proficient, transparent world, proficient, current equipment, Nichiren blade, ranked weapon can be summoned from the system space at any time. Current tasks, 1. Basic training. Objective, break through caged bird. Reward, awakening of reincarnation I bloodline, 2. Special task. Objective, completely break free from the control of the Hyuga clan. Reward, second template unlocked. System store. Current points, 50,000. Current purchasable. Sky dance technique, 60,000. Senza beans, 10,000. Note, the store function will gradually open as the host grows. In the past year, the figures of Tsunade and Jiraiya have become increasingly scarce. As the pinnacle combat power of Konoha, they have been tirelessly traversing the increasingly tense borderlines, addressing various thorny conflicts and frictions. Each time before leaving, Tsunade would shove a thick stack of medical insights and newly researched forbidden technique scrolls into Yuan Yi's hands, scolding him not to be lazy and to expect a checkup upon her return, her eyes revealing an unmistakable blend of concern and hope. Standing firm as a caged bird, Yuan Yi gently caressed the faint but stubborn mark on his forehead, his gaze growing somber. He could sense that, with the encroaching shadow of war, the ancient and decayed will within the Hyuga clan seemed to stir once more. His current strength might suffice against an ordinary jonin, yet it was still insufficient when faced with the clan's ancient monsters wielding the core techniques of the caged bird. Not nearly enough, he murmured softly, his grip on the blade tightening. At Konoha Hospital, Yuan Yi's medical shadow clone, as usual, handled the backlog of cases with calm efficiency. His Byakugan had evolved to an entirely new realm through over a year of intensive clinical practice. Not only could he perceive the subtle changes within the human meridians, but he could also vaguely sense the activity and energy flow at the cellular level. Coupled with his extraordinary chakra control and the vast medical knowledge acquired from Tsunade, his medical prowess was now sufficient to stand alone even within the entire Konoha hospital. Dr. Yuan Yi, this patient is a chunin from the patrol team, severely injured from an unidentified attack. The nerve bundle in his right arm is significantly damaged, accompanied by severe chakra erosion, a young medical kunoichi reported anxiously, her gaze toward Yuan Yi filled with reliance and trust. Yuan Yi's shadow clone nodded, approaching the bedside. Activating his Byakugan, a soft golden chakra flowed from his fingertips, gently probing into the injured arm. Moments later, he frowned slightly. This is the work of a puppeteer from the land of wind. There are traces of toxins and chakra threads remaining in the wound. Prepare for debridement, separate the nerves, and use my method for chakra-guided repair. Additionally, prepare compatible blood for backup. His voice, though soft, carried a stabilizing force. The surrounding medical ninjas immediately sprang into organized action. In the training ground of the ninja school, the atmosphere was subtly charged. Rasengan. Minato's voice rang out as the rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere in his palm had solidified several times over compared to a year prior, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it crashed into a specially designed alloy training post. Boom! A piercing sound of metal twisting echoed. As the hard alloy post was forcefully driven into a deep pit, the edges melting and deforming from the intense friction, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Wow, Minato! That sphere is becoming more and more monstrous. Kushina exclaimed, her fiery red hair flying wildly from the shockwave, her violet eyes wide with astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if to fit an egg. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining a gentle and humble smile, still not stable enough. It dissipates too quickly after detachment. Moreover, its power has yet to reach the limit that Yuani mentioned. He glanced toward Yuan Yi's shadow clone, who was instructing other classmates in physical techniques, filled with admiration and a competitive spirit. Yuan Yi's shadow clone noticed his gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kushina puffed her cheeks in discontent, muttering to Minato, "Humph, that Byakugan kid is still as cold as ever, as if nothing piques his interest. Why do you always talk about him? You're impressive too." Minato merely smiled at her words, offering no further explanation. He understood that the burdens Yuan Yi bore and his aspirations were far more complex than they appeared. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the training ground. A messenger ninja clad in Konoha attire rushed in, hurrying directly to the supervising teacher, presenting a scroll. The teacher opened the scroll, and his expression instantly shifted to one of gravity. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a barely perceptible weight. "Attention, all students. The Hokage has issued a decree. Due to the current tense situation, all graduating classes of this ninja school will graduate early. Effective immediately, you will officially become Konoha Genin. Assigned to missions, safeguarding the village." Boom. The entire training ground erupted in chaos. Early graduation. Is war truly about to commence? Fantastic. I can finally become a real ninja. Excitement, anxiety, anticipation, and unease intermingled on the faces of the young students. Minato's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched, a strong sense of responsibility surging within him. Kushina, however, felt no excitement, as she still needed to learn sealing techniques with Uzumaki Mido and could not leave the village. Yuan Yi's shadow clone watched all this calmly, his heart undisturbed. This day had long been anticipated by him. In the evening, at the Senju estate, Yuan Yi's main body concluded a day of training, slowly exhaling a breath tinged with a faint warmth. His medical and ninja school shadow clones dissipated almost simultaneously. A torrent of information flooding into his mind, swiftly assimilated. Emergency cases from the hospital, news of early graduation from the ninja school, and the increasingly potent atmosphere of war. He approached the window, gazing towards the Hyuga clan residence, his expression deep and contemplative. "The Second Ninja World War, Hanzo of the Salamander," he murmured, recalling several key names. Memories from his previous life flickered through his mind like film clips. He understood that this war would mark the beginning of the legendary three Shinobi and the prologue to countless tragedies. In the midst of this tempest that engulfs the entire ninja world, what role will Hinata Yuenichi play? He retrieves a brand new Konoha headband from his pack, its metallic leaf glimmering with a cold sheen in the twilight glow. As he fastens the headband upon his brow, it conceals the mark of the caged bird, a symbol of humiliation and restraint. In the mirror, the youth's gaze is calm yet resolute, profound as an abyss, as if it holds flickering stars within. The caged bird of the Hyuga clan. He slowly clenches his fist, the knuckles whitening from the exertion. This war may also present my opportunity, a chance to break free from shackles and truly seize my destiny. Outside the window, the evening glow bleeds into the sky, painting it a tragic crimson. A storm is brewing, foreboding a blood-soaked tempest that will sweep across the ninja world. And Konoha, this verdant tree standing tall at the heart of the land of fire, is about to face its most daunting trial. A cold, sharp smile curves at the corners of Yuan's lips. He seems to hear the distant wails and the clash of weapons echoing from the rain village. His gaze turns toward the horizon, where lies the fate he must sever and the dawn of freedom he yearns to embrace. Chapter 20. The shadow of the wolf appears in the 33rd year of Konoha, late summer. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe spins slowly between his fingers, the curling smoke obscuring his somewhat weary visage. Before him stand two upright youths, Namikaze Minato and Hinata Yuenichi. "Minato, I have reviewed the report on your Rasengan, a jutsu of high ninja rank, relying not on elemental change but purely on the perfection of form. Remarkable," Sarutobi praises, his gaze lingering on Minato before shifting to Yuan. "Yuan, Tsunade speaks highly of your medical ninjutsu talent, claiming it is a rare gift in a century." Minato's face bears a humble smile. It is all thanks to Jiraiya-sensei and Yuan's guidance. Yuan maintains his composed demeanor, merely nodding slightly. Tsunade-sensei instructs with great skill. Sarutobi takes a puff from his pipe, exhaling slowly as the smoke gathers and dissipates. "You two, one a disciple of Jiraiya and the other of Tsunade, are both my grand students. The future of Konoha rests upon your generation." He shifts his tone to a serious note. "Given the current situation, I have decided to assign you both to the Umbu, directly under the command of a special task force." Minato's expression sharpens with a mix of gravity and anticipation. The Umbu, an elite unit directly under the Hokage, undertakes the most classified and challenging missions. A flicker of unnoticeable turbulence passes through Yuan's eyes. The Umbu is also a cage, but perhaps it is a key capable of unlocking his fate. Kakashi Hitaki, Sarutobi intones. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi's figure materializes in the office like a specter, silent as if he were one with the shadows. With silver hair and a stern countenance, his gaze is sharp as an eagle, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Simply observing the two youths before him, the intangible aura of strength emanating from him creates a palpable pressure even for Minato. From today, you will be incorporated into my direct squad, codenamed Wolf. Kakashi's voice is low and gravelly, akin to a finely honed blade. I will gradually teach you the rules of the Umbu. Now follow me. Without further ado, Kakashi turns and strides out. Minato and Yuan exchange a glance, silently agreeing to follow. Sarutobi watches their departing figures, his gaze laden with complexity, entrusting these two exceptionally gifted youths, particularly Hinata Yuan, who bears the caged bird. To the Umbu is a precarious gamble. Yet, he believes in Kakashi's capabilities and trusts that these children can mature rapidly amidst the true blood and fire, becoming the pillars that support Konoha. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, the Senju ancestral home, it is much quieter than during the reign of the second Hokage. Yet the meticulously arranged ceiling formations in the courtyard silently narrate the family's former glory and formidable heritage. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, though aged, still possesses eyes that shimmer with the resilience and wisdom of the Uzumaki clan. She sits cross-legged in the main seat, facing her equally seated granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina, who appears somewhat restless. Kushina, the essence of sealing techniques lies in balance and control. Mito's voice is gentle and slow, imbued with a comforting power. Your chakra flows like a rushing river, powerful yet difficult to harness. You must learn not to suppress it, but to guide it, making it serve you. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the intricate ceiling formation, beads of sweat glisten on Kushina's forehead. Her small face tense as she strives to channel her vast and turbulent chakra toward the designated rune nodes. Her signature fiery red hair sways slightly due to her intense focus. But Grandma Mito, this is just too difficult. Kushina finally bursts out, her face scrunching in frustration, feeling it is even harder than battling that arrogant Uchiha from the neighboring class. How can this be fair? Mito smiles kindly at her. Sealing techniques are among the most exquisite arts in the world. You bear the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and are about to host the Nine Tails. This power is both your support and your restraint. Only by mastering powerful sealing techniques can you truly harness it rather than be consumed by it. Kushina nods, somewhat comprehending, yet still bearing a hint of reluctance. She recalls Minato, who can already wield such formidable blue orbs, and that cold Hinata Yuan, rumored to be an impressive figure in the hospital. She cannot afford to fall too far behind them. I understand, Grandma Mito. I will definitely learn. Kushina takes a deep breath, renewed vigor igniting the flames of determination in her violet eyes. Mito nods approvingly, her gaze drifting toward the window. The sky over Konoha appears peaceful, yet her seasoned instincts can clearly sense the undercurrents hidden beneath the calm. The gears of war have begun to turn slowly, and these young lives are about to be swept into this deluge, forging their own legends or being mercilessly crushed. At the Umbu training base, a chilling and oppressive atmosphere prevails. Kakashi gazes at Namikaze Minato and Hinata Yuan, his expression unchanged. The Umbu has no names, only code names. Your mission is to obey orders and complete tasks by any means necessary. Here, the only thing you need to remember is to survive and outlive your enemy. His words strike the two youths like cold iron, weighing heavily on their hearts. Minato takes a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Yes, Yuan remains silent. Yet his pure white eyes appear even more profound in the dim light. He knows that from the moment he stepped into this place, his life will turn a new page, one filled with uncertainty and danger, yet also possibly concealing that faint glimmer of dawn he seeks. The shadow of war looms like a great wolf, silently enveloping Konoha. Beneath this wolf's shadow, new powers are gestating, and new destinies are intertwining. Chapter 22. The first Umbu mission. Deep within the Umbu training base, behind the heavy stone door, lies not the interrogation room or combat arena that Minato and Yuan had envisioned, but rather a simulated wilderness environment. Jagged rocks, sparse dead trees, and a faint, unsettling scent of blood permeate the air, collectively constructing this disquieting space. Kikuchi Tsukumo spoke little, merely gesturing for the three to follow. He guided them through the simulated environment, occasionally pointing out hidden traps or explaining how to track and countertrack in such terrain. His teaching style was succinct and direct, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, with every word steeped in the experience of blood and fire. The missions of the Umbu often unfolded in the most dire conditions. You must learn to exploit every possible advantage, including darkness and the bodies of your enemies. Tsukumo's tone was unadorned, as if narrating the most mundane of occurrences. Minato listened attentively, nodding occasionally, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Hinata followed quietly, her lavender eyes scanning the surroundings, evidently committed to memorizing every detail. Yui remained silent. Though his Byakugan had already absorbed everything around him, he could detect mechanisms hidden behind stone walls, discern the subtle differences in the various scents of blood in the air, and even infer from nearly imperceptible traces on the ground that a fierce battle had recently taken place. This is your first official mission. Tsukumo halted in a relatively open area, turning to face the trio. 3 days from now, at the border of the Fire Country, there lies a suspected secret base of Tsunade spies. Our task is to infiltrate, gather intelligence, and eliminate. Eliminate? Minato's brow furrowed at the ominous word. Yes, eliminate. Tsukumo's gaze was unwavering. There was no mercy in the missions of the Umbu. It was a matter of either completing the task or facing death. The expression behind Hinata's mask was inscrutable, yet her grip on her kunai tightened unconsciously. Yui's eyes remained calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. To him, the concept of elimination bore little distinction from the stealth assassination games he had played in his past life. The only difference this time was that the targets were living beings. I will lead the charge, Shimmer will provide support and initiate the attack. Jean, you will infiltrate from the flank, assess the internal situation, and locate the target of value. Gigi, your role is to observe, learn, and, when necessary, deliver the finishing blow. Tsukumo's gaze lingered on Yui for a moment. Remember, on the battlefield, any hesitation can cost you and your comrades their lives. 3 days later, the night was as dark as ink. At the border of the Fire Country, a dense primeval forest loomed. The moonlight was fragmented by the thick foliage, casting a patchy silver glow that added an air of eeriness and foreboding. For shadows flitted through the treetops like phantoms. Tsukumo took the lead, his form nearly merging with the night, with only the occasional flash of his blade betraying his presence. Minato followed closely, his speed remarkable, his golden hair fluttering in the night breeze like a comet streaking through the dark. Hinata lagged slightly behind, her eyes closed and hands forming seals, her formidable spiritual energy spreading like an invisible web, sensing every movement around her. Yui brought up the rear, his Byakugan activated, granting him a clear view of any anomalies in his surroundings. He could see the lurking beasts, detect the faint flow of chakra in the air, and even spot the heavily guarded base concealed in a mountain hollow not far ahead. Captain, 300 meters ahead, within the hollow, there's a chakra response. Approximately 10 to 15 individuals are distributed across 3 main areas, with sentries on the perimeter. Hinata's voice resonated clearly in each person's mind through the unique mental link of the Umbu. Shimmer, Gigi, feign an assault from the front to draw their attention. Jean, infiltrate from the side, assess the internal situation, and locate the target of value. Tsukumo swiftly issued his commands. Understood. Got it. Roger. In the next moment, Tsukumo's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. His white-toothed dagger traced a tragic arc in the moonlight as it surged toward the sentries at the base's perimeter. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm shattered the forest silence. Minato followed closely, his hands forming seals rapidly, and multiple kunai inscribed with explosive tags shot toward various locations within the base like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Boom, boom, boom. The unending explosions echoed through the hollow, flames soaring skyward, illuminating the base as if it were daylight. Amidst the chaos, Hinata's form slipped in silently from the flank, akin to a nimble cat, infiltrating the base. Yui trailed behind Tsukumo, his task being to observe and learn. Under the gaze of his Byakugan, every movement and strike of Tsukumo was laid bare before him, like a textbook example of ultimate simplicity and efficiency. Devoid of any superfluous actions, each thrust directed precisely at the enemy's vital points. Blood blossomed under the moonlight like a grotesque flower. Screams intertwined with the sounds of explosions, composing a cruel symphony of death. Minato's combat style was bold and dynamic, combining speed and strength. He was a golden whirlwind on the battlefield, each flash accompanied by the fall of an enemy. The force unleashed by his Rasengan was still enough to leave the Tsunade spies in despair. Yui observed silently, his heart betraying no emotion. As if he were merely watching a silent film detached from his own reality. He could see the distorted faces of the enemies twisted by fear, smell the pungent scent of blood in the air, and feel the chilling reality of life slipping away beneath the edge of his blade. GG, right flank. Finish off that escaping spy. Tsukumo's voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Without hesitation, Yui's form flickered, and the blade of his Nichiren knife quietly emerged from its sheath. Breath of the Sun, fourth form, Phantom Rainbow. The blade flashed momentarily, elusive as a wisp of smoke. The Tsunade spy attempting to flee from the right flank didn't even register Yui's movement before feeling a chill at his neck, consciousness swiftly plunging into darkness. Blood. For the first time, stained Yui's Nichiren knife, warm and viscous. He calmly flicked the blood from the blade, casting his gaze toward the next target. The battle concluded swiftly. The Tsunade spies within the base offered little resistance against the combined onslaught of Tsukumo and Minato. Hinata successfully gathered vital intelligence from within the base, returning with several crucial documents. Mission accomplished. Withdraw. Tsukumo's voice remained cold. On the return journey to Konoha, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The smile had vanished from Minato's face, replaced by an indescribable weight. For the first time, he felt the brutal reality of war, the fragility of life. Hinata's expression remained concealed beneath her mask, but her lavender eyes appeared dimmer than before. Only Yui maintained his usual inscrutable demeanor, trailing behind the group. Sensing the chakra within him bubbling slightly from his first real combat experience, as well as the lingering scent of blood that clung to his senses. GG. Tsukumo's voice broke the silence. Yui lifted his gaze. Your first strike was steady. Tsukumo's tone was inscrutable, neither praise nor reproach. But remember, killing is not for enjoyment. It is for survival. Yui paused momentarily and nodded. I understand. Upon returning to the Umbu base, Tsukumo briefly reported the mission's status to his superiors before disbanding the team. Minato and Hinata appeared somewhat fatigued, exchanging farewells before parting ways. Yui walked alone on the path back to the Senju estate. The moonlight cast a long shadow behind him. He raised his hand, observing the dirt and dried blood that marred his fingertips, his gaze deep and contemplative. The wolf shadow is beginning to emerge, he murmured to himself. This is only the beginning. The shadow of war had ceased to be a distant threat. It had unmistakably descended upon him. In the midst of darkness, he finally wielded his first blade, a weapon known as the Sun Wheel, which, after tasting blood, seemed to gleam with heightened sharpness. Chapter 21. The Flower of the Mountain, the Umbu, the most clandestine dagger of Konoha, trained in a base hidden deep beneath the village, perpetually devoid of sunlight. The damp air was laden with the scent of rust and a faint hint of blood, as flickering torches cast dancing shadows upon the cold stone walls, fracturing every inch of space into disarray. Hatake Tsukumo moved forward like a specter, his footsteps light and soundless, as if he were an intrinsic part of the darkness itself. Following closely were Minato Namikaze and Hinata Yueni, their youthful faces appearing particularly solemn in the dim light. In Minato's azure eyes flickered a blend of vigilance and a barely perceptible thrill, while Yuren's pure white orbs calmly surveyed their surroundings, absorbing every detail into his mind. The passage twisted and turned, seemingly without end. Eventually, Hatake Tsukumo halted before a heavy stone door, devoid of any markings, only bearing the weathered scars of time. Here we are. His voice remained low and gravelly, devoid of any emotion. He reached out and knocked on the stone door in a specific rhythm. Moments later, the door slid open silently, revealing a stone chamber that was slightly more spacious than the corridor. In the center of the chamber stood a figure, already waiting, as if merged with the darkness of the place. It was a slender young girl, appearing a few years older than Minato and Yuren, perhaps around 11 or 12. She wore the same black attire as the other Umbu members, her face concealed behind a white porcelain mask adorned with a pattern of purple violets, revealing only her clear and bright lavender eyes. Her short, light golden hair framed her face, the tips slightly curled, adding a playful touch. Even in such a stifling environment, she exuded an indescribable, unique aura belonging to the Yamanaka clan, sharp, intelligent, and subtly gentle. Captain, Her voice was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of wind chimes, cutting through the chill of the stone chamber. Hatake Tsukumo nodded slightly, stepping aside to direct his gaze toward Minato and Yuan. This is your new comrade, Yamanaka Hana. Codename, Violet. Hana, these are Namake's Minato, codename, Flash, and Hyuga Yuan, codename, Silence. Yamanaka Hana, or Violet, regarded the two boys before her with curiosity, her lavender eyes peering from behind the mask. Minato, with his radiant golden hair and gentle smile, still radiated a warmth despite being within the umbu. The other, Yuan, with his white hair and eyes, bore an aloof demeanor, emanating an aura that discouraged approach, yet his eyes seemed to pierce through all facades. Namake's Minato, Hyuga Yuan. Hana's voice held a hint of amusement, betraying no anger or joy. I have long admired your names. I am Yamanaka Hana. I look forward to working with you, Flash Kuin. Silence Kuin. She emphasized the honorifics with a playful mischievousness characteristic of youth. Hello, Yamanaka-senpai. I am Namake's Minato. Minato responded politely, maintaining the respect due to an older companion. Yuan merely regarded her calmly, nodding slightly as he uttered, Hyuga Yuan. Beneath the white eyes, the flow of chakra within Hana was distinctly visible, its refined energy far surpassing that of her peers, a testament to the Yamanaka clan's mastery of mental techniques. Hatake Tsukumo did not allow for prolonged pleasantries. His hawk-like gaze swept over the trio, his voice cold and incisive. Remember, from the moment you step into this place, you are no longer students of the academy, nor anyone's disciples. You are Umbu, the blades of the Hokage, the shadows of Konoha. Your mission is singular, to execute. No questions, no reckoning of cost. He paused, his tone growing more grave. Within the Umbu, a comrade is someone you can trust with your back, but also the very first you must learn to doubt. 4. Should a mission fail or information leak, the price may be the entirety of Konoha. Minato's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious as he felt the suffocating pressure of Tsukumo's words. Yuan's gaze remained tranquil, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. To doubt a comrade? This contradicted the teachings he had received in his previous life, as well as Tsunade's guidance. But perhaps, this was the harsh reality of their cruel world. The smile on Hana's face also dimmed, a flicker of complexity passing through her lavender eyes. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, she had been exposed to the world's darker facets earlier than Minato and Yuan, understanding all too well the implications of being part of the Umbu. Your first mission is simple. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze lingered on each of their faces, as if imprinting their expressions in his memory. Adapt. Adapt to darkness, to slaughter, to seeking hope amidst despair. He turned, pushing open another, even more concealed door behind the stone chamber, a wave of potent blood mingled with decay washing over them. Follow me. Let me show you the daily life of the Umbu. Minato and Yuan exchanged glances, a weight of seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. Hana inhaled deeply, adjusting her mask, and led the way. Beyond the stone door lay a corridor even darker and deeper. At its end, muffled sounds of oppressive roars and the clash of weapons could be faintly heard. The shadow of the wolf had quietly stretched out its claws, and from this moment onward, the fates of these three youths, having just stepped into the world of darkness, would be intricately intertwined with the depths of the night. Chapter 23. Breaths Beneath the Shadow. 3 days after the mission's conclusion, within the familiar stone chamber of the Umbu training base, Hatake Tsukumo still donned the standard Umbu attire, his face concealed in shadow, revealing only his piercing eyes, which occasionally glimmered with a hint of unnoticed fatigue in the flickering firelight. Before him stood Minato, Yuan, and Hana, hands at their sides, awaiting the debriefing. The air still held the lingering moisture and faint sense of the forest they had traversed days prior, intertwined with a deeper chill and oppression that belonged to the Umbu. The mission report has been submitted. The outcome is satisfactory. Hatake Tsukumo's voice shattered the silence, remaining as low and gravelly as ever, devoid of any emotion. The infiltration of Tsunade at the borders of the Land of Fire is more profound than we anticipated. What we accomplished was merely the tip of the iceberg. Minato's brows furrowed slightly. The bloodshed and chaos of that night continued to haunt his mind. For the first time, he truly comprehended the brutality of the ninja world, far beyond the sparring matches of the academy. The desperate and distorted expressions of those who fell beneath his Rasengan were etched into his memory like a brand. Flash. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze shifted to Minato. Your speed and explosiveness are commendable, and the potential of your Rasengan is significant. However, in real combat, your control over chakra and your mercy towards enemies are challenges you must overcome. Minato abruptly raised his head, a flicker of struggle in his azure eyes. Captain, they are enemies. Hatake Sakomo interjected, his tone brooking no argument. In battle, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards comrades and irresponsibility towards yourself. You must adapt to this more swiftly. Minato pressed his lips together, ultimately lowering his head, refraining from further rebuttal. He understood that the captain spoke the truth. Yet something within him resisted acceptance. Hana's mask concealed her expression, but the tension in her body betrayed her inner unrest. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, her perception of human emotions was far more acute than that of ordinary individuals. That night, she not only sensed the chakra fluctuations of the enemies, but also their fear and despair in the moments before their demise. This heightened awareness was, for her, both a burden and a torment. Yamanaka, your range and accuracy of perception meet expectations. Kakashi Hatake directed his attention toward her. However, the speed of information relay could be improved. The battlefield is ever-changing. Any hint of hesitation may lead to irrevocable consequences. Yes, Captain, Yamanaka replied. Her voice still clear but now imbued with a steadiness that contrasted with her earlier lightness. Kakashi's gaze then fell upon the silent boy, Yui. His composure during the battle had been disturbingly calm. Yui, Kakashi began slowly. Your Byakugan has proven highly beneficial on the battlefield. That strike was decisively executed. He paused, as if weighing his words. But remember, the duties of the Umbu extend beyond mere killing. Observation, analysis, judgment, and making the most difficult choices when necessary are the true values of the Umbu. Yui met Kakashi's gaze with tranquility, his pure white eyes betraying no emotion. I understand. He genuinely did. Killing was merely a means to an end, not the end itself. What he sought was power, the kind of power that could shatter the confines of a cage, the power to seize his own destiny. The Umbu, a realm rife with bloodshed and intrigue, was indeed the finest crucible to forge such strength. Excellent, Kakashi nodded. In the forthcoming period, you shall undergo more rigorous training, including stealth, assassination, intelligence gathering, interrogation, and teamwork. Just as he finished speaking, a small door in the stone chamber slid open silently, releasing a potent aroma of herbs mingled with antiseptics. This is the Umbu medical room, and it will serve as your classroom for the time being. Kakashi gestured toward the door. Yamanaka, your mental techniques have unique applications in medical practice. Flash, you must learn the basics of battlefield first aid. As for you, Jay, he glanced at Yui, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Tsunade has taught you well. However, Umbu medical practices differ from conventional medicine. We must not only save lives, but sometimes, we must also know how to make life unbearable. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yui's eyes. Tsunade had instilled in him the physician's compassion, but the Umbu would reveal to him the darker aspect of healing. How fascinating. Your next training subject is identification, Kakashi's voice resumed. Identifying poisons, recognizing wounds, discerning lies. He stepped into the medical room first. Minato and Yamanaka exchanged a glance, each sensing a weight of seriousness, coupled with an unspeakable anticipation. Yui stepped forward calmly, following closely behind. Inside the medical room, the light was considerably brighter than in the stone chamber, yet the persistent scent of medicine created an inexplicable sense of oppression. Rows of wooden shelves housed an array of jars filled with liquids and powders of various hues. The walls displayed intricate diagrams of human meridians and anatomy. A masked Umbu operative, donning a fox mask, stood before an autopsy table, wielding a gleaming scalpel, seemingly engaged in some procedure. From today onward, Fox will be responsible for imparting relevant knowledge to you. Kakashi indicated the Umbu member. The fox turned, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, his voice hoarse. Welcome to the entrance of hell. Both Minato and Yamanaka shivered involuntarily. However, Yui's Byakugan captured a fleeting, mischievous smile at the corner of Fox's mouth as he spoke those words. This Umbu, it appeared, was not entirely as he had envisioned, only coldness and darkness. The breaths in the shadows had only just begun. With each breath came growth and a deeper understanding of this world. Yui realized he had drawn one step closer to his goal, despite the path being fraught with thorns and blood. Yet, he remained undaunted, for the daybreak blade in his grasp yearned to sever all shackles with its illuminating light. Chapter 24. The howl of wolves on a rainy night in the 33rd year of Konoha, the autumn rain fell steadily. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was heavier than usual. The ashtray before Hiruzen Sarutobi overflowed with cigarette butts, and his weathered face bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue and worry. Outside, the sound of rain pattered against the glass, reminiscent of the drumbeats of an approaching battlefield. Stirring the heart, Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze, Yui Hyuga, and Yamanaka stood before the desk in their umbu uniforms, silently awaiting the Hokage's final orders. The movements of the rain village had grown increasingly ominous. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse as he gently placed a scroll of intelligence on the table. According to the latest information, Tsunade and Amidst have been in frequent contact. They seem to be plotting something aimed directly at our borders. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the four before settling on Kakashi. Kakashi, the mission of the Wolf Squad is both exceptionally challenging and critically important. Kakashi inclined his head slightly. Please, Hokage-sama, instruct us. I command you to immediately journey to the borders of the Land of Rain and dismantle a crucial supply line established by Tsunade near the borders of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen declared, his tone resolute. This supply line was their lifeline for infiltrating Amidst. Severing it would deliver a significant blow to their plans. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Simultaneously, you must investigate any clandestine dealings between Amidst and Tsunade. No detail should be overlooked. Remember, this operation allows for no failure. Understood. Kakashi's voice resonated with strength and determination, devoid of hesitation. Minato's azure eyes sparkled with resolute light. He fully grasped the peril of this mission but also recognized the responsibility that came with safeguarding Konoha. Yamanaka's masked visage concealed his lavender eyes, which were already quietly analyzing every detail of the task at hand. Yui maintained his calm demeanor. His Byakugan, hidden beneath the specially crafted mask, had already registered every subtle shift in the Hokage's office. Images of Hanzo of the Salamander and the Rain Village intersected rapidly in his mind, intertwining memories from a past life with current intelligence. This supply line, he vaguely recalled, seemed connected to a significant future event. The mission was codenamed Drought. Hiruzen added, exercise caution. The safety of Konoha rests upon your shoulders. The four bowed in unison, then exited the Hokage's office silently, like shadows merging into the rain curtain. The light in the office dimmed slightly with their departure. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, inhaling deeply. The smoke curled and twisted in the air before dissipating without a trace. May everything proceed smoothly, he murmured to himself, gazing out at the rain-soaked Konoha, his expression reflecting a mixture of complex emotions. On the eve of their departure, the lights of the Senja mansion glowed warmly amidst the rain. Tsunade, weary from a hasty mission at the border, had just stepped through the door when she learned of Yui's impending deployment to the front lines of Amidst. Without a moment's hesitation, she stormed into Yui's room, upturning his prepared belongings with an exclamation of indignation. You insolent brat! You think this meager gear is sufficient for the battlefield? Are you going to your death? Yui observed his master's furious demeanor, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips, yet he refrained from retorting. Tsunade scolded while extracting a myriad of vials and jars from her storage scroll, hastily stuffing them into Yuan Yi's satchel. This is my specially formulated top-tier wound ointment, renowned for its exceptional hemostatic properties. This one is a potent antidote. There are all sorts of treacherous tactics on the battlefield. And here, concentrated rations. One pill can sustain you for 3 days. This one is my latest concoction, a chakra explosion potion, though its side effects are rather severe. So only use it in dire circumstances. Do you understand? She then produced a small porcelain vial from her bosom, carefully handing it to Yuan Yi, her tone shifting to one of gravity. This is a secret medicine that can temporarily suppress the caged bird seal in your mind. It will mislead your brain into believing it has perished, but remember, there are only 3 of these, each lasting merely 10 minutes. Do not use it unless your life hangs in the balance. A flicker of cold intent crossed her eyes as she continued. If those old bastards from the Hyuga clan dare to sabotage you on the battlefield. Tsunade clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking softly. Yuan Yi accepted the porcelain vial, its coolness a testament to the pure medicinal power it contained, alongside Tsunade's profound concern. Master, he murmured softly. Enough with the sentimentalities. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, turning away to conceal her slightly reddened eyes. You must return alive. If you come back missing a limb, Just wait and see how I'll handle you. Yuan Yi silently tucked the vial close to himself, nodding in agreement. Yes, master. In the dead of night. Tsunade tossed and turned in her thoughts, unable to quell her worries. She donned an outer garment, braving the rain, and headed directly to Kakashi Hitaki's abode. Kakashi Hitaki. Tsunade forcefully kicked the door open, disregarding whether he was resting, storming inside with an air of authority that momentarily stilled the atmosphere. Kakashi was seated cross-legged on the tatami, polishing his white-toothed short sword. Upon seeing Tsunade's furious demeanor, he merely lifted his eyelids calmly. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here at such a late hour? My disciple, Hinata Yuani, is in your squad, Tsunade stated bluntly, her golden eyes glinting with menace. If anything happens to him, you will answer for it. Kakashi paused in his task, then resumed with a flat tone. In the Umbu, life and death are fated. I will do my utmost. Your utmost? Tsunade scoffed. Kakashi, don't give me bureaucratic platitudes. You know Yuan Yi's talent better than I do. If he falls on the battlefield, it will be a loss for Konoha. It will also be your dereliction of duty. I understand, Kakashi replied, sheathing his blade and standing to meet Tsunade's gaze. I will ensure his safe return. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. Tsunade scrutinized him for a long moment before huffing and turning to leave. It better be so. The rain intensified. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Minato Namikaze slung his satchel over his shoulder, preparing to rendezvous with his team. Kushina Uzumaki stood at the door, holding a red umbrella and watching him with a quiet gaze, her eyes slightly reddened. Minato, sensing her distress, bit his lip, struggling to find comforting words. But his throat tightened. Minato. Kushina suddenly lifted her head and punched him lightly, though not with much force. You better not die before me. Do you hear me? She sniffed, making a valiant effort to hold back tears. And don't lose to that Byakugan brat. I'll become Hokage soon. And then I'll protect all of you. Minato felt warmth blossom in his heart at her stubborn expression, a gentle smile gracing his features. Yes, I promise. We must all live. He reached out, intending to ruffle her hair as he usually did, but she swatted his hand away. Cut it out. Kushina glared at him, then pulled out a talisman wrapped in oil paper from her pocket and shoved it into Minato's hand. This is a protective charm I got from Granny Mito. It seals a life-saving ninjutsu inside. You wear it. Without waiting for a reply, she dashed into the rain, leaving Minato with her fiery red silhouette. Holding the talisman, still warm from her touch, Minato felt a whirlwind of emotions. He understood that this journey was fraught with uncertainty, but he had to go. After all, he was a ninja of Konoha. At the outskirts of Rain Village, amidst towering mountains and swirling mist, Team Wolf moved like specters through the damp rocks and muddy thickets. The rain soaked their garments, the chill sharpening their focus. Suddenly, Kakashi raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. We have a situation. His voice was low, eyes sharp as an eagle, scanning the mist-laden forest ahead. Minato and Hanamori entered a state of alert. Yuan Yi's Byakugan was already activated, the rain seemingly non-existent to his vision, allowing him to keenly perceive all that lay before him. 3 o'clock, 700 meters, 5-man squad, Sand Village attire. Looks like an experienced patrol team. Yuan Yi's voice resonated clearly in their minds through the Umbu's unique mental link. A glint of cold light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Prepare for battle. Swift and decisive. In the next moment, his figure sliced through the rain and fog like a drawn blade, silently advancing into the depths of the storm. The flash of his blade appeared in the rain-soaked night, as merciless as the scythe of death. The battle erupted in an instant and concluded just as swiftly. When Minato and Yuan Yi arrived, they found 5 Sand Village shinobi lying lifelessly in the muddy grass, their blood quickly washed away and diluted by the rain, merging with the cold earth. Kakashi stood at the center of the corpses, his white-toothed short sword clean, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Minato marveled inwardly. This was one of Konoha's finest warriors, calm, efficient, and lethal. Yuan Yi's Byakugan swept the battlefield, meticulously recording every move Kakashi made. It was a demonstration of honed killing techniques. Devoid of superfluous motion, each strike precisely severing the enemy's life force. Clean up the traces. Move forward. Kakashi's voice was as frigid as the rain. They were steadily stepping into the true battlefield, while the howls of Rain Village's wolves were only just beginning. Chapter 25. The wind rises from the shallow waters. The successful mission at the Rain Village border sent ripples through the Konoha Umbu, like a stone cast into hidden currents. The name of Team Wolf began to circulate in hushed tones through the shadowy corridors. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed satisfaction with Kakashi's new squad, particularly praising Minato Namikaze's extraordinary speed and Hinata Yuan Yi's maturity and supportive abilities beyond his years. In the ensuing months, they executed several more missions, either infiltrating enemy lines for reconnaissance or silently eliminating threats. Minato matured further in actual combat. Hanamori's perception and mental techniques proved invaluable in team coordination, her lavender eyes always foreseeing hidden dangers, while Yuan Yi remained the most taciturn among them, his Byakugan acting as a precise instrument, capturing every detail on the battlefield. His daybreak blades stealthily unsheathed when necessary, accurate and lethal. The synergy among the three deepened through trials of life and death. However, this burgeoning brilliance hidden in the shadows stung the eyes of certain individuals. Within the Hyuga clan's main residence, an oppressive atmosphere loomed, thick as an impending storm. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Hyuga Hayashi slammed the intelligence scroll onto the ground, his pure white eyes bloodshot, veins bulging at his temples. That wretched spawn, the remnant of the caged bird. Not only did he survive the battlefield, but he also achieved remarkable feats. A wretched creature free from the control of the clan. This is a disgrace. A profound humiliation for the Hyuga clan. His bony fingers trembled slightly in anger, his aged visage contorted with ferocity and resentment. The existence of Hinata Yuan was like a thorn deeply embedded in his throat, robbing him of peace. The elder calmed his rage. An elder from the clan, with a subservient demeanor, advised, "That little wretch is currently protected by Tsunade and Kakashi. We cannot act directly." "Humph. Tsunade? Kakashi?" Hyuga Samoku sneered, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. Can they truly protect him for a moment, let alone for a lifetime? If the overt approach is futile, then we shall resort to the covert. He abruptly stood, pacing within the room before finally pausing by the window, his gaze fixed upon a shadowy corner at the heart of the village. Shimura Danzo. He murmured the name, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a hidden underground base of Konoha, the headquarters of the root organization, the air was cold and damp, permeated by a nauseating stench of decay. Danzo sat in the main seat, his bandaged right eye appearing particularly sinister in the dim candlelight. Hyuga Samoku sat opposite him, adopting a submissive posture. "Danzo-sama." He spoke with a hint of deliberate reverence. "I have come today with a request." Danzo lifted his teacup, sipping quietly, his unbandaged left eye calmly scrutinizing Samoku, awaiting his elaboration. "Hinata Yuan has betrayed the family, aligning himself with Tsunade, and has repeatedly opposed our Hyuga clan within the Umbu, becoming a significant threat." Hyuga Samoku ground his teeth in frustration. "I hope Danzo-sama can assist me in cleansing our ranks." Danzo set down his cup, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips. "Elder Hyuga is jesting. Hinata Yuan is currently favored by the Hokage and is Tsunade's disciple. How could a mere root like myself dare to act against him?" Samoku's expression shifted slightly, and he produced a scroll from his robe, presenting it with both hands. "Danzo-sama. This is a list of some of the outstanding youths from the branch family. They are willing to contribute their strength to the root of Konoha." Danzo's gaze swept over the scroll, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly provide formidable assistance to the root. "Elder Hyuga understands the greater good," Danzo remarked with a calm tone. "If it is for the stability of Konoha, it is indeed our duty to eliminate any unstable elements. However, this must be executed flawlessly, without leaving any traces." "Of course," Hyuga Samoku replied hastily. "I have made the necessary arrangements. When that wretch is dispatched on a mission, there will be others to assist. At that time, Danzo-sama's men can disguise themselves as an assassination unit from the Rock Village and eliminate him. Then frame it on Rock. Rock Village, you say?" Danzo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze contemplative. "Very well. There have indeed been increased movements from Rock Village lately. Let them bear this burden." In the dimly lit chamber, a deadly conspiracy against Hinata Yuan was thus solidified. Days later, in the Umbu mission briefing room, Kakashi received a classified task scroll from an Umbu clerk. "Captain, new mission." Minato leaned in, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Kakashi unfurled the scroll, quickly scanning its contents, his brows subtly furrowing. "The mission objective is to secretly infiltrate the land of grass and destroy a rumored secret base established by the Rock Village. Intelligence indicates that this base may be used for infiltrating the Land of Fire and contains vital information regarding a new type of barrier technique from Konoha, which must be retrieved or destroyed. Kakashi stated solemnly. The mission briefing mentions that the base's defensive capabilities are assessed at the level of a Chunin team, with the possibility of a special Jonin present. The Rock Village base in the Land of Grass. Yamashita murmured softly, a flicker of contemplation crossing her lavender eyes. Yuan's Byakugan calmly scanned the scroll's text, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Chunin team level? Would the secret base established by the Rock Village have such feeble defenses? This intelligence seems overly optimistic. Prepare yourselves. We depart in half an hour, Kakashi commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Within the borders of the Land of Grass, dense forest shrouded in mist enveloped the area. The Wolf Squad, comprised of 4 members, moved silently like specters through the trees towards their designated target. Captain, according to the intelligence, the base should be just ahead in that valley, Minato whispered, pointing towards a fog-enshrouded hollow. Kakashi nodded, gesturing to Yamashita. Yamashita closed her eyes, hands forming seals, her sensory ninjutsu extending like invisible tendrils into the valley. Moments later, her eyes shot open, a look of stark astonishment breaking across her masked face, her voice trembling slightly. Captain, the information is incorrect. The chakra signatures within the base far exceed our expectations. They are incredibly complex, and there are at least 3 Jonin-level chakra sources. One of them has an eerie chakra, filled with a sense of death. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's gaze sharpened like a blade. Retreat. We must reassess immediately. However, before he could finish, the surrounding forest erupted with the sound of countless subtle, slicing winds. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shadows surged forth like demons emerging from hell, clad in the standard attire of the Rock Village ninja, moving with deadly precision and an air of lethal intent, clearly elite forces trained to perfection. We're surrounded. Minato's expression shifted, gripping his specialized kunai tightly. Kakashi's white Fong short sword was drawn in an instant, positioned defensively before him. As his cold gaze swept over the encircling rock ninjas, Yuan's Byakugan, at that moment, clearly discerned the subtle differences in the movements of the rock ninjas, contrasting sharply with those of the rock style, as well as the cold, lifeless gaze behind their masks, reminiscent of Konoha's Umbu. The winds at Qingping's end had already stirred up colossal waves. Chapter 26. Encirclement swish. 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 The sharp sound of slicing wind struck like a death knell, suddenly assaulting from all directions. The thick fog was torn apart by numerous dark figures, clad in the standard attire of the Rock Village ninja, their movements exuding a chilling, coordinated precision, as if they were not living beings, but vengeful spirits clawing their way out of the depths of hell, intent on their target with deadly intent. Enemy attack. Scatter. Kakashi's commanding voice thundered through the forest, his reflexes lightning fast, as his white Fong short sword danced before him, deflecting several kunai aimed at vital spots. Minato's golden hair whipped wildly in the wind, his azure eyes narrowing as he gripped his kunai tightly, his form flickering like a specter among the shadows of the trees, searching for a weakness in the encirclement. However, the rock ninjas coordinated seamlessly, their relentless assault seemingly anticipating the Umbu's combat habits, each attack precisely striking at their most vulnerable points. Beneath her mask, Yamashita's lavender eyes filled with horror as she swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to disrupt the enemy with her mental techniques. Yet, it was evident that among the enemy ranks were skilled ninjas proficient in mental defense, an invisible barrier neutralizing her psychic assault, causing her to suffer a backlash of her own mental energy, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Hinata Yuan. A hoarse, menacing roar erupted from behind Yuan, akin to the growl of a wild beast. A rock-hidden elite ninja, his face marred by grotesque centipede-like scars, wielded a heavy broken rock blade, swirling with a violent torrent of earth-style chakra, charging at Yuani like a ferocious beast unleashed. His earth-style techniques were bold and powerful, each strike carrying the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones, sending debris flying and causing the air to tremble with a thunderous resonance. What sent a chill through Yuani's heart was the uncanny manner in which the adversary's attacks seemed to counter his own sun-breathing techniques, each transformation appearing to predict his next move. Damn it! Yuani's Byakugan had already discerned the flow of his opponent's chakra with crystal clarity. Beneath the seemingly brutish earth techniques lay a chilling and familiar chakra characteristic. He wielded his Nichiren blade, tracing a graceful arc before him, deflecting a mighty blow from his opponent and using the momentum to retreat. Earth style, earth flow wall. The scarred ninja slammed his hands onto the ground, and a robust earthen wall erupted, blocking Yuani's escape route. Simultaneously, he crouched low, akin to a venomous snake gliding along the ground, thrusting the broken rock blade upwards towards Yuani's abdomen. In the midst of his struggle with this root expert, Yuani activated his Byakugan to its fullest extent. Although the adversary's attack patterns mimicked the Rock Hidden's brute force, another Rock Hidden soon joined the fray against Yuani. Yuani found it increasingly challenging to fend off the onslaught of both foes. The newly arrived ninja, despite his lackluster earth techniques, revealed through close combat a subtle utilization of chakra and striking habits reminiscent of the gentle fist style from the Hyuga clan, albeit imbued with a more sinister and ruthless intent to kill. Curse it, the main house has actually allied with that old dog Danzo. Just as Yuani's thoughts raced, a kunai shimmering with a ghostly blue light was launched at an exceedingly acute angle, silently emerging from his blind spot. This kunai, laced with a specially crafted neurotoxin targeting the Byakugan, would, upon impact, be capable of disrupting or even temporarily depriving him of his vision. In a moment of peril, Yuani, relying on his extraordinary perception, forcibly twisted his body, narrowly evading the kunai aimed for his vital point. However, the sharp blade still grazed his left arm, leaving a shallow crimson line. An indescribable numbness instantly spread from the wound. In an instant, Yuani's Byakugan vision was clouded with double vision and distortion, the world before him beginning to warp and sway, as if it were spinning. "Ha, little brat, your eyes have come to an end." The root expert cackled triumphantly, having awaited this opportunity for far too long. The broken rock blade transformed into a deadly flash, lunging towards Yuani's heart, with his vision blurred and body numb. The curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead throbbed painfully, as if seared by a hot iron, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. This agony did not break him. Rather, it ignited a fierce defiance and unyielding spirit buried deep within his soul. Why must I endure this bondage? Why should my fate be dictated by you decayed old fools? Anger, resentment, and an insatiable yearning for freedom erupted within him like a volcano. The techniques of the sun breathing surged through his body, unprecedented in speed, merging the searing energy with the pain inflicted by the caged bird and his dire circumstances. In his mind, a vague silhouette of a sword technique emerged, one that embodied ultimate penetration and destruction, a technique yearning to tear apart all shackles. Sun breathing, breaking the cage blade. Yuani growled, and in his hazy vision, his Nichiren blade transformed into a radiant dawn that tore through the darkness, propelled by unwavering resolve and fury, clashing against the deadly blade. With a swift motion, the sword's light flickered momentarily. The once arrogant root expert's smug grin froze in disbelief as he looked down to see a deep gash in his chest, revealing bone, and the blade that had pierced his proud Earth-style hardened armor, now dripping with blood. How is this possible? Yuani offered no chance for his opponent's final words, striking back with a swift motion, the Nichiren blade unleashing a shower of blood. With the remnants of his Byakugan's blurry vision and his acute perception of the world, he seized a small porcelain vial hanging from the ninja's waist. It was an antidote. The root ninja lay dead, leaving only the branch elite ninja sent by the main house. Yuani once again unleashed the sun breathing, breaking the cage blade, ending the life of the Hyuga branch elite. Simultaneously, on the other side of the battlefield, the cold voice of Kakashi Hatake resonated. The situation has changed. This is a trap. Scatter and break through. At the third hour of the rabbit, converge at the southeast cliff. He sensed the strange turn of events. These rock-hidden ninjas were targeting them too specifically. This was no mere coincidence. His short blade transformed into lethal silver flashes, cutting through the encirclement with the swift movements of the body flicker technique. Minato, Hana, go. Minato and Hana wasted no time, seizing the opportunity to break through the gap. Having successfully retaliated and secured the antidote, Yuani wasted no time in consuming it. Feeling the refreshing medicinal properties swiftly neutralized the toxin within him, as his Byakugan's vision began to clear. He had no time for lingering. Like an arrow released from its bow, he darted towards the opening created by Kakashi. During the retreat, that familiar, Intrusive gaze from within Konoha once again locked onto him like a parasite. This time, it was clearer than ever, laden with unmasked malice and intent to kill. The Hyuga main house. Shimura Danzo. Yuani's eyes turned as cold as ancient ice. At the third hour of the rabbit, Yuani, Minato, and Hana arrived at the cliff in succession, all bearing varying degrees of injury. Minato had a deep gash on his left arm, blood soaking his sleeve. Hana appeared pale, drained of spirit, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Shortly after, Kakashi's figure appeared at the cliff's edge, lacking visible wounds. Yet his hawk-like eyes were clouded with foreboding. It's good that you're all safe. After confirming their safety, Kakashi's gaze shifted towards the direction they came from. His voice low and foreboding, I'll go take a look. With that, his figure vanished into the dense forest once more. Half an hour later, Kakashi returned. His face ashen like the sky before a storm. All the bodies have been disposed of. He forced the words through clenched teeth, the method clean, leaving only the mark of the rock-hidden village. He slammed his fist into a nearby rock, shattering it to pieces. Hyuga main house. Very well. How dare you play such despicable tricks beneath my nose, Hatake Kakashi. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent radiated from this usually composed Umbu leader, unabashedly spreading throughout the area. The wind began to stir, rising from the depths of the blue-green algae. At this moment, the wind had transformed into a raging storm, revealing its vicious fangs. Chapter 27. Aftershocks and undercurrents. The journey back to Konoha was even more silent than their arrival. The air was thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood, accompanied by a deeper, chilling sense of betrayal. Kakashi's countenance remained dark, his hawk-like eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Minato and Hana were equally silent. The sudden ambush and their captain's final words laden with murderous intent made them realize that the situation was far more complex and perilous than it appeared. Yuan Yi quietly trailed at the back of the group, his outward calmness belying the tempest brewing within. The names Hyuga clan and Shimura Danzo loomed over him like heavy mountains, weighing heavily on his heart. He could distinctly sense an invisible net slowly enveloping him from the dark corners of Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as tense as the sea before a storm. Upon hearing the secret report from Kakashi Hatake, Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his pipe so tightly that it creaked ominously, and an uncommon fury flashed across his wrinkled face. You insolent fool! How dare you employ such vile tactics within the village? Do you think I am blind and deaf? The swelling chakra ripples caused the very air of the office to tremble. Kakashi lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Hokage-sama, all traces have been meticulously erased. Aside from the deliberately left rock-hidden marks, we possess no direct evidence. Understood. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Kakashi, his chest heaving violently. Are we to allow these parasites to run rampant beneath the very roots of Konoha without evidence? Regardless of whether the instigators are from the Hyuga clan, I will dispatch Umbu to thoroughly investigate this matter. In times of war, internal assaults can be the most lethal. Taking a deep breath to force down his mounting rage, his gaze sharpened and deepened. Kakashi, this matter must remain confidential for now. Conduct your investigation discreetly, and be sure to uncover irrefutable evidence. I wish to see the depths to which they intend to drag Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied solemnly, a flicker of resolution in his eyes. At the Senju compound, when Yuan Yi returned home, dragging his weary body and still carrying the lingering scent of blood, Tsunade immediately sensed something was amiss. You brat, you're injured. She seized his arm, her golden eyes scanning him thoroughly. Upon spotting the slash on his sleeve and the blood seeping through, her expression darkened. Did something go wrong on the mission? Yuan Yi placed his bag down, succinctly recounting the ambush he had faced and his suspicions regarding the root ninja and the rock-hidden ninja employing the Hyuga gentle fist technique. Bang! Tsunade's fist struck the nearby wooden pillar with a resounding crash, splintering it with several cracks. Her radiant face turned frostbitten, and her golden eyes blazed with fury. Hyuga Hayashi, Shimura Danzo, those two old bastards. I'll go break their bones right now. She rose abruptly, radiating a terrifying chakra, as if ready to unleash havoc at any moment. Master, please, calm down. Yuan Yi's voice was steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority as he grasped her wrist. Rushing in now would only alert them. It serves no purpose. We lack direct evidence. Feeling the cold and resolute grip on her wrist, Tsunade's inner rage subsided slightly. Yet her indignation remained. Are we to let this go? Allow them to conspire against you in the shadows? Of course not. A cold smile graced Yuan Yi's lips. However, revenge requires more than mere conjecture. It necessitates solid proof and a comprehensive plan. Since they have dared to strike once, they will certainly attempt again. Our task is to ensure they pay an unbearable price for their folly. Tsunade regarded her apprentice, who was a head shorter than her, and the icy determination in his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. This young man, having faced such a life-threatening ordeal, seemed to have become even more formidable. In the days that followed, Tsunade and Kakashi initiated a covert investigation. Tsunade leveraged her connections within Konoha's upper echelons and the Senju clan's secret channels, while Kakashi employed the power of Umbu. Together, they sought to uncover evidence of collusion between the Hyuga clan and Danzo. Soon, they made significant discoveries. Hayashi Hyuga had indeed met with Danzo multiple times in secluded and inconspicuous locations. Moreover, within the Hyuga clan, several elite assassins had gone missing around the time Yuan Yi's team departed for the Land of Grass, as if they had vanished from existence. Although these clues were insufficient to directly implicate the two, they certainly indicated that the ambush against Yuan Yi was no mere coincidence. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi was not idle. He understood that relying solely on Tsunade and Kakashi's investigation would make it challenging to topple the entrenched figures of Danzo and the Hyuga clan. He needed to seek additional allies and enhance his own strength. One day, he approached Jiraiya, who was outside a tavern, attempting to gather materials, but being chased off by the tavern owner wielding a broom. Lord Jiraiya, Yuani spoke calmly. Oh, is that not Tsunade's young apprentice? Jiraiya evaded the broom and, upon spotting Yuan Yi, grinned widely, adopting a mischievous demeanor. What brings you, the great sage, to seek me? Have you come to change your allegiances and study under my unparalleled tutelage? I'm in trouble. Yuan Yi interrupted his banter, his gaze earnest. The Hyuga clan en route are after my life. Instantly, Jiraiya's smile vanished. His eyes, usually laced with jest, now glinting sharply. Elaborate. Yuani did not hold back, laying bare his predicament and his theories regarding the caged bird seal, along with his preliminary research into counteracting it. He even carefully demonstrated chakra manipulation, attempting to subtly disrupt the chakra pathways surrounding the seal on his forehead using the intricate medical ninjutsu techniques taught by Tsunade. Though the effect was minimal, his courage and initiative impressed Jiraiya. Wow, you've got some nerve. Jiraiya gasped, observing the faint seal on Yuan Yi's forehead with a complex expression. The caged bird is a core taboo of the Hyuga clan. A misstep could lead to death. You dare to study a method to break it? He scrutinized Yuan Yi, as if seeing him for the first time. However, I must admit, your boldness and intellect truly impress me. The stubborn old men of the Hyuga clan and that scheming Danzo are indeed a blight on Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya clapped Yuan Yi on the shoulder. Kid, I'll take care of this. My intelligence network spans the entire ninja world. Uncovering the secrets of those two old codgers will be no problem. Furthermore, I possess some insights on sealing techniques. While they may not rival those of Mito, they could provide you with some inspiration in breaking the caged bird seal. At the mention of Mito Uzumaki, Yuan Yi's eyes flickered momentarily. The wife of the first Hokage and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was undoubtedly a master of sealing techniques. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he felt an inexplicable reverence and a sense of distance from the kind, yet imposing figure. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Yuani expressed his gratitude sincerely. Haha. No need for thanks. Just remember to invite me for drinks next time there's good sake. Watching Jiraiya's carefree figure as he walked away, Yuani's resolve solidified once more. A storm was brewing, and dark currents were surging beneath the surface. Yet he was not fighting alone. The sunwheel blade in his hand seemed to resonate with its master's fighting spirit, emitting a faint hum. In the next confrontation, he would make those who sought to control his fate pay a bloody price. Chapter 28. The flame of the future. Jiraiya's remarks regarding sealing techniques and his promise of intelligence support were like a stone cast into Yuani's heart, stirring ripples of thought. Meanwhile, Tsunade, upon hearing that Yuani had narrowly escaped a deadly scheme orchestrated by the Root and the Hyuga clan, felt a surge of pent-up anger and fear that nearly threatened to tear down the ceiling of the Senju estate. No, absolutely not. Tsunade paced back and forth in the room, her golden ponytail swinging irritably with each movement, the floor creaking beneath her steps. That damned curse mark on the caged bird. along with Danzo and Hinata's old geezers, would inevitably strike again. Relying solely on Ma and me for covert investigations is too slow. You need a stronger means of self-preservation. She abruptly halted, fixing an intense gaze on Yuani. Sealing techniques. You must systematically study the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. It is not only the key to breaking the curse of the caged bird, but also a powerful method that will increase your chances of survival amidst sinister plots. Yuani remained silent. He was well aware of the strength of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. I will send you to Granny Mito to learn the sealing arts. Tsunade inhaled deeply, her tone laced with respect, for Granny Mito was the foremost master of sealing techniques in the current ninja world, unmatched by any. I will take you to meet her right away. With her guidance, your mastery of sealing techniques will surely progress by leaps and bounds. During his time residing in the Senju estate, Yuani had grown increasingly familiar with Tsunade's brother, Ju. Slightly older than Yuani, Ju exuded the unique warmth and sunshine characteristic of the Senju clan. He did not shy away from Yuani's branch family status or the faint curse mark on his forehead. Rather, he took great care of the quiet, deep-eyed new neighbor. Yuani, look at the new ninjutsu I've learned. Ju burst into the courtyard like an exuberant little monkey, clutching an amorphous lump of clay. His face radiant with joy. As Yuani gazed upon him, he was struck by the resemblance to a tragic hero from his memories of the future, stirring a complex wave of emotions within him. This innocent, vibrant boy, harboring dreams of becoming Hokage, should not have his life extinguished so easily on the battlefield. I must protect him. This thought quietly took root in Yuani's heart. For in Ju, he saw a pure light, untainted by the cruelty of the world. When Tsunade proposed to take Yuani to meet Uzumaki Mito, Ju eagerly raised his hand. Sister, I want to go too. It's been too long since I last saw Granny. I'll take Yuani with me. I know Granny likes peace and quiet, and I promise not to disturb her. Seeing her brother's enthusiastic demeanor, Tsunade agreed to Ju's request. Very well. Tsunade nodded, ruffling Ju's hair. You lead Yuani there. Remember, no disrespect in front of Granny. Understood? Got it. Sister. Ju grinned widely, grabbing Yuani's wrist and pulling him outside. Let us go. Yuani, I'll tell you, Granny is amazing. She makes the most delicious snacks. As Yuani was tugged along, feeling the warmth radiating from Ju's hand, a corner of the icy barrier within his heart seemed to melt away. Deep within the Senju territory stood an ancient and serene estate, more sacred and tranquil than the outer lands. The courtyard was adorned with intricate sealing symbols that silently recounted the family's glorious past. Ju led Yuani effortlessly to a refined courtyard at its heart. Under the boughs of a venerable pine tree sat an elderly woman clad in simple yet elegant kimono. Meditating, a tea set arranged before her, the gentle fragrance of tea wafting through the air, bringing a sense of calm. That was Uzumaki Mito. Though time had etched lines upon her face, her deep-set eyes remained clear and wise, as if able to see through all worldly illusions. There was no sense of oppression from her presence. Instead, she emanated a gentle, water-like warmth and acceptance that drew others near. Granny, Ju chirped happily, bounding over like a little bird, nestling beside Uzumaki Mito. Ah, Ju. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly, gently stroking Ju's head, her gaze then falling upon Yuani behind him. In that instant, Yuani felt as though an invisible force had completely seen through him. That seemingly gentle gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, revealing the hidden secrets of his heart. The curse of the caged bird concealed beneath his forehead protector, and even the burdensome darkness that belied his youth. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Ju appeared to sense the subtle shift in atmosphere, scratching his head awkwardly as he introduced Yuani. Granny, this is Hyuga Yuani, my sister's new disciple, and also my good friend. Sister said she wanted to ask you to teach him sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito's gaze lingered on Yuani for a moment. Her calm eyes displayed no hint of prejudice or aversion upon sensing the complexity of Yuani's emotions. Instead, there was a trace of subtle compassion and understanding. Ah, the little one from the Hyuga clan, Uzumaki Mito began slowly, her voice gentle and deliberate, carrying a soothing resonance. Your eyes are quite special. Yuani slightly bowed, his voice steady. Lady Mito. No need for formality, child. Uzumaki Mito gestured for Yuani to sit. Tsunade's girl has indeed found a promising student. She raised her teacup and took a delicate sip, her gaze returning to Yuani, deep and contemplative. Sealing techniques are the art of balance and restraint. They can seal away evil and also release shackles. I can feel the yearning within your heart. Yuani's heart skipped a beat. This elder was indeed extraordinary. However, child, Uzumaki Mido continued, her tone shifting to one of profound significance. The more powerful the force, the more a pure and resolute heart is required to wield it. If the fire within you is not controlled, it can illuminate your path or consume you whole. She paused, studying Yuani's pure white eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, I look forward to seeing what kind of sky you can paint with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Lady Mido, you promised to teach me? A hint of barely concealed excitement colored Yuani's tone. Of course, what is there to hesitate about? Uzumaki Mido replied with a kind smile, my dear child, your background is pitiable, and you bear such burdens. I too hope that you can use your strength to break free from that unjust fate. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan may indeed lend you a helping hand. She glanced towards Yuani's forehead, a sharp glint in her eyes. The caged bird, humph. Those stubborn old fools of the Hyuga clan are truly regressing. Such a vile curse to bind a genius should have been swept into the dust of history long ago. Sunlight filtered through the ancient pine's branches, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. As Yuani beheld this kind and formidable elder, a wave of warmth surged within him. In this cold and ruthless world of shinobi, he was not alone. He understood that from this day forth, he would embark on a completely new path of cultivation. A path towards freedom, which might be fraught with challenges, yet was illuminated by the dawn of hope. The flames of the future had already been kindled for him. Chapter 29. The study of sealing techniques deep within the Senju territory, Uzumaki Mido's residence resembled not merely a grand estate, but rather a secluded sanctuary. Detached from the world, in an ancient wooden structure, beneath the eaves, hung time-worn wind chimes that chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze, soothing the restless heart. In the courtyard, aside from the venerable old pine tree, there lay an array of meticulously tended herbs, filling the air with a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs and ink, as well as an enigmatic aura that belonged to the art of sealing. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged on a mat opposite Mizuho, before a low table where an aged parchment scroll unfurled, adorned with intricate and elaborate runes, each turn and connection seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe. This was the foundational understanding and depiction of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Sealing techniques are not merely about confinement and restraint. Mizuho's voice was gentle and distant, akin to a clear spring flowing through a valley, gradually seeping into Yuan Yi's heart. Its essence lies in understanding, guiding, and balancing, grasping the flow of chakra, directing the flow of energy, ultimately achieving a subtle equilibrium. Just as all beings in the world thrive in balance, so too must this art. She picked up a specially crafted fine brush, dipped it in ink, and gracefully sketched a basic sealing character on a blank piece of rice paper. Each stroke appeared spontaneous, yet contained an ineffable rhythm, as if resonating with some universal principle. At that moment, Yuan Yi's Byakugan revealed extraordinary capabilities. He could perceive the delicate flow of chakra as Mizuho inscribed the runes, akin to a gentle stream flowing into the brush tip, then manifesting a stable energy node on the paper. This intuitive perception was far deeper than any written description. What do you see? Mizuho inquired, setting down her brush with a smile. Energy nodes, the circuits of chakra, and a sense of stable order. Yuani pondered for a moment before responding. A glimmer of approval flashed in Mizuho's eyes. Indeed, each rune in sealing techniques represents an independent energy node. When these nodes are interconnected in specific ways, they can form powerful chakra circuits, achieving effects of sealing, guiding, and even creation. Your Byakugan grants you an unparalleled advantage in observing chakra flow, a rare gift for mastering sealing techniques. In the days that followed, Yuan Yi immersed himself in the vast ocean of knowledge surrounding sealing techniques. From the most basic rune depiction to the combinations and applications of various runes, and understanding the principles underlying sealing techniques, Mizuho's teachings were enlightening and accessible. She never imposed answers, but guided Yuan Yi to contemplate and perceive. His learning progressed at an astonishing pace. The strength of his soul, honed through 2 lifetimes, enabled him to navigate the intricacies of sealing techniques with remarkable ease. The insight provided by his Byakugan allowed him to grasp every detail of chakra within each rune, resulting in depictions that were far more stable and refined than those of his peers. Occasionally, Ju would exuberantly rush over, presenting Yuan Yi with exquisite treats crafted by Mizuho or chattering about amusing anecdotes from the Ninja Academy. The sunlight illuminated the youthful face of the boy, dispelling some shadows within Yuan Yi's heart. Witnessing Ju's pure smile further solidified Yuan Yi's resolve to protect. Yuani, look at the explosive seal I just drew, Ju exclaimed, proudly displaying a crookedly drawn explosive seal, yet his face radiated delight. Mizuho said mine has to be more powerful than anyone else's. Yuan Yi accepted the drawing, his Byakugan revealing the uneven chakra distribution and subtle errors within the runes. He refrained from pointing them out directly, merely commenting, next time, pay attention to the evenness of the ink and the steadiness of the chakra infusion. Oh, I understand. Ju nodded, somewhat bewildered, then dashed off to practice. Mizuho observed all of this, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Despite Yuan Yi's seemingly aloof exterior, warmth resided within his heart. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kakashi found themselves at an impasse in their investigation of the attack on the land of grass. Shimura Danzo operated with meticulous precision, while Hyuga Hayashi was cunningly elusive, leaving little direct evidence. Though some indirect clues were uncovered, they were insufficient to convict. Damn, those two cunning foxes, Tsunade muttered in frustration, crumpling a report and throwing it to the ground. Kakashi faced similar frustrations. The missing branch family Shinobi had seemingly vanished without a trace. She gazed out the window to see Yuan Yi diligently practicing sealing techniques under Mizuho's guidance. In the sunlight, the youthful figure stood tall, exuding an unexpected calmness and resilience for his age. Is it up to Yuani alone? A wave of helplessness washed over Tsunade, soon replaced by a stronger resolve. No, I will not let them succeed. I will find the evidence. Time quietly slipped away as Yuan Yi dedicated himself to his training. Weeks passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Yuan Yi attempted to combine several basic binding and solidifying seals, striving to construct a simple binding sealing technique. He was wholly focused, his Byakugan capturing the flow of chakra between the runes, his brush steady and precise, each stroke executed flawlessly. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment ignited within him. He recalled the intricate design formed by the caged bird seal on his forehead, the invisible shackles that confined his soul and power. Sealing techniques are about balance and restraint, he murmured, continuing to write without pause, skillfully interlinking the previously awkward runes in a more fluid manner. A soft hum resonated from the parchment as an intricate and radiant small sealing technique materialized beneath his hand. It worked. A flicker of barely perceptible joy illuminated Yuan Yi's eyes. Though it was merely a basic binding seal, the underlying principles offered him a vague understanding of the essence of the caged bird. Very well, Mizuho's voice chimed in from beside him, having approached unnoticed. Her gaze filled with admiration. You have begun to grasp the essence of sealing techniques. Remember, child, the runes are lifeless, but the human heart is alive. A true master of sealing techniques does not merely replicate the methods of predecessors, but seeks to comprehend their core and innovate according to personal needs. She paused, her gaze shifting to Yuan Yi's forehead, her expression deepening. The caged bird appears unbreakable, yet every seal possesses its core array and the flow of energy. When you can truly see through its essence, the so-called shackles will no longer be insurmountable barriers. Yuan Yi's heart raced at Mizuho's words, as if a glimmer of dawn illuminated the thorny path to freedom. Thank you, Lady Mizuho, for your guidance. He bowed deeply. Mizuho smiled gently, her gaze drifting towards the azure sky beyond the courtyard. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are vast and profound. What I can teach you is merely a fraction. The path ahead must be traversed and forged by you. She turned back to Yuan Yi, her tone tinged with anticipation. I am curious to see what brilliance will arise when your Byakugan merges with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps you will achieve feats beyond even my imagination. As Yuan raised his head to meet the gaze of Uzumaki Suhu, the flicker of indomitable flames reignited within his pure white eyes. The beacon of the future had already illuminated his heart. The daybreak blade, yearning to sever all bonds, seemed to resonate with its master's will, emitting a faint, bloodthirsty hum from within its sheath. The undercurrents remained turbulent, yet this time, he no longer faced them alone. He had a guiding lighthouse and comrades to fight alongside him. In the depths of this vortex, he was also gathering a power potent enough to overturn everything. Chapter 30. The tumultuous strings of the heart in the 35th year of Konoha. The smoke of war hung like an indelible shadow over the entire ninja world. The mire and blood of the land of rain, conveyed through sporadic intelligence reports, brought an ever-increasing weight of oppression back to the relatively tranquil Konoha. Yuan had not participated in any Umbu missions for nearly a year, since he began learning sealing techniques under Uzumaki Suehu. Most of his time was spent in the serene courtyard deep within the Senju clan, surrounded by ancient runes and profound jutsu. Uzumaki Suehu's teachings, akin to gentle spring rain, nourished his understanding of sealing techniques while gradually warming his heart, which had grown cold from bearing too much. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had long become the backbone of the front line in the land of rain. Their names, intertwined with continuous battle reports, became legends spoken with awe and hope by the villagers of Konoha. Shungshu, a youth slightly older than Yuan, always radiated sunshine, dispelling the gloom around him. Yet, in his once carefree eyes, a subtle determination and a hint of fatigue began to emerge, reflective of a ninja's burden. He frequently rushed to find Yuan, eager to share anecdotes from his missions or occasionally complain about poor rations or a teammate's blunders during training. Yuan, on this day, Shungshu burst into Suehu's courtyard like a gust of wind, nearly tripping over the threshold, waving a newly issued mission order. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and his voice rose an octave. I have marvelous news. I'm going to the front line in the land of rain with teacher Orochimaru. Finally, I can step onto a real battlefield. Yuan, practicing a complex composite sealing technique at a low table, felt his hand pause imperceptibly at the mention of Orochimaru. The strokes of the rune he was crafting faltered at the end, as if a tiny stone had disrupted a tranquil lake. The ink left a small smudge on the rice paper, marring the perfection of the entire technique. Memories from a past life surged like a tidal wave, bringing with them a suffocating chill. He recalled Shungshu, the kind-hearted boy and Tsunade's only brother, who perished on the battlefield due to a treacherous explosive tag trap. He set down his brush, gently pinching the small ink spot before lifting his gaze to meet the excited Shungshu. His voice devoid of much emotion. Going to the land of rain? With teacher Orochimaru? He deliberately lingered on the word teacher. Of course. Shungshu eagerly nodded, his fists clenched, eyes sparkling with ambition and a fervent desire to become a great Hokage like his grandfather, to protect Konoha and put an end to this wretched war. Yuan fell silent. What could he say? Should he bluntly inform him that he might meet a grim fate on the battlefield, leaving no remains? Such words would only lead Shungshu to think him mad or envious. Since he began learning sealing techniques from Lady Suehu, he had often, both intentionally and unintentionally, warned Shungshu about the perils of various traps on the battlefield, especially those involving explosive tags. He hoped this subtle approach would heighten Shungshu's awareness. But could the trajectory of fate be so easily altered? Observing Shungshu's flushed face brimming with excitement, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. Days later, Shungshu departed, with his belongings packed and dreams of the future in his heart, along with a reluctance to leave his family behind. He set forth on the journey to the land of rain. Before his departure, Tsunade solemnly entrusted him with the necklace of the first Hokage, her usually bright and resolute eyes glistening with rare tears. Yuan stood at the entrance of the Senju estate, watching Shungshu's figure vanish at the end of the street. He understood that Shungshu's journey was fraught with peril. He did not wish for Shungshu to die, not only because Shungshu was one of the few genuine friends he had in this world, but also because he was Tsunade's brother. He could not bear to witness Tsunade become the fifth Hokage, consumed by gambling and alcohol, using reckless abandon to mask the profound sorrow of repeated losses. Yet, what could he do? Hatake Sakomo was currently leading the Umbu on a highly confidential long-term mission at the borders, unable to return in the short term. Tsunade, too, was called back to the land of rain shortly after Shungshu's departure due to the pressing war situation. It seemed as if Yuan was left alone, confronting the impending tragedy. In the following days, Yuan's heart became utterly disarrayed. He could not focus on his studies of sealing techniques. The runes and jutsu that once captivated him now appeared monotonous and dull. He often found himself staring blankly at a sheet of blank rice paper for half a day. The image of Shungshu leaving imprinted in his mind, alongside the battlefield in the land of rain, destined to be stained with blood. The desk was piled high with discarded sheets of paper, each one crumpled after only a few strokes. A restless heart could not craft a successful technique. When did Uzumaki Suihu appear behind him, holding a tray of freshly made pastries, gently placing it on the low table? She did not notice the abandoned papers, but spoke softly. Is the tea cold? Is your heart growing cold as well? Yuan snapped back to reality, awkwardly lowering his head. Lady Suihu, your heart has long since flown beyond this courtyard. Uzumaki Suihu sat on the cushion opposite him, her gaze calm and penetrating. The matter concerning Shungshu troubles you greatly, doesn't it? Yuan remained silent. In the presence of Lady Suihu's all-seeing eyes, any attempt to disguise his feelings felt futile. I know, child, you harbor too much within your heart, bearing burdens far too heavy for your age. Uzumaki Suihu sighed gently, her voice laden with compassion. You fear for his safety, you wish to save him, am I right? Yuan abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of struggle and embarrassment crossing his features. Shungshu is still so naive, the battlefield is too soon for him. I am grateful he has a friend like you. Then if you wish to go, go. A kind smile graced Uzumaki Suihu's lips. The practice of sealing techniques is not achieved in a day, nor can one attain success by confining oneself within a limited scope. Sometimes, following one's heart and doing what one believes is right can lead to clarity and enlightenment. She lifted her teacup, gently blowing on the steam. After a pause, her gaze grew profound and distant. Yuan, remember, we learn power not to be constrained by rules, but to protect what we hold dear. To miss out on what truly matters due to fear of the unknown or rigid adherence to dogma is the greatest regret of all. Yuan's heart raced violently at Lady Suihu's words. Indeed, his mastery of the breath of the sun and his study of sealing techniques were driven by a singular purpose: to possess the strength to shatter the shackles of fate and protect those dear to him. If he could not extend a hand to friends within arm's reach, what meaning would his pursuit of power hold? Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply before Master Mizuho. Expressing his gratitude without the need for excessive words, action spoke volumes. He swiftly returned to his chamber to prepare for his journey, gathering a few changes of clothes. The specially crafted top-tier healing ointment from his master Tsunade, and concentrated military rations, essentials he always kept on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Finally, he grasped the blood-stained Nichiren blade, its edge glimmering with newfound sharpness, its warmth seeping through the scabbard and sending a familiar thrill coursing through him. Before departing, he approached the courtyard of Master Mizuho once more, bowing deeply before the ancient wooden gate. Turning away, he gazed towards the direction of the Senju clan, where Tsunade's fiery passion and care awaited him, where Ju's sunny smile radiated warmth, and where Master Mizuho's benevolent wisdom flowed like water. This place held the most precious and cherished memories from his time in this world. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril. The hidden minions of the Hyuga clan and that old dog Danzo would surely seize upon this opportunity of his solitary departure from Konoha. He could even foresee a hunt more dangerous than the last in the land of grass, likely brewing in the shadows. Perhaps they were waiting for him to walk into their trap. Yet, he could not falter. To become a true powerhouse and seize control of his destiny, he must possess the courage to face all trials and tribulations head-on. The howls of wolves from the hidden village echoed in his ears. This time, he would willingly step into the realm steeped in bloodshed and conspiracy. The Nichiren blade in his grasp seemed to resonate with his resolve, emitting a soft, eager hum for battle. The wind stirred once more at the edge of the green foliage. This time, Yua made his choice, charging forth into the storm. Chapter 31. Leaving the village, racing to the land of rain. The mornings in Konoha always carried a distinctive tranquility. However, as Yua's silhouette vanished beyond the colossal wooden gates signifying protection and separation, this tranquility rippled like stones cast into a still pond, unnoticed by all. He eschewed the main road, opting instead for a rugged and concealed forest path. The ground beneath his feet, parched from days without rain, kicked up fine dust with each step. His Byakugan activated, granting him a panoramic view that captured every flutter of wind and grass, heightening his awareness of latent dangers. The Nichiren blade was firmly secured on his back, its handle's chill seeping through his thin attire, a familiar thrill responding to his surging battle spirit. His speed was remarkable, weaving through the trees like an ethereal shadow, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves in his wake. The words "land of rain" and Ju weighed heavily upon his heart. He had to reach them before tragedy struck. While uncertain if he could alter the predetermined fate, he felt compelled to make the attempt. Even if the chances were a mere 1 in 10,000, he would pull Ju back from the precipice of death. By afternoon, a charred stretch of forest abruptly emerged before him. Shattered cartwheels, scattered goods, and the lingering stench of smoke and blood silently narrated the tale of a brutal raid or skirmish that had transpired not long ago. A few carrion crows circled above the wreckage, emitting harsh, grating calls. Yua's footsteps did not waver. His Byakugan swiftly scanned the area, confirming no survivors or valuable leads before he circumnavigated this ominous sight. The brutality of war was anticipated, however. The cold data, intertwined with the vibrant life of a sunlit smile, intensified his inner turmoil. In a dim, damp underground hideout in Konoha, flickering candlelight cast grotesque shadows of masks upon the walls. Hyuga Matsukazu's wrinkled face contorted with extreme anger and suppressed excitement, veins pulsing like worms on his forehead. He stood before Shimura Danzo, maintaining a respectful posture, yet unable to conceal his urgency. Lord Danzo, Matsukazu's voice rasped, akin to sandpaper scraping wood. That wretched child, Hyuga Yua, has left the village alone. He is headed toward the land of rain. Danzo sat regally in his seat, his bandaged right eye appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. He toyed with a black chess piece, pausing momentarily at Matsukazu's words. His unblemished left eye, as still as a deep pool, cast a fleeting glance at Matsukazu. Oh. Danzo's voice was low, yet it carried an icy insight into human nature. Alone, he possesses a certain audacity, albeit foolish. This folly may serve our purpose well. A flash of venomous light flickered in Matsukazu's eyes. Indeed, Lord Danzo, this is a rare opportunity. The battlefield in the land of rain is chaotic. Losing a few lives is commonplace. As long as we act discreetly. Danzo gently placed the chess piece upon the board, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the chamber. Elder Hyuga seems to have forgotten that during the last incident in the land of grass, that mad dog, Hatake Tsukumo, nearly bit my tail. His tone was flat, sending an involuntary shiver through Matsukazu. This time is different. Matsukazu hastened to assert. Tsunade is at the front lines, overwhelmed with her own affairs. Hatake Tsukumo is far away at the border, unable to intervene. As long as our operatives are swift, we can pin everything on the rogue forces of a Wagakure or Amigakure. A barely discernible smile crept across Danzo's lips, devoid of warmth, filled only with calculation and a desire for control. The land of rain, then. Its waters are already murky. Adding a few more oblivious fish will not be detrimental. He raised his gaze to Matsukazu. Are your people ready? Already prepared. Matsukazu's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. They are loyal warriors from the branch family, unwavering in their loyalty to the main house. There will be no loose ends. At that point, all we need is your subtle cooperation, Lord Danzo. Cooperation? Danzo issued a vague huff. My roots exist solely for the stability of Konoha. Eliminating unstable factors is part of my duty. He paused, his voice cold as a serpent's hiss. Make it clean. I do not relish in cleaning up messes. Yes, yes. Lord Danzo is wise. Matsukazu responded eagerly, his face finally breaking into a sinister grin. In the shadows, a new scheme of murder had quietly been laid out. In the land of rain. At a temporary encampment on the front lines, incessant rain soaked the world, turning the muddy ground into a quagmire of varying footprints. The air was thick with the acrid scents of gunpowder, blood, herbs, and decay, inducing nausea. On a relatively open patch of mud, Ju panted heavily. Immersed in his ninjutsu training, his body was caked in mud, strands of hair plastered to his face, his chest heaving violently. Yet, his eyes still sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Orochimaru stood nearby, his purple eyeshadow appearing particularly eerie against the somber sky, his golden snake-like pupils calmly observing each of Ju's movements. A cryptic smile perpetually graced his lips. Earth release, earth flow wall. Ju slammed his hands onto the ground, chakra surging forth. However, the rising earthen wall appeared slightly crooked and uneven, threatening to collapse at any moment. Smack! The whip in Orochimaru's hand mercilessly struck Ju's calf. Ugh! Ju cried out in pain, nearly falling, yet he stubbornly refrained from voicing any complaints. His control over chakra remained woefully coarse. Orochimaru's voice, imbued with a unique rasp and magnetism, betrayed no discernible emotion as he remarked, Ju. The battlefield is not your practice ground. Any hint of weakness could cost you your life. Your fervor to become Hokage, if not transformed into genuine strength, will merely devolve into an absurd jest. Yes, teacher Orochimaru, I will strive harder. Ju gritted his teeth, steadied himself, his eyes brimming with resentment and determination. Observing this display, a complex glimmer flickered within Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, his tone softening slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible indulgence. Your progress is commendable, that much is certain. However, mere earth techniques are insufficient. The battlefield is rife with unpredictability. Take this technique and study it diligently. He produced a scroll from his robes and handed it to Ju. As Ju accepted the scroll, a spark of surprise and curiosity flashed in his eyes. The wind intensified, whipping icy raindrops sharply against Yuya's face. He could now see the iconic, towering iron spires of the Land of Rain, resembling colossal tombstones in the distance. The stifling atmosphere, saturated with an overwhelming scent of blood, signaled that he was drawing ever closer to the battlefield. His Byakugan pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, revealing the distant sky intermittently illuminated by the explosions, akin to the flames of hell raging in the distance. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. On the periphery of his vision, several subtle yet familiar chakra signatures quietly locked onto his position, like maggots clinging to bone, cold, lifeless, and reeking of unmasked malice. Had the Hyuga pursuers arrived so swiftly? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yuya's mouth. It appeared that this rain was destined to be stained crimson. Chapter 32. The blade in the rain and the cloud of reunion. The rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Akin to countless icy needles piercing through the already blurred boundary between the land of fire and the land of rain. Yuya's figure traversed the muddy and slippery mountain forest with remarkable speed, raindrops cascading from the brim of his straw hat, leaving fleeting trails behind him. His Byakugan had long since encompassed everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The chakra fluctuations, akin to maggots clinging to his heels, possessed the unique chill and rigidity characteristic of the Hyuga clan, clear and distinct in his vision. There were 5 of them, clad in the standard garb of the branch family, moving in perfect harmony, clearly well-trained assassins. As Yuya approached a relatively open riverbank, he subtly slowed his pace. The cold rainwater washed over the cobblestones of the riverbed, producing a cacophony that conveniently masked any slight movements. Are you not tired after chasing me for so long? He suddenly halted, turning around, his voice calm and as unyielding as the frigid rain, devoid of any ripple. 5 figures emerged from the shadows of the trees, fanning out to encircle Yuya. They wore plain masks, revealing only their cold and emotionless pure white eyes, resembling wolves fixated on their prey. The leader, somewhat robust in stature, spoke in a gravelly voice. Hyuga Yuya, the traitor of our clan. The main house has decreed your immediate execution. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the 5 attackers launched their assault almost simultaneously. No probing, no unnecessary chatter, only the most direct and lethal moves. 5 fierce gusts of wind, imbued with the penetrating force of gentle fist, sealed off every possible escape route for Yuya from 5 different angles. At that moment, Yuya's gaze sharpened, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. First style of the breath of the sun, circular dance. The sun wheel blade cleaved through the rain, tracing a brilliant arc of orange-red light, as if the rising sun had instantaneously shattered the surrounding darkness. That seemingly gentle circular dance contained an extraordinary cutting power, effortlessly dissipating the 5 gusts of wind, the blade's momentum unabated, leaving a shallow crimson mark upon the neck of one branch family assassin. The assassin stifled a groan, staggering backward, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this boy, deemed a pariah by the main house, possessed such formidable strength. Mere trifles. The leading assassin scoffed, forming hand seals. 8th form of the gentle fist, empty palm. A concentrated wave of chakra, mixed with rainwater, howled toward Yuya's face. Yuya did not flinch or evade. His Byakugan clearly tracked the trajectory and weak points of the impact wave. He angled the sun wheel blade upward at an astonishing angle. 4th style of the breath of the sun, mirage rainbow. The blade's light resembled a rainbow emerging after the rain, vibrant yet deadly, precisely striking the side of the empty palm, diverting its path, skimming past Yuya's ear and leaving a deep crater in the ground behind him. The battle escalated in a heartbeat. Each of these branch family assassins held the strength of AJ Nin, unflinching in the face of death, their every strike aimed at Yuya's vital points. Yet, during his time studying sealing techniques with Vortex Watergate, Yuya had not merely focused on runes. Each instance of exquisite chakra control and each insight into energy balance elevated his mastery of the breath of the sun and Byakugan to new heights. Breaking the cage blade of the breath of the sun. Once more, as one assassin attempted to close in using an unorthodox footwork and poison-laced shuriken to ambush Yuya from his blind spot, Yuya let out a fierce shout, and the sun wheel blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. That sword light transcended the mere dawn that tore through darkness, infused with a resolute fury to sever all constraints, as if it sought to cleave through the oppressive rain itself. Splatter. Blood blossomed in the rain like a vibrant flower, as the ambushing assassin's mask cracked, revealing incredulous eyes as he slowly succumbed to the ground. The remaining 4 assassins finally displayed fear in their eyes. They had never encountered such an eerie and tyrannical swordsmanship. The will that seemed capable of severing souls sent shivers down their spines. Yuya afforded them no respite, weaving through the rain like a specter, the sun wheel blade transforming into lethal flashes of light. Each strike was precise and fatal, devoid of any superfluous movement. When the final assassin fell into the mire, filled with resentment and terror, Yuya stood quietly in the rain, his chest slightly heaving. The rain washed away the blood from his body, as well as the warmth lingering on the sunwheel blade. He did not inspect the corpses. His Byakugan had already confirmed their lifelessness. Yet, the sense of being watched from within Konoha had not dissipated. Rather, it had grown clearer, like a venomous serpent locking onto him. The gaze of the Hyuga clan's Danzo was as frigid as eternal ice. He understood that these branch family assassins were merely an appetizer. The true threat lay ahead. Without pausing, he discerned the direction and resumed his journey towards the front lines of the Land of Rain. The mud beneath his feet seemed to grow more viscous and sanguine due to the brief yet intense clash that had just transpired. Several hours later, when Yuya finally arrived at Orochimaru's temporary encampment, the sky had completely darkened. The incessant rain enveloped the entire camp in a damp, chill, and oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick with the rich aroma of blood, the scent of medicinal herbs, and a nauseating stench of decay, the distinctive essence of the battlefield. Within the camp, flickering lights illuminated the hurried movements of patrolling ninjas, all exhibiting signs of fatigue and vigilance. Yuya's arrival did not incite much commotion. His dark, standard-issue attire and the faintly glowing white eyes amidst the darkness were sufficient to reveal his identity. Guided by a ninja from the Hidden Rain village, Yuan Yi arrived at the entrance of a relatively dry tent. Lord Orochimaru is inside, as is Lord Nagasuki, the ninja murmured, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. As Yuan Yi lifted the tent's flap and stepped inside, the dim light illuminated the interior, where a solitary oil lamp flickered. Orochimaru sat behind a rudimentary field table, perusing a scroll, his signature golden serpent eyes appearing particularly bewitching in the subdued light. Beside him, Nagasuki animatedly gestured about, his face speckled with mud and hair slightly disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Yuan Yi. Nagasuki was the first to notice his arrival. He exclaimed in delight, rushing over to envelop Yuan Yi in a warm embrace. "What brings you here? Did your sister send you?" The familiar, sun-kissed scent of Nagasuki, coupled with his heartfelt joy, eased the tension that had knotted Yuan Yi's heart throughout his journey. Seeing Nagasuki unharmed alleviated some of his worries. "No, I came out of concern for you," Yuan Yi replied softly, patting Nagasuki's back, though his gaze involuntarily shifted toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru slowly raised his head, his icy golden serpent eyes scrutinizing Yuan Yi, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Though I welcome your presence, I have not received any orders regarding your transfer." His voice was deep and resonant. Yuan Yi retrieved the transfer order from his bag and replied, "Lord Orochimaru, I have submitted my application to Lord Mizuho. This is my official transfer order." Orochimaru nodded slightly. "In that case, you shall accompany Nagasuki in his endeavors." Nagasuki grasped Yuan Yi's hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Yuan Yi, you won't believe it. Lord Orochimaru has agreed to let me join the upcoming extermination mission. It's real combat, not the petty patrols we used to do." His face radiated a fervent desire for achievement and a longing for battle, an earnest enthusiasm that felt out of place in the chilly, oppressive atmosphere of the tent. However, as Yuani observed Nagasuki's exuberance, the relief he had just felt surged back into anxiety. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unease, he fixed his pure white eyes on Nagasuki, his tone subtly tinged with anger and severity. Real combat? Nagasuki, do you comprehend what that entails? He paused, allowing his voice to cool further. Even prodigies like Minato Namikaze are primarily engaged in reconnaissance, intelligence transmission, and logistical support on the battlefield. They seldom participate directly in the most brutal confrontations. Do you truly believe that, with your current strength, you can survive in such a meat grinder of a battlefield? Chapter 33. A vow beneath the rain. Yuani's words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flame of excitement in Nagasuki's eyes. The unfiltered anger and severity were sentiments he had never witnessed from his usually taciturn friend. The air inside the tent seemed to solidify in the wake of Yuani's sudden inquiry, leaving only the sound of the rain outside, pounding against the canvas, heavy and oppressive. Nagasuki's exhilaration and dreams began to dissipate, replaced by bewilderment and a hint of grievance. He opened his mouth to retort, to assert that he was no longer the child needing his sister's protection, to proclaim that he was unafraid of any danger in pursuit of his dream of becoming Hokage. Yet, when he met Yuani's exceptionally serious gaze, the unspoken urgency behind his icy words, all arguments caught in his throat. It was not jealousy or disdain. It was a profound, almost desperate concern. I just want to become stronger quickly, to help my sister, to end this war. Nagasuki's lips quivered, his once straight back sagging involuntarily. His voice reduced to a whisper. It carried the unique frustration of youth, seeking understanding. He recognized the truth in Yuani's words. Even geniuses like Minato Namikaze were carefully positioned in relatively safe roles, and his own abilities were indeed inadequate for the true battlefield. I know you mean well. Nagasuki inhaled deeply, lifting his head. Though his eyes sparkled less with innocence, they brimmed with newfound solemnity. He stepped forward, firmly patting Yuani on the shoulder, as if to convey his resolve. Rest assured, I am not a fool seeking death. Each word was spoken with conviction, though his voice remained soft, yet impactful. I promise you and my sister that I will protect myself. I will return alive, wearing the Hokage's hat. These words were his heartfelt vow. As Yuani regarded him, the icy anger in his pure white eyes gradually melted away. He understood that he could not alter Nagasuki's decision, just as he could not change the cruel laws of this world. All he could do was strive to become an exception to those very laws. Then show me through your actions. Yuani's voice returned to its usual calm. From this day forth, I will keep a watchful eye on you. There was no promise of protection, yet that unassailable declaration bore more weight than any vow. A low, raspy laughter suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere within the tent. Orochimaru had set aside the scroll, his golden serpent eyes gliding with interest between Yuani and Nagasuki, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. Such a touching friendship, Nagasuki-kun, he remarked, his voice imbued with a unique magnetism, making it difficult to discern whether it was praise or mockery. It seems that your friend's words have impacted you more profoundly than my teachings. His gaze, seemingly gentle, fell upon Yuani, akin to the most delicate probe, attempting to dissect every nuance of his expression. Fascinating. This child from the Hyuga clan is truly intriguing. His white eyes appeared to see deeper and further than those of an ordinary Hyuga. The calmness and decisiveness that did not belong to his age, along with the momentary eruption of certainty and fear regarding a certain future, resembled an unpolished gem, radiating a deadly allure. Tsunade, you have indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. A flicker of jealousy intertwined with admiration crossed Orochimaru's mind, an emotion even he was unaware of. In that case, he extended his pale, slender finger, lightly tapping the table, the sound harmonizing with the rain outside. Hinata Yueni, you shall be temporarily assigned to my team as Nagasuki-kun's support. His golden serpent eyes sparkled with inquisitive light as he regarded Yuani. Your Byakugan will be the finest eyes in this downpour. Allow me to see just how capable a disciple can be to earn the attention of both Lord Mizuho and Tsunade. This was an offer that could not be refused. Yuani nodded, with no further words to spare. Very well. Upon witnessing this, Nagasuki's face finally brightened with a smile, one now infused with reassurance and solidity. He understood that with Yuani by his side, his future path on the battlefield would undoubtedly possess a more steadfast guarantee. The rain outside continued to pour incessantly, drenching the land of rain in a pervasive shroud of sorrow and despair. In this dimly lit tent, swaying under the flickering glow of yellow lights, a pact concerning life and death, a tangled guardianship, has quietly been forged. For the subsequent month, Yuan Yi has become the most extraordinary presence within the Great Serpent's team. He resembles a silent shadow, always hovering at a distance neither too close nor too far from Shungtai, whether in daily training or while embarking on reconnaissance missions. His Byakugan functions like the most sophisticated radar on the battlefield, repeatedly averting hidden traps and discerning enemy ambushes ahead of time. During this period, Shungtai, too, has undergone rapid growth. The battlefield, a relentless machine, has swiftly stripped away his naivety and impulsiveness, rendering him more resilient and dependable. The synergy between him and Yuan Yi has grown increasingly harmonious. One is sunny and exuberant, charging ahead, while the other remains calm and composed, with a keen grasp of the overall situation. In this high-stakes environment, Yuan Yi has been voraciously absorbing knowledge, not merely acquiring a formidable jutsu from Orochimaru, but rather embracing the invaluable art of warfare. Orochimaru's insights into battlefield dynamics, manipulation of human emotions, and trap-setting exhibit a chilling precision and ruthlessness. He meticulously analyzes the pros and cons of each minor conflict for Yuan Yi, elucidating how to exploit terrain, weather, and even the enemy's psychological fears to achieve strategic objectives. These teachings, dark and cunning yet incredibly practical, have opened a gateway to an entirely new realm for Yuan Yi. On one occasion, after eliminating a stronghold of rogue rain country ninjas, Orochimaru observed Yuan Yi meticulously scrutinizing the battlefield with his Byakugan, leaving no detail overlooked. In his golden serpent eyes, a rare glimmer of approval emerged. This young man absorbed knowledge at an astonishing rate, transforming it into his own strength. His composure, talent, and capacity for learning surpassed all expectations. The image of a golden-haired woman resurfaced in Orochimaru's mind, and this time, his envy crystallized with greater clarity. Chapter 34. The journey home. The mire of the rain country seems perpetually incapable of drying up. Decayed vegetation mingles with dried blood, exuding a uniquely nauseating, sweet odor. In a hollowed-out area ravaged by ninjutsu, the echoes of battle remain unsettled. Earth release, yellow spring swamp, accompanied by a low voice, now matured and steady. Shungtai pressed his hands firmly into the earth. Unlike the crude ninjutsu from a year prior, this time, the ground beneath him seemed to awaken, morphing into a vast, bubbling quagmire that ensnared 3 rock-hidden ninjas attempting to flee, rendering them immobile. In the swamp, the rock ninjas struggled in terror, sinking deeper into despair. Well done. A flat voice resonated behind Shungtai. He did not need to turn around to know who it was. A flash of orange blade light sliced through the air above the swamp, akin to a streak of sunset piercing through the gloom. There was no earth-shattering commotion, merely the subtle yet distinct sound of a blade piercing flesh. The struggles of the 3 rock ninjas ceased abruptly, as a neat line of crimson appeared at their necks, swiftly washed away by the cold rain. You're quicker at collecting heads than anyone else. Shungtai straightened up, wiping the mud and sweat from his face, grinning to reveal a row of white teeth. After nearly a year of the ravages of war, his once slender physique had transformed into a sturdy form, with innocence replaced by determination. Only when he glanced at Yuan Yi did the unique familiarity of youth resurface. Yuan Yi sheathed his sword, his Byakugan gradually closing. He paid no heed to Shungtai's jest, calmly stating, "Ensure the battlefield is cleaned, leaving no trace that could be tracked." Got it, Instructor Yuan Yi," Shungtai replied, making a face while exaggerating his complaint. "You're even more verbose than teacher Orochimaru." Nevertheless, his actions were swift, expertly tending to the bodies and erasing the evidence of combat. In the rain country, a land that devours without remorse, any hint of negligence could invite disastrous consequences, a lesson he had learned through countless encounters with death. The Blade in the Rain was the title bestowed upon Yuan Yi by the rock ninjas, for each strike he delivered was as cold, precise, and penetrating as the incessant raindrops. As for Shungtai, his mastery of the earth manipulation ninjutsu, gradually refined, earned him the moniker the Thousand Hands in the Quagmire, a name that, while sounding somewhat absurd, was remarkably fitting. This peculiar duo had already gained a modest reputation as harbingers of doom along the eastern front of the rain country. In the root base of Konoha, The flickering candlelight cast the shadow of Shimura Danzo upon the cold stone walls, resembling a lurking beast. Hyuga Hayashi's breath was heavy. His usually authoritative visage now betrayed a slight twitch of suppressed agitation. He had visited this dreary place more than once, and each time, the answers he received lodged like a thorn in his throat. Lord Danzo, that wretched Hyuga Yuan Yi is now gaining notoriety in the Rain Country. If this continues, he will inevitably become the second Konoha White Fang. What an affront to us and the dignity of the Hyuga clan. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a desperation he was barely aware of. Danzo methodically polished a short blade, not sparing him a glance, his tone devoid of warmth. Elder Hayashi, you seem to forget that we are in wartime. Any ninja who distinguishes themselves on the battlefield for Konoha is a precious asset to the village. But Hayashi began, only to be interrupted by Danzo, who finally lifted his gaze, his solitary eye gleaming with an unsettling insight. He is now under Orochimaru's command. We both know Orochimaru's temperament. Are we to simply watch him grow in power? Hayashi clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Danzo sheathed the short blade with a faint, crisp sound. He stood and approached Hayashi, his diminutive stature exuding an oppressive aura. Elder Hayashi, do not limit your vision to a mere branch family member. Orochimaru is a pivotal part of my plan. Sacrificing our relationship over a single Hyuga Yuan Yi would be a grave error. Moreover, the waters of Konoha are already murky enough. There is no need to toss in a stone that will only splash mud upon ourselves at this moment. He patted Hayashi's shoulder, a gesture that appeared comforting yet bore an unmistakable weight. Patience. Wait for a more opportune moment. A hunter must possess great patience. Hayashi froze, recognizing the depth of calculation and ambition reflected in Danzo's solitary eye. He understood that both he and the entire Hyuga clan were merely pawns in a far grander game. He parted his lips, ultimately transforming his pent-up resentment and unwillingness into a begrudging, "Yes, Lord Danzo." A month later, a directive from the Hokage Tower arrived at the frontline camp in the Rain Country. Yuan Yi and Xingtai's team, having engaged in prolonged combat and achieved numerous victories, were granted permission to return to Konoha for a 2-week respite. Upon receiving the news, the entire camp erupted in jubilation, nearly all the members cheering with delight. Only Xingtai, after a brief spell of excitement, unexpectedly fell silent. Alone, he stood on a high ground at the camp's edge, gazing towards Konoha, shrouded in rain, lost in thought. As Yuani approached him, he followed his gaze. There, apart from the overcast sky and the muddy ground, there was nothing to be seen. "What? Do you not wish to return?" Yuani spoke softly. "No," Shengshu shook his head, raindrops cascading from his hair. "It just feels somewhat surreal. Here, every day is consumed by thoughts of survival and the annihilation of enemies. Suddenly returning to that peaceful village leaves me uncertain of what to do." He turned his head to look at Yuan Yi, his expression complex. "Yuani, do you think that everything we do can truly bring about peace? The IWA Shinobi I've killed, do they not have families awaiting their return?" War, inescapably, had left an indelible mark on this once sunny-hearted youth. Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond to the weighty question. Instead, he reached out and plucked a withered leaf from Shengshu's shoulder. "First, let us focus on surviving and returning. We can discuss it with Tsunade-sensei and Lord Mito later." His voice was gentle, yet it served as a calming balm, slowly soothing Shengshu's tumultuous emotions. Indeed, surviving first is paramount. Only by living can we earn the right to ponder those more distant matters. As the two shouldered their belongings and set off on their journey home, the relentless rain that had battered them for so long miraculously ceased. A ray of long-lost sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the scarred land beneath. The rain had stopped, yet the lingering scent of blood and rust seemed to have seeped into their very bones, refusing to dissipate. The path ahead led to Konoha, to home. However, Yuani understood that the seemingly tranquil village might present a far more treacherous quagmire than the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Chapter 35. Shadows beneath the setting sun. The return journey felt longer than the outbound one. Not due to the distance, but rather the heavy weight of emotions pressing down on them. As they stepped from the perpetually damp terrain of the Land of Rain into the Fire Country, the stench of decaying earth was gradually replaced by the fragrant aroma of dry grass and trees, and even the sky appeared to extend higher. The sun was setting, painting the horizon with magnificent shades of orange-red, resonating with the hue of Yuan Yi's sword sheath. The golden light enveloped them, yet it could not dispel the chilling aura that had returned with them from the battlefield. Shangshu remained unusually silent. No longer did he chatter incessantly about his experiences and dreams. His once bright eyes now gazed at the distant mountains, reflecting a complexity of thoughts that belied his young age. Yuan Yi, he suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. What kind of place is the Hyuga clan? Yuan Yi's steps did not falter. He merely cast a sidelong glance at his companion. He recognized that war had ultimately dulled the most innocent edges of Shangshu's spirit. It is a place governed by strict customs, he replied after a moment's contemplation. Customs? Shangshu pondered this term, furrowing his brow. Is it larger than the Senju clan's shrine? I heard my sister say that those of your branch bear a curse mark on their foreheads. His words trailed off abruptly. A sharp and unmasked killing intent, like invisible icicles, descended upon them from all directions. Be careful. Shangshu reacted swiftly, honed by years of conflict to sense the aura of death. Instinctively, he began to form hand seals. Yet, Yuan Yi's movements were swifter. In fact, faster than those who wielded that murderous intent. Clang! A clear sound of steel rang out as the Nichiren blade was drawn. Yuan Yi did not turn back. Nor did he glance at the figures emerging from the shadows of the forest. He simply struck out with his blade, diagonally aimed at his left rear. Second form of the breath of the sun, azure sky. A massive circular blade of light surged upwards, as if to cleave the heavens themselves. The fiery orange blade wave, accompanied by a searing heat, inexplicably expanded to cover a vast area behind him. What? So fast? Surprised gasps echoed from various directions. 7 figures clad in the standard attire of the Hyuga branch were forced out from their hiding spots behind trees and rocks, clumsily leaping back to avoid the sudden, sweeping attack. Each of them exuded a presence far superior to the assassins Yuan Yi had encountered at the border. They were all seasoned jonin. In that moment, Shangshu's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His hands remained poised in the seal formation, disbelief etched across his face. He recognized the pure white eyes of those individuals, along with the faint blue markings on their foreheads, akin to the curse mark on Yuan Yi's brow. They were members of the Hyuga clan. In the heart of the Fire Country, on this path leading back to Konoha, they sought to assassinate their own kin. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and seething rage surged within Shangshu. He yearned to shout, to demand answers, but the unfolding events rendered him mute. Yuan Yi's assault showed no signs of abating. The moment 3 jonin revealed themselves, he was already in motion. 7th form of the breath of the sun, solar flare charge. He transformed into a swirling vortex of flames, wielding the Nichiren blade like a lethal drill, charging straight for the most powerful presence among the encircling foes. That seasoned ninja, experienced in battle, did not attempt to withstand the earth-shattering blow. Instead, he stepped back lightly, as if weightless, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of striking shadows aimed at Yuan Yi's vital points. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Yet, his attempts fell utterly short. In Shangshu's wide-eyed astonishment, Yuan Yi executed an impossible maneuver in midair, gliding past the tightly woven net of strikes like an apparition, the blade pivoting seamlessly. 5th form of the breath of the sun, fire train. With a sharp thrust, blood erupted into a macabre bloom beneath the orange sunset. The middle-aged jonin halted abruptly, staring down at the gaping wound in his chest, confusion and disbelief clouding his eyes. He could not comprehend why his gentle fist technique and all-seeing Byakugan had utterly failed to perceive his opponent's trajectory. The scene of battle was a tempest of revelation for Shangshu. He had witnessed Yuan Yi fight countless times, yet he had never seen such a cold, efficient, and oppressive version of his companion. There were no superfluous movements, no hesitation whatsoever. Each swing of the blade accompanied the roar of flames. Each evasion seemed to anticipate the enemy's every action. Those 5 jonin, capable of being central figures on any battlefield, appeared as clumsy children before Yuan Yi. Their every assault was effortlessly neutralized. Their every defense was instantaneously shredded. 3rd form of the breath of the sun, red mirror of the sun. Another circular strike, reflecting the brilliance of the setting sun, cleaved through 2 ninjas attempting to coordinate an attack. Warm blood splattered across Shangshu's face, yet he remained oblivious, merely staring in a daze at the figure dancing amidst blood and flames. This was no battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Within a minute, after the last assassin was pierced through the heart by a simple thrust from Yuan Yi, the world fell silent. The last rays of the setting sun elongated Yuan Yi's shadow, He stood quietly amid 5 lifeless bodies, his Nichiren blade pointed downward. Droplets of warm blood sliding down the blade and falling onto the earth, producing a soft sound. He slowly raised his hand, wiping the streak of blood from his cheek. The motion executed with a chilling familiarity. He turned around to gaze at the utterly dazed rope tree, whose pure white eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. As tranquil as the surface of a frozen lake in midwinter. Why? The voice of rope tree came out hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood, trembling violently. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, drawing blood. They are your kin. This is the land of fire. The village is less than half a day's journey away. Why? He nearly screamed, the fierce blood of the Senju clan erupting in him after witnessing such filth. Yuan Yi did not reply immediately. He walked to a nearby stream, crouched down, and meticulously washed the blood from the sun-will blade with the clear water, as if tending to a cherished work of art. Only when the blade gleamed like new, reflecting his expressionless face, did he rise and sheathe the knife, speaking softly, because, in their eyes, I am not one of them. I am merely a mistake that should not exist. The sun finally sank below the horizon. Darkness surged in like a tide from all directions, engulfing the land that had just been stained with blood. Rope Tree looked at Yuani's solitary, upright figure, and something innocent within him shattered completely at that moment. Chapter 36. Homecoming and Truth. The night had entirely consumed the forests of the Land of Fire. During the last stretch of their journey home, Rope Tree did not utter a single word. He walked alongside Yuani, separated by an unspoken distance neither dared to breach. That gap was devoid of the familiarity and intimacy of the past, leaving only the haunting remnants of the bloody scene beneath the setting sun and a strange, chilling awe that enveloped Rope Tree. Occasionally, he would steal glances at the silent figure beside him, which remained steadfast, like the unsheathed knife in his hand that gleamed with latent sharpness. The words Yuani had spoken, calm yet chilling, echoed repeatedly in Rope Tree's mind, because, in their eyes, I am not one of them. I am merely a mistake that should not exist. The term mistake pierced his heart like a poisoned thorn. He realized, for the first time, that he knew nothing of this friend with whom he had shared over a year of companionship, nor of the cursed seal hidden beneath the forehead protector. As the tall and familiar gates of Konoha came into view, the guarding ninja greeted them warmly with a wave. The village was ablaze with light, the aroma of grilled meat and the laughter of children filling the air, all exuding a sense of peace and tranquility. Yet this very atmosphere made Rope Tree, fresh from the blood and fire, feel a profound sense of dissonance and disillusionment. He looked at the smiling villagers, and then thought of the Hyuga ninja who had fallen in a pool of blood not long ago. A wave of intense, indescribable nausea surged from his stomach. This was Konoha. This was the place he had vowed to protect with his life. But why, beneath this peaceful soil, did such a filthy, fratricidal evil fester? After parting ways with Yuani, Rope Tree almost fled back to the Senju ancestral home at the fastest pace possible. He did not return to his room, but instead dashed straight to the deepest, most tranquil courtyard. The residence of Uzumaki Mido was perpetually serene. She was sitting in the corridor, delicately trimming an orchid under the dim light of a lantern. Upon seeing the disheveled Rope Tree burst in, she showed no surprise. She simply set down her small scissors and gently said, "You're back? It seems this trip to the land of rain opened your eyes to many things." "Grandmother." Rope Tree's voice trembled with the weight of his emotions, and he could no longer suppress his inner turmoil. He rushed forward, burying his head in Mido's lap, shoulders heaving violently. He did not cry, but his silent grief was more heartbreaking than any wail. Mido's weathered hands, marked by time, gently caressed his back with a soothing touch. She asked nothing, simply waiting for the child she had watched grow to compose himself. After a long while, Rope Tree finally lifted his reddened eyes, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Grandmother, what is the caged bird of the Hyuga clan?" Mido paused for a moment, letting out a soft sigh, and a trace of compassion emerged in her eyes, which had seen the ebb and flow of time. "The caged bird," her voice was light, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the courtyard, "is the mark of slavery imposed on all branch families by the Hyuga clan, to maintain the pathetic sense of superiority of the main family." "Slave?" Rope Tree's body trembled violently. The branch families marked by the cursed seal had their lives and deaths controlled by the whims of the main family. The main family could, at any time, use the cursed seal to damage their neural pathways, leaving them in a state of agony, unable to live or die. Mito's voice remained gentle, but the content of her words was colder than the iciest rain of the land of rain. Moreover, the caged bird also seals a portion of the Byakugan's power, ensuring that the branch families can never surpass the main family. This cursed seal will accompany them for life, until death. Their descendants shall also bear this unbreakable shackle. Rope Tree stood frozen. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. The string of common sense within his mind snapped under the weight of this harsh truth. He finally understood why Yuani referred to himself as a mistake. He finally comprehended why there was no flicker of emotion in Yuani's eyes during the massacre beneath the setting sun. It was neither battle nor revenge. It was merely the desperate scream of a person pushed to the brink, striving to break free from the chains of despair. More terrifying than war is the human heart. Rope Tree, Mito said, embracing her grandson, her voice soft. Remember, child, sometimes our blades are not only drawn against visible enemies. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga estate, crash. A precious celadone teacup shattered violently on the floor, splintering into countless pieces, tea splattering everywhere. Hyuga Sumoku's chest heaved violently, his aged face turning a deep shade of purple with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they would burst. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He roared at the clan members kneeling before him, responsible for delivering the news. 5 jonin. 5 from the branch family. And you couldn't even handle a mere child? And you were counter-killed? Is this the message you bring me? The clan member trembled in fear, burying his head lower, not daring to utter a single word. Sumoku paced back and forth in the room, each step creaking the floor beneath him, the malice in his eyes almost palpable. Those were 5 jonin. They were the deadliest warriors his branch had painstakingly cultivated, essential to solidifying his position as the elder. All gone. What he could not accept the most was that the abomination, Hyuga Yuani, had swaggered back to the village, trampling over the corpses of the assassins he had sent. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant slap to his face. Danzo, that old fox. He ground out the name through clenched teeth. If it weren't for his incessant meddling and refusal to use Root's power, things would not have escalated to this point. What should we do next, elder? The kneeling figure asked, his voice quaking. What to do? Hyuga Sumoku abruptly halted, turning around, his venomous gaze fixating on him like a viper. That abomination has returned to the Senju clan, protected by Tsunade and that old hag. We cannot touch him for now. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, producing a creaking sound. But he will leave the village eventually. Next time, I shall ensure that he, along with all who dare to shield him, pays a heavy price. Shadows twisted and elongated behind Hinata Sumoku, resembling a monstrous entity that preys upon the unwary. A failed ambush did not eradicate the thorn in his side. Rather, it transformed his long-suppressed fury and murderous intent into an uncontrollable madness. A new tempest quietly brewed beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Konoha. Chapter 37. Seeking the path amidst peril. The night in the Senju clan's territory was so still that one could hear the gentle rustling of bamboo leaves caressed by the night breeze. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged before a low table in his room, shunning the light. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold, mottled brightness upon the floor before him. He was neither training nor meditating. He merely sat in tranquil silence. The Nikon blade, recently quenched in the blood of his kin, lay across his lap. The orange-red scabbard appeared somewhat dim under the moonlight, as if it had absorbed the remnants of the setting sun. Since his return, he had refrained from visiting anyone. Tsunade must have already heard everything that transpired on the journey from SHN, and Lord Mito's perceptive gaze had surely penetrated the undercurrents behind the failed ambush. Yet, solitude was what he required at this moment. His Byakugan activated silently, piercing through the forehead protector and flesh, delving into the depths of his very soul, where a blue curse mark resided, akin to a bird trapped within a cage. It formed a web of despair woven from chakra, with each node and rune intricately entwined with his nerves, meridians, and even his soul. After a year in the land of rain, his understanding of sealing techniques had evolved significantly. Yet, the clearer his vision became, the more he sensed the profound powerlessness it invoked. This curse mark was not merely a binding, it was a living system, drawing upon the lives and souls of the branch clan ninjas as its sustenance, while simultaneously imprisoning them. Attempting to decipher the runes to uncover the focal point for its unraveling was akin to chasing a delusion, for the focal point was none other than himself. To destroy it would mean to first destroy his own being. Even someone as formidable as Lord Mito, standing at the pinnacle of sealing techniques, could only speak of perceiving its essence rather than offering concrete methods for its resolution, underscoring the complexity that had long surpassed conventional sealing arts. This path was a dead end. Thus, he must seek another avenue. Yuan Yi's mind conjured the pale and eerie visage of Orochimaru, with his golden serpent eyes ever glimmering with curiosity and madness. Cooperation? Orochimaru's research on life and bloodline limits was undoubtedly unparalleled in this age. If he were to offer his body as a subject for study, perhaps Orochimaru could explore the potential for the Byakugan's evolution, such as transforming into the legendary Rinnegan, which could influence the movements of the stars, thereby erasing this curse mark from its very roots. This notion was fraught with perilous temptation. However, Yuan Yi swiftly extinguished it. To conspire with a serpent was to be prepared for the bite of its venomous fangs. Orochimaru was a snake that could never be tamed. Entrusting his life and fate to him was akin to a gamble where the stakes were everything he possessed. He could not afford to wager, nor could he bear the risk. So what remained? His thoughts then turned to another individual, a woman who shone like the sun, masking her intricate emotions and pain with a boisterous and carefree demeanor. His mentor, Tsunade, the sage mode of the wet-bone forest. A bold, nearly reckless idea gradually took shape in his mind. The essence of sealing techniques lies in balance. The caged bird had established an unbreakable equilibrium by exploiting the inequality of chakra between the main and branch families. If he were to strike with conventional chakra, it would merely be absorbed and assimilated by this system, potentially provoking a backlash from the curse mark. But what if a higher form of energy were employed? For instance, Senjutsu chakra, the majestic natural energy derived from the world itself, utilizing an overwhelming force that far surpassed the caged bird system, akin to a meteor crashing into a sandcastle, could obliterate it without seeking to decipher or unravel, simply aiming to demolish it entirely, along with its very foundation. This idea was laden with risks. The ferocity of Senjutsu chakra, if mishandled, could just as easily lead to his own destruction. Yet, compared to placing his hopes in Orochimaru's mercy, Yuan Yi preferred to trust in his own ability to control the situation. He rose, sheathing the Nikon blade, and stepped outside. Konoha Hospital, director's office. The night wore on, yet the office remained brightly lit. Tsunade anxiously ran her fingers through her golden hair, staring at the mountain of casualty reports and resource requests sent from the front lines of the Land of Rain, feeling her temples throb. War brought not only death, but also a myriad of trivial yet maddening matters that required her attention as the director. A gentle knock interrupted her thoughts. "Come in." Tsunade spoke tersely, her tone less than welcoming. She presumed it was yet another oblivious subordinate interrupting her for trivial matters. Entering was Yuani. Upon seeing her young disciple, Tsunade's irritation diminished significantly, replaced by a mix of concern and heartache. After Yuan Yi and SHN returned to Konoha, Tsunade too had come back shortly thereafter. SHN had recounted the events of their journey in detail. Upon hearing it, she had been so enraged that she shattered a table, nearly rushing to the Hyuga clan to dismantle the bones of that old dog, Hinata Sumoku, piece by piece. Yuani approached her, wishing to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Comforting words seemed utterly inadequate in the face of such bloody reality. Yuani stood before her, slightly bowing, then lifted his gaze. His pure white eyes, illuminated by the light, appeared devoid of any impurities, grief, or anger, only an alarming tranquility. Master Tsunade, his voice, like his demeanor, was calm and unwavering. "I wish to learn Senjutsu." The myriad of responses Tsunade had prepared evaporated in an instant, stifled by this earth-shattering request. She stood frozen, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yuan Yi. "What did you just say?" "I wish to learn the sage mode of the wet-bone forest," Yuan Yi repeated, his tone unchanged, as if he were merely requesting to borrow a book. Tsunade snapped back to reality, moving around her desk to stand before Yuan Yi, her hands pressing heavily on his shoulders. Her expression more serious than ever. "Do you know what you are saying? The training for wet-bone forest Senjutsu is fraught with peril. Do you think it's a course you can simply take at a ninja academy?" Her anger stemmed from her deep concern for her disciple and the fear of his fate. Yuan Yi was unperturbed by her intensity. He met her gaze calmly and said slowly, "Because I wish to use natural energy to shatter the seal upon my forehead." Tsunade's hands on his shoulders stiffened abruptly. She certainly understood what Yuan Yi was referring to. SHN's words had granted her the most vivid understanding of the cruelty of the caged bird. As she gazed upon Yuan Yi's still youthful yet eerily composed face, a wave of profound sorrow and helplessness surged within her. Indeed, apart from this nearly self-destructive method, what other choices did this cornered child have? She released him, sinking dejectedly back into her chair, resting her head in her hands. Her voice heavy with exhaustion. Learning senjutsu requires extraordinary talent. To date, only my grandfather, Senju Hashirama, has successfully mastered wet bone force senjutsu. Even my second grandfather, who possessed exceptional talent, dared not attempt it. She lifted her gaze, deeply scrutinizing Yuan Yi, seemingly searching for even the slightest hint of wavering on his face. Even so, are you really going? Yuan Yi's response came without the slightest hesitation. He raised his hand, gently brushing his forehead protector, and within those pure white eyes, a flicker of light finally ignited. It was neither hope nor despair, but rather the resolute determination to embark on the most perilous path, one that might lead to the pinnacle of freedom, after comprehending the daunting challenges of all other roads. Yes, Chapter 38. The Pact of the Wet-Bone Forest. As Tsunade sank despondently into her chair, it emitted a groan under the weight of her weariness. Within the office, the mingling scents of medical alcohol and herbs coalesced into a palpable essence, a reflection of her entire existence. Yet at this moment, it stirred a sense of agitation within her. She fixed her gaze upon Yuan Yi, whose face, pale from years devoid of sunlight, bore eyes so pure they could reflect the darkest recesses of the human heart. She sought even the faintest trace of fear, retreat, or the normal hesitance of youth when confronted with the unknown upon that visage. Yet, there was nothing, only an eerie silence, a calmness that had resolved never to look back. This tranquility unsettled her more than any frantic cry could. She understood that this child was not pleading but informing her. He had already chosen his path, one that could lead to freedom yet was equally likely to lead to destruction. Heh! Tsunade suddenly let out a low laugh, tinged with self-mockery and a reckless bravado. Resting her chin on her hand, golden strands of hair cascaded down, obscuring half her face, while her amber eyes shimmered under the light. Very well, she uttered, her voice soft but heavy, like stones plummeting into the depths of Yuan Yi's heart. If you wish to go, then I shall let you. Tsunade lifted her head, her gaze sharpening. However, let me make this clear from the outset. The practice of sage arts is no mere banquet. The Wet-Bone Forest does not recognize your genius, no matter how exquisite your chakra control or how perceptive your Byakugan. Before the boundless natural energy, it is of no consequence. She rose, pacing restlessly within the room, the sound of her high heels striking the ground echoing like urgent war drums. If you fail and turn to stone, I shall not erect a monument for you, nor shall I weep for your fate. Stopping abruptly, she turned and pointed an accusatory finger at Yuani. I will personally shatter your stone statue into pieces and scatter them in a windy place. I refuse to allow your unsightly form to remain in this world, tarnishing the name of Tsunade Senju. Do you understand, little brat? Those words, rather than a threat, conveyed an awkward yet genuine concern unique to Tsunade. Yuan Yi remained silent, bowing deeply and solemnly before her. TCH, what a tiresome fellow, Tsunade scoffed, retrieving a massive, ancient scroll from a locked compartment in the depths of her office. The scroll, deep green in color, was adorned with intricate, archaic patterns, exuding a damp, primordial forest aroma. As she unfurled it upon the ground, a surge of vibrant life energy enveloped her. The scroll bore names inscribed in blood. At the end was the name of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, followed by Mito Uzumaki, and then her own, Tsunade. Each name represented a tale of legend. Extend your hand, Tsunade commanded, her tone resolute. She produced a special pen, dipped it in ink, and with a kunai, made a delicate incision on Yuan Yi's fingertip, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood that mingled with the ink. With your blood, inscribe your name. From this moment forth, you shall forge a pact with the slugs of the Wet-Bone Forest. They will recognize your chakra, but whether you earn the acknowledgement of the Sage of Slugs depends solely on your own destiny. Yuan Yi grasped the pen, its tip cool to the touch. He gazed at the blank space reserved for him on the scroll, and without a moment's hesitation, inscribed his name, Hyuga Yuan Yi, clearly and powerfully. As the final stroke was made, those 4 characters seemed to imbue the scroll with life, shimmering with a subtle green light before merging seamlessly with the names of his predecessors. A peculiar connection quietly formed between him and some distant, mysterious entity. Done. Tsunade rolled up the scroll and secured it once more. As if she had accomplished a monumental task. From her ninja tool pouch, she produced a small talisman embroidered with the Senju clan emblem and unceremoniously thrust it into Yuan Yi's arms. Shut up. Just take it. It's a gift from the old hag. Tsunade interrupted brusquely, her gaze drifting, avoiding his eyes. The wet-bone forest is extremely humid. Do not let yourself starve or be bitten by some venomous insect. That would be quite the joke. Yuan Yi held the still-warm talisman and nodded in acknowledgement. Ready? Tsunade inhaled deeply, her hands forming a series of complex and unfamiliar seals. Yes, then let us proceed. Tsunade commanded sharply, slamming her palm on the ground. Summoning, reverse technique. Boom. A dense white smoke erupted around Yuan Yi, enveloping the entire office in an instant. Amidst the smoke, Yuan Yi's form began to blur and distort, as if being drawn into another dimension by an unseen force. The last image he beheld was Tsunade standing outside the haze, her face, usually marked by a hint of irritation and pride, now laden with unmistakable worry and anticipation. As the smoke dissipated, the office returned to its original state. Yuan Yi's presence had vanished entirely. Alone, Tsunade stood in the empty room for a long while, motionless. Outside, the moonlight was cold, and the night breeze stirred the curtains, bringing a touch of chill. She slowly approached the window, gazing at the tranquil nightscape of Konoha. After a lengthy silence, she whispered softly, in a voice only she could hear, "You must return alive, you little brat." Chapter 39. In the depths of the forest. The trail of the sage, the disorienting sensation of space tearing apart, felt akin to having one's throat constricted and suddenly released, accompanied by a violent, inward and outward compression. When Yuan Yi's feet finally touched solid ground again, he was greeted by an utterly different realm. Gone were the mud and stench of the land of rain, and the clamor and undercurrents of Konoha. The air was humid but not chilling. Rather, it bore a rich, sweet fragrance characteristic of fermented vegetation. This sweetness was so intense it verged on being viscous. Each breath felt like swallowing the purest nectar of life. He stood upon a carpet of moss as soft as velvet, the ground beneath him yielding with a buoyant resilience. Surrounding him were colossal plants, indescribable in their grandeur. The trunks of the trees were so thick they would require dozens of people to encircle, soaring high into the heavens, their canopies casting the sky into a mosaic of fragmented, softly glowing shards. Bioluminescent fungi, resembling blue-violet gemstones, adorn the massive roots and damp rock faces, providing the only illumination in this eternal twilight forest. Here, silence reigned terrifyingly, yet life thrummed vibrantly all around. Activating his Byakugan, the world transformed. No longer were chakra networks distinctly visible, but rather an expansive ocean of life composed of countless luminous points. Each point represented a life form, breathing and pulsing in unison, creating a rhythm so grand it could dwarf any observer. Yuan Yi retracted his Byakugan, the omnipresent energy causing a slight sting in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the nicked blade at his back, his body instinctively tensing like a drawn bow, wary of all that lay within this unknown expanse. "Oh my, what a cautious little fellow you are," a voice suddenly resonated in Yuan Yi's ear, without any forewarning. The voice, sweet and warm, carried a hint of languid amusement, reminiscent of a lover's whisper or a mother's soothing words. It seemed to emanate not from a single direction, but as if it resonated from every leaf and every inch of soil in the forest, merging seamlessly with the air. Yuan Yi turned abruptly, yet saw nothing. "Stop searching, little one. Here, I am omnipresent." The voice echoed again, imbued with a playful delight. "It must be that child, Tsunade, who sent you here. At least she has some conscience, finally willing to find me a companion after all these years." No sooner had the words left her lips than the enormous, hill-like fungus before Yuan Yi began to stir. No, it was not merely a fungus. The smooth, moist surface, radiating a gentle glow, was unmistakably the skin of a living being. It slowly raised its head, two colossal antennae, resembling jade carvings, languidly turning towards Yuan Yi. The massive form revealed only the tip of the iceberg, yet it was enough to instill in Yuan Yi a sense of overwhelming pressure, akin to facing a mountain. This was the sage of the wet-bone forest, the one he would meet for the first time, the one with whom he would sign a contract. The enormous slug's voice remained astonishingly sweet. You may call me the slug sage. Yuan Yi remained silent, merely gazing at her. His silence seemed to bore the slug sage. What a dullard, much like that guy. Tobarama, she muttered softly, her voice low yet clear in Yuan Yi's ears. All right, I know why you are here. You wish to learn the arts of the sage, correct? Did Tsunade tell you everything? She did, Yuan Yi finally replied, his tone crisp and decisive. Did she mention that if you fail to learn, you will turn to stone? The slug sage's voice carried a hint of mischievous mockery. You would be destined to remain here, chatting with this old woman for eternity. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? I will not turn to stone. Yuan Yi's response was calm and assured. Oh, now you've piqued my interest. The slug sage leaned in closer, her ancient, imposing presence almost rendering the air itself stagnant. You certainly have a bold spirit. When Hashirama first came, he was far more humble. So, little one, are you ready? Show me the source of your confidence. She did not specify what to do. Rather, an omnipresent will seem to open an invisible door for Yuan Yi. In that instant, he felt it. The ocean of life that had previously been visible was now embracing him. An endless surge of natural energy rushed into him through every pore. Like a flood breaking through a dam. It was a sensation beyond description, as if the weight of the entire world pressed down upon him, seeking to assimilate and consume his flesh, bones, and even his soul. Danger! Yuan Yi's heart raced with alarm. Yet he did not resist, nor did he feel fear. At that moment, his spirit became clearer and more luminous than ever before. He recalled each breath of the sun's breath, and the ultimate pursuit of energy balance within the sealing arts. His body, like a small vessel navigating tumultuous waves, did not confront the monstrous force directly, but rather guided and harmonized with it. His extraordinary soul strength transformed into a formidable dam, fiercely guarding his clarity of consciousness, while the chakra within him began to spin rapidly like a precise turbine, attempting to merge the external energy with his own. Time seemed to lose its meaning. After an indeterminate duration, the torrent of energy that had nearly overwhelmed him began to subside. Yuan Yi gradually opened his eyes, sensing that his body had undergone a wondrous transformation. A more potent, vibrant energy flowed through his meridians. At the corner of his eye, a faint, shadow-like orange-red pattern emerged, only to vanish swiftly. The once languid and teasingly sweet voice now carried an unmistakable hint of astonishment. You succeeded on your first attempt? The slug sage's colossal form wriggled vigorously, revealing her inner turbulence. She had encountered countless prodigies, including the man revered as the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. This little one before her resembled a rock destined to bear the ocean, quickly and flawlessly merging with the energy after the initial impact. The mastery over energy. The tenacity of his spirit. Silence enveloped the slug sage. Her mountain-like body slowly retreated, replaced by a much smaller slug, only half a person's height. Flowing from the ground and taking shape. Hyuga Yuani, she gazed up at him with her diminutive form, her sweet voice now infused with a seriousness. You are quite intriguing. Your talent rivals that of Hashirama, yet your temperament mirrors Tobarama's. She circled around Yuan Yi leisurely, as if examining a rare treasure. A person with the power of the sun, yet harboring a cold moon within. Tsunade truly sent me an extraordinary gem. Yuan Yi did not respond to her assessment, merely raising his hand to inspect his unchanged skin. He sensed the seal of the caged bird on his forehead quiver for the first time as the sage chakra flowed through him. This path was indeed correct. Little one, do you wish to learn something even more powerful? The slug sage's voice returned to its enticing sweetness. Her crystalline antennae swayed gently, her tone imbued with a yearning and calculation that only a hermit of a millennium could possess. Please, slug sage, Yuan Yi replied. If you become strong enough to summon my true form from this forest, her voice dropped to a near whisper, akin to a devil's murmur. I shall impart all my abilities to you. How does that sound? A fair deal, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 40. The outside world. Yuan Yi did not respond immediately. The question, a fair deal, wouldn't you agree, hung in the humid air, sweet and tempting as honey. Yet he was not a bee chasing after nectar, but rather a lone wolf accustomed to discerning toxins on the edge of a blade. He merely raised his head, his pure white eyes, veiled in the twilight, calmly scrutinizing the small slug, a manifestation of the sage's will before him. In his gaze, there was no greed, no excitement, only an unwavering, almost cold inquiry. Why? He spoke softly, Yet his words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the calculated sweetness. The question seemed to catch the slug sage off guard. Her crystalline antennae hesitated momentarily, then her entire body swayed in a peculiar rhythm, as if she had been tickled. "Oh dear, are the children today so hard to deceive?" She complained playfully, yet her sweet voice lacked the previous languor and cunning, instead carrying an ineffable, fermented quality born of time. "Why do you wish to leave?" She leisurely climbed onto a glowing patch of moss, expanding her form as if relishing the ethereal blue light. Even Hashirama never asked me this. Yuan Yi did not rush her. He simply waited in silence. He understood that this inquiry might be the very essence of their transaction. Because the slug sage's voice was as light as a sigh, "I cannot leave." "Look," she waved her antennae, beckoning Yuan Yi to witness this boundless forest, teeming with colossal life. "This is my body is this place. I am not a chakra conglomerate like the tailed beasts, able to expand or contract at will, even wandering about in the form of a human when pleased." Her tone carried a subtle envy towards the freedom of the tailed beasts. "I am too vast, so vast that this land can no longer be severed from me. Each attempt to shift feels akin to unleashing a cataclysm. Thus, for countless years, I have remained here, watching mushrooms grow and wither and grow again." Yuan Yi's gaze pierced through the shadows of the massive trees, as if he could glimpse the hidden essence of the sage beneath the forest, a being endowed with divine power, yet confined by its own might. What a ludicrous paradox this is. The sage, Kuiyu, is an intriguing character. Suddenly, his voice softened, reminiscent of a warm memory. He is neither as rigid as Tobarama nor as reverent as the other children. He would casually sit beside me, recounting tales of the outside world. He would tell me how the sunlight in the land of fire dances like gold upon the ground through the gaps in the leaves. He would describe a delightful treat called sansei dango at the market, sweetened to perfection. He would speak of the village he established, where children frolic in the streets, their laughter surpassing any bird's song in the woods. With each word he spoke, the twilight shadows of the forest seemed to materialize before Yuan Yi's eyes, painting vivid, vibrant scenes he had never witnessed. It was a world starkly different from the coldness of the land of rain, the oppression of the Hyuga household, and the bloodshed of battle, a world so warm it felt unreal. After years of listening to him, Koyu's voice became tinged with a thin haze of loneliness, igniting a curiosity within me. I too wished to see the dancing sunlight, to taste the dango he extolled, and to hear the laughter of children in the village he protected. After she finished speaking, silence enveloped the entire wet-bone forest. Only the glowing fungi continued to tirelessly emit their soft, blue light. Yuani gazed at her, a certain part of his heart stirred. He remembered himself, recalling the cursed seal of the caged bird. The sage before him was imprisoned by his own immense form, while he was shackled by the minuscule yet malicious runes. Different forms, yet the yearning for freedom was a shared sentiment. He finally comprehended that this transaction transcended strength and benefits. It was merely a distant resonance between two prisoners. Spanning a millennium, Yuan Yi slowly sheathed his blade, the crisp sound resonating sharply in the tranquil forest. "I understand now." He looked upon Koyu's delicate form, and in her pure white eyes ignited a brightness more resolute than ever before, a radiance that bore not just a simple desire for enlightenment, but also a heavy promise. Very well. That utterance was not a mere contract, but rather a vow. Yuan Yi did not inquire how many days and nights of arduous training would be required to fulfill this promise. He simply stood still, awaiting the sage's first test. "Why rush?" Koyu's split form leisurely released a series of bubbles, her sweet voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach in matters of cultivation. "Impatience is the greatest taboo. Look at the mushrooms in this forest. Which one does not quietly grow for decades before daring to break through to the light?" She gestured towards a patch of luminous fungi beneath a nearby giant tree. "Go on, little one. Find a comfortable spot and sit." Following her advice, Yuan Yi approached the soft, gently glowing fungi and sat cross-legged. The texture of the fungi was peculiar, almost alive, emanating a cool temperature that rhythmically pulsed in sync with the breath of the forest. "And then?" he inquired. "And then?" Koyu's voice was filled with an easygoing nonchalance. "Then you listen." "Listen?" "Yes, listen." She twirled in place, seemingly amused by Yuan Yi's sluggishness. "Listen to the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops, to the droplets of dew falling from leaf tips, to the heartbeat of every life in this forest. Yuan Yi closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind, to hold his breath and capture the ethereal sounds. The wind was absent. In this forest, the air seemed to stand still. There was no dew. The atmosphere was so humid it felt as though he were submerged in water, preventing condensation. All he could hear was the rhythmic thumping of his own heart, growing clearer and stronger. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic images surged forth in his mind like wild stallions galloping uncontrollably. The eyes of the 5 fallen Hyuga clan members, filled with fear and confusion. The twisted visage of Hyuga Suju in rage. GOJO'S trembling question, why? The memory of Tsunade shoving a protective charm into his arms, her fierce facade failing to mask her concern, and the caged bird seal on his forehead, bringing a faint, agonizing sting with each flow of chakra. These sounds and images acted like poisoned daggers, shattering the tranquility he sought to construct. A light chuckle echoed in his ear. Yuan Yi opened his eyes to find Yu curiously poking his cheek with her translucent antennae. Little one, your heart is quite a lively place. Her voice remained sweet, but now bore the weight of insight, hatred, anger, confusion, desire, and a hint of fear you are yet to recognize. With all this turmoil, how could you possibly hear the sounds of the forest? What you hear is merely your own heart's tumult. Heart's turmoil. Yuan Yi's body stiffened slightly. Sage chakra is the amalgamation of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Yu's tone turned serious. Your body is an excellent vessel. Your spirit is resilient enough. Yet your heart is a cage holding numerous ferocious beasts. Before you can open the cage and embrace nature, you must first learn to soothe those beasts. With that, she ceased to speak, her form unfurling like a pool of melted caramel, seemingly preparing for a nap. Yuan Yi closed his eyes once more. This time, he did not attempt to forcefully suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind. To appease the beasts is not to kill or imprison them, but to soothe them. He relinquished the urge to listen and instead focused on breathing. That was an instinct deeply ingrained in his very being, belonging to Hyuga Yuani. The breath of the sun, inhale, exhale. Calm, prolonged, imbued with an ancient rhythm. With each breath, the chakra within him ceased its chaotic flow and began to circulate along a fixed path, slowly but steadily. Initially, the roars and howls in his mind persisted, assaulting his fragile defenses, but he paid them no heed. He concentrated intently, repeatedly engaging in the most fundamental of breaths, as if returning to that moment in the cramped room of the Hyuga household when he first grasped the wooden sword. The world is vast and perilous. The only thing he could control was his own breath and the knife in his hand. Gradually, even the raging heart of the wild beast seemed to sense this tranquil yet resolute rhythm. Its howls diminished slowly, transforming from furious roars into reluctant whispers, and ultimately dissolving into weary gasps. The surroundings fell silent, not into a deathly stillness, but into a vibrant, unprecedented life. He could hear it, not with his ears, but he sensed the mycelium beneath him releasing a contented sigh. He heard the mighty tree nearby, its immense vitality surging like a slow and powerful river within its sturdy trunk. Further still, an unknown beetle was cautiously burying its offspring in the warm, rich soil. Countless faint yet remarkably clear heartbeats converged into a grand and harmonious symphony, of which he himself was but a minuscule note. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had melted away, merging into the forest, a warm ocean constructed of endless life. The natural energy was no longer the violent flood that threatened to burst him apart. It became gentle and affectionate, like a mother's hand, tenderly enveloping him and permeating every cell of his being. In the corner of his eye, the orange-red markings of the sage reappeared, this time lingering steadily, emitting a soft glow. After an indeterminate time, Yuan Yi slowly opened his eyes. The world remained the same, yet it felt entirely different. Boring, came the languorous voice of the slug sage from beside him. I thought I might get to see you struggle a bit longer, but it seems you found your way so quickly. Not a shred of accomplishment in that. She yawned and leisurely crawled closer, circling around Yuan Yi with an air of unmistakable astonishment. It appears my dreams will soon come to fruition. Chapter 42. Half a year in the forest. The sky beyond the cage. More than half a year passed in this land of the wet-bone forest, seemingly forgotten by time. Merely witnessing the great trees gain another ring of growth, and the mycelium become a shade glossier. Yet for Yuan Yi, it was a transformative metamorphosis. A slender waterfall cascaded from the towering fronds of a giant fern, but instead of crashing into a deep pool, It was suspended 3 feet above the ground by an unseen force, manifesting as a smooth, mirror-like curtain of water. Yuani sat cross-legged before this curtain, his eyes closed. He did not breathe. Rather, his entire being had become one with the act of breathing. The dense, inextricable natural energy surrounding him no longer required his deliberate guidance. It flowed into his limbs and bones like rivers returning to the sea, harmoniously blending with his own chakra. The black circle on his forehead, emblematic of the sage mode, was no longer ephemeral. It had stabilized, as if a natural birthmark, adding a touch of otherworldly allure to his cool visage. Suddenly, not far away, the space distorted without warning, thick white smoke dissipating to reveal a tall, familiar figure stumbling forth, stepping into the soft moss. Damn it! This cursed place is still so damp, Tsunade complained irritably, brushing away the moisture clinging to her. Her golden hair, perpetually dampened by the humidity, appeared somewhat unruly. She visited this place religiously each month, initially out of concern, then out of numbness, and now purely to witness the birth of a monster. Her gaze immediately fell upon the figure before the waterfall. After 6 months apart, the boy seemed somewhat sturdier. But what intrigued her more was the aura he exuded, calm and distant, as if he were not merely a person, but a natural phenomenon intertwined with the waterfall, the great trees, and the entire forest. Tsunade smirked, casually picking up a fist-sized stone from the ground, channeling chakra into it, and flinging it toward Yuani's back. You little brat, still trying to show off. With a mere third of her strength, the stone was powerful enough to break the bones of an average jonin. However, just as the stone was about to strike Yuani, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, abruptly halting. A thin layer of translucent chakra, radiating a faint orange glow, emerged from Yuani's skin, swiftly absorbing and dissipating the stone's kinetic energy, which then fell feebly to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Yuani did not even flinch. Tsunade's pupils narrowed. This was not a defensive jutsu, nor was there any hand sign. It was an instinctual, absolute defense formed by the seamless integration of sage chakra into every cell of his body. This is becoming increasingly dull, Tsunade remarked, approaching him with her arms crossed, scrutinizing him from above. Tell me, are you still even human? Yuani slowly opened his eyes, revealing pure white irises that were clearer and deeper than 6 months ago, reflecting an entire starry sky. Nurtured by the pure essence of natural energy, they showed signs of evolving into the Tensigen. Master Tsunade, he spoke, his voice still calm but now imbued with a hint of warmth, as if steeped in the life energy of the forest. Don't call me so affectionately, Tsunade huffed, pulling out a gourd of sake and taking a hearty swig, the sharp aroma cutting through the overly sweet air. Now, tell me, what have you conjured up this time? Last time it was mushrooms singing to you, and before that, a waterfall flowing backward. What is next? Yuani did not respond but extended his right hand. Tsunade regarded him with confusion. In the next moment, he pointed his fingers like a blade at his left arm and made a gentle incision. What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed in shock, instinctively preparing to unleash a healing technique. A shallow wound appeared on Yuani's forearm, blood just beginning to seep out. Yet before it could drip, something strange occurred. The exposed flesh seemed to possess a life of its own, visibly writhing and healing at an astonishing pace. There were no hand signs, no green glow of medical chakra, not even a hint of chakra's violent fluctuations. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the wound completely vanished. The skin as smooth and pristine as new, leaving not a single scar. Tsunade's hand froze midair. Her proud, all-seeing eyes were filled with incomprehensible shock. No signs of healing, she murmured hoarsely. You have fully fused sage chakra with your own vitality? This was the power of Hashirama no wait. Tsunade quickly dismissed the thought. The first Hokage's healing ability stemmed from his vast, unreasonable life force as a sage. Yuani, however, resembled a programmer who had rewritten the rules. He employed sage techniques to unlock the potential of his own cells, achieving precise and efficient self-repair. This was a path uniquely belonging to Hyuga Yuani. A monster this time. Tsunade's voice was laden with a complex mix of astonishment and a deep-seated pride intermingled with helplessness. The caged bird has gained its bearings. Yuani retracted his hand, calmly stating another fact. Tsunade's heart raced. What do you intend to do? Break free? That's too dangerous. If that old dog from the Hyuga clan detects it and triggers the cursed seal, you'll... No. Yuani shook his head, raising his hand to point at his forehead. not to break free, but to unravel. The essence of the caged bird is a sophisticated system parasitic on my soul and nerves. Brute force will only lead to mutual destruction. His eyes opened silently, and within his pupils, countless intricate runes seemed to swirl. Yet over the past 6 months, I have learned to perceive the movement of each node using my chakra through sage techniques. I can, like the most meticulous surgeon, wield the energy of sage arts as my scalpel, severing one connection after another between it and myself. Tsunade felt a shiver run down her spine. To wield energy as a knife within one's own brain and soul, merely contemplating such a notion could drive any medical ninja to madness. I intend to unravel it here. Yuan glanced at Tsunade and voiced his determination. With the protection of the slug sage, all external scrutiny can be blocked. Even if that old man Hyuga Suju has any tricks up his sleeve, he cannot reach us here. This is a meticulously crafted, calm, and audacious plan. Tsunade fell silent for a long while, gazing into Yuan's tranquil eyes. Finally, she drained the last sip of wine from her gourd and slammed it heavily to the ground. "All right," she exclaimed, her voice sharp and resolute. "I will remain here to protect you. If you dare to play with your life, I will bury you alongside this wretched gourd." Not far away, the slumbering slug clone lazily expelled a bubble, its sweet voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Oh dear, is it finally beginning? Little Yuan, do be sure not to fail. If you die, the world outside that you promised to show me will vanish as well." Chapter 43. Shattered Cage Before the Waterfall. The curtain of water resembled a mirror polished by sages, reflecting Yuan, who sat cross-legged, along with the 2 guardians behind him, each bearing distinct expressions. Tsunade paced restlessly, her feet sinking into the moss beneath her, creating shallow impressions. She occasionally took a swig of alcohol, wiping her mouth fiercely, yet her gaze never left Yuan's silhouette. That figure, in the eyes of this top medical ninja, had become a paradoxical embodiment. Externally, it radiated a serene divinity, merging seamlessly with the forest. Internally, it was a tumultuous expanse of energies experiencing tectonic rifts and reconfigurations. "I ask you, dear slug sage," she lowered her voice, addressing the melted toffee nearby. "Is he truly all right? I can feel the energy within him threatening to tear him apart." "Quiet, Tsunade," the voice of the slug sage, rare in its solemnity, dispelled all languor and sweetness, leaving only the weighty gravitas of an ancient being. "What you perceive are merely the waves on the surface. He is currently dismantling a cage forged from resentment and bloodline curses, constructed over centuries at the depths of the ocean. Each bar of that cage is connected to his nerves. Every act of dismantling is akin to flaying his own soul." Tsunade's heart ached at these understated words. She opened her mouth, but ultimately could only swallow her curses and worries along with a mouthful of strong liquor. In Yuan's perception, there was no forest, no waterfall, only an endless expanse of darkness composed of countless azure runes. A caged bird perched in a fierce yet elegant stance upon his soul. It was not an inanimate object, but a living monstrosity, nourished by the despair and unwillingness of the generations of Hyuga branch members. As Yuan's will, an invisible scalpel forged from sage chakra and the breath of the sun made contact with the first rune chain. The creature awoke. Countless chaotic, vengeful howls instantly shattered his consciousness as defenses. "Why must we serve the main family from birth? My eyes, my talents, are clearly superior to theirs. Kill them. Eliminate all from the main family. Give up, child. You cannot escape. We have all tried and failed." These were the final obsessions of souls imprisoned to death by the caged bird for centuries. They were like the most venomous curse, aiming to drag this audacious descendant into an eternal abyss of despair. Yuan's body trembled slightly to the outside observer, yet within his mental realm, a storm raged. He was neither consumed by those voices nor attempted to refute them. Instead, he delved deeper into his consciousness, beholding a radiant sun, a warm, vast orb blazing with orange flames. The breath of the sun was inherently the mightiest and most radiant force, infused with natural energy. His sage arts transformed this sun into a purifying force capable of dispelling all shadows. Under its brilliant light, the vengeful howls fizzled like snow under a scorching sun, gradually dissolving. The restless heart has now calmed. I can wield the scalpel. His will transformed into the most precise blade, moving without hesitation, gently slicing along the nodes where runes intertwined with nerves. A faint yet distinct sound echoed from the depths of his soul as the first chain shattered. Instead of the anticipated agony, a sense of indescribable lightness, as if shackles were being unbound, enveloped him. Effective. Yuan's focus intensified like never before. His blade became faster and steadier. 1, 10, 100. The azure web that had ensnared his soul began to visibly disintegrate. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha village, within the Hyuga estate, Hyuga Suju, who had been meditating, suddenly snapped his eyes open. An inexplicable, instinctual dread emanating from the depths of his bloodline caused the hairs on his body to stand on end. It felt as if a well-trained hound had suddenly broken free of its collar in an unseen place. What is happening? He instinctively urged his chakra, attempting to sense the branch family's dead warriors marked by him as caged birds. All other sensations remained clear as ever, but that imprint belonging to Hyuga Yuan, which should have perished on the front lines, had become faint, as if obscured by an impenetrable fog. That wretched creature is still alive. A surge of furious wrath welled up within him. Without a second thought, Hyuga Suju formed hand seals, his eyes igniting with vengeful light, preparing to forcibly activate the core of the curse mark, a technique capable of instantly obliterating the neural pathways of branch family ninjas. However, his sealing hand froze midair. No matter how he urged it, that sense of control stemming from his bloodline sank like a stone in the sea, yielding no response. In the wet-bone forest, Yuan's operation had reached its final moment. In his perception, the vast web had but one last, thick main vein remaining. It coiled around the essence of his soul like a venomous serpent, the other end tethered to the void of the Hyuga bloodline curse. He could feel a violent will emanating from the other end of that main vein, attempting to unleash the final command of destruction. Too late. Yuan's will blade coalesced all the sage chakra and mental strength into an arc of sunlight that cleaved through the darkness, striking down fiercely. Boom. At the instant the main vein was severed, an indescribable, immense force erupted from Yuan's body. As he sat cross-legged, the fungal mat beneath him turned to ash. The curtain of water from the waterfall evaporated entirely, and even Tsunade, 100 meters away, was pushed back by this shockwave, shielding her face with her arm, her expression one of astonishment. Yuan slowly rose to his feet. The azure cage curse seal that had symbolized servitude and humiliation for over a decade, hidden beneath his forehead protector, began to surface. Yet it did not vanish. Instead, it fractured incrementally. Like shattered glass, cracks rapidly spread until, with a resounding pop, it completely disintegrated into a myriad of azure light points, dissipating into the humid air. The cage that had confined the fledgling eagle for so many years was, at this moment, reduced to mere dust. Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The pair of pure white eyes shone with an unparalleled clarity, purer than any moment in the past. Deep within the pupils, a hint of sky-like azure emerged. He raised his hand and gently touched his forehead, which remained smooth and unblemished. There were no longer any constraints. The sky was vast. "You're such a mad little imp." Tsunade dropped her arms and gazed at the scene before her, her amber eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. She struck her fist against the trunk of a nearby giant tree, producing a dull thud, and grinned like a child who had just received their beloved toy. "You actually did it." The small slug clone crawled over slowly, swaying its antennae, its sweet voice brimming with satisfaction. "So, little Yui, the cage has been shattered. When shall we venture into the outside world?" Chapter 44. The Feast of Breaking Free and the beginning of the return. The overwhelming tempest of energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the last fragment of azure light dissolved into the eternal twilight of the forest, the world returned to the unique, profound silence of the wet-bone forest. Tsunade looked at Yui, whose face, often pale from suppression, now radiated a jade-like luster due to the infusion of sage chakra. Especially those eyes. Those pure white eyes. Once deemed the epitome of the Hyuga clan's untainted lineage, now shimmered with a clarity deeper than the ocean and more profound than the sky. That shade of blue seemed to encompass the mysteries of the star's birth and demise. Tsunade suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Yui by the collar and pulling him close. Her amber eyes fixed on him as if trying to see through him. "You little rascal," she began, but as she confronted those serene eyes, devoid of any shadow, her myriad questions lodged in her throat. Yui allowed her to grip him, offering no resistance, simply observing her in silence. "Tsunade-sensei," he called softly, "you scare me to death." "You brat." Tsunade exclaimed, though her voice carried a hint of suppressed emotion. She released him and then playfully punched his chest, the force tempered just right, resembling a petulant display. I thought you were really going to kill yourself? Yui remained silent, lifting his hand to gently pat her back with a touch of clumsiness. Oh dear, we should celebrate. This is a moment for celebration. The sweet voice of the slug sage chimed in at the perfect moment, the small clone circling happily at Tsunade's feet. For little Yui's rebirth, and for me drawing closer to the outside world. Celebrate. Tsunade paused, then slapped her thigh, a signature grin of wild enthusiasm lighting her face. Yes, we must celebrate. A grand celebration. With a flourish, she produced one wine gourd after another from her storage scroll, creating a delightful clamor as they spilled across the ground. We won't leave until we're intoxicated. Whoever falls first is the loser. Tsunade plopped down on the ground, uncorking the largest gourd, the rich aroma of alcohol overpowering the sweet scent of the forest. She tilted her head back and took a hearty swig before passing the gourd to Yui. Drink. Yui gazed at the gourd, emitting a spicy fragrance, then at Tsunade's sparkling eyes. After a moment's silence, he accepted it. Mimicking her, he took a gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat like a flame igniting within his chest. It was not the warmth of the sun's breath, but a raw, primal heat that surged through him. Ha! Well done. Tsunade laughed heartily, raising another gourd to clink with his. Little Yui, when you take me out, I want to drink this too. The slug sage's voice brimmed with longing. That night, there were no delicacies or musical instruments. Only a boy who had just broken free from a century of shackles, a master who had fretted over her disciple for half a year, and a sage imprisoned for a millennium. They celebrated with wine amidst the eternal twilight, honoring a hard-won freedom. In Konoha village, Hyuga Zongju spat a mouthful of blood, staining the precious tatami mat before him. His face was paler than death, his proud and dignified white eyes now filled with terror and bloodshot veins. It's broken. The absolute control that the main family had over the branch family, an authority he had once taken pride in, akin to a deity wielding power over life and death, had severed in an instant. Impossible. This cannot be. He trembled, gripping his chest as if to reclaim the lost sense of control. The caged bird was the Hyuga clan's most perfect masterpiece, unbreakable and unsolvable. What had that abomination, that mistake who should have perished at the front lines, done? Zongju's mind was a chaotic storm. Fear coiled around his heart like the coldest of serpents, nearly suffocating him. An uncontrollable branch family, a monster endowed with terrifying talents, had escaped the cage. He dared not think further. Someone. Quickly, someone. He howled like a beast. The banquet in the wet-bone forest was nearing its end. Tsunade was 7/10 drunk, her cheeks flushed as she leaned against the roots of a giant tree, humming a disjointed melody. Yui set down the gourd, the alcohol failing to dull his senses. Instead, it heightened his awareness, refined by the sage chakra. He sensed an essential change within himself, his soul, and his relationship with the world. The world no longer appeared flat, but rather a three-dimensional, intricate existence composed of countless points and lines that could be influenced. Tsunade-sensei, we should return, he said. The drunken Tsunade glanced up at him, mumbling incoherently, why return? This place is wonderful. To reclaim what belongs to us. Yui's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. For a moment, Tsunade's gaze sharpened. She looked at Yui, at those eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, and suddenly broke into a grin. All right, let us go back. She struggled to stand, shaking her head to dispel the intoxication. Let us go back and dismantle those old bastards, one bone at a time. Yui nodded at the small slug, a farewell gesture. I'll wait for you, little Yui. The slug sage's voice echoed in his heart. Are you ready for the reverse summoning technique? Tsunade took a deep breath, her hands forming seals as her drunkenness was swiftly suppressed by her powerful chakra control. Yes. Yui gripped the orange-red Nichiren blade behind him once more. This time, he would not need to hide anything with a forehead protector. The cage had been shattered. It was time for everyone in Konoha to witness just how high this fledgling eagle could soar. Boom. Thick white smoke enveloped the two once more. The path home lay beneath their feet. Chapter 45. The blade of the clan and the Shadow Alliance. Hyuga Zongju's roar echoed in the empty, oppressive council chamber. Yet no one responded. The clansmen outside had long been terrified and retreated at the sight of his frenzied demeanor. He gasped for breath, clutching the corridor pillar, struggling to steady his swaying body. The profound sense of loss, originating from the depths of his bloodline, resembled a black hole, voraciously devouring all the dignity and arrogance befitting his status as an elder of the clan. He gradually straightened up, the initial terror and confusion in his eyes slowly being supplanted by a colder, more venomous madness. The cage is broken, thus, the bird must be destroyed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his aged face contorting in the dim light like that of a malevolent specter. Come forth. This time, his voice regained its former authority, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Summon all clan elders. Convene the highest-level clan meeting in the Hyuga clan's assembly hall. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. The current head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Yuenichi, a middle-aged man with a serious expression that commanded respect even in silence, sat at the head of the table. Below him were a dozen elders representing the clan's highest authority, with Hyuga Jumaku prominently seated. All eyes converged upon Jumaku's pallid visage. The matter was as follows. Jumaku's voice was hoarse, yet he articulated the fact of why Kai's escape from the cage with clarity, each word resonating through the hall. A profound silence enveloped the room, followed by an incredulous and stifling uproar. Impossible. The caged bird is an absolute restraint. How could a branch family's aberration possibly? This is the most insidious affront to the entire Hyuga clan. Hinata Yuenichi raised his hand, and the noise ceased instantly. His pure white eyes slowly turned toward Jumaku, his voice deep as a bell. Elder Jumaku, can you confirm this? I swear by the honor of the Hyuga clan. Jumaku replied with unwavering conviction. Yuenichi's fingers gently tapped upon the low table in front of him, each tap reverberating like a strike upon the hearts of all present. An uncontrolled prodigy from the branch family, a monster that has shattered the clan's ironclad rules established over centuries. This was no mere family disgrace, but a colossal threat that could undermine the foundation of the clan's governance. Once this information spreads, how will those branch families, oppressed for generations by the caged bird, react? It is unthinkable. This child must not be allowed to live. Yuenichi finally spoke, his voice a resolute hammer. There was no anger in his tone, only a chilling, iceberg-like determination. If he can break the seal, it proves that his talent and means have exceeded our imagination. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mido, the third Hokage, and that accursed Senju clan all protect him. Conventional assassination methods have become futile. Thus, Hyuga Jumaku raised his head, madness flickering in his eyes. I propose we mobilize all the strength of the Hyuga clan, at any cost, to eradicate him completely. To unleash the clan's full strength to kill an underage child? One elder displayed hesitation. He is not merely a child. Jumaku slammed his hand upon the table, his voice fierce. He is a blade unsheathed, aimed directly at the throats of our entire clan. Hinata Yuenichi closed his eyes, seemingly weighing his final considerations. After a moment, he opened them again, now imbued with indifference. I concur with Elder Jumaku's proposal. This child must die. Having left the suffocating confines of the clan manor, Hyuga Jumaku did not pause for a moment. He traversed the bustling streets of Konoha, yet remained oblivious to his surroundings, heading straight toward the deepest shadows of the village, where sunlight could scarcely penetrate the base of the root. Cold, damp, suffused with the sense of disinfectant and steel. A slender yet upright figure awaited at the end of the darkness. Shimura Danzo. He stood with his back to Jumaku, meticulously polishing a short blade with a white cloth. His movements graceful and lethal. A rare visit from the esteemed elder, he remarked, his voice as emotionless as tempered iron. Spare me the pleasantries, Danzo. Jumaku's patience had long since evaporated. I have come to propose a transaction. Danzo ceased his actions and slowly turned around, a cold, playful smile gracing his face, which was usually hidden in shadow. Oh. For the proud elder of the Hyuga clan to seek out a rat like me for a deal indicates you are indeed in dire straits. Why Kai Hyuga? Jumaku ground out through clenched teeth. I want him dead. Use all the strength of the root to ensure he disappears from this world without a trace. Danzo raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. Tsunade will be furious. To make an enemy of a Hokage candidate over a mere branch family brat, Elder Jumaku. Your bargaining chip better be significant. Hyuga Jumaku's chest heaved as he retrieved a sealed scroll from within his robes and slammed it down upon the nearby stone platform. 3 pairs of complete, matured Byakugan. His voice was strained, as though forced through clenched teeth. This is a legacy left by my ancestors. It is sufficient to arm an elite squad. Danzo's gaze lingered on the scroll for a moment, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Not enough. Jumiko fixed his bloodshot eyes upon him, knowing that this man was a serpent that could never be satiated. He inhaled deeply, as if making a monumental decision, his voice turning ominously somber. In the name of the Hyuga clan's elder council, I promise you this, in the next Hokage election, the Hyuga clan will stand by your side. This declaration thundered through the silent underground base like a bolt of lightning. For the first time, a genuine smile of satisfaction appeared on Danzo's icy visage. If you had said that sooner, it would have saved us both time. He sheathed the polished blade with a crisp click. A mistake that threatens the stability and harmony of Konoha should indeed be eradicated. Rest assured, Elder Jimiku. This time, the little bird will find it impossible to take flight. Chapter 46. The Bird in Konoha. Within the Hyuga Manor, the room belonging to Hinata Kotori, always infused with the fragrance of precious incense, was now permeated with a heavy, inescapable scent of medicine and blood. Her grandfather, Hyuga Jimiku, sat before her, his once commanding visage now resembling a crumpled piece of white paper, devoid of color. The aberration has escaped from the cage. Jimiku's voice was as dry as sandpaper, each word laced with weakness and resentment. Hinata Kotori sat upright, her exquisite kimono impeccably arranged, her pure white eyes quietly observing the bloodstains at the corner of her grandfather's mouth, betraying not a hint of surprise or concern. Yet her hands, hidden beneath the voluminous sleeves, dug their nails deeply into her palms, feeling no pain at all. That slave, the one she had regarded as her possession since childhood, one she could strike and punish at will, a slave too beautiful for his own good. The one she could make writhe in pain through the curse seal to indulge her own sense of superiority. He is free? Images of the boy's cool, perpetually downcast gaze surged uncontrollably in her mind. Will he return to exact revenge? He certainly will. How will he seek his revenge? Will he crush her like an insect beneath his heel? An unfamiliar emotion named fear crept over her like a cold tide, gradually engulfing her heart. She was afraid. Yet, deep within this profound fear, a more twisted, frenzied anticipation began to blossom. She suddenly wished for his return. She hoped he would storm into this manor, filled with unbridled rage, and unleash all his hatred upon her alone, tearing apart her pride and trampling on her dignity. He seized her throat with hands liberated from their shackles. Would that not prove that, in his heart, she was ultimately unique? Would their twisted master-slave dynamic reach its final and most equitable resolution? Hinata Kotori gazed at her granddaughter's disturbingly serene face, a weight settling in her heart. The clan had resolved to join forces with Root, willing to go to any lengths to erase him. Hinata Kotori's eyelashes fluttered gently. Erase? No, she instinctively wanted to retort. You cannot kill him. Only I possess the right to endure his wrath. Yet, she said nothing. She merely nodded slowly, her beautiful white eyes betraying no emotion, reflecting only an unfathomable void of confusion and emptiness that even she could not comprehend. In the wet-bone forest, the intoxication faded, leaving behind a ground strewn with empty gourds and a reality clearer than before. I must return, Tsunade declared, rising and brushing off the grass clippings from her attire, her gaze laden with complexity as she regarded Yuenichi. The elders in the village would not relent. She referred to the Hinata clan, but more specifically to the shadowy figure of Shimura Danzo. Tsunade-sensei. Yuenichi spoke with calmness. You should return first. Tsunade whirled around sharply. What do you mean? You're not coming with me? Do you know? I know. Yuenichi interrupted her. Precisely because I know, I cannot go back. He lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a faint azure, earnestly meeting Tsunade's gaze. It has always been you and Mito-sama who have sheltered me. I do not wish to burden you any further. The cage may be broken, but I lack the strength to confront the entire Hinata clan and that lurking Root. This time, I wish to resolve my issues with my own power. Tsunade was taken aback. She observed the young man before her, though he still bore that cool, slender appearance, the unwavering straightness of his back and the resolute conviction underlying his calm words struck her as unfamiliar. The child who once needed her protection seemed to have matured overnight. I understand, Tsunade finally said after a prolonged silence, exhaling a heavy sigh and revealing a relieved smile tinged with pride. You little rascal, you've grown capable. She refrained from further persuasion, knowing this was indeed the path he needed to take. If you require anything, just speak to Lord Slug, she advised at last, and do not die. Yes. With that, white smoke billowed, and Tsunade's figure vanished. In the forest, only Enichi and the small slug remained. Now then, little Enichi, the slug sage's sweet voice chimed. Before you are ready to behold the outside world, what do you intend to do? Continue meditating? Enichi shook his head. He extended his right hand, palm upturned. A sphere of highly concentrated, violently swirling chakra silently formed within his grasp. Sage art, spiral sphere. Yet, Enichi's gaze sought something beyond this. The protagonist of the original Naruto could manipulate this small orb to catastrophic effect. With his possession of sage chakra and an acute mastery over energy, he had every reason to achieve even greater feats. The destructive potential was sufficient, but the form remained unwieldy. Activating his Byakugan, his azure-hued eyes seemed capable of perceiving every subtle flow of chakra. Compress further. Condense this furious rotational force to its utmost limit. He attempted to guide the spiral sphere towards his fingertips. The tempestuous energy emitted a burdensome hum, becoming increasingly unstable. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted from his hand, sending a shockwave that lifted the moss beneath him. Observing his slightly tingling fingers, Enichi displayed no sign of discouragement. His vision remained clear and fervent. He envisioned the spiral sphere condensing at his fingertip, akin to a silent pistol capable of rapid fire, aimed to pierce through all defenses of his foes. This would be his first offering to the Hinata clan. Chapter 47. The name of the three shinobi in the Whetbone Forest. Time was segmented into 6 distinct parts under Enichi's will, each independent yet directed towards the same objective. Before the waterfall, one shadow clone extended its index finger, upon which a faint blue chakra spun wildly in an unstable manner. This was the clone with the highest failure rate among all his shadow clones. Boom! Another muffled sound resounded as the energy suddenly spiraled out of control before fully forming, obliterating the clone's arm in a violent gust. Nearby, a new shadow clone silently approached, continuing the monotonous yet perilous endeavor. On another expanse of mushroom carpet, a second shadow clone pressed its hands together, a fully formed sage art spiral shuriken hovering before it. It was cautiously attempting to infuse chakra properties beyond wind into the rapidly spinning blade constructed from natural energy. The ferocity of lightning, the intensity of fire, the weight of earth, and the gentleness of water. Each infusion made the shuriken increasingly perilous, as if it would soon transform into a cataclysmic elemental storm. Beneath the roots of a giant tree, 2 shadow clones sat cross-legged, as still as stone. They engaged in the most fundamental form of meditation, allowing their bodies and minds to adapt to the prolonged burden of sage mode, transforming what was meant to be a state of explosive energy into a controllable norm. The 5th shadow clone diligently inscribed calculations on a blank scroll, its Byakugan activated, devising a novel taijutsu based on the breath of the sun combined with sage arts. The final shadow clone practiced all that it had mastered, from the most basic throwing techniques to the 12 forms of the breath of the sun, flawlessly infusing sage chakra into each motion and detail. "Oh my," the slug sage's sweet voice exclaimed, tinged with awe. Such an eagerness to exhaust oneself and this reckless fervor for developing new techniques. It's like a reincarnation of Tobirama. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, incessant cold rain washed the entire world into a bleak, muddy hell. Explosive firelight tore through the gray curtain of rain, illuminating 3 figures, battered yet still standing defiantly. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. Her formidable strength, which she took pride in, was consistently countered by the man in the breathing mask with even greater finesse. "Beware of his poison, Tsunade." Jiraiya's voice was laced with urgency as he stood beside Gamabunta, who was also covered in wounds, vigilantly eyeing the massive, toxic salamander nearby. Orochimaru fared slightly better, his pale face smeared with mud, and for the first time, his golden snake eyes lacked their usual calmness and curiosity, replaced by solemnity. Before them stood the man, Hanzo of the salamander, who emanated a sense of despairing pressure simply by standing there. The Leaf's young ones possessed considerable grit. Hanzo's voice, muffled by his mask, sounded cold and heavy. "To have endured until now amidst the poison fog of myself and Jin, you may take pride in that. Enough with the chatter." Tsunade suddenly stood, wiping the blood from her lips, her amber eyes ignited with indomitable fighting spirit. "We, the ninjas of Konoha, possess no habit of surrender." Hanzo regarded the 3 young individuals before him, their will to burn through anything stirred a flicker of emotion within him. He recalled his former self. "You all are commendable," Hanzo slowly began. "As a recognition of your strength, I shall bestow upon you a title. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the three legendary Sannin of Konoha. The rain, cold and relentless, mingled with the sense of earth and blood, ruthlessly washed over this desolate battlefield." The title bestowed by Hanzo the Salamander, Sannin, lingered in the air like a haunting imprint. Tsunade lifted her gaze, droplets cascading down her golden locks, as she beheld the man referred to as the demigod. In her eyes, there was no trace of honor from the title, only the weary bitterness of survival after calamity. Jiraiya, supporting the body of Fukasaku, struggled to maintain his footing, his face that typically bore a roguish grin now etched with a grimace of sorrow. They had survived. A 3-1 battle had ended in a dismal defeat, yet they had lived. In Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, a glimmer colder than the rain flickered as he scrutinized Hanzo, as if appraising a masterful work of art, or recalling a power forever beyond his reach. "Take this name back to Konoha." Hanzo's voice, still heavy, bore a subtle trace of the solitude inherent to the strong. He turned, his massive salamander companion submerging into the mire, the stifling pressure slowly dissipating with his departure. The three stood in silence beneath the rain, allowing the chill to wash away their wounds and humiliation. Sannin. This title was not one of glory, but rather a testament to their fortuitous survival in the face of absolute might. In the wet-bone forest, a diminutive slug emerged from the fungal carpet, raising its head to report to Yuan Yi before the waterfall, in a sweet yet emotionless tone. Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Orochimaru encountered Hanzo the Salamander in the Land of Rain, fought valiantly, but were outmatched, and were granted the title of Sannin, allowing them to survive. Yuan Yi's 5 shadow clones, each engaged in different training, momentarily halted. Then, as if merely a gust of wind had passed, they resumed their movements. Only Yuan Yi's true self slowly opened his eyes, his azure-hued Byakugan gazing towards the direction of the Land of Rain, seemingly capable of piercing through endless space to see his master, who was alone, licking his wounds. The words "outmatched" and "survive" conveyed the brutality and peril of the battle more eloquently than any ornate phrase. He clenched his fists. It was not enough. He was far from swift enough, nor strong enough. Closing his eyes, he severed all distractions, including the worry for his master, and plunged anew into the relentless pursuit of power. One of the shadow clones tasked with developing new techniques abruptly opened its eyes. It extended its right index finger. The chakra sphere, which had spun countless times and failed just as many, did not shatter this time. Under extreme compression, it transformed from a light blue to a nearly transparent, diamond-like gleam. All energy, all motion, was perfectly bound within less than an inch of fingertip. There was no flamboyant explosion like that of the Rasengan, only an extreme stillness capable of penetrating all things. The shadow clone looked up at a colossal tree, so vast that it would require dozens to encircle it, ancient beyond measure. He gently tapped the tree trunk, heavy as a fortress. There was no sound, no explosion, not even a whisper of excess airflow. As the chakra was expended, the shadow clone dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, leaving no trace of its existence. After a considerable time, a gentle breeze swept through the timeless tranquility of the forest. Upon the trunk of the giant tree, a hole no larger than a pinprick, smooth as a mirror, appeared quietly. The wind passed through the opening, emitting a soft, sigh-like whimper. On the other side of the hole, over 100 meters away, another giant tree bore a similarly inconspicuous mark. Yuan Yi's true self slowly stood, walked to the pierced ancient tree, and extended his hand to caress the astonishingly smooth hole. Chapter 48. Training and Return. The needle that pierced the millennia-old tree was Yuan Yi's initial attempt at the ultimate compression of Sage Chakra, marking the inception of a new path he had forged for himself. Time in the wet-bone forest seemed to lose all meaning. Months passed, and in the 37th year of Konoha, autumn had deepened. Outside the village, the maple leaves blushed crimson, yet within the wet-bone forest, the mist lingered, and the seasons felt unchanged. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged before a suspended water curtain, 5 spheres of chakra, each distinct in color and essence, floating before him with heightened density. The first sphere was a profound azure. It was not a singular hue, but a tapestry of countless transparent wind blades spinning at high speed, within which whirlpools of air were barely visible. This power rendered it akin to a miniature typhoon, its violent cutting force causing ripples in the surrounding space. Approaching it, one could hear the sharp howl of air being torn apart. This was a Rasengan infused with wind nature transformation, its destructive capability far exceeding the ordinary. It sought not explosions, but rather the pinnacle of penetration and tearing. The second sphere glowed with a fervent red. It burned steadily, its outer layer a whirling inferno, with deep crimson edges that brightened to a vibrant orange-yellow at its core. The energy within was not merely burning. It was a more explosive, sustained internal combustion. Upon contact, the flames would instantly adhere and permeate, like maggots in flesh, continuously emitting high temperatures and corrosively dissolving everything in their path. This was a Rasengan infused with fire nature. Slightly less potent than the wind variant, yet its relentless scorching could cause immense and lasting destruction in a short time. The third sphere was a deep blue. It spun noticeably slower, yet bore a viscous quality, as if it could ensnare light itself. Water formed a dense shield around the surface, while countless tiny droplets vibrated rapidly within. It emitted no sharp sound, only the slow, heavy rhythm of flowing water. This was a water-style Rasengan, sacrificing instantaneous speed and explosive destructive power for an unparalleled binding effect. Upon impact, the high-density water within would rapidly expand, ensnaring the target completely, making it an excellent choice for close-quarters combat. The fourth sphere was radiant purple. Lightning coursed within, emitting a subtle crackling sound, while the sphere itself shimmered, elusive under the light. Purple arcs of electricity leapt from its surface, illuminating the surrounding moss. It spun rapidly, inducing a mild electric paralysis in the air around it. This was a lightning-style Rasengan, its thrusting speed rivaling that of the wind variant, yet accompanied by a powerful paralyzing shock effect. Upon contact, the current would instantaneously penetrate the target's nerves, rendering them stiff, while its unique invisibility made it difficult for opponents to predict its exact trajectory. The last sphere was a heavy yellow. It resembled a perfectly rounded stone, spinning the slowest, yet exuding an indomitable weight, as if it were as solid as a mountain. Its surface was uneven, as if it contained the Earth's hardest elements, radiating an ancient and weighty aura. This was an Earth-style Rasengan, forsaking explosions to focus all energy into a singular point, pursuing the purest, most unyielding penetrating force. It could easily bore through rock, demonstrating astonishing penetrative power against even the most formidable defenses. 5 natures, 5 transformations. This was the answer Yuan Yi had delivered over these months. Oh dear, what a troublesome child. A small slug emerged from the fungal carpet by Yuan Yi's feet, its sweet voice tinged for the first time with a hint of urgency. New intelligence has emerged from the outside world. Yuan Yi waved his hand, and the 5 energy spheres, capable of instilling dread in even the mightiest of shadow-level warriors, silently dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, his azure-hued pupils gazing intently at the small split entity before him. Speak. Hiki Tsukumo led an Umbu team to the front lines a month ago, which included Minato Namikaze. The small slug paused, seemingly gathering its thoughts. Half a month ago, during a confrontation with Tsunade, Minato was injured while covering for his comrades. The injury was severe. He had been struck by a toxin developed by Chiyo, and the medical ninjas of Konoha were at a loss, barely managing to sustain his life. Lady Tsunade is currently engaged on another front, far removed from the immediate crisis. The forest fell into an oppressive silence. The wind ceased to blow, and the water curtain no longer flowed, as if the entirety of the woodland awaited Yuan Yi's response. Minato Namikaze, the gentle, bright youth who always wore a warm smile within the Umbu team, the one who clumsily showed concern for him, who silently shielded him from the scorn of the clan, one of the few friends who regarded him as a person. Yuan Yi rose to his feet. He approached the slug that had delivered the message and gently touched its moist, cool antennae. You have worked hard. His voice remained calm, yet the space behind him subtly warped as a hint of his uncontainable aura seeped forth. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Konoha, his pure white eyes seemingly piercing through endless distances. With Tsunade absent, he was now the only one capable of saving Minato. Slug, his voice resonated through the desolate woods. The colossal, mountain-like sage body seemed to sense his will, and the life energy of the entire forest gently rippled in response. It is time. Yuan Yi grasped the orange-hued sun wheel blade at his back. The warmth of the hilt soothed his heart, which had grown cold with anger. The cage has been shattered. It is time for me to return and fulfill my promise. For you, and for myself. Accompany me on my journey. Sweet, reassuring voices echoed from all directions. Go, young Yuani. Show the outside world the magnificence of the child who emerged from the wet-bone forest. Boom. The familiar, thick white smoke erupted, completely enveloping Yuan Yi's figure. When the smoke cleared, the area before the waterfall was utterly deserted. Only the suspended water curtain resumed its slow flow, reflecting the timeless, tranquil, and lonely forest. The birds had already departed the woods. Chapter 49. Return and healing. The disorienting sensation of warped space was instantaneously replaced by the warm, dry sunlight of autumn. The eternal, sweetly damp twilight of the wet-bone forest was entirely dispelled by the familiar scent of dust and human life from Konoha. Yuan Yi's silhouette appeared in a secluded training ground at the village's edge, a place where he had once parted ways with Tsunade. He raised his head, squinting against the radiant sun that he had never seen in the wet-bone forest. There was no time to report to Lord Mito. No time to lament this hard-won freedom basking in the sunlight. Minato's face and the news of his poisoning pierced his heart like a needle. In the next instant, his figure vanished from its place. There was no smoke of the body flicker technique, no hand seals, only the sheer speed of physical prowess unleashed. He shot forward like a silent shadow gliding past rooftops, racing towards Konoha Hospital. The vibrant sounds of conversations among pedestrians, the laughter of children, and the merchant's shouts faded into the background as he dashed onward. No longer needing to conceal anything with a forehead protector, his smooth forehead met the wind, a feeling of unprecedented lightness. Just as he was about to cross the area belonging to the Hyuga clan, a vigilant gaze shot up from below. A patrolling member of the branch family instinctively sensed a powerful and unfamiliar chakra flash overhead. Byakugan. He activated his bloodline limit reflexively, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes, his vision piercing through the roof's obstruction to lock onto the rapidly moving figure. It is him, the one declared a traitor by the main family, Hinata Yuani. The patrolling clan member's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. How could he be here? His gaze fixated on Yuan Yi's forehead, where there was nothing. No forehead protector symbolizing honor and belonging. No cursed seal of the caged bird that should have accompanied him for life, embodying enslavement and a curse. Only a smooth expanse. The color drained from the patrolling clan member's face in an instant. A chilling terror, more frightening than facing death, froze him in place. The cage has been shattered. The bird that should have been confined and under their control has escaped. Yuan Yi seemed to sense the prying gaze, casually glancing down from midair. His pure white eyes, tinged with a hint of icy blue, met the terrified gaze of the branch family member from several dozen meters away. There was no malice, no anger, only a profound indifference, akin to a celestial being looking down upon ants. The branch family member felt his very soul freeze under that gaze. He even forgot to breathe. Yuan Yi averted his gaze, not pausing for a moment, and with a few flickers, he vanished entirely from the end of the street. Only when the suffocating aura dissipated did the branch family member slump against the wall, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his back. Without hesitation, disregarding his patrol duty, he turned and rushed back toward the Hyuga estate, tumbling and scrambling. Something grave has happened. I must report to Elder J. Maku immediately. The heavens of the Hyuga clan are about to change. At Konoha Hospital, the pungent scent of disinfectants mingled with the bitterness of herbs, striking his senses. Here, there was no bloodshed or smoke of battle, yet an equally suffocating tension raced against death. Yuan Yi's figure appeared like a silent breeze at the end of the intensive care unit corridor. Several solemn medical ninjas were gathered outside a patient room, urgently discussing something, their faces etched with exhaustion and helplessness. No, the patient's chakra circulatory system has been completely eroded by the toxin. Our medical ninjutsu cannot dispel it, and will instead accelerate its spread. That old hag Chiyo's poison is too insidious. It mimics our own cells. Any rejection treatment will be perceived as an attack, triggering a more violent backlash. When will Lady Tsunade return? Yuan Yi's footsteps interrupted their despair. All the medical ninjas instinctively turned to the sudden appearance of the white-eyed youth without any forehead protector. Hinata Yuani? An elder medical ninja recognized him. Surprise etched on his face. What are you doing here? Yuan Yi did not respond to their inquiries. His icy blue eyes pierced through the walls of the patient room, landing on the golden-haired boy lying quietly on the bed, his complexion ashen, lips tinged with purple. In his vision, Minato Namikaze's body resembled a star map stained with purple ink. Countless minuscule toxins, imperceptible to the naked eye and imbued with malevolent intent, ensnared his meridians, internal organs. And even every single cell, akin to delicate webs, gradually and resolutely consuming his vitality. Step aside, Yuani spoke. His voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This is nonsense. The older medical ninja furrowed his brow immediately. Aware that they were in the intensive care unit, where the patients were in critical condition and could not withstand any disruption. His words were abruptly halted as Yuani approached, his pure white eyes calmly fixed upon him. An invisible pressure, emanating from a higher realm of life, rendered the seasoned medical jonin momentarily speechless. Ignoring the commotion, Yuani pushed open the door to the ward. Halt! You cannot enter. A few medical ninjas instinctively attempted to block his path, only to be restrained by the older vice principal. Wait, the vice principal's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. Let him try. The vice principal? He is the sole disciple of Lady Tsunade. The vice principal's gaze remained fixed on Yuani's retreating figure. His voice dry as he acknowledged the remarkable healing skills inherited from Lady Tsunade. Inside the ward, Yuani approached Minato's bedside and slowly extended his right hand. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a dark circular symbol appeared on his forehead. A vast, overwhelming, and life-infused natural energy instantaneously filled the room. Outside, the medical ninjas, sensing an energy far purer and gentler than their own healing chakra, widened their eyes in disbelief. What a powerful chakra! Yuani paid no heed to their astonishment, gently placing his right hand upon Minato's chest. Senjutsu extraction technique. The green glow of healing chakra emanated from his palm. Yet unlike the ordinary, this verdant light was enveloped by a denser energy radiating a soft, orange hue. If the conventional extraction technique was akin to using a net to catch impurities in water, then at this moment, Yuani's sage chakra transformed into countless microscopic scavengers with consciousness. They, following Yuani's will, precisely and gently infiltrated every cell of Minato's body. Rather than attacking the toxins, they acted like the most dexterous tweezers, meticulously peeling away the webs that ensnared the healthy cells, one strand at a time. This process was infinitely more complex than the most intricate surgical operation, demanding not only an immense amount of chakra, but also a divine level of control over energy. Outside, the medical ninjas were utterly entranced as they peered through the observation window. They could see the ominous purple hue on Minato's body fading at a visible rate. His breathing gradually steadied and strengthened, and a hint of healthy color began to return to his pallid face. He did it. He truly has neutralized Chiyo's poison. What manner of prodigy has Lady Tsunade brought forth? Time slipped away as Yuani slowly retracted his hand, the sage markings on his forehead also fading. On the hospital bed, Minato's brow twitched slightly, and he gradually opened his azure eyes. Chapter 50. Conspiracy. Yuani turned to face the medical ninjas outside the ward, who were still in a state of shock, his voice calm. The rest is in your hands. With that, he stood quietly at the bedside like a statue, awaiting the awakening of his friend. The older vice principal's lips moved as he watched the life signs on the monitor return to optimal levels, and he ultimately waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to maintain silence and step back. His gaze towards Yuani transformed. He no longer saw a mere boy, but a phenomenon beyond comprehension. On the bed, Minato's pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, and his breathing grew steadier and stronger. After an indeterminate amount of time, his golden eyelashes fluttered gently. Minato slowly opened his eyes, his vision still somewhat blurred, but immediately locking onto the familiar and cool figure by his bedside. Yuani. His voice was hoarse yet suffused with the relief of survival. You've returned. Yuani nodded gently, remaining silent. Minato's gaze rose, traversing Yuani's clear white eyes, ultimately resting upon his once smooth forehead. It was bare, devoid of the forehead protector and the green cage, symbolizing humiliation and constraint that he had seen countless times before. Minato's pupils dilated suddenly. He fell silent, merely observing, as if attempting to pierce through the unblemished skin. Then, a smile more radiant and sincere than the autumn sunlight outside erupted on his still pale face. He did not inquire about the perils of the process or the troubles of the future. He simply felt genuine happiness for his dear friend. Wonderful. Minato struggled to sit up, his arms bracing against the edge of the bed, but his body wavered unsteadily. Yuani extended his hand, gently supporting his shoulder and helping him adjust to a more comfortable position. Minato cast a grateful glance at him, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "You are free." Yuani looked at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, a subtle arc that contained multitudes. Minato beamed even brighter, leaning closer and lowering his voice as if sharing a grand secret. "When you are discharged, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen, double chashu." "It's you who will be discharged," Yuani corrected. It's the same. Minato waved his hand dismissively, his eyes shining with astonishing brightness. "You must try it properly this time. The last bowl I had was simply the pinnacle of life." Yuani's gaze fell upon Minato, the unrestrained ease and joy in his eyes warming the heart that had just broken free from its shackles. In the deepest shadows of Konoha village, the root base was colder and more lifeless than ever. Hisashi Hyuga, the current clan leader, personally stepped into this ominous place. His immaculate white kimono, symbolizing the highest authority of the main family, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness and dampness. "What an unusual guest, clan leader Hyuga." Danzo's voice emerged from the deepest shadows, devoid of any ripple of emotion, yet his hand continued to wipe the short blade without pause. "It seems the Hyuga clan sky is truly about to collapse." Hisashi ignored the mockery, his pure white eyes coldly fixed upon the man before him. "The promise made by Elder Zongju is still valid." His voice, like rock frozen in ice, was hard and unforgiving. Danzo's short blade hesitated momentarily. He raised his head, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his lone eye. "Elder Zongju visited previously, offering a bargain of 3 pairs of Byakugan. Your presence today indicates that the situation is worse than I anticipated. Moreover, the Hyuga clan is willing to double the offer, totaling 6 pairs of Byakugan." Danzo's lips curled into a sly smirk. 6 pairs of Byakugan were sufficient to equip a top-tier squad. This was indeed a substantial offer. Yet he remained silent, merely observing Hisashi, waiting. He understood that the Hyuga clan would not send their leader personally for merely 6 pairs of Byakugan. Hisashi's complexion appeared even paler in the shadows. He clenched his jaw tightly, and finally, with each word painstakingly articulated, he uttered the next statement, every syllable seeming to be forced through the gaps of his teeth. "In the name of the Hinata clan's Elder Council, I pledge to you that the Hyuga clan will stand by your side in the forthcoming election for the next Hokage." This declaration resonated like a thunderclap in the stillness of the underground base. For the first time, a genuine smile of satisfaction, albeit chilling and terrifying, broke the eternally stoic expression of Danzo. He slowly lowered the short blade in his hand, the covetous gleam in his eyes now unmasked. The resolve of the clan leader of the Asahi was truly admirable. "Thus, I, as part of the root, shall naturally present my utmost sincerity." Danzo's footsteps echoed softly in the vast underground space. The boy was currently at the Konoha hospital, under the watchful eyes of the 3rd Hokage, making it unwise to act. However, soon enough, he would receive an order that he could not refuse. Danzo approached a podium and picked up a blank scroll, his eyes glinting with malicious cunning. The front lines in the land of Earth were perilously strained and urgently required elite ninjas proficient in medical and assassination arts. This justification was sufficiently robust. A forged order from the Hokage would be delivered personally by the Umbu, under the pretense of supporting the front lines, thereby extracting him from the village. By then, the elite of the entire Hyuga clan, along with all of Root's assassination units, would prepare for him a grand funeral, one monumental enough to be etched into history. Chapter 51. A solitary banquet. The brief warmth shared with friends did little to thaw the layer of ice that had formed in Yuani's heart. He bade farewell to Minato and left the hospital. The medical ninjas watched his departing figure with complex expressions. The vice principal opened his mouth as if to ask something, only to realize that the young man had already vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving behind a long, mixed sigh of awe and admiration. "Vice principal, this Tsunade-sama has indeed raised a true monster." Yuani's silhouette, akin to a wisp of blue smoke, traversed the uneven eaves of Konoha village, ultimately arriving at the once glorious yet still tranquil grounds of the Senju clan. Uzumaki Kushina had long been waiting beneath the corridor in the courtyard, the tea before her still steaming, seemingly timed perfectly for his return. "Welcome back." Kushina's voice exuded the usual warmth. "I have returned, Lady Kushina." Yuani seated himself before her, shedding all defenses and wariness. He recounted his experiences in the Wetbone Forest. From the initial awkward encounter with the slug sage to the arduous task of pacifying the heart monkey. When he mentioned the sage's agreement to shield him due to his fondness for the delicacies of the outside world, a flicker of a smile, unnoticed even by himself, flashed in his azure eyes. Kushina listened quietly, her aged features radiating heartfelt contentment. She gazed at Yuani's smooth forehead, her smile deepening with a sense of relief. The cage has been broken. Splendid. Yet, the fledgling must now confront the tumult of the vast sky. The decaying roots of the old trees in the village were not fond of seeing any birds soar too high. Kushina's gaze grew profound. She understood that the Hyuga clan would never relent. I understand, Yuani nodded. He refrained from further words, rising to bow deeply to Kushina before turning to walk towards the expansive training grounds of the Senju clan, which had borne witness to countless legendary ascents. Words are ephemeral. Only the power grasped in one's hands is eternal. On the training ground, Yuani's figure split into 5 once more. 5 spiraling balls of differing attributes hovered before him, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down one's spine. But this was insufficient. What he sought was not mere destruction, but a creation that transcended the conventional elements. One shadow clone extended its hands, the left holding an exquisitely sharp wind-release spiral sphere, the right a viscous water-release spiral sphere. His Byakugan was activated to its utmost. As Sage Chakra transformed into the most intricate of connecting bridges, attempting to fuse these two disparate, yet complementary energies. Suddenly, as the two energies made contact, a violent repulsion ensued, erupting explosively and obliterating the shadow clone before it could utter a single farewell. Nearby, another shadow clone approached impassively, continuing this perilous endeavor. On another front, the fusion of fire and earth, the intertwining of wind and lightning. The clash of water and fire, one shadow clone responsible for the fusion of water and fire, just before the explosion, signaled helplessly to the next clone in line, then boom, erupted into a minor steam explosion. With each failure came a violent explosion and the dissolution of the shadow clones. Yet, with every setback, Yuani's understanding of the essence of energy deepened. What he aimed to forge was a blade sharp enough to sever all conspiracies. These days persisted for half a month. After this period, an umbu clad in a pure white mask silently appeared at the edge of the training ground. He presented a sealed scroll with both hands. Hyuga Yuani. The voice of the umbu, seemingly processed, bore no emotion. The Hokage's order. The situation at the front lines in the land of Earth is critical. Elite ninjas are urgently needed for support. You are to depart immediately. Yuani's true self slowly concluded his training. He accepted the scroll and opened it. The handwriting was indeed that of the 3rd Hokage, and the Hokage's seal bore no flaws. However, Yuani's sage perception detected a familiar, cold, and sticky chakra residue lingering between the paper and ink of the scroll. It was akin to the foul scent left by a serpent concealed within the grass. Danzo Shimura. He scrutinized the task details. While it called for support at the front lines, it made no mention of whom to contact, and the specific mission objectives remained vague, only designating the necessary route to the land of grass. This was no longer merely a trap. It felt more like an arrogant, unabashed declaration of war. They were blatantly informing him. We know you are strong. We know you are vigilant. Yet the snare we have prepared for you is such that if you come, you shall perish. Yuani closed the scroll and paused in silence. To flee? To hide beneath Lady Kushina's wings? Or to return once more to the wet-bone forest? No, the cage has already been broken. If he dared not face the storm before him, how could he ever hope to gaze upon the broader sky beyond the cage? He raised his head, looking at the upright umbu, his voice calm. I understand. He stowed the scroll away, turning to grasp the orange-hued Nichiren blade at his back. The umbu spoke not another word, his figure melding into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Yuani stood quietly at the center of the training ground, the cold scroll in his hand feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. He did not return to bid farewell to Lady Kushina. This tempest, born from his own breaking free of confinement, was one he must face alone. He returned to the modest quarters arranged for him by Tsunade. The room was sparsely furnished, almost empty. Having possessed nothing, he needed no time to pack. Yuani approached the basin, cupping a handful of cool water to splash upon his face. The refreshing sensation sharpened his mind, which had remained utterly composed due to the sage mode. He picked up the orange-hued Nichiren blade, meticulously wiping its surface with a clean white cloth over and over. The blade reflected his serene visage, along with his deep, azure eyes that seemed fathomless. This blade was his starting point. Once the polishing was complete, he sheathed the Nichiren blade once more. Apart from this weapon, he possessed no other belongings. Yuan Yi pushed open the door and stepped into the afternoon sunlight. He walked toward the village's main gate. The streets bustled with life, suffused with an air of tranquility and harmony. As he passed by a ramen shop, the rich aroma of bone broth wafted through the air, evoking memories of the radiant smile of Mizuki. He strolled past the ninja academy, where the innocent chatter of children transported him back to his own youth. He also walked by the imposing walls of the Hyuga clan's territory. His Byakugan remained dormant, yet his sage sensory perception allowed him to discern the hidden presence beyond those high walls. Behind them, cold, oppressive gazes filled with excitement and murderous intent fixated on him from every corner, as if they were admiring a sacrificial offering destined for slaughter. Yuan Yi's steps did not falter. His expression showed no signs of change. He sensed even more. From the shadows beneath the eaves, atop telegraph poles, and within the gaps of the crowd, stealthy and professional gazes emanated from the root. They were surveilling him, verifying whether he was truly alone, whether he had indeed embarked on this path leading to death. The entirety of Konoha seemed to transform into a vast spider's web, with him as the moth that had willingly flown into its grasp. At last, he arrived at the gates of Konoha, where the familiar faces of Izumi and Ziddy awaited him. "Yuani, are you leaving the village for a mission?" Ziddy asked, surprised upon seeing him. Yuani nodded gently, handing over the scroll in his hand. Izumi took the scroll, scrutinizing it meticulously to confirm the Hokage's seal and the order were in order. "Are you undertaking a frontline support mission alone?" Izumi frowned, finding it peculiar. "This is a high-level task. Why would the village send you alone? Is there a shortage of personnel?" Ziddy clapped Izumi on the shoulder, returning the scroll to Yuani. "Be careful on the way, Yuani." "Thank you, senior." Yuan Yi replied, reclaiming the scroll. He brushed past the two and stepped out of the village gates. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, his silhouette solitary and upright, reminiscent of a sword poised to be drawn from its sheath. At the moment he crossed the threshold, he turned back for one last glance at the village that had nurtured and imprisoned him for over a decade. Then, without a backward glance, he ventured into the boundless forest that led to the land of grass and his destined fate. Chapter 52. The Feast of Slaughter. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting fragmented golden threads across the forest floor. Yuan Yi came to a halt, lifting his gaze. For the first time, an unusual flicker appeared in his ever-active pure white eyes. At the periphery of his vision, the clear outlines of the world woven from chakra shimmered momentarily like rippling water, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Even back in the wetbone forest, Yuan Yi had sensed that his Byakugan was on the brink of evolving into the Rinnegan. However, he had not anticipated such an untimely occurrence. The awakening of the Rinnegan was arriving faster than he had expected. He did not shut his Byakugan. Instead, he infused even more sage chakra into it, attempting to quell the restlessness. Several dozen meters behind him, in the shadow of a colossal tree, two figures adorned in pure white masks melded seamlessly with the trunk. The target had halted. One of the root ninjas spoke in a flat tone, his voice transmitted through specially modified vocal cords. What is he observing? I do not know. However, his path shows no deviation. To ensnare a fledgling, Lord Danzo has truly laid out an intricate web. Silence, the other ninja interrupted. Our mission is to confirm he steps into the site of his funeral. Other matters are of no concern to us. The first ninja fell silent immediately. They were of the root, nameless, without a past, only bound by duty. Yuan Yi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the sensation of motion in his vision had vanished, yet a faint, imperceptible haze seemed to shroud the depths of his pure white sight. He no longer relied solely on pure vision. The vast natural energy, centered around him, spread silently like an invisible sonar. The flow of the wind, the breathing of the leaves, the movements of the insects beneath the earth, and the two suppressed, yet persistent heartbeats behind him all converged into his awareness. He continued forward, unimpeded. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass lay a desolate expanse ravaged repeatedly by war, devoid of life. A dozen figures had long since taken cover behind jagged rocks, blending seamlessly into the lifeless surroundings. Leading them was a stern-faced elder from the Hyuga clan, Hayashi. The pride in his Byakugan seemed innate, etched into his very bones. Are we not yet there? A younger clan member beside him inquired, anxiety creeping into his tone. Patience. Hayato, Hayashi chided, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Waiting is also a part of the hunt, especially when pursuing a wild dog that believes it has broken free from its chains. Elder Hayashi, the young man named Hayato, lowered his voice. Confusion tinged with disbelief in his tone. Why must we collaborate with Danzo? This mere branch family wretch, even if it escapes its cage, is ultimately a matter for our Hyuga clan alone. Why must we silence? Hayashi snapped, turning sharply to fix Hayato with a piercing gaze, the cold killing intent rendering the latter immobile. Do you dare question the clan leader's decision? And no, I wouldn't. Hayato hastily averted his eyes. Then remember your place. Hayashi snorted, returning his gaze to the distance. He is not merely a family matter. He is the greatest shame the Hyuga clan has faced in centuries. His very existence is the most venomous provocation to the dignity of the main family. Only through the most brutal and complete death can this shame be washed away and serve as a warning to those branch family members with similar treachery. His voice was icy, laced with malice. Danzo's root merely ensures this cleansing is executed flawlessly, a tool to be discarded once its purpose is fulfilled. The surrounding Hyuga clansmen ignited with fervor at his words. They were the noble main family, the chosen bloodline. Any attempt to challenge this exalted existence must be crushed. Yuan Yi's feet finally tread upon the rugged terrain of this desolate land. It was at that moment that the world within his Byakugan shattered entirely. No longer blurred, no longer wavering, it transformed into a pure, blinding white void devoid of any information. It was as if all color and form had been stripped from the world, leaving only a hollow expanse of white. He had become utterly blind. Yuan Yi's steps did not waver. He gradually closed his now ineffective eyes. The perception of sage mode surged within him to its utmost limit. In his world, light had vanished, yet sound, temperature, airflow, the intent to kill, and the chakra sources hidden around him became as clear as the lines on his palm. 20 were from the Hyuga, all elite Jounin. 35 were from Root, 10 Jounin and 25 Chunin. Yuan Yi mused silently. They truly overestimate me. I did not expect such a deployment of elite Jounin, particularly the elite from Root, to be so troublesome. They surrounded the open ground like a pack of hungry wolves, encircling it into a perfect slaughterhouse with no blind spots. Yuan Yi arrived at the very center of the slaughterhouse. He halted, standing quietly as if awaiting something. With a swish, dozens of figures emerged from all directions, landing atop the surrounding boulders, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Hayashi stood at the highest point, looking down upon the boy with closed eyes in the arena below, his face betraying undisguised disdain and delight. Wretch, your time has come. A Root captain, masked in a fox design, rasped. Hinata Yuenichi, under the secret command of Lord Hokage, has come to eradicate you, a traitor ninja. Yuenichi remained motionless and silent, standing like a lifeless statue. To Hinata Eagle, this posture epitomized ultimate fear and despair. What's this? His lips curled into a cruel smile. Are you so frightened that you dare not even open your eyes? What do those eyes, hailed as genius, see now? Have you glimpsed your own demise? Hayato and other young members of the Hinata clan wore expressions of delight. This is the fate of those who defy the clan. No matter how extraordinary you once were, in the face of the clan's absolute power, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. A calm voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yuenichi slowly raised his head, his cold visage devoid of fear, anger, or even any expression. With his eyes closed, he turned his face towards the direction of the sound, the scenery beyond the cage. The smile on Hinata Eagle's face froze. Indeed, it was impressive. Yuenichi's right hand gradually lifted, grasping the hilt of the orange-red Nichiren blade behind him. With a soft click, the blade slid out of its sheath by an inch. That inch of exposed blade glimmered with a piercing, cold light under the dim twilight. The cruel curve on Hinata Eagle's face solidified completely. Even at death's door, he still feigned grandeur. He attempted to regain the sense of supreme control that belonged to the clan through words. Kill him. The Root's captain, wearing a fox mask, spoke with no fluctuation in emotion, as if issuing a command to dispose of refuse. The moment the command was given, 25 Root Chunin sprang into action. They moved like puppets controlled by invisible strings, silently closing in from all directions with the most precise and efficient formation. There were no shouts, no extraneous movements, only the whistling of shurikens and kunai, sealing off all of Yuenichi's potential escape routes. creating a death net woven from steel. Yuenichi remained with his eyes closed. In a world devoid of sight, his perception, amplified infinitely by sage chakra, became unprecedentedly clear. He could discern the trajectory of each shuriken slicing through the air, the faint crunch of stones beneath each Chunin's feet as they landed, and even the accelerated heartbeat of those rushing towards him. All of this formed a battlefield in his mind that was more precise and three-dimensional than Byakugan. His body moved. Without employing the breath of the sun, he merely tilted his body, turned his head, and raised his hand. The subtlety of his movements was astonishing, yet they allowed him to evade the lethal blades by mere millimeters. The orange-red Nichiren blade in his hand transformed into an afterimage, accurately parrying all unavoidable attacks. Sparks igniting amidst the dim rubble. When one root Chunin, seeing his sneak attack thwarted, lunged forward with a short blade. Icy malice radiating from its edge aimed straight for Yuenichi's heart. Yuenichi's body tilted backward at an angle unfathomable to ordinary people. The blade grazed the tip of his nose, allowing him to catch the faint scent of the venom laced upon it. In that instant, he twisted his wrist, striking the hilt upward against the Chunin's chin. With a sickening crack, the sound of splintering bone filled the air. The Chunin, unable to utter a cry, crumpled to the ground like a heap of flesh. Dead in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Useless. Hinata Eagle scoffed, his expression one of greater contempt. To him, this was merely the dying struggle of a cornered beast. Hayato, you too. Let this ignorant wretch witness the true power of the Hinata clan. Yes, Elder Eagle. Hayato could no longer contain himself, a cruel delight gleaming in his eyes as he and 19 other clan jonin simultaneously formed hand seals. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, air palm. 20 solid, chakra-infused shockwaves, potent enough to shatter stone, converged from all directions into beams of white death, hurtling towards Yuenichi. These attacks were entirely different from the physical assaults of the root Chunin. They were intangible, yet precisely targeted at the chakra pathways within Yuenichi's body. Meanwhile, the concealed elite jonin of root finally sprang into action. 10 figures, like phantoms, merged into the blind spots of the 8 trigrams air palm attack, their weapons gleaming with deadly intent. This was a flawless, no-escape execution. At that moment, within Yuenichi's perception, a chilling, viscous chakra, reminiscent of countless minuscule life forms gathering, finally stirred. It emanated from a root ninja wearing a beetle mask. This chakra lacked the fury and directness of other ninjas, yet it bore a nauseating malice that devoured everything in its path. The oil woman's shadow insect. This was the most troublesome presence among them. A faint smile tugged at Yuenichi's lips, a cold, emotionless arc. He ceased evading. Drawing a deep breath, his chest rose slightly. An overwhelming surge of natural energy flooded into his limbs with each breath. The dark sage mark on his forehead suddenly illuminated. Sage art, breath of the sun. First form, round dance. There was no flame. Instead, a nearly transparent, massive arc of golden light, formed from high-density natural energy, struck forth. Where the arc sliced through, the very fabric of space emitted a resonant hum of strain. The 8 trigrams air palm attacks, potent enough to pierce steel, vanished silently upon contact with this golden arc. As if melting away, the pursuing elite jonin's pupils constricted in horror. They sought to retreat, but it was too late. The golden arc swept across with a velocity that surpassed their nervous reactions. Blood mist erupted violently. The 6 foremost members of the Hinata clan and 3 root jonin, along with their expressions of shock and disbelief, were instantaneously severed in two. Warm blood splattered onto the cold rocks. The battlefield fell into a moment of eerie silence. What kind of power is this? Hayato's delight was replaced by sheer terror as he watched his companions' bodies cleaved in half, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hinata Eagle's proud visage finally showed cracks for the first time. He could not comprehend how a blind wretch could unleash such terrifying power. Secret technique, insect ball. A hoarse, calm voice shattered the silence. It was the man in the beetle mask, oil woman's shadow insect. He clasped his hands, and countless nearly invisible, nano-sized poisonous insects erupted from his body, swiftly coalescing into a writhing, grotesque black sphere before him. This insect sphere exuded an aura of death that devoured all. Go! The insect sphere howled as it barreled towards Yuenichi. His sage perception clearly observed the black energy mass ravenously consuming the natural energy drifting through the air. This was his nemesis, The flames of the breath of the sun would be nourishment for these insects, and sage chakra was their most delectable feast. Yuenichi did not confront it head-on. He exerted force beneath his feet, retreating swiftly. Trying to flee? Hinata Eagle, snapping back to reality from his shock, glared with vengeful killing intent. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He, along with the other surviving members of the Hyuga clan, lunged forward simultaneously, their gentle fists weaving together to form an impenetrable net that sealed off all escape routes for Yuan Yi. In front loomed the all-consuming insect Jade, while behind him, the soft punches severed his meridians. Yuan Yi once again found himself in a dire predicament. He halted his retreat, and a flicker of change appeared on his previously tranquil and almost indifferent visage. It was a blend of madness and resolute excitement. Extending his left hand, he pointed his index finger at the whistling black insect Jade. A nearly transparent, intensely swirling chakra formed quietly at his fingertip, devoid of the raucousness of a spiral sphere. Instead, it possessed a penetrating stillness, capable of piercing through all. This was the sage art spiral piercing, with a subtle sound, barely perceptible. The transparent energy beam instantly pierced through the layers of insects, leaving a smooth, mirror-like hole the size of a pinprick on the black insect Jade. The body of the oil woman shadow insect abruptly stiffened. He lowered his head to see a similarly tiny blood hole in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. The insect Jade shattered in the air, and Yuan Yi paid the price. Numerous soft punches left their marks firmly on his back, shoulders, and arms. With a spurt of blood, he felt the meridians within him severed in multiple places, causing a momentary stagnation in the flow of sage chakra. Yet he did not fall. Using the momentum, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the only opening without looking back. Stop him! Hyuga Eagle emitted a piercing scream. The surviving ninjas pursued him frantically. Yuan Yi could no longer hear the voices behind him. The toxins within him began to take effect. The evolution of his optic nerves brought excruciating pain, and his sage perception became increasingly blurred. The world was slipping away from him. Driven solely by a primal instinct for survival, he ran forward desperately. A cold, mechanical notification sounded abruptly in his mind. Detecting that the host's life signs are on the verge of collapse, conditions met for the activation of Template 2. Template extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the character template GOJO'S Satoru, Jujutsu Kaisen. Current template fusion degree, 10. Basic ability unlocked, limitless technique, beginner. At the very instant the system notification faded, Yuan Yi felt a distinctly different power surging from the depths of his soul. This force bore no resemblance to chakra. It was more unruly, more domineering, and far purer. Behind him, several shurikens, slicing through the air, neared his back. Without even glancing back, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The shurikens that should have pierced his body abruptly stopped just shy of 1 centimeter from his skin, as if an invisible, insurmountable chasm lay between him and the projectiles. The pursuer at the forefront, Hayabusa, stared in disbelief. What was this? A standstill? What bloodline limit was this? Yuan Yi had no time to comprehend this newfound power. Instinctively, he channeled it into his legs. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. This was not the body flicker technique, but a pure, unfathomable speed that defied air resistance. He dashed into the dense woods leading to the land of grass. The pursuers fell further behind. Uncertain of how long he ran, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. His consciousness sank like a stone into the icy depths of the sea, just as darkness threatened to consume him entirely. A pair of cool, herb-scented hands gently brushed against his cheek. A timid, melodious voice of a girl whispered in his ear, "Are you still alive?" Chapter 54. A new beginning in the depths of his mind. Coldness and silence enveloped him. Yuan Yi's body felt like a stubborn stone sinking to the ocean floor, plummeting endlessly. The small hands, imbued with the scent of herbs, served as the sole light pulling him from this endless darkness. He was being laboriously carried through the woods by a frail figure. Each step of the bearer was unsteady, breaths quickened, every movement seemed to deplete all their strength. "Just hold on a bit longer," the girl's clear voice, tinged with a sob, reached him intermittently. "We're almost there. Please don't die. You're too handsome to waste." Time passed, and a scent entirely different from the forest, a mixture of earth and poverty, invaded Yuan Yi's senses. The grass ninja village. A dilapidated wooden hut, seemingly on the brink of collapse. "Sister Myling, please save him." The girl's desperate plea resonated with urgency. Yuan Yi felt himself laid flat on a cold wooden board. After a moment of silence, the woman known as Myling seemed to relent. A familiar, pure life force approached his lips, but this energy was different from the sage chakra of the wet bone forest. It carried a rich scent of blood and a unique vitality derived from the depths of the Uzumaki bloodline. Warm liquid flowed into his throat along his cracked lips. This overwhelming life force surged through his weary meridians like the first spring rain on a parched riverbed, forcefully revitalizing his nearly exhausted cells. When Yuan Yi opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a dim, cracked ceiling. The air was infused with a faint herbal aroma, coupled with an indelible scent of blood. Unable to see anything clearly, he relied on his senses to grasp his surroundings. The girl was leaning over the bedside, her bright eyes fixed on him, brimming with unmasked curiosity. Upon noticing his awakening, she straightened up, her face a mix of surprise and nervousness. "You're awake." Yuan Yi's lips moved, producing a voice that sounded hoarse and unrecognizable. "Where's this?" "This is the Grass Ninja Village, my home," the girl replied briskly, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "I found you in the forest outside the village and carried you back." She puffed out her not-so-broad chest. Pride etched on her face. "What is your name?" "My name is Fujimiya Ruko." Yuan Yi fell silent. He could feel his injuries healing at an astonishing rate under the nurturing of the Uzumaki bloodline. Yet, he also sensed that the newfound power known as limitless technique was subtly merging with his chakra system. His evolving eyes continued to burn through his nerves. He was still quite weak. As Fujimiya Ruko chattered away, Yuan Yi pieced together the events that had transpired. She had saved him. A woman named Myling, possessing the Uzumaki bloodline, had used her vitality to pull him back from the brink of death. Yuan Yi thought to himself, Uzumaki Myling must be the mother of Uzumaki Karui. Truly, the Uzumaki clan possesses a terrifying constitution. He needed to inform Tsunade-sensei that he was safe, but he could not reveal the truth. The pursuit by the Hyuga main family and the route was his solitary battle. He could not drag Tsunade, Minato, and Lord Mito into this turmoil. Taking advantage of Fujimiya Ruko's absence as she went to prepare food for him, Yuan Yi discreetly summoned a slug smaller than a fingernail. "Tell Tsunade-sensei that I'm fine. I simply wish to wander alone, to behold the world outside." The little slug gently nudged his finger with its antennae, indicating its understanding, and then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. As Yuan Yi closed his eyes, the guilt that had arisen from deception was swiftly submerged by an even more resolute desire for vengeance. When Fujimiya Ruko entered, carrying a steaming bowl of clear, thin porridge, she beheld Yuan Yi's face, tranquil and devoid of any turmoil. "This is all I have. I hope you won't find it lacking," she said, her bashfulness evident as she scratched her head. Struggling to sit up, Yuan Yi accepted the chipped earthen bowl. "Thank you." His voice, still hoarse, now carried a hint of warmth. Ruko paused for a moment. Then her face broke into a radiant smile, her freckles seemingly glowing. "You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, let me tell you, last night I wished upon a shooting star for a brother or a little brother. And today, I found you in the forest. Don't you think that's a twist of fate?" Yuan Yi's motion of drinking the porridge momentarily faltered. He gazed at this lively girl, chattering away, and felt a gentle tapping at the heart that had long been encased in layers of hatred and coldness. "My body requires at least a month to recover," he stated plainly. "During this time, I will be in your care." "No problem," Ruko exclaimed, thumping her chest with a crisp sound. "Leave it to me. Don't let my appearance fool you. I am, after all, a proud chunin of Grass Ninja Village." She raised her chin, as if the title were of great significance. Yuan Yi fell silent again, consuming the insipid porridge bowl by bowl. Ruko, satisfied, took the empty bowl away, and before she left, she admonished him like an adult to rest well and not to move around excessively. Once her light footsteps faded, tranquility returned to the wooden cabin. Leaning against the head of the bed, Yuan Yi's consciousness delved into his mind. System, open the panel. A translucent panel, suffused with a faint blue glow, unfolded within his darkened vision. Comprehensive anime character template system. Host, Hyuga Yuan. Age, 13 years. Status, severely injured, in recovery. Byakugan evolving. First phase of reincarnation I. Basic information. Physical strength, 200-6000. Jinin, 100-500. Chunin, 500-1000. Jonin, 100-500. Elite Jonin, 500, 0100000, Kage level, 100, 005, 0000. 6 paths level, over 100,000. Divine level, chakra, 900, 015000. Byakugan evolution continuously consumes chakra. Mental power, soul power 35,000. Bloodline, Hyuga clan, talent. Congratulations, host. You have successfully liberated the caged bird. From now on, the sky is yours to soar. Activated templates. Template 1, Kagon Yuan Yi, Demon Slayer. Unlock progress. 100, core ability. Breath of the Sun, transparent world, patterns. No self-realm, Scarlet Blade. Evaluation. You have reached the pinnacle of this path. You have mastered it, but your body is merely the vessel for this path. If the vessel shatters, the path will also be sullied. Template 2, Satoru Gojo Jujutsu Kaisen. Unlock progress. 10 core abilities, unlocked. 1 limitless technique, initial insight. Progress 10 passive defense limitless technique can now activate at a minimal level unconsciously. But actively using techniques such as cursed energy and scarlet will impose a tremendous burden on the current body. 2 six eyes, merging and mutating. Progress 10 currently undergoing deep fusion with the host's bloodline limit of Byakugan, expected to give birth to a new ocular technique. During the fusion period, the host's vision will be severely impacted, but perceptual abilities will greatly enhance. 3 domain expansion, unlimited void, progress 1 currently unusable. Evaluation. You have touched the realm of the divine, yet nearly burst from this gift. Before your eyes can once again perceive the world, pray that no enemy finds this dilapidated wooden cabin. Yuan Yi's consciousness lingered on the brief lines of Template 2 for quite some time. It was that passive defense known as limitless technique that had saved his life at the brink of death. It blocked the near-fatal swarm of oil-infused insects and mitigated most of the explosion's impact. The price paid was nearly all of his chakra and the near rupture of his meridians. The unlocked progress stood at a mere 10. That 10 had nearly cost him his life. Yet, instead of feeling despondent, Yuan Yi experienced an unprecedented clarity. He had reached the end of his previous path. The Kagon Yuan Yi template had endowed him with the means to establish himself within the world of ninjas. However, this foundation appeared flimsy when confronting powerful adversaries like Hanzo the Salamander or when faced with the relentless pursuit by the Hyuga and Root clans. Now, the system illuminated a fresh, uncharted path toward a higher echelon, a path leading to invincibility. The combination of limitless technique and 6 eyes held potential far surpassing that of Breath of the Sun. And what transformations would arise upon the fusion of 6 eyes with the reincarnation eye? In the midst of merging and mutating, a cold smile crept upon Yuan Yi's lips. He could sense a new power gestating deep within his stinging eyes. It possessed the insight of the Byakugan and was beginning to acquire the analytical prowess characteristic of the 6 eyes. Once completed, his world would be irrevocably altered. The current plans were clear. First, to survive, to heal his wounds, and to complete the evolution of his eyes. Second, although Grass Ninja Village was impoverished, it had ironically become the perfect place to remain hidden. Third, to develop Satoru Gojo's abilities. He must swiftly comprehend the essence of this newfound power rather than relying solely on instinct. Fourth, vengeance. He would return to Konoha, but by then, he would no longer be the bird that fled its cage. He would be the sky looming over the heads of the Hyuga clan and Shimura Danzo. Chapter 55. Fujimiya Ruko. A month was sufficient for wounds to heal, yet it was not enough to erase the memories etched into his bones. Time in Grass Ninja Village was barren and slow. Most of the time, Yuan Yi merely sat in silence, akin to a plant rooted within the decrepit wooden cabin. He could perceive Ruko flitting about each day like a tireless sparrow, chattering away. She would bring bowls of what could barely be called food, lamenting about the reduced task rewards in Grass Ninja Village. She would share the village's mundane gossip, vividly recounting which Jonin was boasting about having seen Hanzo the Salamander in his prime. She would also sit by his bedside, resting her chin on her hand, her bright, untainted eyes gazing unabashedly at his face, drawing her own conclusions. Indeed, good-looking people exude a certain charisma, even when lost in thought. Finally, one afternoon, when Ruko posed the question she had been holding back for the 17th time, Yuan Yi resolved to break his silence. "Hey, Ruko," she said, handing him a bowl of clear water, carefully choosing her words. "Who exactly are you? Falling from such a height and sustaining such severe injuries." You can't possibly be a mere genin like us, right? Yuani did not take the bowl. His eyes, still tightly shut, turned toward the girl. Though he could not see, Ruko felt as though that invisible gaze pierced through her, leaving no secrets hidden, not even her little schemes. I am a rogue ninja from Konoha, Yuani replied. His voice is flat, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. A rogue ninja? The bowl in Ruko's hand clattered to the ground, splashing water onto the frayed hem of her trousers, yet she remained oblivious. Her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Was that not Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages? Should not a rogue ninja emerging from there be a ruthless, bloodthirsty monster, devoid of humanity? Yuani paid no heed to her astonishment. Instead, he recounted his past in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He spoke of being a caged bird from the Hyuga branch, of growing up perceived as a threat by the main family, of surviving the harrowing battlegrounds, and of the price paid to break free from the cursed seal. He described the grand, arrogant funeral orchestrated by the main family in collusion with the root. His narrative was stark, without embellishments or pleas for sympathy, akin to recounting a tale that bore no personal significance. The cabin fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Ruko's increasingly labored breathing. Initially, she was merely shocked. Upon hearing of the caged bird, her eyes reflected confusion and anger. As Yuani spoke of being hunted by his entire family, her fists clenched instinctively, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Finally, when he finished and silence enveloped them, a muffled, nasal sob broke the stillness. Ruko's face, typically adorned with a silly grin, was now streaked with tears, her sobs a chaotic mess. How could they be such a family? Are they even human? She cried, her sleeve wiping her face in a disheveled manner, tears and snot mingling indiscriminately. Born to be caged, struggling to break free only to have their wings shattered by those who should love them. She gasped for breath, overwhelmed by genuine, unadulterated sorrow and anger for Yuan Yi's past. Yuan Yi listened quietly, sensing the rapid rhythm of the girl's heart, the untainted fervor of her emotions. Gently, he placed his hand on her fluffy head, which bobbed as she wept. Ruko's sobbing stilled momentarily, and she looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. From this day forth, Yuan Yi's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. You shall be my sister. Ruko froze, momentarily forgetting her tears. She blinked her tear-laden eyelashes, perhaps attempting to grasp the meaning behind his words. Seconds later, a radiant, somewhat foolish smile erupted on her tear-streaked face, louder than her sobs. Yes, she nodded vigorously, wiping her nose. The first stirrings of her reincarnated eyes, after Yuan Yi's awakening on the 30th day, finally ceased. The persistent, excruciating pain that had burned through his optic nerves ebbed like a receding tide. Yuani slowly opened his eyes. The world, in his vision, was reconstructed anew. The cracks in the ceiling, the dust floating in the air, the glistening dew trembling on distant blades of grass, all were astonishingly clear. Instinctively, he activated his chakra. His sight shifted instantaneously into the familiar 360-degree panorama of black and white lines. However, unlike before, the signature, grotesque veins had not manifested at the corners of his eyes. His gaze remained clear, though the color of his pupils was no longer pure white, but had taken on a faint, ethereal blue reminiscent of a cloudless autumn sky. These eyes would no longer betray his condition. They were the perfect disguise, capable of bewildering any adversary amidst the chaos of battle. Yuan Yi felt the fusion of the 6 eyes and the reincarnation I continuing within him. 2 great powers intertwined deep within his soul in a manner he could not yet comprehend. He attempted a unidirectional, long-range insight, achieving a distance of 30 kilometers, far surpassing any member of the Hyuga clan in history. Rising to his feet, his body, having been inactive for a month, emitted sounds akin to popping beans. He approached the door, pushing open the creaking wooden entrance. The desolate, dreary landscape of the grass shinobi village revealed a different vista through his newly awakened eyes. He could perceive the thin, chaotic flow of chakra beneath this village, the flickering flames of life within each hurried ninja, and the opportunities hidden beneath this land. Yuani clenched his fist slowly. His injuries had healed, his eyes reborn, and templates activated. It was time to chart a new path for himself. He would not hasten to seek revenge. Instead, he would plant a seed in this forgotten, barren land, waiting for it to take root, sprout, and grow into a towering tree capable of shaking the very foundations of the shinobi world. Conquering the grass shinobi village was merely the first step. When he returned to Konoha, he would ensure that the lofty main family and the serpents lurking in the shadows bore witness to how the bird they had cast down the cliff transformed into a dragon soaring across the skies. Chapter 56. The seed of transformation. Life in the grass shinobi village flowed like a murky, sluggish stream, silently coursing onward. Yuan Yi's injuries had healed under the overwhelming vitality of Myling and his own extraordinary recovery abilities. Yet, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he chose to remain in the dilapidated cabin, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, patiently awaiting the ripples to spread. Ruko, his newly appointed sister, was the first ripple. "Brother," she exclaimed as she burst through the door, clutching 2 half-eaten roots from an unknown tree, her face adorned with a comically eager grin. "Look at how hard I'm working outside on missions to support you. Shouldn't you teach me some powerful ninjutsu?" She leaned closer to Yuani, her bright eyes gleaming with an unfiltered thirst for strength. Yuani slowly opened his eyes, his pale blue gaze fixed upon her. "What kind of ninjutsu do you wish to learn? Something that can send someone flying 10 meters with a single strike, something so cool it makes people scream," Ruko declared, mimicking an exaggerated pose, entirely unaware that the roots in her mouth were nearly flinging toward Yuan Yi's face. Yuan Yi remained silent, simply standing up and exiting the cabin. Outside the village lay a sparse grove, the meager training ground for the grass shinobi's lower ranks. Yuan Yi pointed to a crooked tree nearby. "Climb up." Yuan Yi demonstrated for Ruko. "Huh, just this?" Ruko's face fell in disappointment, yet she diligently began forming hand seals, channeling chakra to her feet. Unsurprisingly, on her first attempt, she slipped after just 2 steps, landing with a thud. On the second try, she managed 5 steps, and on the third, 10. Yuan Yi simply observed quietly, his newly awakened eyes allowing him to clearly see Ruko's chakra, a trickle as sparse as a stream, being clumsily yet efficiently mobilized, compressed, and anchored to her feet. Her talent lay not in the quantity of chakra, but in her almost instinctive, meticulous control over it. Within half an hour, Ruko was leaping up and down the crooked tree like a monkey, playfully making faces at Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi then pointed to a small river not far away. As the morning passed, when Ruko could confidently stand on the water's surface, joyfully bouncing and creating ripples, Yuan Yi felt for the first time that this little sister was worth investing in. "Let us go." Yuan Yi turned and headed back toward the village. "Where to, brother? Aren't you going to teach me cool ninjutsu anymore?" Ruko followed closely behind. "To buy something." The Soul Tool shop in the village of grass, if one could call it a shop, resembled more of an oversized storage shed. The proprietor, a corpulent middle-aged man, reclined languidly in a rocking chair, idly grooming his nails with a rusty kunai, barely sparing a glance at the two who had entered. "A chakra test paper." The voice of Yuan Yi shattered the shop's oppressive silence. The owner paused, slowly sat up, and with eyes squeezed into slits by layers of fat, cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Yi. 3,000 ryo. "What?" Ruko exploded in indignation. "Are you trying to rob us? My teammate said it should only be around 2,000. "Umph." The owner snorted disdainfully through his nostrils. "This is a different time. The front lines are tense. Prices have risen. Buy it if you wish." Yuan Yi made no attempt to argue, calmly retrieving a crumpled pouch from his bosom, counting out 3,000 ryo, and placing it on the counter. Given the village of Grass's weakness, mission commissions were significantly lower than those in larger villages. This sum represented Ruko's entire savings from a month of frugality, after accounting for essential consumables and meager tasks with paltry rewards. The owner accepted the money, tossed a test paper casually, and returned to his reclined position, as if uttering another word would be a waste of breath. As they exited the tool shop, Ruko continued to fume about the owner's greed. However, Yuan Yi found himself pondering a different issue: money. In this world, whether it be information, resources, or power, none could be divorced from this fundamental element. Relying solely on missions was too slow. A wild notion flickered through his mind. The black market bounty of Kakuzu seemed a swifter path. That night, moonlight streamed through the gaps in the roof, casting a few strands of pale radiance. Ruko held the chakra test paper, now wrinkled from being soaked and wind-blown, her face betraying uncontainable excitement. Wind, lightning, earth, 3 attributes. For a commoner-born genin, this was a talent worthy of pride. "Brother," Ruko sat cross-legged opposite Yuan Yi, her demeanor turning serious for the first time. "How strong are you, really?" Yuan Yi paused for a moment before providing the most straightforward answer. The entirety of Grass Village combined is no match for me. His voice was soft yet resonated like ice, crashing into Ruko's heart. Her excitement evaporated instantly, replaced by a blend of hope and desperation. She grasped Yuan Yi's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. Then can you save Sister Myling? Those bastards treat her like a mere tool for healing. Every time someone is injured, they drag her over, forcing her to exchange her life for theirs. If this continues, Sister Myling, she will die? Yuani listened quietly, his pale blue eyes gazing towards the dilapidated dwelling where Uzumaki Myling resided. In his view, he could clearly see the vibrant flame of life that belonged to Uzumaki Myling, which should burn as fiercely as the sun, now flickering feebly like a candle in the wind. This rabble, he thought bitterly. He recalled Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. They were also descendants of the Uzumaki clan, yet their fates diverged drastically. An unnamed anger ignited within the depths of his frozen heart. Very well. He spoke a single word. This was not merely a repayment of a life-saving favor. It was the first piece in his game of vengeance, one strewn with thorns. This decaying, greedy, pitifully weak village would become his inaugural and most exquisite testing ground. He intended to transform this place into his own nursery. With Uzumaki Myling serving as the first seed of change he would sow. Chapter 57. The board and the pieces night deepened. The moon over Grass Village was stingy, reluctant to cast even a sliver of light, shrouded by heavy clouds, revealing only a sickly, pale outline at the edges. The entire village resembled a corpse submerged in a mire, exuding an air of decay and despair. A figure moved silently through the crumbling streets. Yuan Yi's footsteps stirred not a speck of dust. He was akin to a specter merged with shadows. The patrolling ninjas within the village, barely a hindrance, appeared as sluggish candle flames burning in the dark to his pale blue gaze. Their patrol routes, sensory ranges, and even the faint flow of chakra within them were all laid bare. His target was the modest two-story residence at the village's center, the official residence of the village leader. Outside the residence, two drowsy Nin guards failed to notice a faint breeze passing between them. On the second floor, in the study, Yizo, the current leader of Grass Village, was irritably perusing a stern ultimatum from the rock-hidden village. His face, still relatively well-kept, bore an expression of cunning and shrewdness that felt out of place in this impoverished village. A pack of insatiable wolves, he muttered under his breath, tossing the scroll onto the table and lifting a cup of still warm tea. Just as he raised the cup, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of an unusual shadow in front of him. Yizo's pupils constricted sharply. As the leader of a village, his reflexes were swift. Who? He managed to utter before a cold hand, imbued with an irresistible force, gently rested upon the nape of his neck. There was no murderous intent, no fluctuation of chakra, only an absolute suppression that rendered him incapable of even a fleeting thought of resistance. Yizo's muscles locked instantly. He felt the fingers of his assailant precisely gripping the most vulnerable nerve center at the back of his neck. With a mere flick of the wrist, he could be reduced to a soulless shell. The cup of warm tea slipped from his rigid hand, shattering with a resounding crash in the silent room. Do not make a sound, a youthful voice whispered calmly in his ear. Yizo saw the boy extend his other hand, fingers moving in an extraordinarily simple gesture he had never encountered, swiftly forming several seals. An invisible, transparent barrier enveloped the entire study in an instant. A soundproof barrier. This boy was not only a formidable ninja, but also an expert in barrier techniques. Cold sweat instantly soaked the back of Yizo's shirt. Yuan Yi released his grip, as if merely having performed a trivial act, and leisurely walked to the desk opposite Yizo, seated with an air of nonchalance. He did not conceal his face. His cool, handsome visage appeared almost surreal in the dim light of the oil lamp. Yizo swallowed hard, forcing down the tumult within him, attempting to regain a semblance of the authority befitting a leader. Do you know who I am? Trespassing into the residence of the leader of Grass Village. Do you understand the gravity of this offense? His words were abruptly interrupted by a detached gaze. Yuani lifted his eyes, those pale blue orbs regarding him with an intensity that rendered Yizo feeling as if he were stripped bare and cast into the snow. His body and soul laid open for scrutiny. All his facades, schemes, and bluster crumbled into a farce under that gaze. It was a divine perspective, one that looked down upon mere ants. Yizo's voice faltered, the remainder of his words caught in his throat. I ask, you answer. Yuan Yi broke the suffocating silence. GOJO'S lips moved hesitantly before he finally managed a reluctant nod. The conclusion he reached was inescapable. This boy was a monster. Your name, your identity. Why GOJO? The leader of Grass Village, chief of the Grass Clan. Grass Clan Grassflower? Yes, the two major factions of Grass Village. The Grass Village adheres to a doctrine of rigidity, relying on the rock hidden for survival amidst the chaos of war. Conversely, the Grassflower faction, in their folly, advocates for peace and naively seeks neutrality. Yizong instinctively defends his faction, yet the moment he meets the placid gaze of Yuan Yi, his voice diminishes. Yuan Yi comprehends the situation entirely. This so-called rigidity is merely the demeanor of a dog that barks the loudest. Yuan Yi posed a third question. At the mention of the name Uzumaki Miling, Yizong's body visibly trembled, fear and greed flickering in his eyes. She, a woman of Uzumaki lineage, possesses a unique vitality that could serve as a mobile blood bank and healing tool. Yuan Yi's tone remained composed, yet the temperature in the study seemed to plummet. That is the consensus of most in the village. Given the scarcity of medical resources during wartime, we have no choice. Yizong hastily deflected the chilling responsibility. Yuan Yi ceased his inquiries. He had acquired all that he desired. The man known as Yizong was, much like the village itself, superficially strong yet fundamentally hollow. Greedy and cowardly, a most convenient pawn. Rising from his seat, Yuan Yi commanded, "From this day forth, heed my orders." Yizong abruptly lifted his head. Disbelief etched across his face. Firstly, Yuan Yi extended a finger. "In your name, I issue the highest decree. Uzumaki Miling shall be granted the utmost protection of the village. Her safety is equivalent to that of the village leader. No one may coerce her into treatment or harm her for any reason. Tomorrow, this will be announced to the entire village. Secondly, cease the oppression of the Grassflower faction and seek reconciliation with them. Thirdly, Yuan Yi approached the door. Leaving behind a silhouette, summon all jonin tomorrow morning. I wish to convene a meeting." After speaking, he did not glance back at Yizong. His figure melded into the shadows beyond the door, disappearing without a trace. The soundproof barrier dissipated silently, leaving the study in a deathly hush. After a lengthy silence, Yizong sagged into his chair, gasping as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. His gaze fell upon the shattered teacup on the table and then towards the ajar door. Following the wave of fear, a more intricate notion, an opportunity, began to flourish wildly in his calculating mind. It seemed the beleaguered ship of Grass Village was about to welcome a new captain. Clinging to this powerful figure, he might just embark on a journey to greater horizons. Chapter 58. Absolute Domination. The following dawn, before the sun had risen, the Grass Village was stirred by a proclamation. A notice, personally signed by leader Yizong and emblazoned with the village seal, was affixed to the most prominent bulletin board in the village. The content was blunt yet impactful, akin to a boulder plummeting into still waters. Effective immediately, Uzumaki Miling is granted the highest level of protection within the village. Her personal safety is equivalent to that of the village leader. Any coercion for treatment or harm inflicted upon her shall be deemed treason against the village. Beneath the bulletin board, villagers and ninjas congregated, their faces etched with disbelief and absurdity. Is this madness? That red-haired woman is merely a useful healing tool. How has she ascended to leader status? A lower-ranking ninja, still bandaged from recent injuries, expressed his sharp discontent. What are we to do without her? Lord Yizong must have lost his senses, scoffed a burly chunin as he cast a disdainful glance at several awkwardly silent ninjas who had long advocated for peace. The murmurs buzzed like a swarm of flies, filled with the short-sighted malice characteristic of this impoverished village. They had grown accustomed to exploiting the woman's life, regarding it as a given. The meeting room of Grass Village was less a conference space and more a slightly larger storeroom. 20 jonin, adorned with Grass Village headbands, were starkly divided into two factions, further constricting the already cramped room. On the left, the faction led by a one-eyed dragon, the Grass faction, boasted robust figures with fierce expressions, their gear stained with dust and blood, regarding the opposing group as mere domesticated sheep. On the right were the members of the Grassflower faction, fewer in number, comprised mostly of older ninjas or comparatively gentle young ones, visibly strained under the weight of the other side's gaze. Ah, is that not Elder Furukawa, the proponent of love and peace? The one-eyed dragon grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he masked his derision. What? No entourage to sing laments at the border today? Better than some who wag their tails, thinking themselves wolves while their bones are nearly shattered," retorted the elder known as Furukawa, his eyes closed, voice raspy. "What did you say?" The one-eyed dragon erupted, hand resting menacingly on his kunai. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Just then, the door of the meeting room creaked open. All eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance. Yizong strode in front, attempting to project authority, yet his slightly flickering eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Following behind him was a white-haired youth with closed eyes, Yuan Yi. The room fell silent instantly, every gaze scrutinizing the unfamiliar boy, filled with curiosity and doubt. Yizong cleared his throat, approaching the head seat, and slammed a scroll onto the table. "I have summoned you all today to announce several paramount decisions." He inhaled deeply, almost reciting a script. Firstly, the protection decree for Uzumaki Miling is to be enacted immediately, without any objections. Secondly, effective immediately, the division of factions is abolished. The grass faction and grass flower shall merge, and all jonin will be uniformly dispatched by the village. Thirdly, before he could finish, the room erupted in uproar. "Are you jesting? Lord Yizong, have you been bewitched by these weaklings?" The one-eyed dragon slammed his hand on the table, pointing angrily at Elder Furukawa. "Merge? On what grounds? Where were they when we bled and sacrificed? Protecting a useless woman and asking us to shake hands with these fools. It's a colossal farce." Though the grass flower members remained silent, their expressions mirrored shock and confusion. Sweat beaded on Yizang's forehead as he struggled to maintain order. Just then, a calm voice cut through the chaos, reaching every ear with clarity. "His words reflect my intent." Yuani slowly opened his eyes. His pale blue, emotionless gaze swept across everyone present. The jonin, regardless of their bravado, felt as if doused in icy water, their voices stifled. It was an indescribable pressure, emanating from a higher essence of life. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered on the self-important jonin, a faint, almost mocking smile curling his lips. Too weak. The meeting room was enveloped in a profound silence. "If you do not concur with Leader Yizang's statements," Yuan Yi continued, as if stating a simple fact, "then meet me at the training ground for a duel." He paused, adding, "You 20 would do best to team up. Otherwise, the conclusion shall be swift and rather dull." At the third training ground, dust swirled as 20 grass village jonin encircled Yuani, their faces aflame with the humiliation of their anger. Fujimura Ruko stood at a distance, fists clenched in anxiety, palms slick with sweat, yet she shouted encouragement, "Brother, you can do it. Take them all down." In the center of the encircled space stood Yuan Yi, wielding nothing but an ordinary wooden sword. "Impudent child, you shall pay for your arrogance," roared the one-eyed dragon, the first to launch an attack. He moved swiftly, yet to Yuan Yi's pale blue eyes, his motions appeared as lethargic as frames in a stop-motion animation. Yuan Yi sprang into action. There were no hand seals, no surge of chakra. He merely inhaled deeply, allowing his body to sink slightly. The wooden sword in his grasp emitted a barely audible sound, akin to the faint crackle of lightning slicing through the air. The first form of the thunder-breathing, lightning flash. An ephemeral afterimage darted through the entire circle, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Thuds echoed in succession, the sound of bodies crashing to the ground. When Yuan Yi reappeared at the opposite end of the arena, the 20 haughty grass shinobi lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their necks and groaning in pain, rendered utterly incapable of further combat. One strike, merely a breath span. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Ruko Fujimiya, her fist raised in encouragement for Yuan Yi, remained frozen midair, her mouth agape as if she could fit an apple inside. Yuan Yi casually slung the wooden sword over his shoulder, observing the writhing so-called elite shinobi with an unperturbed heart. This village indeed lacked even the most basic foundation. The prowess of these elite shinobi was utterly appalling. Chapter 59. A new order. The training ground was enveloped in a deathly silence. The wind stirred up the dust on the ground, yet it could not dispel the thick, palpable dread that lingered in the air. The 20 grass shinobi lay scattered about, resembling discarded, tattered puppets. They were not dead, and their injuries were not severe. The shallow marks of the wooden sword on their necks merely rendered them temporarily incapable of resistance. However, their spirits had been utterly shattered. Ruko Fujimiya's fist, still raised in support of Yuan Yi, remained foolishly suspended in the air. Her mind seemed unable to process the scene that had just unfolded, one that transcended all her prior understandings of ninja combat. What was that? It was neither ninjutsu, nor jinjutsu, nor taijutsu. It was a pure, unreasonable force that crushed all in its path. The one-eyed dragon struggled to rise from the ground, but as soon as he moved, the searing pain in his neck caused him to collapse once more. The arrogance and fury that had once filled his singular eye were replaced with a primal tremor. As if he had encountered a natural predator, Yuan Yi retrieved the ordinary wooden sword from his shoulder and casually tossed it to the ground. The soft thud resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. He stepped into the center of the circle, surveying the so-called elite shinobi sprawled before him, his pale blue eyes betraying no emotion, akin to a deity gazing down upon a throng of chattering insects. Now, is there anyone who dares to oppose me? His voice was soft, yet it penetrated the ears of every individual present with clarity. No one responded. In answer, there was only a deeper silence and the heavy, erratic breaths of those gripped by fear. Yezu scrambled over from a distance, his leader's robe covered in dust, his face twisted into an obsequious grin, resembling a lapdog that had spotted its master. No, no, of course not, he exclaimed, bowing deeply before Yuan Yi, his posture lower than that of the most humble peasant in the village. Lord Yuan Yi, your unparalleled might is a blessing for our grass shinobi village. It is the greatest fortune for these blind fools. His words were delivered with such fervor that several elite shinobi, who could barely muster any movement, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Yuan Yi paid no heed to Yezu's flattery. His gaze fell upon the grass flower leader, Elder Furukawa, who had remained silent with his eyes closed. In Yuan Yi's view, although the elder's chakra was weak, it resembled a deep pool, far more stable than the loud and boisterous one-eyed dragon beside him. Do you have anything to say? Elder Furukawa slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme complexity. There was fear, there was shock, but more importantly, there was an examination of an unknown possibility. He struggled to rise, aided by two subordinates, and bowed deeply to Yuan Yi. I have nothing to say. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a resigned acceptance of reality. The grass shinobi village will obey your every command. He was acutely aware that from this day forth, the fate of the village was no longer theirs to dictate. Rather than futilely resisting an unstoppable tide, it was wiser to acquiesce to this overwhelming force, perhaps securing an unknown future for the village. Very well. Yuan Yi turned and began to walk away from the training ground, as if the defeated elite shinobi behind him held no further interest. Yezu. Yes. Yes. Yezu hurriedly followed. Please ensure that the three matters I previously mentioned are attended to immediately. Yuan Yi's pace did not falter. Additionally, establish a discipline department, which you shall oversee personally, with Elder Furukawa assisting. This department will deal with any disobedient elements within the village. Yes, yes. Understood. Yezu replied eagerly. Furthermore, Yuan Yi continued, his silhouette fading around the corner, take me to meet Uzumaki Mirin. The dwelling of Uzumaki Mirin was even more dilapidated than that of Yuan Yi and Ruko. Rather than a house, it resembled a windswept shack. When Yezu led Yuan Yi and Ruko to the entrance, the usually quiet red-haired woman was seated by the bed, meticulously mending a faded old dress for a little girl with a worn-out needle. Upon seeing Yezu, she instinctively recoiled, her beautiful purple eyes reflecting a long-accustomed resignation. Sister Mirin. Ruko stepped forward, grasping her hand protectively as if shielding her like a hen with chicks, glaring warily at Yezu. Lord Yuan Yi, Yezu quickly explained, bowing even lower. This is Uzumaki Mirin. Yuan Yi remained silent, simply observing the woman before him. Under his keen gaze, the vibrant life force that should have burned within Uzumaki Mirin, akin to the sun, now flickered like a candle's flame, wavering, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, within that feeble flame, Yuan Yi discerned an indomitable power, a strength rooted in her bloodline. She was a treasure trove of potential, yet the foolish inhabitants of Grass Shinobi Village had treated her as the most worthless stone, carelessly mined and discarded. From today onward, you shall no longer treat anyone. Yuan Yi spoke, his tone softening slightly. Mirin was taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of the unfamiliar black-haired youth. Disbelief etched across her features. The village shall provide you with the finest food, shelter, and medicine. Yuan Yi continued. All you need to do is one thing. Restore your health. He paused before adding, I am a medical ninja, and I will do everything in my power to heal your wounds. Mirin's lips quivered as she gazed into Yuan Yi's pale blue eyes. which seemed to see into her very soul. She glanced at Ruko, who was eagerly urging her to accept, and at the village leader behind her, whose head was bowed in reverence. A long-numbed heart within her felt a gentle stirring. "Why?" she whispered. "Because you have far more important things to accomplish," Yuani replied, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "This village is too weak to the point of boredom. I require your strength, the true power of the Uzumaki clan." Sealing Techniques. Chapter 60. The Cornerstone of a New Order. The sky over the grass ninja village appears more oppressive than ever before. The one-sided guidance that transpired at the third training ground looms over every villager like an insurmountable shadow. Even the once dominant elite shinobi of the one-eyed dragon now instinctively bow their heads and take detours upon encountering others, their prior ferocity replaced by a ghostly terror. The once clear distinction between the reality of the grass and its blossoms has now blurred. Encounters on the streets are no longer met with cold mockery, but rather with an awkward silence and evasive glances. An invisible, frigid order constricts the throats of all. Yet, the source of this order, the dark-haired youth, seems to have vanished from existence. For a full 7 days, he has not appeared before anyone. Only Ruko Tsumuji knows that Yuan Yi spends his days in that dilapidated house, mostly sitting in silence, resembling a lifeless statue. However, she can sense that the air within the room has grown dense and sharp due to his presence. During these 7 days, he occasionally takes out paper and pen, scribbling incomprehensible symbols and writings under the dim light of an oil lamp. His focused demeanor is even more unsettling than when he single-handedly defeated 20 elite shinobi on the training field. On the morning of the 8th day, within the Grass Ninja Village Leader's residence, a room forcibly repurposed as a temporary meeting space, Yazong sits upright, his back straight. Yet the cold sweat on his forehead betrays his inner turmoil. Opposite him, Elder Furukawa closes his eyes in meditation, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Only the heavy breaths of the two men fill the room. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Yuan Yi strides in, followed closely by Ruko, who carries a thick stack of neatly bound scrolls. Yazong nearly leaps from his seat, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "Lord Yuan Yi." Ignoring him, Yuan Yi makes his way directly to the main seat and unfurls a map on the table. It is a rudimentary map of the Grass Ninja Village and its surrounding terrain, marked with intricate symbols and arrows in red cinnabar. "This village is utterly rotten," Yuan Yi declares, his first words causing Yazong's smile to freeze. "It is rotten to the core." He circles the entire Grass Ninja Village on the map with his finger, declaring that it must be completely dismantled and rebuilt from the ground up. He lifts his gaze, his pale blue eyes scanning the two men present. "First, we will establish a ninja school." Elder Furukawa's eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly crack open, a glimmer of clarity shining through his murky gaze. The weakness of the Grass Ninja Village is not due to a lack of numbers, but rather a lack of heritage. Starting today, gather all children under the age of 12 in the village and all active genin. They will all enter the school to relearn the fundamentals. "Furukawa, you will serve as the principal." Furukawa's body trembles imperceptibly. Yazong's lips twitch as if to raise questions about funding and personnel, but upon meeting Yuan Yi's indifferent gaze, he swallows his words. "Secondly, all genin must undergo 3 months of intensive training and evaluation." Yuan Yi's finger strikes the map with emphasis. "Those who pass will regain their positions with doubled salaries. Those who fail will have their headbands revoked and will return to the ninja school for further education. The Grass Ninja Village will not support incompetence." Yazong can no longer contain himself and quietly inquires, "What about the village's mission tasks? With everyone in training, what will happen to them?" "You need not concern yourself with the village's finances," Yuan Yi interrupts him, his tone laced with impatience. "I will handle it." He glances at Ruko, who immediately places the stack of scrolls with a resounding thud on the table. Elder Furukawa, unable to contain himself, steps forward. "Thirdly, new teaching materials," Yuan Yi states coolly. He picks up the top scroll, loosens the ties, and spreads it out on the table. 7 effective training methods for chakra control and application insights. Furukawa's pupils constrict sharply. He reaches out with a gnarled, trembling hand to caress the powerful script on the scroll as though it were a priceless treasure. Yuan Yi then unveils another scroll, a comprehensive guide to medical ninjutsu, from cellular activation to chakra surgical techniques. Yazong's breath catches in his throat. The chakra surgical technique is a level of ninjutsu that only the elite medical ninjas of top-tier villages like Konoha can hope to master. Yuan Yi continues without pause. unraveling scroll after scroll, effective training methods and application insights for the 5 basic chakra nature transformations, basics of sealing techniques, fundamentals of taijutsu, from novice to master in Kenjutsu. When the final scroll, Complete Ninjutsu Compendium Volume 1, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth, is laid out, the room falls into a profound silence. Elder Furukawa's weathered face reflects not shock but a reverent fervor, akin to that of a pilgrim. He gazes at the knowledge before him, which could drive any small ninja village into a frenzy, then looks to the indifferent youth. This boy is destined to bring about a monumental transformation for the Grass Ninja Village. He intends to reshape this barren, saline land into a bountiful paradise with divine precision. Teach these as you have been instructed, Yuan Yi commands as he rises, rolling up the map. Money and personnel are not issues. What I require is a Grass Ninja Village capable of executing my will with absolute obedience. He pauses at the door, glancing back at the 2 men, now completely petrified. You have 3 days to establish the framework for the school. In 3 days, I expect to see the first batch of students. With that, he strides out, his figure vanishing into the bright sunlight. After a long moment, Elder Furukawa exhales deeply, carefully rolling up each of the scrolls on the table, treating them with a reverence surpassing that of his own life. He turns to Yezong, still in shock, and for the first time, a flame ignites in his murky eyes. Yezong, he speaks, his voice no longer hoarse but imbued with an unprecedented, steely resolve. The era of the Grass Ninja Village may well be upon us. Chapter 61, The Heist of the Daimyo's Treasury. In the drafty shack, warmth finally permeates for the first time, not from the campfire, nor due to the addition of worn clothing, but from the palm of Yuan Yi. He does not employ the aggressive and forceful healing techniques of Tsunade, but instead gently weaves pure sage chakra into Uzumaki Miling's body. The emerald light flows like the gentlest waters of spring, soothing her scarred form. Under his Rinnegan's gaze, the once withered and frayed meridians, ravaged by long-term and brutal extraction of life force, are gradually mended and nourished. The grotesque, intersecting bite marks visibly fade, smoothing out into healthy, unblemished skin. Uzumaki Miling curls up in the corner of the bed, resembling a frightened rabbit, too terrified to move. She can feel an unprecedented warmth and strength healing her. A sensation not of brutal extraction but of cherished, gentle care. She cautiously lifted her head, gazing at the focused young man before her. His profile, illuminated by the radiant green light in her palm, appeared extraordinarily handsome, as if he were not of this world. In those pale blue eyes, there was neither greed nor desire, only a serene purity akin to that of a craftsman meticulously polishing a precious gem. To the side, Ruko Fujimiya anxiously covered her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe. She watched as the deepest bite mark on Miling's arm gradually faded under the green glow, her eyes instantly welling with tears. When Yuan Yi withdrew his palm, the luminescence within the room dissipated, restoring everything to its former state. No, it was different now. Miling trembled, extending her hand to touch her arm. Smooth, warm. The ugly marks that had constantly reminded her of her status as a tool were gone. She stared blankly at her hands, as if they belonged to someone else. After a long moment, a single, scalding tear fell from her numb purple eyes, landing on the back of her hand. It's done. Yuan Yi's voice shattered the silence. Thank you. Miling's voice was faint, almost like a whisper, tinged with a heavy nasal tone. This is just the beginning. Yuan Yi stood up, walking to the door and looking out at the barren land. If you want the horse to run, you must first feed it well. What I give you, you may accept with ease. His words were cold and direct, devoid of any warmth, yet they brought Miling a sense of comfort far more genuine than any insincere consolation. Ruko rushed over, embracing Miling, laughing and crying simultaneously. That's wonderful. Miling, you will no longer be bullied by those scoundrels. Yuan Yi did not look back. The school, the textbooks, the shinobi, all required a fundamental support. Money. Truly, a lack of funds can thwart even the most heroic of endeavors. With the meager finances of the Grass Ninja Village, forget about implementing new policies. Within 3 months, the entire village would be reduced to foraging for roots. Taking on bounty tasks in the black market? Too slow and inefficient. His gaze traversed the dilapidated village. Resting on the heart of the land of grass, a luxurious area encircled by high walls, starkly contrasting with the rest of the nation. The daimyo's mansion, a gathering of pampered swine hoarding the nation's wealth. If one must feed their horse, they should seek the most fertile pastures for the finest grass. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yuan Yi's mouth. Night fell like ink. The daimyo's residence was ablaze with light, filled with revelry. The sounds of music and laughter echoing beyond the high walls. Compared to the village's desolation, this was an entirely different realm. A figure, like a specter, silently slipped into the shadows against the wall, infiltrating the opulent prison. Yuan Yi donned a ninja outfit stripped from spoils of war, adorned with the forehead protector of the hidden cloud village. It was well known that the ninjas of the cloud took great pleasure in extending their warmest greetings to the wealth of neighboring small nations. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pale blue gaze transformed the entire structure of the daimyo's mansion, the distribution of personnel, and the flow of chakra into a remarkably clear three-dimensional map. Within the mansion, the defenses appeared laughably childlike. The patrolling samurai moved with a lack of focus. Their energy flowed slower than the wild dogs at the village's entrance. In the shadows, no more than 10 chunin were scattered throughout, resembling a few drowsy cats. The only one who could be considered a formidable presence was a jounin, stationed outside the room where the sounds of indulgent merriment emanated. His chakra solid but exuding lethargy and complacency. Such defenses were inferior even to an ordinary noble's residence in Konoha. Yuan Yi's figure glided like a wisp of smoke, perfectly evading all patrol routes and sensory ranges. His objective was clear: the basement level, where a treasury was protected by heavy iron doors and numerous sealing techniques. The fusion of the rebirth eye and the 6 eyes granted him an astonishing level of energy analysis. Those sealing techniques, which appeared exceedingly complex to ordinary ninjas, were mere crude doodles riddled with flaws in his eyes. He did not even need to decipher them. Simply extending his hand, he concentrated a small sphere of spatial power, compressed to its utmost limit by the limitless technique, and gently pressed it against the half-meter-thick iron door. With a soft sound, without an explosion, a perfectly smooth, human head-sized circular void abruptly appeared in the center of the door, as if it could swallow light itself. Yuani stepped inside. Within the treasury, jewels and treasures dazzled the eyes, piled high like mountains of gold bars, boxes of jewels, and priceless artworks from various countries, carelessly stacked together, emanating a nauseating aura of greed. What a spectacle of poverty, Yuani murmured, pulling out dozens of blank sealing scrolls from his pocket. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, sealing the wealth before him at an astonishing speed. 1 scroll, 2 scrolls, 3 scrolls. Soon, the once brimming treasury became utterly empty. Even the dust on the ground seemed desolate. After stuffing the last heavy scroll into his pocket, he glanced back at the opening he had created. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a kunai and etched a crooked line of large characters onto the empty wall. The Cloud Village, here I come. Satisfied with his work, he turned and silently slipped away through the opening. Tomorrow, when the daimyo of the Land of Grass awoke from his drunken stupor and beheld his empty treasury along with the provocative message on the wall, his expression would be most entertaining. And this wealth, capable of transforming the grass ninja village, was merely the first gift he had prepared for those lofty relatives of his. The grand spectacle had only just begun. Chapter 62. Developing the grass ninja village. The daimyo of the Land of Grass roared in fury, arriving sooner than anticipated. Just as dawn broke, 2 samurai, drenched in sweat and riding swift horses, burst into the lifeless grass ninja village, their faces painted with terror and urgency, as if the sky were about to collapse. Where is Lord Yazong? Where is the leader? A disaster has struck. The treasury of the daimyo's mansion has been completely looted. The news spread like a spark igniting oil, exploding throughout the village. Looted? The daimyo's mansion? And they still left the name of the Cloud Village? Are we on the brink of war? The entire village fell into a state of apocalyptic panic. The Land of Grass was already but a speck in a crevice. A mere sneeze from the rock or leaf could obliterate them. Now, they had provoked the notoriously overbearing Cloud Village. As Yazong hurriedly dashed towards the dilapidated house where Yuani resided, his legs trembled. The calculating expression on his face was replaced with a visage of despair. Lord Yuani, it's terrible. The daimyo's mansion. Before he could finish, a calm voice from within interrupted him. Come in. Yazong pushed open the door, only to be met with a scene starkly contrasting the chaos outside. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. A defensive map of the grass ninja village spread before him, pen in hand, methodically making amendments. Beside him, Ruko Fujimiya awkwardly imitated his posture, Attempting the most basic chakra refinement, her small face flushed red. It was as if the tempest capable of toppling a nation existed in an entirely different world from this small, shabby room. What is there to panic about? Yuan Yi did not lift his head, his tone devoid of any tremor. The sky will not fall. But, Yizong's voice quivered. The cloud. Yuan Yi finally lifted his gaze, his pale blue eyes observing what appeared to be a capering fool. A gathering of muscle-bound imbeciles who would embark on a pointless war over trivial accusations, venturing into this desolate place. He paused, a palpable tone of sarcasm lacing his words. They likely perceived this as a validation of their own notoriety. Yizong was momentarily stunned, his mind, clouded by fear, struggled to comprehend the situation. Yuan Yi, uninterested in further discourse, pushed forth a dozen heavy scrolls of sealing techniques from the corner. Would this suffice to establish a school? Clatter. One of the scrolls, seemingly not sealed properly, tumbled to the ground at Yizong's feet, unfurling. A dazzling, almost blinding golden light instantly filled the dilapidated room. Uniformly sized gold bars lay scattered haphazardly across the floor. Yizong's breath halted at that moment. His eyes, squinted into thin slits, widened in disbelief as he stared at the gold, then glanced back at the bulging scrolls. Gulp. He struggled to swallow, his mind a blank canvas. It turned out that the plundered wealth of the daimyo was more than sufficient. His voice, dry as if sandpapered, suggested that not only could a school be built, but the entire village could be paved in gold. Let it be done. Yuan Yi lowered his head again, resuming his adjustments to the defensive map. As if the wealth that could make any shadow-level powerhouse envious was no different from mere stones on the roadside in his eyes. From this day forth, all ninja equipment in the village would be renewed. Medical supplies and food would be procured to the highest standards. During the training period, everyone's wages would triple. I care not what methods you employ. Within 10 days, I demand to see a brand new ninja school capable of accommodating 300 students erected in the village. Yes. We shall obey. Yizong scrambled to gather the gold bars and scrolls into his arms, moving like a wild dog protecting its food, fearful of losing it to anyone. He stumbled out of the room, and only after a considerable distance did his heart, racing with joy, begin to settle. Fear, despair, all washed away by the weight of the gold he clutched. One thought remained in his mind. I have struck it rich. Following this esteemed gentleman, becoming the leader of Grass Ninja Village, nay, even the daimyo of the Land of Grass, seems no longer a mere dream. When Yizong, clutching the gold, ecstatically found Elder Furukawa, the elder's reaction was starkly different. Furukawa gazed upon the room filled with golden light, his murky eyes devoid of greed, reflecting an unprecedented fervor. He did not reach for the gold bars, but instead trembled as he caressed the scrolls of educational material penned by Yuan Yi. Wealth is the foundation. Furukawa's voice carried a near-reverent sincerity, asserting that these resources are what will truly allow Grass Ninja Village to rise. Yizong turned his head, and the gravity in the elder's gaze made him shudder. The future of the village has been entrusted to us by our master. Every single coin must be utilized with precision. Should I discover any misappropriation on your part? Yizong felt a chill at the elder's piercing stare and straightened his back. Exuding righteousness, Elder Furukawa speaks truly. I, Yizong, am unwaveringly loyal to Lord Yuan Yi, with no ulterior motives. I assure you, every penny will be spent on the village's development. An unprecedented transformation officially commenced within that room brimming with gold. The power of money is formidable. Faced with wealth capable of incapacitating anyone, the rusted war machine of Grass Ninja Village began operating with unprecedented efficiency. In merely 3 days, a brand new 2-story building, constructed from the finest timber, rose in the heart of the village. The long-sealed armory was opened, and the rusty shuriken and dulled short blades were discarded in favor of freshly ordered ninja tools from the Land of Iron, gleaming with a cold sheen. The best medicinal herbs and the freshest food flowed into the village without cease. The once emaciated villagers bore expressions of bewilderment for the first time. When the first batch of children under 12 donned their brand new, clean training uniforms and entered the immaculate classroom, the atmosphere of the entire village transformed. Those ninjas who had previously grumbled behind closed doors about tyranny and dictatorship, upon receiving salaries substantial enough to make even the chunin of Konoha envious, fell silent. They may not fully comprehend, yet they could feel it. This village is undergoing a positive change. In the evening, Yuan Yi stood atop the new school. surveying the vibrant scene below, illuminated by countless lights. Fujimiya Ruko sat beside him, swinging her legs, a stick of sweet candied fruit in hand. "Brother," she asked, taking a bite of the candied fruit, her words muffled, "are we truly doing the right thing? After all, that money was stolen." Yuani did not look at her, simply gazing into the distance toward Konoha. "Right and wrong are rules written by the strong for the weak." His voice, carried away by the evening breeze, was almost inaudible. When your power is sufficient to shatter all rules, you become the rule. Chapter 63, Tsunade's Departure. Konoha Village. Unlike the rejuvenated vitality of Grass Ninja Village, a colossus standing at the heart of the Land of Fire, beneath its facade of prosperity and peace, a current of unrest was quietly brewing. The news first leaked through the cracks at its roots. Initially, it was merely a few members of the Umbu, subtly alluding to a problem concerning the Hyuga clan's prodigy during task handovers. Soon, rumors spread like ink dropped into clear water, rapidly morphing and spiraling out of control. "Have you heard? That Yuan Yi from the Hyuga branch has defected." "What? The very same person whom Lady Tsunade took as her disciple? Why would he defect?" "Who knows? It is said he stole the secret gentle fist technique from the main family, and upon being discovered, harmed his kin and fled in fear of punishment. How naive of me to think he was an honest person." In no time, whispers of this nature filled the streets, training grounds, and taverns alike. The truth had long been submerged beneath malice and embellished details. In just a few days, the name Hyuga Yuan Yi transformed from that of a prodigy and Lady Tsunade's disciple into that of a despised traitor, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Training Ground 3. The spinning chakra ball in Minato's hand suddenly went awry, exploding in his palm and causing him to stagger back a step. He disregarded the stinging pain in his hand. His typically gentle blue eyes filled with suspicion and gravity. "Minato, what troubles you? You've been distracted since earlier." Kushina, wielding a large frying pan, her latest weapon, looked at him curiously. "Traitor? Nonsense." Ropesook, beside him, excitedly waved his fists, his face flushed, certain that it was the main branch of the Hyuga clan causing the ruckus. "Yuani could never, Ropesook," Minato exclaimed sharply, interrupting him. He looked at Ropesook, then at Kushina, who wore a similar expression of concern, and slowly shook his head. "There is something amiss here. Yuan Yi would never betray the village." Minato's voice was soft yet resolute. He recalled the boy who, though often quiet among the Umbu, would shield them from all attacks at the most perilous moments. He recalled the youth who appeared somewhat awkward before Lady Tsunade, yet whose gaze was strikingly clear. He was incredulous, utterly disbelieving. "We must seek out Lady Tsunade," SHJ insisted eagerly. "She must know something." No sooner had he spoken than a terrifyingly oppressive chakra erupted from the heart of the village, akin to a volcanic explosion. This chakra was wild, furious, and radiated an unrestrained, murderous intent. The expressions of the three changed dramatically as they instinctively turned their gazes towards the Hokage building. "It is Lady Tsunade's chakra." The door to the Hokage's office was not merely pushed open. It was obliterated by an overwhelming force, splintering into a cloud of wooden debris. Tsunade stood at the entrance, her golden hair billowing without wind, and her beautiful brown eyes blazed with an anger potent enough to incinerate all. The ground beneath her feet was marred with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from where she stood. Old Sarutobi, her voice trembled slightly from intense rage, yet resonated like thunder throughout the Hokage building. "You must give me an explanation today. Where's Yan? What have you done to him?" Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, his pipe intermittently glowing as he drew on it. Beside him, advisors Konohamaru and Mito were ashen-faced, rendered speechless by Tsunade's imposing aura. "Tsunade, please remain calm," Hiruzen urged, taking a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke obscuring the complexities in his eyes. "This is a matter of the highest confidentiality for the village. I will not tolerate your nonsense." Tsunade stepped into the office, the floor groaning under the weight of her resolve. "I ask you only this. Do the orders to hunt him down have anything to do with you?" Hiruzen fell silent. The warm smile that usually characterized him now seemed utterly insincere. Tsunade's heart sank further, recalling Yan's nonchalant message conveyed through a small slug. "Tell Tsunade-sensei I am well. Just say I want to take a walk alone and see the world." In retrospect, it was evident this was not a mere exploration of the world, but a gentle yet cruel lie to spare her worry during a time of impending peril. What had he endured alone out there? Why? Tsunade's eyes brimmed with red, fueled by the nonsensical accusations from the Hyuga clan. Was it merely because Danzo whispered a few words in your ear? How much blood had he shed for this village? How many lives had he saved on the battlefield? Had you forgotten all of this? He is still a child, a mere 13-year-old boy. The last statement escaped her lips nearly as a shout, laced with an uncontainable sob. Enough, Tsunade. Konohamaru finally snapped, his voice sharp. YN's defection is indisputable. He poses a threat to the village's safety, according to regulations. We must. His words were cut short by Tsunade's searing gaze, which felt as if it could consume him whole. Regulations? Tsunade laughed. The sound filled with bitterness and derision. Once again, you intend to use regulations to condemn my disciple? She slowly raised her hand, clenching her fist, the knuckles cracking ominously from the strain. If you do not hand over YN today, I will reduce this Hokage building to rubble. The atmosphere in the office thickened, heavy like congealed blood. Tsunade's fist, charged with immeasurable power, hovered in the air, the invisible pressure causing the documents on Hiruzen's desk to tremble. Her fiery brown eyes locked onto her mentor. Hiruzen remained silent, his pipe flickering ominously, his ever-gentle face now appearing strangely unfamiliar amidst the swirling smoke. This silence was more poignant than any words, piercing Tsunade's heart with the sharpness of a poisoned blade. Tsunade, do not act impulsively. A somewhat flippant voice emerged from the shattered doorway. Jiraiya arrived, drenched in sweat, instinctively adopting a pose he believed to be heroic amidst the tense standoff. Why can't we discuss this calmly? We are all family. His words were severed by Tsunade's icy glare, causing him to immediately fall silent, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. He had never seen Tsunade like this. This was not the playful anger from her usual teasing, but a genuine desire to kill. Hiruzen, Tsunade gradually relaxed her fist, her voice eerily calm, unsettlingly so. I will ask you one last time. Is YN still alive? Hiruzen's eyelids twitched violently. He opened his mouth, but ultimately only managed to croak out a few dry words. I do not know. Tsunade laughed softly, the sound light, yet imbued with profound sorrow and mockery. She understood the truth. It was not ignorance. It was fear of knowing, fear of facing the truth. Very well. She turned, no longer gazing upon the three faces within the office, whether weak, indifferent, or terrified. With each step she took, the ground beneath her cracked deeper, as if she were shattering not just the wooden floorboards, but the final thread connecting her to this village. From this day forth, I, Senju Tsunade, resign from all duties as a Konoha Jonin, as the head of the Konoha Hospital, and as the commander of the front line in the Land of Wind. Her voice echoed in the stifling silence of the Hokage building. This village disgusts me. The Senju clan. Tsunade silently gathered her belongings, hastily stuffing a few changes of clothes and a multitude of medical scrolls into a large backpack. Lady Tsunade, Shizune, holding onto her small piglet, stood to the side, her eyes red, yet hesitant to speak out against her. She could sense the resolute determination emanating from Tsunade, a force that kept others at bay. Tsunade paused in her packing and gently stroked a sleeping slug on the desk. Little slug, her voice trembled with an unrecognized emotion. Tell me, where's YN? The slug stirred, conveying the gentle yet resigned tone of the slug's sage. Tsunade, YN as well. I ask you, where's he? Tsunade's voice escalated sharply. I am sorry. I promised YN I would not disclose his whereabouts. This is a pact between us. A pact. Tsunade's heart was pierced anew. That foolish boy, even in such dire circumstances, still thought of her, worried she might be concerned or impulsive. What had he endured alone in the outside world? Was he being hunted by those of his own clan, or cornered by the hounds of the Foundation? Had he suffered grave injuries? Was he hiding alone in a dark corner, nursing his wounds in solitude? The mere thought of it made Tsunade's heart ache with anguish. As evening fell, the sun bled crimson. The gates of Konoha were bustling with people. A woman clad in a green overcoat, her golden hair cascading, walked alone out of the village. She did not look back. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind her, a scar that severed the remnants of prosperity from what lay behind her. The wind stirred her golden locks, and the beauty of her face was stripped of its usual vivacity and arrogance, leaving only an icy resolve akin to the frozen earth of winter. Wait for me, YN. No matter where you are, no matter what you have become, your master will find you. Chapter 64, The Rift. The Hokage office lay in disarray. The door shattered by Tsunade's fist resembled a mocking mouth, torn asunder, silently narrating the recent rupture. Wood shavings and dust slowly settled in the air, landing upon the graying hair of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. who remained oblivious to it all. He sat slumped in the chair that symbolized the highest authority of the will of fire, as if all his bones had been extracted. Sinking deep into it, the pipe in his hand had extinguished, leaving only a wisp of cold ash. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Tsunade's usually stern expression flushed crimson with anger as she paced restlessly in the confined space, the sharp sound of her high heels clattering against the floor, irritating and piercing. Tsunade, what does she think she is? Leaving just like that? This is an act of betrayal against the village. The situation is far more dire. Mito Gates Inazuma adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the dim light from the window. A legendary Sannin openly abandoning the village during wartime. If this news were to spread, it would deal a devastating blow to the morale at the front and to the prestige of the entire Hidden Leaf. Jiraiya leaned against the broken door frame, arms crossed, refraining from joining the two advisors in their condemnation. His gaze drifted beyond the office's wreckage, towards the road outside, stained red by the setting sun, the direction in which Tsunade had departed. He could envision her resolute figure as she left. Sensei, Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice devoid of its usual levity, replaced by a chilling calm. The second Hokage established the rule that no clan may impose private punishment upon its members, nor may they use the bloodline limit as a pretext for extermination. Violators are deemed to undermine the village's foundation and are treated as traitors. His gaze slowly shifted from the shattered door to his teacher's aged face. I am not mistaken, am I, Sensei Sarutobi? Tsunade's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Jiraiya, mind your words. Are you questioning the Hokage? I am merely stating a fact, Jiraiya replied, a humorless smile tugging at his lips. Or has the second Hokage's decree become obsolete? The Hyuga clan situation is exceptional. Inazuma slammed his hand on the table with a sharp sound. The caged bird is the cornerstone of their internal governance. If Hinata Yuenichi were to break the curse seal, it would pose a tremendous threat to the stability of Konoha. This is no longer a mere family matter. It concerns the safety of the village. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, stepping forward, the wood shavings crunching beneath his feet. So, in the name of so-called stability, we can allow the main branch to join forces with Root to hunt down a 13-year-old boy who has made significant contributions to the village? His gaze once again locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, you've known all along, haven't you? This question was like an invisible blade, cleaving through the hardened exterior of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly lifted his head. He did not look at Jiraiya or the two advisors. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, staring in the direction of the memorial stone, where his teacher's name, Senju Tobarama, was engraved. After a long silence, he uttered a single word. Yes, it was light, yet weighed as heavy as a mountain. It drained the last breath of air from the office. The final trace of Jiraiya's mockery vanished, leaving behind a cold calm, reminiscent of a frozen lake. Why? Because I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, like two stones grinding against each other. The duty of the Hokage is to protect this forest. Sometimes, to safeguard the entire forest, it is necessary to cut down trees that may ignite a wildfire. At long last, he turned to Jiraiya, his murky eyes reflecting profound fatigue and pain, but more prominently, an undeniable coldness befitting a decision-maker. What does it mean for a branch member of the Hyuga clan, capable of unbinding the caged bird, to the stability of the entire clan and Konoha? You understand better than I. Sacrificing one for the peace of the Hyuga clan and the unity within Konoha. This is how I must calculate it. Sacrifice. Jiraiya repeated the word softly, suddenly laughing, his shoulders shaking. What a beautiful term, sacrifice. A child has become your pawn for maintaining stability. Sensei Sarutobi, have you ever considered what remains of this village when the very foundations are treated as sacrifices to patch up the cracks? His laughter abruptly ceased. What is left of this village? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He had no retort, for he knew that Jiraiya spoke the truth. He recalled the white-haired boy in the ninja academy, whose talent shone brighter than Minato's, yet always stood alone. He remembered Jiraiya rushing to him, begging him to persuade Tsunade to take in that child. It was he who had pushed that boy toward the light, and it was he who had tacitly permitted the darkness to consume him. Enough. Tsunade barked sharply. Jiraiya, we have tolerated Tsunade's stubbornness. Do not add to the chaos. The village is in need of capable individuals at this moment. As one of the Sannin, you should Sannin? Jiraiya interrupted, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He turned and walked step by step toward the shattered door. Tsunade, disheartened, left the village in search of her disciple. He paused at the entrance, not looking back, casting a wide, desolate silhouette for the three inside. Sensei, the great toad sage once prophesied that I would be the mentor of the harbinger of change, and my choices will determine whether the world's future is one of peace or destruction. I always believed the prophesied child would be someone like Minato, but it seems I was mistaken. Perhaps a person pushed to the brink by the very village they protect, who shatters their shackles and rises from a sea of corpses to seek vengeance, is more akin to a harbinger of change. His voice was soft, yet caused Satoru Hiruzen's pupils to constrict sharply. I will find him. Before you do, I will find him. Having said that, he spoke no further, his figure flickering and vanishing beyond the door. Once again, silence reclaimed the office. After a while, Tsunade hesitantly broke the stillness. What does this mean? Is he also planning to defect? Satoru Hiruzen offered no answer. He merely lowered his head slowly, gazing at his own hands. Once capable of wielding 5 elemental jutsu and protecting Konoha for decades, now trembling slightly. He suddenly felt a chill. Tsunade had left, and so had Jiraiya. The era of the Sannin, which he had painstakingly forged and took pride in, seemed to have met its end today. Right here in this office, he had both protected and torn apart with his own hands. The towering tree known as Konoha had lost 2 of its strongest branches. All that remained was he, a decaying trunk, and the poisonous vine named Root, lurking in the shadows, continuously draining its nutrients. Chapter 65. The Flame of Hope. On the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, the air was thick with the scent of freshly turned soil mingled with wood. The sunlight generously poured over the new terrain, yet it failed to warm the apprehensive and bewildered faces of the grass ninjas. 20 carefully selected chunin from the village, along with one Ruko Fujimori, stood rigidly in several rows, clad in brand new standard training uniforms and wielding freshly distributed shuriken that glimmered coldly. Their eyes resembled those of lambs herded out of the pen for the first time, filled with trepidation over an uncertain fate. Opposite them stood Yuan, casually clad in a simple white haori. He said nothing, nor did he emanate any pressure, yet his mere presence loomed over them like an invisible mountain, rendering them too intimidated to even breathe. At the forefront of the line stood Ruko, her petite face taut with effort as she attempted to project an expression of authority befitting the esteemed confidant of her elder brother. Yet, the way her eyes darted about betrayed the excitement and anxiety churning within her. What is a ninja? Yuan finally inquired, his tone as monotone as a casual remark about the weather. The CHNIN exchanged glances, none daring to respond. The question loomed large and vague, rendering their memorized textbook responses completely inaccessible at that moment. Yuan's gaze settled upon Ruko. You answer. Startled by the sudden summons, Ruko straightened, clearing her throat before declaring. A ninja is an expert in the arts of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, capable of executing various high-difficulty missions for the village and nation. Before she could finish, Yuan raised a hand to interrupt her. Incorrect. He pointed to a training stake that had just been erected nearby. A ninja is a tool that achieves its objectives with the utmost speed and efficiency. His eyes swept across each individual present. Everything you've learned thus far is, in my view, worthless. The cumbersome hand seals, inefficient chakra utilization, and ostentatious taijutsu are all mere wastage of life. He turned his attention back to Ruko. Use your utmost speed to strike that stake. Yes. Ruko's spirit surged, immediately striking what she believed to be a striking pose. The chakra of wind, lightning, and earth surged within her, orchestrated in an exquisitely refined manner. Secret technique. Wind, lightning, earth trio, too slow. Yuan's figure materialized behind her like a specter before she could even utter the name of her technique. A hand rested lightly on the nape of her neck. In an instant, Ruko's chakra felt severed, like a river cut off at its source, leaving her energy chaotic and stagnant. Her poised body froze in place. Combat is not a theatrical performance. Yuan's voice resonated coldly in her ear. An enemy will not grant you the time to announce your flashy technique. Releasing his grip, Ruko slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, her expression a tapestry of defeat and grievance. Yuan ignored her, instead addressing the stunned CHNIN. From today onward, there are only 3 things you must learn. First, abandon the worthless notions in your minds. Second, absolute obedience. Third, survive. His words cut through the last vestiges of illusion in their hearts, as sharp as a cold blade. This was not instruction, it was the forging of weapons. In her new home, swirling with cleanliness and light, Meilin sat in a state of restless unease, her purple eyes, often filled with apprehension, anxiously darting towards Yuan Yi. Your body is a treasure trove. Yuan Yi wasted no time, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. His Rinnegan allowed him to perceive the immense and terrifying life energy and chakra within Meilin, akin to a vast ocean lying dormant, shackled by a layer of self-repression. For years, you have unconsciously suppressed your power, believing it would only bring harm and demands. Meilin's body quivered slightly, her lips parted, yet no words emerged. Yuan Yi was correct. Every time she sensed her abundant life force, it was accompanied by the cold, greedy faces of ninjas and the agony of having her vitality forcibly extracted. To shield herself and protect her daughter, she instinctively concealed her strength, even harboring disdain for it. Yuan Yi placed a scroll before her, devoid of complex jutsu, instead depicting a simple diagram for the Vortex clan's chakra refinement. The sealing techniques of the Vortex clan stem from absolute mastery over their tremendous life force. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Forget the past, feel it, guide it, release it. It is not your curse, but your weapon. Meilin reached out, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against the scroll. Closing her eyes, she followed Yuan Yi's guidance, for the first time choosing to embrace the dormant ocean within her rather than resist it. With a thunderous roar, a visible surge of golden chakra erupted from her. Several golden chains shot forth from her back, yet, due to her unstable concentration, they merely flailed in the air before dissipating into sparkling motes. Meilin opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her face a canvas of astonishment and confusion, yet more prominently, a newfound sense of strength. She gazed at her hands, calloused from years of mending, now seemingly infused with an unimaginable power. This is the Diamond Lock, a technique only those of high blood concentration from the Vortex clan can wield. A faint smile graced Yuan Yi's lips. This was merely the beginning. I want you to become the sturdiest shield of the Grass Ninja Village. As night fell, Yezong stood respectfully at Yuan Yi's door, bearing a freshly encrypted report from the border. Lord Yuan Yi, the conflict in the Rain Country has essentially concluded. Hanzo of the Salamander has simultaneously declared surrender to Konoha, Tsunade, and Awagakure. It is said that the legendary Sannin of Konoha have already parted ways on the battlefield. Lady Tsunade is missing. Lord Jiraiya has left the front lines, leaving only Orochimaru to tidy up the aftermath in the Rain Country. Yuan Yi sat within, polishing a newly acquired long sword, his gaze fixed elsewhere. Understood. After delivering his report, Yezong bowed and withdrew. Yuan Yi paused in his task, his pale blue eyes peering through the dilapidated window towards the direction of Konoha. The names Tsunade and Jiraiya stirred a barely perceptible ripple in the icy lake of his heart, but it quickly settled back into silence. A crack had formed, and all he needed to do was remain here, quietly stoking the embers of the fire in his hands until they blazed brightly. When the flames were sufficient to ignite a prairie, it would be the day he uprooted the decaying tree known as Konoha. Chapter 66. Foundations. Half a month later. At the center of the Grass Ninja Village, the once notice board and the surrounding dilapidated houses lay in ruins. In their place stood a solemn and pristine structure, the Ninja Academy. Inside the Academy's conference room, a long wooden table gleamed, spotless, reflecting the wooden beams of the ceiling. All the village's Jonin and seasoned nin, numbering over 30, were seated along either side of the table. Their attire and demeanor were markedly different from 2 weeks prior. Yet the palpable air of reverence that enveloped them had only intensified. The one-eyed dragon, once the most notorious troublemaker of the grass, sat upright, fixated on his knees as if searching for an ancient scroll of unparalleled ninjutsu. The shallow scar from a wooden sword had long since vanished. Yet the icy sensation of having death's grip at his throat remained etched in his soul. The seat of honor at the head of the table was conspicuously vacant, with Yezong and Elder Furukawa standing like sentinels, one beaming and the other solemn. With a creak, the door swung open. Instinctively, everyone's breaths quieted. Yuan Yi entered, not sparing a glance for anyone, striding directly to the head of the table and tossing a list onto it. I have called you here today to convey one message. His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of every individual present like a multitude of fine needles. The Grass Ninja Village is far too weak. This statement, devoid of embellishment, struck the assembly like a stone hurled directly at their faces. The one-eyed dragon's fist tightened violently beneath the table, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet he dared not raise his head. He was as feeble as a strayed dog by the roadside, vulnerable to the whims of any passerby who might kick him without a second thought, all while worrying about the possibility of soiling their shoes. Yuan Yi finally lifted his gaze from the list, slowly scanning the faces of those present. Yanin, he regarded you as mere cannon fodder. Yanin, he couldn't even be bothered to look at you properly. Even that corpulent lord dared to withhold every last drop of your funding. Your so-called dignity is nothing but the scraps left by others. Your so-called toughness is merely a bark louder than that of other dogs. Each word pierced the hearts of those present. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. Many ninjas turned a deep shade of crimson, stripped of all pretense, feeling a profound sense of shame. Thus, Yuan Yi's tone remained devoid of inflection, as if stating a foregone conclusion. From this day forth, forget everything that has come before. Tasks, rewards, factions, everything. Your sole mission is to grow stronger. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the bustling training grounds outside the window. The village's treasury could sustain you for a decade without lifting a finger. You no longer need to accept trivial escort missions for a meager sum, nor be used as expendable scouts for other villages. What you must do is break your bones one by one in training, only to mend them anew, until you can truly be called ninjas. Elder Guchuan stepped forward, distributing a thick stack of scrolls to each person present. This is the training plan and new ninjutsu curriculum personally devised by Lord Yuan Yi. From chakra control to physical combat, each of you must start from scratch. Guchuan's voice carried an unprecedented excitement. The village would provide you with the finest equipment, the best medical care, and the most nourishing food. Lord said. Yazong quickly interjected, his face alight with fervent admiration. The grass ninja village does not harbor waste. The one-eyed dragon took the scroll, glancing over it, and his singular eye filled with unmistakable astonishment. It recorded not only training methods, but also offered remarkably clear suggestions on how a ninja of his combat style could optimize chakra flow and improve sword techniques. This was no mere instruction. It was as if a deity were paving the way. Furthermore, Yuan Yi's voice rang out once more. The village's infrastructure must also undergo reform. The hospital will be expanded immediately. Acquire the best medical equipment, with Whirlpool Miling appointed as the director, and Guchuan, you shall assist. Simultaneously, an orphanage will be established in the eastern district of the village. All orphans left behind by fallen ninjas in the war, all those abandoned, will be taken in. Their living expenses, education, and all needs will be borne by the village. Additionally, all procurement must be discreet. No one must know it is us acquiring these supplies. As for the village facilities, we shall claim they are supported by the Lord, and I will personally discuss this with him. An orphanage? The mere mention of this left everyone present in stunned silence. In an era where life is as fleeting as grass, who would care for those utterly worthless orphans? Only Elder Guchuan's murky old eyes sparkled with fervor. He deeply, profoundly bowed to Yuan Yi. This was not pity. It was the laying of the most solid foundation for the future of the village. At last, the one-eyed dragon could no longer contain himself and raised his head, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "What must we achieve?" Yuan Yi stood, walking to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the village below, akin to a sight of rebirth. "Now, what we must do is bide our time." His voice was soft, yet carried an ambition potent enough to make the world take notice. "Sharpen our claws, deepen our roots. Before the world forgets the name of the grass ninja village, we shall gather enough power to overturn the board." He turned, his light blue eyes reflecting the rising sun outside and the varied expressions of shock, fervor, and confusion within the room. "When the time is ripe, I will ensure the entire ninja world recognizes us anew." Chapter 67. The Lord's Sincerity in the Land of Grass, at the Lord's Estate. Unlike the bustling construction site of the grass ninja village, here, the air was thick with an oppressive, cloying scent of incense and powder. Samurai clad in ornate armor, with long swords at their waists, stood guard beneath elaborately carved corridors, their gazes vacant, resembling a troupe of finely crafted puppets, their only duty to adorn this decaying opulence. The Lord, a corpulent middle-aged man whose neck was nearly obscured by flesh, reclined on a soft tatami mat, indulging in the leg massages of two handmaidens. He had just listened to his samurai's report on the recent activities of the grass ninja village, his face betraying an unabashed disdain and impatience. Establishing schools? Adopting orphans? He yawned lazily, his ample chin quivering. Those ninjas who were fit only to serve as cannon fodder should not be preoccupied with such mockeries as those of Konoha. And that Yazong, truly becoming increasingly insufferable, daring to play such tricks after I trimmed his funding. Does he wish to challenge me? Beside him, a retainer with a mustache quickly bowed, ingratiatingly assuring, "My lord, do not be angry. They are but a group of mercenary ninjas. Neglecting them will not stir any significant upheaval. As long as you cut off their supplies, within half a month, that Yazong will come crawling back to you on his knees." The lord grunted in satisfaction, preparing to share another jest when a faint commotion arose outside the hall. "Who goes there? This is the lord's estate. Withdraw at once." A samurai's rebuke was abruptly silenced. Following that, there was a dull thud, as if some heavy object had been cast to the ground. The lord furrowed his brow in displeasure. What is happening? What are the guards doing? No sooner had he spoken than the heavy wooden door, adorned with gold-painted landscapes, was silently pushed open from the outside. Sunlight poured in, illuminating two figures. The first, a black-haired youth with closed eyes, donned a simple white haori that clashed starkly with the opulence of the hall. Following him was a tense young girl, a ninja sword slung across her back. It was none other than Yuan Yi and Fujiwara Ruko. Impudence! The mustachioed retainer exploded in anger, pointing at Yuan Yi as he barked, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is? Guards, seize these intruders." His voice faltered, for the black-haired youth had slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Pale blue, devoid of any emotion, akin to two crystalline shards of ice from the farthest northern glaciers. Under that gaze, the mustachioed retainer felt his very soul freeze. An indescribable dread, arising from the depths of his being, constricted around his heart like countless icy hands, rendering him incapable of uttering a single syllable. The entire hall fell into an instant silence. The two handmaidens, having been terrified, collapsed to the ground, trembling. The lord sat upright on the tatama mat, his plump face finally displaying a grave expression. As the ruler of a nation, he had seen the shadows of a Wagakure and the envoys of Konoha, but he had never encountered such a gaze. It was neither the killing intent of a ninja nor the pressure of a strongman. It was an absolute, unquestionable aura, as if a deity were looking down upon mere ants. "You are the lord of the land of grass." Yuani spoke, his tone remarkably calm, yet it made every heart in the room skip a beat. The feudal lord did not respond. He merely fixated intently on Yuan Yi, his hand quietly inching toward the alarm button beside him. Yuan Yi appeared oblivious to this subtle maneuver, absorbed in his own thoughts. He strolled to the center of the hall, surveying the opulent yet vulgar decorations surrounding him, a faint smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have come to inform you of several matters," he began, extending a finger. "First, from this day forth, all funding for the village of Grass, Shinobi, will no longer require your approval. You must provide whatever the village needs." The lord's jowls quivered violently in anger. "Second," Yuan Yi raised a second finger, "you shall publicly declare that all recent constructions in Grass Shinobi, including the Ninja Academy and Orphanage, have been completed under your wise patronage. You must exhibit unwavering support and affection for the village of Grass Shinobi. You must be dreaming." The lord could no longer contain himself, roaring in fury as he slammed the alarm button. The shrill sound of the alarm echoed throughout the estate. Outside the hall, a cacophony of hurried, chaotic footsteps approached. Dozens of fully armed samurai, brandishing long spears and sharp blades, converging from all directions, encircling the hall completely. Seeing his guards arrive bolstered the lord's confidence. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Yuan Yi, his voice a menacing growl. "You. I do not care who you are. Kneel and bow before me this instant. Otherwise, you shall not leave this door alive." Yuan Yi disregarded the soldiers aiming their blades at him, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the feudal lord. "It seems you have not comprehended my words," he said softly, raising his hand. Everyone anticipated him to perform a hand seal or draw his weapon. Yet, he did nothing of the sort. He merely flicked his finger gently at the exquisite white jade cup filled with sake before the lord. There was no sound, no fluctuation of chakra, not even a hint of a warning. To all present, the youth merely executed a casual, seemingly meaningless gesture. However, in the next moment, the solid white jade cup, along with the precious purple sandalwood low table beneath it and the sturdy floor beneath that, was silently reduced to the finest powder. Smaller than dust, by an incomprehensible force, a smooth, mirror-like circular void, 1 meter in diameter, abruptly appeared before the lord, as if a portion of space had been excavated. Time froze. The wind surged through the void, ruffling the lord's hair. The surrounding samurai, gripping their weapons, began to tremble uncontrollably. Their minds blank as they beheld the eerie void, seemingly connected to an abyss. What is this? A ninjutsu? An illusion? Neither. This is a divine power beyond their comprehension. The lord's eyes, squinted by his corpulence, widened in disbelief. He stared vacantly at the smooth void at his feet, his body beginning to shake like chaff in the wind. Cold sweat drenched his luxurious robe. He finally understood why that fleeting glance from Yuan Yi had instilled such fear in him. Because Yuan Yi could indeed crush him as easily as one would squash an insect. Now, Yuan Yi's calm voice resonated again, echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell. Do you understand? With a thud, the lord's hefty frame could bear it no longer. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, fervently bowing his head towards Yuan Yi. I understand. I comprehend. I assure you I understand. Lord Yuan Yi. No. God Yuan Yi. Whatever your command, I shall fulfill it without fail. His voice trembled with profound fear and abject flattery, lacking even a trace of the earlier arrogance. Yuan Yi turned to leave the hall. The samurai surrounding him, as if confronted by a ghost, recoiled in shock, instinctively parting to create a path. As he reached the entrance, Yuan Yi paused momentarily without looking back. I hope your sincerity matches the grandeur of your estate, opulent and ample. With that, he vanished into the outside world, accompanied by the still-shocked, pale-faced Ruko Fujimiya. Inside the hall remained a group of dazed samurai and the feudal lord, kneeling and bowing repeatedly before an empty void. Chapter 68. The city's incipient form. The feudal lord's sincerity arrived swifter than gold itself. 3 days after the momentous meeting destined to be inscribed in the annals of the land of grass, a procession of carts laden with gold, silver, textiles, and provisions, escorted cautiously by samurai, rolled into the village of Grass Shinobi. The lead samurai respectfully presented a letter penned in elegant prose by the feudal lord himself to Yes, filled with earnest hopes for the future development of the village and a profound apology for past neglect, adopting a demeanor more humble than that of the most modest merchant. Yes clutched the letter, his palms clammy with sweat. He gazed at the nearly warehouse-filling supplies, recalling Yuan Yi's earlier nonchalant notification. A mixture of dread and fervor coursing up his spine. In the capital of the land of grass, unlike the vibrant, ever-changing vitality of the village of Grass Shinobi, the rhythm of the capital remained perpetually slow and languid. In a tea-house, a storyteller animatedly recounted legends of the 3 legendary ninjas of the Leaf Village in the Land of Rain, yet the audience appeared somewhat distracted. Have you heard? The feudal lord has recently invested heavily, intending to transform the village of Grass Shinobi into the most prosperous place in our land of grass. A merchant traveling between the capital and the village whispered conspiratorially to his drinking companion. Is that true? That lord has always been frugal, came the skeptical reply, accompanied by a dismissive gesture. Ah, this is a different time. The merchant thumped his thigh. I saw it with my own eyes, the materials for the ninja academy and orphanage. The quality, the specifications. The feudal lord declared that ninjas are also the children of our land of grass and must not suffer. How profound those words were. Is our feudal lord undergoing a transformation? Transformation? This is visionary brilliance. With such a compassionate lord, our land of grass has brighter days ahead. Similar conversations unfolded in taverns, markets, and streets throughout the capital. The title of feudal lord, once synonymous with extravagance, obesity, and avarice, for the first time became associated with compassion, wisdom, and foresight. Within the feudal lord's estate, the corpulent ruler of the land of grass listened intently to his retainers recounting the praises gathered from the populace. His plump face shifted from surprise to incredulity and ultimately to a distorted, euphoric delight. He dismissed everyone, pacing alone in the vast hall, his body trembling with excitement. Having spent most of his life as a feudal lord, amassing untold wealth and consorting with the most beautiful women, he had never before felt such genuine affection and praise from others as he did today. This sensation surpassed even that of gold and silk, intoxicating him. Suddenly, he halted, gazing in the direction of the village of Grass Shinobi. The fear and resentment that had once clouded his vision were entirely absent, replaced by a new, shrewd light tinged with reverence. That youth, that godlike youth, had not only granted him a path to survival, but also paved a grand avenue toward eternal fame. Come, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the halls. A retainer hurriedly stumbled into the room. "Convey my orders. Allocate another 10 million Ryo to Grass Ninja Village. No, make it 50 million. Inform Yizo that for the village's development, we shall provide whatever is necessary. If it is insufficient, they may request more. Let it be known that this investment is a testament to my commitment as a daimyo for the future." A month later, in Grass Ninja Village, the Ninja Academy was now running smoothly, with the spirited shouts of children practicing their ninjutsu echoing daily. The 20 middle ninjas trained personally by Yuan Yi had undergone a remarkable transformation, each exuding an aura of resilience and sharpness, honed through rigorous training. Under Yuan Yi's guidance and the nurturing of rare medicinal herbs, Uzumaki Maline's complexion had greatly improved. Though still taciturn, a fleeting golden glimmer occasionally sparkled in her violet eyes. In the highest conference room of the village, Yuan Yi, Furukawa, and Yizo stood before a large, newly drawn map of the Land of Grass. On the map, Grass Ninja Village occupied a mere inconspicuous corner, resembling a solitary patch. "Too small," Yuan Yi remarked, his finger encircling the area of Grass Ninja Village. A military stronghold capable of accommodating only a few hundred ninjas could never evolve into a genuine village. Yizo, standing nearby, bent at a 90-degree angle, dared not breathe. He had grown accustomed to the profound ideas that this lord would periodically propose, ideas that made his heart race. A village must consist of civilians, commerce, and its own means of sustenance, rather than relying eternally on the daimyo's charity and mission commissions. Yuan Yi's finger moved from Grass Ninja Village towards the expansive, undeveloped plains to the east. There, he pressed his finger down in the center of the plain, declaring, "Establish a commercial street. Restaurants, inns, casinos, weapon shops, clothing stores, everything that can attract foot traffic. I demand it all." His finger then traced both sides of the commercial street, indicating the construction of high-rise residential buildings. Crafted from the finest materials and designed for utmost comfort, made available for purchase and rent at remarkably low prices to the citizens of the entire Land of Grass. Yizo's mind buzzed. Build a city? This was no mere reform. It was the creation of an entire city from thin air. His mind, sharpened by the influences of wealth and power, began to race with thoughts of population, commerce, and taxation. What a staggering wealth that would amount to. He felt his breath quicken, and his gaze towards Yuan Yi transformed from simple fear to that of awe, as though beholding a deity of fortune walking among mortals. The funds and manpower required for this endeavor. Yizo's voice trembled with excitement. "The money will come from the daimyo," Yuan Yi replied, his tone unwavering. "As for the people, they will be drawn from the village's surplus of discarded ninjas and their families. They shall be treated with the utmost respect." He lifted his gaze to the desolate land outside the window. "I intend for the entire ninja realm to recognize that the Land of Grass boasts a haven, the safest and most prosperous sanctuary that every commoner yearns for. I wish for those displaced by war to find refuge here." Elder Furukawa's perpetually murky eyes shone with astonishing clarity at that moment. Gazing at the silhouette of the black-haired youth before him, he perceived not merely a ninja, but a visionary crafting a new blueprint for a world ravaged by conflict. He slowly bowed, his aged voice resonating with a profound sense of revelation. "I understand now. War destroys homes, yet we shall establish a new home here." Chapter 69. The development of Ninja Village. At the end of the 38th year of Konoha, winter was impending. Yet the winds of the Land of Grass carried a warmth. The once lifeless ninja village, marred by mud and decay, had undergone a complete transformation. A wide stone-paved road now stretched from the village entrance to its end, replacing the former dirt path. On either side of the road stood rows of two-story wooden buildings, the banners of taverns fluttering in the breeze, while gleaming weapons adorned the display windows of shops. Occasionally, merchants clad in exotic attire could be seen gazing in astonishment at this village, which had once been insignificant on the map. A group of children, freshly released from the Ninja Academy, ran past, candy in their mouths, laughing and playing, inadvertently colliding with a ronin wearing a straw hat. The ronin instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, but the children merely apologized with giggles before darting away. The ronin released his grip, observing the children's clean attire and carefree smiles, then glanced at the proud posture and fine equipment of the patrolling grass ninjas, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and longing. This place was unlike any he had visited before. There was no suspicion, no oppression, nor the pervasive stench of blood that lingered in the air. The rooftop of the Ninja Academy stood as the highest point in the village. Yuan Yi gazed down at the landscape that he had single-handedly crafted, resembling the nascent form of a city. Behind him stood 20 ninjas, led by the one-eyed dragon and Ruko Fujimiya. A year had sufficed for a once boisterous girl to evolve into a competent commander, clad in combat attire. Ruko had exchanged her short blade for a longer one more suitable for slashing. The childishness had faded from her face, leaving only calmness and sharpness. The transformation of the one-eyed dragon was even more pronounced. The reckless aura that once surrounded him had been replaced by a steely discipline. He stood silently, like a sheathed blade, quiet, yet dangerous. The houses have been built, but they are too empty, Yuani began. His voice carried by the wind, yet resonating clearly in every ear. A village lacking sufficient population is but a hollow foundation. No matter how prosperous it may appear on the surface, it is merely a bubble waiting to burst. He turned, his pale blue gaze sweeping over the blades he had meticulously honed. Thus, it is imperative that you venture forth to contribute to this foundation. He looked towards the one-eyed dragon. You shall lead a team northward, to the land of hot water, to the land of frost, to those war-ravaged ruins. I seek orphans. A flicker of confusion flashed in the one-eyed dragon's eye. My lord, do you mean orphans with ninja potential? No, Yuani replied, shaking his head. All orphans, regardless of talent, gender, or circumstance, bring them all back. The orphanage has many vacant beds. The one-eyed dragon pondered for a moment before nodding resolutely. Understood. Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to Ruko. You will lead a team southward through the land of rain, to the gray areas devoid of belonging. I seek wandering ninjas. Ruko's expression sharpened. Understood. I will conduct rigorous evaluations. I do not want useless individuals, nor do I need sycophants. Yuani interjected. What I desire are individuals with principles and boundaries. Even if their principle is to kill solely for money, they are preferable to those who waver without conviction. As for how to judge them, Yuan Yi's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. You may inform them that Grass Ninja Village is recruiting those capable of independently completing A-ranked missions. Those unable to afford the price should leave. Ruko's eyes lit up. This is a clever selection process. Those bold enough to respond to this condition are either true warriors or arrogant fools. And true warriors are invariably proud individuals. Money serves as the most direct measure of their strength and ambition. One final task. Yuan Yi's voice turned flat, yet an icy chill gripped the hearts of all present. All your actions outside will require funding. There is a bounty hunter in the ninja realm named Kakazu. He is old but powerful and wealthy. Your mission is not to oppose him. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered for a moment on each face. Should news of his appearance reach you, bring it to me at once. And if by misfortune you encounter him, inform him that I wish to engage in a business transaction. Remember, you are ninjas of Grass Ninja Village. No actions must leave traces pointing back to our village. Yes, 20 voices answered in unison, their tones brimming with unrestrained excitement and confidence. They were no longer the meek lambs awaiting slaughter. As the 20 ninjas divided into several teams, like ink drops dispersed in water, silently blending into the night. Yizong and Elder Furukawa ascended to the rooftop. Sir, is this approach not too risky? Yizong questioned, observing the retreating figures, concern etched on his face. That Kaku is a monster rumored to have clashed with the first Hokage. Once the seeds are sown, they must be watered and nourished. Allowing them to break through the soil and endure the storms, Elder Furukawa replied, stroking his beard, a glimmer of satisfaction in his murky old eyes. A fledgling sheltered under protective wings will never learn to soar. Yuan Yi did not partake in their discussion. He redirected his gaze toward the horizon, toward the direction of Konoha. Tsunade-sensei. His heart remained undisturbed. The once fervent emotions had long since settled into the cold stones at the bottom of a frozen lake. Worn down by time, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding world transformed. The flow of the wind, the dust in the air, the heartbeat of distant children, the differing flow of chakra within Yizong and Elder Furukawa, all coalesced into the most fundamental information, composed of countless lines and nodes. Flooding his mind, perceiving the world had become as instinctive to him as breathing. Now, he sought to advance further. His consciousness descended into the unfathomable sea of chakra within him. At the center of the sea, a white-haired man wearing a black-eye mask lounged as if he had existed since time immemorial. This was his second template, Satoru. Over the years, he had begun to harness the power of limitless techniques. yet the consumption remained astronomically high. What he required was not a fleeting eruption, but to normalize this divine power. Yuan Yi's body remained still, yet the air within a meter around him began to undergo an imperceptible, minuscule distortion. A withered leaf drifted from the eaves, languidly descending toward his shoulder. However, just as the leaf was about to touch his Haori, it abruptly halted in midair, as if an invisible, absolute barrier severed its connection to Yuan Yi's world. It neither rebounded nor shattered, it simply ceased. Time and space within this small area were infinitely elongated. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, gazing at the suspended leaf, his pale blue pupils revealing no joy, only the ever-present tranquility. Not enough to uproot that decayed tree. This power remains woefully insufficient. Chapter 70. I want it all. The night was as cool as water. Yuan Yi's room mirrored his essence. Stripped down to the barest simplicity, a low table, a cushion, and a long sword polished to a brilliant sheen. Nothing more. Outside the window lay a newly reborn village, returning to silence after a clamor. The streetlights extinguished one by one, leaving only the faint glow of patrolling ninjas' lanterns, flickering like fireflies in the dark. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, unlit, allowing moonlight to filter through the window, casting mottled shadows upon him. He closed his eyes, but this time, his focus was not on the transparent world outside, but rather on the depths of his consciousness, within a void only he could perceive. Composed of countless streams of data, silently unfurled before him. Host: Hyuga Yuan, age, 15, status, rebirth I, soon to enter the second phase. Basic information: physical strength, 100, 001, 0000, Jinin, 100500, Chunin, 500, 1000, Jonin, 10005000, Elite Jonin, 500, 010000. Kage level, 100, 005, 0000, 6 paths level, over 100000. God level. Chakra, 250, 002, 5000, Byakugan evolving. Continuously consuming chakra. Mental strength, soul power 45,000. Bloodline. Hyuga clan. Talent. Activated templates. Template 1. Hyuga Yuan Yi, from Demon Slayer. Unlock progress. 100. Core abilities. Breath of the Sun. Perceiving the world. Patterns. State of no self. Scarlet Blade. Evaluation. Achieve transcendence. You have reached the pinnacle of this path. Yet the body is but a vessel for the path. Should the vessel shatter, the path will also be sullied. Template 2. Gojo Satoru, from Jujutsu Kaisen. Unlock progress. 40. Core abilities. Unlocked. 1. Limitless technique. Initial insight. Progress. 25 passive defense of limitless techniques can now be activated subconsciously at a minimum level. Yet actively employing techniques like Cursed Energy and Scarlet will impose a significant burden on the current body. 2. 6 Eyes, Merging Mutation. Progress 35 currently undergoing deep integration with the host's bloodline limit. Rebirth I, Phase 1, expected to give birth to an entirely new ocular technique. 3. Domain Expansion, Idle Death Gamble. Progress 25 currently unusable. Evaluation. The host is exceptionally diligent. Please continue your efforts. It had been a year. He had devoted nearly all his solitary moments to analyzing and adapting to this template. Yet the progress was as slow as a snail. The 6 Eyes provided an insight into energy flow far beyond mere perception of the world. He could see the essence of chakra, the composition of techniques, and the intricate operational laws of the world beneath its surface. The clarity of his vision deepened his understanding of the unreasonable might of limitless techniques. They were not merely ninjutsu. They were a redefinition and distortion of the rules themselves. Cursed energy represented a forced contraction of space. Scarlet was an inversion of opposing concepts. And the technique involving the imaginary number concept was truly a taboo. Each attempt felt akin to asking a child to wield a mountain. The chakra consumption was astronomical. Yuan Yi's consciousness delved into his body. He could perceive the sea of chakra within him, far exceeding that of his peers, even surpassing the majority of Jonin. Yet, compared to the demands of Gojo Satoru's template, it remained as insignificant as a pond. His Byakugan had already undergone an indescribable mutation under the influence of the 6 Eyes. No longer merely a tool for insight, it resembled a highly precise energy analyzer. He could even faintly discern a thin, invisible membrane separating him from this world. Perhaps when he could fully master the limitless techniques, normalizing the power of cessation, he would be able to touch that membrane. At that moment, the so-called ninjutsu, the so-called shadow, would hold no difference to him than that immobilized leaf. His gaze continued downward. Beneath the two templates lay a line of mysteriously flickering purple entries. Template 3. Unlock progress. 784. Unlock requirements. Establish or control an independent ninja force that gains preliminary recognition from the world, pan-consciousness. Current assessment. The transformation of Grass Ninja Village has attracted the attention of the world's pan-consciousness. This condition will be fulfilled when the comprehensive strength, population, and economic total of the land of grass reach a certain standard and receive formal recognition from at least one great nation. So it is. A ripple finally surfaced in Yuan Yi's tranquil heart lake. All of his prior arrangements, developing the village, constructing the city, attracting refugees, and promoting the benevolence of his name, though seemingly intricate, were, in essence, subtly propelling this progress bar forward. This was no mere accumulation of power. It was a divine game played on the vast chessboard of the nation, with the fates of countless lives as its pieces. Everything he had done was not solely for the sake of amassing vengeance, but rather to establish a foundation for his forthcoming transformation. Yuan Yi's lips curled into a silent smile, revealing a more intriguing reality than he had anticipated. He had initially believed that merely crafting the Grass Ninja Village into a sufficiently sharp blade would suffice. However, it appeared that the system demanded not just a blade, but a nation capable of birthing countless edges. As the light curtain gradually faded, Yuan Yi opened his eyes. His pale blue irises shimmered like two translucent gems under the moonlight. Rising, he approached the window and pushed it open. The night breeze, imbued with the scent of earth and vitality, caressed his white haori. He gazed down at the slumbering land below, his vision seemingly piercing through the endless darkness. He beheld the orphans amidst the ruins of the land of hot water, the wandering samurai mired in the mud of the land of rain, and the immortal monstrosity counting bills in the underground exchange. He also glimpsed the distant, once thriving forest known as Konoha, now beginning to decay. Extending his hand, he appeared as though he sought to grasp the entire world within his palm. It was not enough. It was far from sufficient. His voice, barely a whisper, dissipated into the night. I desire all, be they pieces or the board itself. Chapter 71. A walking treasury. 40 years in Konoha, early spring. The sky over the land of grass was high and clear, resembling a flawless sapphire. The desolation and barrenness that once plagued this nation were being swiftly painted over with a visible hue of prosperity. Surrounding the newly constructed grass city, vast tracts of land had been reclaimed. Golden rice ears swayed heavily in the autumn breeze, while the laughter of farmers echoed from the field, genuine and hearty. Most of these individuals were refugees fleeing from neighboring war-torn countries, and as they beheld the clean and orderly city rising nearby, their eyes sparkled not with numbness but with a glimmer of hope. On the main thoroughfare of the city, throngs of people bustled about. A traveling merchant from Takigakure stood in astonishment at the sights before him. Wide streets capable of accommodating 4 horse-drawn carts side by side. Shops lining both sides offering everything from weaponry to cloth, from restaurants to gambling houses. Ninjas patrolling the streets, well-equipped and sharp-eyed, yet not oppressing the common folk. Instead assisting lost children in finding their parents. Boss, I'd like a skewer of grilled meat. Coming right up. Here's your meat skewer. The lively clamor of vendors, the laughter of children, and the vibrant spirit of life created a stark contrast to the dark, muddy, and lifeless Grass Ninja Village he had once known. Is this truly the Grass Ninja Village? He muttered, feeling his understanding shaken to its core. Hey, you're from out of town, aren't you? A nearby tavern owner, wiping down a table, chimed in with a smile. This place is now called Grass City. Our lord is brilliant and valiant. Our good days are yet to come. The traveling merchant opened his mouth, ultimately settling on giving a thumbs up, his astonishment beyond words. On the outskirts of the city, in a training ground designated as a restricted area, not a single soul was present. Only Yuan Yi stood quietly at the center of the field. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Technique, infinite rotation. No hand seals, no incantations, merely a thought. A training boulder, the size of a house, 100 meters away, suddenly had the space around it collapse inward. It was as though an invisible hand had forcefully gripped that area, compressing it. The boulder emitted no sound as it was ground into the most primordial dust, finer than sand, and then drawn into an utterly black point that had materialized from thin air. The space cried out in anguish. Yuan Yi's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left hand, gathering a completely opposing force within his palm. Technique, reversal of H. A crimson light burst forth from his palm, akin to a miniature sun. The violent and unrelenting repulsive force caused the surrounding air to resonate with an unbearable roar. He refrained from releasing it, instead quietly savoring the flow of both powers within him. 1 year, he had finally transformed this divine power into his weapon. The infinite technique could now maintain its state for 5 hours. Within that span, he was absolutely invincible, deftly wielding both techniques of C, Ing, and H. As for the fusion technique, X, Yuan Yi closed his eyes, feeling the vast chakra within him, as expansive as the sea. That move would still drain all his energy. Yet its might could obliterate a mountain from the map entirely. He now possessed the capital to command respect in the ninja world. At that moment, hurried footsteps, almost stumbling, echoed from outside the restricted area. Yuani, Yuani, Yizong's distinctive voice, tinged with flattery and urgency, shattered the tranquility. He ran to the edge of the training ground, gazing at the unscathed black-haired youth and the flattened area behind him, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. Suppressing his fear, he pulled out a sweat-soaked report, his voice trembling. "Something significant has occurred, sir." Yuan Yi gradually lowered his hand, the red light and spatial distortion dissipating as though they had never existed. He turned to face Yizong, his pale blue eyes calmly scrutinizing him. "Speak." A single word caused Yizong to instantly steady himself. He understood that any display of panic before this man was foolish. "It's Kakuzu," Yizong stammered, swallowing hard as he handed over the report. "Our informant in the underground exchange has sent word. Kakuzu, the legendary rogue ninja who once clashed with the first Hokage, has appeared within the borders of the exchange. He single-handedly slaughtered everyone there, merely because the manager shortchanged him by 100 ryo." As Yizong's voice dwindled, the name Kakuzu echoed in the black market as a harbinger of death and fear. He was a living legend, a walking catastrophe. Yizong had expected Yuan Yi to exhibit at least a hint of gravity upon hearing this news. However, Yuan Yi merely accepted the report, casting a cursory glance at it, and instead of fear, a faint glimmer of interest akin to a hunter spotting a coveted prey illuminated his pale blue eyes. "Kakuzu," he murmured, savoring the name, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A ninja with 5 hearts, ageless, and possessed of an insatiable love for wealth, a walking treasury. Yizong was taken aback. His mind, filled with terror, struggled to comprehend the implications of this statement. Yuan Yi tossed the report aside nonchalantly. "Inform the others. I will be leaving the village for a few days." He strode past Yizong, who instinctively queried, "Where are you going, sir?" Yuan Yi's steps did not falter. A calm yet chilling voice floated back, sending a shiver through Yizong's veins. "To procure a financial minister who understands how to manage assets." Chapter 72. Capturing a wild financial minister before departing, Yuan Yi took a glance at the system panel. Host, Hyuga Yuenichi. Age, 17. Status, Reincarnation I, Fetal Movement Stage 3, expected to commence in 1 month. Basic information, physical strength, 3, 500, 000, shadow level. Chakra, 8, 500, 000, super shadow level. Mental power, soul power 90, 000. Bloodline, Hyuga clan, talent, activated templates. Template 1, Keigan Yuenichi from Demon Slayer. Unlock progress, 100, core abilities, breath of the sun, transparent world, patterns. State of no self, Crimson Blade. Evaluation, a resilient vessel capable of bearing the ultimate path. Your current body can allow this sun to radiate an even more blinding brilliance. Template 2, Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. Unlock progress, 58, core abilities, unlocked, 1. Unlimited void technique, skill mastery. Progress 60 passive defense without limits can now be maintained for 5 hours. Techniques song, and he can be skillfully utilized. But the fusion technique Void Style Z will still impose a significant burden on the body, depleting all chakra. 2. 6 Eyes, fusion mutation in progress. Progress 55. The fusion with the Reincarnation Eye, Stage 2, has granted you an unparalleled capacity for chakra analysis, allowing you to perceive the trajectories of certain rules. Side effect: chakra consumption rate slightly increases. 3. Domain expansion, unlimited void, progress 35 unlock conditions not yet met. Requires a deeper understanding of space and soul. Evaluation: congratulations, host. You have acquired the qualification to overturn the chessboard. But remember, overturning the chessboard and becoming the chess player are two distinct matters. Template 3. Unlock progress. 862. Unlock conditions. Establish or control an independent ninja force that receives preliminary recognition from the world's collective consciousness. Current judgment. The prosperity of the land of grass has drawn the deep attention of the world's collective consciousness. When this force's comprehensive strength, military, economy, population is recognized by the ninja world as the sixth great nation, this condition will be met. Now, wielding his power feels almost effortless. At the border of the land of grass, in an underground exchange, this place can no longer be called a market, but rather a desolate ruin soaked in blood. The air is thick with the stench of blood and the distinct smell of ink from banknotes, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Corpses lie sprawled across the ground, each in a tragic state, as if torn apart by an invisible beast. Scattered bills, stained dark red, cling to the ground and walls like a bizarre ritual of sacrifice with money and lives. In the center of this death zone, a man adorned with the headband of the Takigakure village, his face masked, crouches down in a nearly reverent posture, methodically retrieving untainted banknotes from the pile of corpses, smoothing them out with care and neatly organizing them. Kakuzu. His actions display no emotional fluctuation, as if he were not at a massacre scene, but rather arranging his cherished collection. Just then, a soft, emotionless footstep sound echoed from the entrance of the ruins. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was faint yet struck against Kakuzu's heart, which was acutely sensitive to danger, like a hammer. He halted his money-collecting actions. Slowly he raised his head. His eyes, sunken and gleaming with a dark green light, fixed upon the newcomer. A black-haired youth stood quietly in the shadow of the entrance, clad in a simple white haori, as if he had been there for quite some time. He appeared clean, devoid of killing intent, without any chakra fluctuations. Even his breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, like an ordinary person who had inadvertently wandered into this place. A fragile phantom that could shatter with a mere touch. Yet Kakuzu knew that ordinary people would not stand so upright in such a place. He had lived too long, seen more powerful beings than 99% of the living in this world. He could discern another's strength from their gaze, posture, and rhythm of breath. But this youth before him was empty, like an unfathomable black hole from which even light could not escape. This sensation made him profoundly uncomfortable. "Are you here to exchange gold as well?" Kakuzu rasped, his voice akin to rusty iron scraping against each other. "Unfortunately, they miscalculated. I've already balanced the books for them." His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, his tone as if discussing a trivial matter. Yuanichi disregarded his words. Stepping into the bloody slaughterhouse, he treaded through the viscous pools of blood, yet made not a sound, the hem of his white haori remaining untouched by filth. He approached Kakuzu, stopping before him, gazing down with his pale blue eyes, void of emotion. "Kakuzu." Yuanichi's voice was flat, like stating a fact. "The bounty on the first Hokage must be quite substantial." Kakuzu's pupils constricted suddenly. That name had not been uttered in his presence for a long time. It was his greatest shame, the very source of his power. "Kid, it seems you know quite a lot." He slowly rose, his towering figure casting a shadow. Those who know too much generally do not live long. Among the bodies on the ground, several suddenly unnaturally twisted, black, tendril-like lines erupted from their backs, piercing towards Yuanichi with a sharp whistle from all directions. "Du." This was Kakuzu's test, his habitual opening move to shred enemies into pieces. Yet, an eerie scene unfolded. Those black tendrils, capable of penetrating steel plates, abruptly halted mere centimeters from Yuanichi's body, as if colliding with an invisible wall that could not be surpassed. No matter how Kakuzu urged his chakra, the tendrils merely writhed and pierced in the air, unable to advance even an inch. For the first time, Kakuzu's dark green eyes revealed unmasked astonishment. "What is this?" It was neither a barrier nor a ninjutsu. He felt no flow of chakra. "Your heart is quite valuable." Yuanichi's voice remained calm, yet it sent a chilling shiver through Kakuzu's very soul. "But the living you hold is of greater value to me." He slowly raised his hand towards Kakuzu. "Du fire." The five masked monsters behind Kakuzu roared simultaneously. A beam of white light shot towards Yuanichi. Kakuzu showed no signs of restraint. His nearly century-long battle experience told him that against an incomprehensible enemy, he must use his strongest power to annihilate them at the first opportunity. Boom! A tremendous roar caused the entire ruin to tremble violently. Dust and debris soaring into the air. As the smoke cleared, Yuanichi stood undisturbed, his clothing not even swaying slightly. That technique capable of annihilating everything appeared before him like a silent, farcical display of fireworks, not even granting him the qualification to blink. Kakuzu's mind blanked for a moment. For nearly a century, the laws of power he had believed in and relied upon for survival were, in that instant, shattered by this youth before him in a manner he could not comprehend. I come to extend an invitation to you. Yuanichi's hand passed through the invisible barrier, breaching Kakuzu's instinctive defenses, gently pressing against his chest. The icy touch made every hair on Kakuzu's body stand on end. Come to my village, as the Minister of Finance. Kakudo found himself doubting whether he had misheard. The Finance Minister? In the next moment, an irresistible and forceful gravitational pull erupted from Yuan Yi's palm. The technique, reversal of the azure, caught Kakudo off guard, leaving him no time to react as his resilient body, composed of countless black lines, began to twist and compress under the terrifying force. He felt as if all five of his hearts were about to be violently ripped from his body, crushed into a singular mass. A chilling scream escaped for the first time from the lips of this immortal creature. Yuan Yi released his grip. Kakudo fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body's black lines twitching and fracturing, struggling to reassemble. One of the masks behind him shattered with a crisp crack. One heart was lost just like that. He lifted his head, gazing at the expressionless youth with a look of utter terror and disbelief, akin to that of a monster. Now, Yuan Yi's calm voice resonated in his ears like a final judgment. Are you willing to manage my treasury? Chapter 73. The weight of money. The return journey was silent. Yuan Yi walked ahead, his white haori unruffled by the dry wind. Kakudo followed at a safe, yet inescapable distance. His signature mask remained in place, yet beneath it, his dark green eyes, once filled with a stagnant greed and coldness, were now replaced by a deeper emotion. Awe? No, it was not awe. It was a fear of an incomprehensible, insurmountable power from a higher dimension. He had lived nearly a century, faced the legendary ninja gods, clawed his way out of blood-soaked battlefields, building his immortal legend with money and hearts. He had witnessed countless powerful beings and had slain many of them. He believed that power could ultimately be traced and understood. It was merely a matter of speed, destructive capacity, or peculiar techniques. Yet this youth before him shattered his nearly century-long understanding. This was not ninjutsu. It was the very fabric of rules themselves, wielded by deities to create worlds, not mere mortals to engage in slaughter. The term finance minister echoed absurdly in Kakudo's mind. He had envisioned countless ways the other might manipulate him, yet never this. The sensation was akin to a tiger, once the sovereign of the mountains, being captured by a deity, informed that it need not hunt anymore, but merely count sheep. Absurd, yet utterly unresisting. His gaze involuntarily drifted over Yuan Yi's slender silhouette. He began to calculate frantically with his mind, filled with greed and self-interest. The chance of escape, 0. The odds of resistance, negative. What, then, were the potential gains of compliance? A master possessing divine power, a village rising at an incredible speed. The innate fear in Kakudo's eyes gradually settled, replaced by a faint yet familiar glimmer of cold calculation belonging to a merchant. Perhaps this would turn out to be the most advantageous deal of his life. As Yuan Yi's figure appeared at the towering gates of the village of grass, the once bustling street momentarily froze. Then, like a tidal wave, an outpouring of heartfelt respect and fervor surged forth. It is Lord Yuani. The Lord has returned. However, when they discerned the tall figure shrouded in an ominous aura behind Yuan Yi, all cheers abruptly ceased, as if a hand had clutched their throats. Kakudo merely stood there, calm and unmoving. Yet the deep-seated murderous intent forged from countless battles, coupled with his dark green eyes that mirrored the depths of hell, proclaimed a profound terror in itself. A candy vendor's hand trembled, causing his colorful confections to scatter across the ground. A group of playful children instantly silenced their laughter, retreating into their mother's embrace. Their faces pale. Even the seasoned patrolling ninjas felt cold sweat bead on their palms gripping their kunai. The atmosphere at the gate shifted from fervent adoration to a chilling silence. That person is the monster from the underground exchange. Someone recognized Kakuto's garb, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. They could not comprehend why their godlike leader would return with such a hellish fiend. Yuan Yi offered no explanation. He simply continued forward, parting the crowd that instinctively recoiled from him, striding toward the administrative building at the village's center. Kakuto followed expressionlessly. He reveled in this fear. Money and fear were the most reliable commodities in this world. In the top-floor conference room of the administrative building, Yizong stood by the window, observing the bizarre scene unfolding below, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably. The elder Guchuan, known for his eloquence, now seemed somewhat at a loss for words. Seated cross-legged beside the main seat, the elder's eyes were closed, appearing to be in deep meditation, though his fingers, slightly twisting the prayer beads, betrayed his inner unrest. Anyone who could be brought back by Lord Yuan Yi was certainly not an ordinary individual. The door swung open. Yuan Yi entered. Yizong and Guchuan immediately rose, respectfully lowering their heads. My lord. Yuan Yi took his seat at the main position, while Kakuto stood silently behind him like a statue, his dark green eyes scanning the room and its occupants with indifference. Yizong felt his heart tighten under that gaze. Allow me to introduce you. Yuan Yi's voice shattered the suffocating silence. This is Kakuto. From today onward, he shall serve as the finance minister of our village of grass, responsible for managing all financial flows and asset allocations. Finance minister? Yizong's mind short-circuited. He had contemplated countless possibilities. Perhaps a new terrifying weapon to intimidate foes or the commander of a secret force. But a finance minister? To entrust a rogue ninja renowned for greed and cruelty with money? What an astonishing turn of events. Elder Guchuan slowly opened his eyes. In his murky gaze, there was no fear, only an understanding and awe of the deeper strategy at play. He slightly bowed to Kakuto, stating, "The village's coffers shall henceforth be entrusted to you, Lord Kakuto." Kakuto's dark green eyes finally regarded the frail elder directly for the first time. He saw no fear in the elder's demeanor, only an equal appraisal. The accounts. Kakuto finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if it emerged from the grave. I wish to review the village's income and expenditure details from the past 3 years. Also, how is my compensation calculated? Yizong felt his eyelids twitch at the absurdity. Did this fellow truly believe he was here for a job? Yuan Yi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Compensation will be performance-based. Of the 10 million ryo you earn for the village, 1 million shall be yours. Kakuto's perpetually vacant eyes suddenly sparkled. It was the glint of a shark sensing blood. He turned to Yuan Yi, and for the first time, his raspy voice held a hint of genuine sincerity. Deal. Chapter 74. The Devil's Ledger. The administrative building in the village of Grass now housed a finance department that all ninjas would avoid. Once, this place was the territory of Yi Zhang's trusted confidants, abundant with resources and imbued with a relaxed atmosphere, where the scent of fine tea wafted through the air every afternoon. But now, it is as silent as a grave. The air is devoid of the fragrance of tea, replaced only by the musty odor of old paper and the cold, rusty scent of coins. Every ninja entering or exiting this place does so hurriedly, their faces pale as if they have just emerged from an interrogation chamber, walking on tiptoe, fearful that their footsteps might disturb the devil inside, who is meticulously calculating accounts. Deep within the office, Kakuzu, the newly appointed Minister of Finance, sits behind a stack of ledgers taller than himself. He does not glance at anyone. His dark green eyes are fixed intently on the abacus in his hands, his well-defined fingers deftly manipulating it, producing a series of crisp and chilling clicking sounds. To Yizong, that sound is more jarring than the scythe of death itself. Kakuzu. Yizong stands at the doorway, his corpulent figure bending into a humble arc, a familiar sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Yet the cold sweat on his brow is unrelenting. Speak, Kakuzu commands, not lifting his head, the sound of the abacus continuing without pause. Yes, indeed. Yizong stammeringly rubs his hands, cautiously organizing his words. The newly cultivated farmland in the Eastern District is approaching the spring sowing season, necessitating the procurement of a batch of new farming tools. Moreover, the placement fees for the group of wandering ninjas recruited last month also require attention. Farming tools. With a budget of 320,000 ryo, Kakuzu's voice is devoid of warmth. The prices from the Black Soil Merchant Association of the Iron Country are 40% lower than those from your distant relative last time, with 20% better quality. The contract has been drafted. You merely need to affix your seal. Yi Zhang's smile becomes frozen on his face. As for those 37 newcomers, Kakuzu finally pauses, lifting his gaze. His dark green eyes resemble bottomless ancient wells, sending chills down Yi Zhang's spine. Of those, 7 have a task completion rate below 90%. 12 have a gambling habit, entering casinos more than twice within 3 days, and 3 are wanted by a Wagakure, burdened with cases that could invite diplomatic troubles. He pauses, as if calculating something. In total, 22 individuals, with a net value of negative. Their placement fees will be deducted from your personal salary. What? Yi Zhang exclaims, his face quivering. That cannot be. They are talents that the village has painstakingly recruited. Talents? Kakuzu's lips curl into a derisive smirk. A waste that cannot even control their own desires is worthy of being called a talent? Yi Zhang, let me remind you. The city of grass is not a garbage dump. He slowly rises, his towering figure casting a shadow over Yi Zhang. In the past 3 years, you have overseen a total of 174 procurement projects. Among them, 93 had a markup exceeding 30%. The total amount embezzled is 13,420,000 ryo. Kakuzu's voice is calm, as if reciting ordinary figures. Do you know how much that is? He extends a finger, gently tapping Yi Zhang's corpulent chest. This sum is sufficient to provide all the lower ninjas in the village with 3 sets of the finest equipment. Yi Zhang's body begins to tremble violently. He feels as if he is not facing a man, but a devil composed of data and wealth, devoid of any emotion. This devil has unearthed all his clandestine dealings hidden in darkness and laid them bare under the unforgiving light of cold numbers. I did it for the village, to manage relations, he stammers in a feeble defense. I do not care for your reasons. Kakuzu's voice is low yet filled with undeniable authority. From now on, every ryo in the village must be spent where it can generate value. Should I discover any unnecessary losses in the accounts, his dark green eyes narrow slightly, I will personally extract your heart to ascertain its true worth. Thud. Yi Zhang can no longer bear the pressure. His legs give way, and he collapses onto the floor, his sweat soaking through his lavish robe. Kakuzu does not spare him another glance, returning to his pile of ledgers as the cold, cruel sound of the abacus resumes. After what seems an eternity, Yi Zhang scrambles out of the finance department. Leaning against the cold wall, he gasps for breath, feeling as if he has just returned from the brink of death. That man is a devil, Yi Zhang rasps, unsure to whom he is speaking. But sometimes, a devil is more useful than a deity. Elder Furukawa appears at the end of the corridor, observing Yi Zhang's disheveled state without uttering a word, yet a flicker of understanding passes through his murky old eyes. The village's treasury has increased by 30% this month compared to last. Yi Zhang is taken aback. It dawns upon him that during this month, when fear has tortured him sleeplessly, this man he deemed a devil has, through his brutally logical approach, generated astonishing wealth for the city. He suddenly comprehends. Lord Yagura did not bring back a mere enforcer or monster, but rather the sharpest scalpel capable of slicing through the world's hypocritical facades to reach the very core of profit. This scalpel has excised the rot from the village, leaving him, its leader, heartbroken. Yet, this giant known as the City of Grass stands more firmly than ever. Chapter 75. Ripples beyond the chessboard in the land of fire. The capital. In the courtyard of the daimyo's residence, meticulously trimmed pines cast serene shadows, while the koi in the pond lazily flick their tails, as if even time has slowed down. The man from the land of grass has recently been in the limelight, remarks the daimyo of the land of fire. A middle-aged man with a regal demeanor and an air of superiority, as he lifts his teacup and gently blows on the floating tea leaves. A hint of amusement in his tone. Opposite him sits the visiting daimyo of the land of earth. This man is more robust, with thick fingers, resembling a general more than a pampered noble. Humph, it's more than just fame. My envoy reported that the so-called City of Grass is nearing the prosperity of some key towns in the land of earth. Trade routes, taxes, population. This fellow seems to have suddenly found his calling. Times create heroes. The daimyo of the land of fire chuckles dismissively. Frightened by the wars among Konoha, the Wagakure, and Tsunade, he realizes without a solid rear, his position as daimyo is precarious. Understanding the investment in ninjas and the consolidation of the populace is merely a sign of his awareness. I reckon it is not investment, but rather he has poured the entire national treasury into it. The Land of Earth daimyo frowns, evidently concerned. That city is like a bottomless pit, consuming wealth while miraculously generating public support and prosperity. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The Land of Fire daimyo sets down his teacup leisurely. What could be amiss? He is merely a fat man backed against the cliff, unleashing his survival potential. As long as he pays tribute on time and doesn't trouble us, let him flounder as he pleases. A sheep confined in a cage, no matter how plump, remains just a sheep. The Land of Earth daimyo falls silent for a moment before nodding in reluctant agreement. Indeed, no matter how he flails, it is but a small land of grass. In the shadows of these behemoths, how much storm can a mere ripple create? On the official road leading to the city of grass, a caravan of a dozen carts moves slowly forward. The wheels roll over the solid, well-maintained ground, raising less dust than elsewhere. Father, look, is that the city of grass? A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, clings to the cart window, pointing excitedly at the clearly outlined city in the distance. Her face bore the pallor of prolonged malnutrition, yet her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Her father, a weathered cloth merchant, peered out, gazing at the city bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. His throat tightened, and he felt a swell of emotion behind his eyes. He hailed from a small nation ravaged repeatedly by war, where ninjas embodied the harbingers of death, and samurais were akin to wolves preying on the weak. He had witnessed neighbors brutally beaten to death for failing to pay protection fees, and he had seen his wife bowing submissively before passing ninjas for a mere half of a moldy rice ball. Until half a year ago, a rumor, like dandelion seeds, drifted into that land of despair. Go to the Land of Grass. There lies a new city that imposes no head tax and allocates land to the displaced. The ninjas there do not steal your belongings. They help you catch thieves. The Lord of the land is a benevolent ruler who aims to ensure all his subjects live with dignity. Initially, no one believed it. However, when faced with the choice between starvation and a leap of faith, some inevitably chose the latter. He sold all his possessions and embarked on this unknown path with his wife and daughter. Now, the fabled paradise lay before him. At the city gates, there were no extorting guards, only a few clerks in neat uniforms gently registering the identities of those entering, even offering a bowl of hot tea to every weary traveler. The cloth merchant accepted the tea, feeling its warmth seep into his palms. He lowered his head, and the burning tears he could no longer contain fell onto the cart's yoke. This place was real, a sanctuary where common folk could live as human beings. In the hidden rock village, at the office of the Tsuchikage, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair, his aged face betraying unmasked disdain and avarice. He held in his hands a detailed report on the city of grass. Establish a city? Engage in trade? Shelter the displaced? Anoki crumpled the report into a ball, sneering. Does that gluttonous lord of the Land of Grass desire to hasten his demise? Before him, a hidden rock Jainin bowed, respectfully stating, Lord Tsuchikage, according to the report, the wealth reserves of the Grass City are astonishing. The monthly commercial tax revenue alone rivals our total mission rewards for a quarter. Oh, a sense of oppressive authority emanated from Anoki's diminutive frame, a mountain of gold, yet no dragon to guard it. Is this not an invitation for others to come and plunder? He commanded, relay my orders to the border troops. It's time they stretch their limbs. Sometimes, lost merchant caravans or wandering refugees require our protection. Yes, the Jainin accepted the command, bloodlust flickering in his eyes. In the world of ninjas, reason held no sway. Weakness was the original sin, and being affluent yet weak was a crime deserving of death. At the same time, in the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his wrinkled face. Before him lay another report concerning the Land of Grass. A village devoid of any shadow-level stronghold had rapidly transformed into a bustling commercial metropolis, rivaling the strongholds of great nations within merely 2 years. Hiruzen's voice, deep and gravelly, conveyed the absurdity of this development. Behind him, an umbu clad in a raccoon mask knelt silently. I have met the Lord of the Land of Grass. He is a greedy, short-sighted fool, incapable of anything beyond indulgence. If tasked with managing a latrine, he would let it overgrow with weeds. Wisdom glimmered in Hiruzen's eyes, a unique insight possessed by the seasoned ninja. Such a drastic transformation must have been orchestrated by an unseen hand. one we are yet unaware of. He tapped his pipe against the ashtray, producing a soft sound. Has there been any news from Jiraiya? Report to the Hokage. Lord Jiraiya is still traversing the land of rain, searching for the child of prophecy, and no new intelligence has been received. Is that so? Hiruzen pondered momentarily, then rose and approached the vast map. His gaze fell upon the diminutive territory of the land of grass, his expression growing gravely serious. A nation that is affluent, prosperous, and populous, but lacks formidable military protection. It is not merely a piece of rich meat. It is bait, a colossal lure capable of stirring the currents of the entire ninja world. He turned to the umbu behind him, issuing orders. Dispatch the finest sensory unit to infiltrate. I need to uncover what lies beneath that resplendent city, whether it is paradise or a deeper hell. Chapter 76. The last brick and stone in the city of grass. Atop the administrative building, the highest point in the city, stood Yuan Yi, who frequented this place. The wind surged through the open windows, carrying the essence of human life from the bustling streets below. The cacophony of voices, the cries of merchants, and the laughter of children intertwined to compose a symphony of prosperity. Yet, Yuan Yi paid no heed to these sights. His consciousness was immersed in a faint blue light screen, visible only to him, constructed of data. Template 3. Unlock progress. 999. Unlock conditions. Establish or control an independent ninja force recognized by the world, collective consciousness. Current assessment. The prosperity of the Grass City has captured the profound attention of the world's collective consciousness. This condition will be met once the comprehensive strength of this force, military, economic, population, is acknowledged as the sixth great nation by the ninja world. 999. This number had remained static for half a month, like an invisible, resilient membrane, no matter how he enriched the city or how many displaced individuals flocked to it. The progress bar did not budge. Yuan Yi slowly closed his eyes. He understood. Prosperity, population, and wealth were merely embellishments in a world painted in blood and fire. They could attract covetous gazes and earn hollow praise, yet they would not garner genuine recognition. In this world, to attain equality and etch one's name upon the stone tablet of the ninja realm, there existed but one path. A resounding victory, proclaiming one's existence to the world through the blood and terror of adversaries. Acknowledgement is not bestowed, it is seized. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy, oppressive knocking resonated. Enter. The door swung open, and in filed Yazong, Elder Furukawa, and Kukzu, cloaked in black, seemingly merging with the shadows. The expressions on their faces were starkly different. Yazong was unable to conceal his anxiety, his luxurious attire wrinkled from days of travel. Elder Furukawa remained as stoic as a pine, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Only Kakazu bore a countenance that melded anger with brutality. My lord, Yazong spoke first, his voice dry. The spies sent by the Leaf have captured 3 batches, each comprised of Root's dead men, unable to divulge anything. Yet the populace is in a state of panic. Rumors of an impending attack from the Leaf cannot be suppressed. Yuan Yi remained silent, shifting his gaze toward Kakazu. Kakazu stepped forward, slamming a hefty ledger onto the table with a resounding thud that shook the fine wooden surface. In the hidden rock village, Kakazu's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. They unexpectedly triggered 3 minor landslides along the border, severing our 3 main trade routes to the north. Last month, 17 caravans that had long collaborated with us were ravaged by mountain bandits, their goods entirely lost, and not a single person returned. Those marauders employed the earth escape technique of a Wagakure. He extended 5 fingers, and within those dark green eyes lay a chilling light capable of freezing one's soul. The direct financial loss amounted to 53 million ryo, while the potential damage to our commercial reputation is incalculable. Those scoundrels from a Wagakure are foolishly incinerating my treasury. For Kakazu, this is more excruciating than a direct assassination. Then, Elder Furukawa sighed, his aged voice imbued with profound weariness. My lord, Konoha is probing us, and a Wagakure is applying pressure. They resemble 2 sharks sensing blood, circling around our vessel, which is still under construction. At present, our foundation is unstable. What we require most is time. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize ourselves internally. I believe the urgent task is to retract our defenses and temporarily avoid confrontation. A heavy silence enveloped the meeting room. Anxiety, Anger, and various negative emotions fermented within the confines, suffocating the air. After a long pause, Yuani rose and approached the expansive map of the land of grass. He did not gaze upon the flourishing land beneath his feet, nor the vast territory of the land of fire to the south. His finger glided across the boundary of the land of grass, gently tapping on the earthy yellow area representing the land of earth, symbolizing mountains and rocks. Evade, he uttered softly, the word laced with a mocking undertone. YZ Furukawa and Kakuzu were taken aback. Yuani turned, his pale blue eyes calmly sweeping over the three of them. You are all mistaken. His voice was light, yet resonated with a gravity that made their hearts skip a beat. Konoha's probing and Iwagakure's pressure were not threats. He moved to the window, overlooking the vibrant city he had single-handedly forged, a cold smile gracing his lips, imbued with infinite ambition. That was the last stone delivered by the consciousness of the world. A tombstone laying the foundation for our sixth great nation. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the meeting room seemed to crystallize. YZ gaped, his mind blank. Elder Furukawa's murky old eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Even Kakuzu, whose eyes were typically only brightened by gold, ignited for the first time with a flame of madness. Yuani redirected his gaze to the map, his unremarkable voice carrying an undeniable command that could send tremors throughout the ninja world. Relay the order. Recall all ninjas. Our current strength holds no chance against any nation. In my absence, should we face an enemy invasion, activate the defensive barrier immediately. And Kakuzu will serve as the temporary commander. Since Iwagakure enjoys stretching their limbs, we shall indulge them in a proper game. He paused, his eyes reflecting the light from outside, cold and indifferent as a deity surveying a chessboard. Their target is our coffers. My target is their borders. Chapter 77. I am your backbone. The central administrative building of the Grass City appeared somewhat different today. The highest conference hall, usually reserved for elite jonin and department heads, was now overflowing with attendees. The air was thick with a complex aroma of sweat, anticipation, tension, and confusion. The jonin, led by Elder Furukawa, occupied the front row, their expressions solemn like stone statues. Behind them were dozens of chunin representatives, seasoned warriors adorned with an inescapable aura of battle, now huddled in groups, whispering their speculations with furtive glances. What is the meaning of this? Why have the commoners been summoned? Who knows what that lord is thinking? A one-eyed chunin, missing an arm, leaned against the wall, coldly observing the scene. Further back were the youthful genin, the newest blood in this burgeoning city, fervently casting adoring glances at the empty seat of authority, their cheeks flushed with excitement as if about to witness a miracle. Most conspicuous were the several civilian representatives standing at the back. A portly merchant leader clad in silk constantly dabbed at the sweat on his brow, his gaze darting anxiously among the ninjas. A dark-skinned, thick-fingered old farmer fidgeted with his clothing, staring at the lavish hall as if in a dream. And a bespectacled accountant meticulously calculated the construction costs in his mind. This pillar must be crafted from golden silk namu, right? TSK, how much would that cost? Gathering individuals of varying identities and social standings to discuss the village's future was unprecedented in the history of the Grass Ninja Village. In the shadows of a corner, Kakuzu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his dark green eyes scanning the room with indifference. He was calculating. Foolishness. This meeting, from inception to conclusion, was projected to last 2 hours, with 217 ninjas and 13 civilians present. The direct economic loss from work disruption was 1,720,000 ryo, while the administrative costs to gather them amounted to 30,000 ryo. The time spent on trivial talk was priceless. He even contemplated whether to attribute this loss to the organizer. YZ stood beside the main seat, feeling his back damp with sweat. He was unaware of what Lord Yuani intended. This uncertainty was more terrifying than any known danger. Creak. The heavy wooden door swung open. The once boisterous conference hall fell into a profound silence. Hyuga Yuani, donned in his customary white haori, strode in. He did not approach the seat symbolizing supreme authority, but instead positioned himself at the center of the hall, becoming the focal point of all eyes. I have summoned you all to announce a matter. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear, as though whispered directly. He surveyed the room, his pale blue eyes calmly scanning the fervor and vigilance on the faces of the ninjas, as well as the awe and unease among the civilians. From this day forth, he paused, allowing everyone a brief moment to breathe before unleashing a bombshell that left them breathless. The land of grass shall no longer require a daimyo. Boom. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? No daimyo? Then what are we? Has he lost his mind? Is this a rebellion? Are we establishing a nation? YZ's complexion turned ashen in an instant, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed. Gripping the table beside him, he barely managed to support his weight. It's over. All over. If that rotund daimyo were to find out Yuani paid no heed to the uproar and continued in his calm tone, delivering the latter half of his declaration. Military and political affairs will be unified. This time, even Elder Furukawa slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of clarity igniting within their cloudiness. Long live Lord Yuani. Unbeknownst to whom, a young ninja was the first to shout, igniting a wildfire of fervor among the younger ninjas, their clamorous support nearly threatening to lift the roof off. If I may speak plainly, Lord Yuani. A hoarse but powerful voice sliced through the fervent tide like a knife. All eyes turned toward the source. It was the one-armed Chunin. He stepped out from the crowd, approaching Yuani, bowing deeply, yet when he raised his head, his solitary eye was filled with unwavering skepticism. Once, do you remember the land of whirlpools? He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The Uzumaki clan was immensely powerful, their sealing techniques instilling fear throughout the ninja world. They were a formidable force, both militarily and politically. But what was the outcome? They were perceived as a grave threat by neighboring nations, united in their assault, and in a single night, their nation was annihilated. His inquiry fell upon the audience like a bucket of ice water. In terms of strength and heritage, how could our grass city compare to the once mighty land of whirlpools? What do we have to fend off the iron tide of a Wagakure? What do we possess to confront a behemoth like Konoha, relying on our remaining soldiers? The hall fell into an oppressive silence. The once fervent lower ninjas now appeared pale. Even the president of the merchant guild regarded Yuan Yi with a gaze akin to that reserved for a madman. Indeed, if even the powerful Uzumaki had fallen, what right did we have? With Yuan Yi present, we fear nothing. A loyal ninja retorted loudly, though his voice lacked conviction. I am the conviction. Yuan Yi spoke. He gazed at the one-eyed Chunin who had raised doubts, offering no explanations, no reassurances, nor grand visions. He merely stated a fact that, in his eyes, was profoundly simple. His pale blue eyes reflected not a ripple of emotion, as if revealing the truths of this world. What the Uzumaki lacked, we possess. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the shock and confusion etched on everyone's faces. Chapter 78. The Empire soon to be established. Just one word. As this word escaped Yuan Yi's lips, the entire conference hall seemed to have its sound and air siphoned away. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. Everyone's expressions froze. The fervor of the young lower ninjas, the skepticism of the seasoned Chunin, the terror of the merchant guild president, the bewilderment of the elderly farmer. All emotions were crushed before that singular word, transforming into a primal, pure astonishment. The one-eyed Chunin, standing before Yuan Yi, was as rigid as a statue, his remaining eye fixated on Yuan Yi, seeking any trace of arrogance, hubris, or a flaw of emotion on that unreasonably youthful face. Yet, he found nothing. Those pale blue eyes were as tranquil as an ancient, unyielding ice lake. Beneath the surface, there were no undercurrents, no ripples, nothing. This was not a proclamation of my conviction. It was an assertion of an undeniable fact, as certain as the sun rising and setting. What the Uzumaki lacked, we possess. In that instant, the one-eyed Chunin finally grasped the meaning of this statement. The Uzumaki clan possessed powerful sealing techniques, vast chakra, and a united family. Yet, what they lacked was a singular entity capable of transcending the very rules of the world. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, under the astonished gazes of all. The once unyielding one-eyed Chunin, known for his toughness, suddenly faltered, falling to his knees. He lowered his head deeply, the wound from his severed arm twitching with the violent tremors of his body. He was not submitting to a leader. He was venerating a deity walking among men. His kneeling served as a signal, the first domino to fall. Those seasoned warriors behind him, equally battle-hardened and proud, transformed their struggles and doubts into silent sighs before one by one, they knelt. The young ninjas, already enraptured by this fervent atmosphere, knelt without hesitation, their eyes ablaze with a worshipful fire capable of incinerating all. Lastly, the commoners. The corpulent merchant guild president trembled like a leaf, witnessing the sea of kneeling ninjas. His mind blank as he instinctively followed suit, fearing that standing might render him conspicuously out of place. Yizo, too, could no longer hold firm. He released his grip on the table, sliding down to the carpet. He did not look at Yuani, merely gazing vacantly at the ornate chandelier above. Is this the end? No, it is the beginning. An era of madness, initiated by this youth, one that no one could comprehend or predict. In the corner, only Kakuzu remained standing. He crossed his arms, leaning against the cold wall, his dark green eyes scanning the kneeling figures. His mind raced at an extraordinary pace. Abolishing the daimyo and merging military and political power. This was tantamount to suicide in the ninja world. It meant willingly discarding the daimyo as a shield, exposing oneself directly to the gaze of all powerful nations, becoming a target. War was inevitable. War meant enormous consumption. The costs of armaments, pensions, and logistics were astronomical, capable of devouring mountains of gold. Yet, Kakuzu's gaze ultimately fell upon the slender figure standing in the center of the hall, accepting the reverence of all. But what if we could win the war? What if this man could truly suppress a great nation with his singular strength? What would that signify? Spoils of war, reparations, new lands, and all taxes from the conquered nations. Kakuzu's breath quickened at that moment. His heart, long dulled by greed, suddenly thumped with unexpected vigor. This was no mere business transaction. This was a gamble that risked the entire world, and he had become an unwilling participant in this game. Rise. Yuan Yi's voice echoed once more, still calm, yet it felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon all who knelt. Ignoring their complex gazes, he walked directly back to the enormous map. My decision is not up for debate. From the moment it was uttered, it became the supreme law of the land of grass. He turned to gaze at Yizo. Yizo. Yes, my lord. Yizo sprang to his feet, scrambling to comply. Draft a new code of laws and establish new administrative departments. I want to see a draft within 3 days. Yes, yes. Yizo nodded vigorously, aware that he had no choice. Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to Elder Furukawa. Elder Furukawa, you are in charge of maintaining order within the city and calming the populace. Elder Furukawa slowly rose, bowing deeply to Yuan Yi. I shall obey, old man, at your service. After the meeting, Yuan Yi hastened to the daimyo's mansion. The residents of the Grass Country's daimyo sat in a tranquil corner of Grass City, contrasting sharply with the imposing administrative building. It resembled a meticulously maintained garden. There were no stern guards, only a few elderly servants tending to the flowers, and a pond of leisurely koi. News traveled faster than Yuan Yi's footsteps. Upon entering the courtyard, he found the mansion steeped in silence. Even the wind seemed to have frozen. The daimyo of the Grass Country, rumored to be a gluttonous and short-sighted man, sat cross-legged by the pond in simple attire. Before him lay a pot of tea that had long gone cold and a plate of exquisite pastries, untouched. He did not turn around, merely observing the koi chasing after floating weeds in the pond, as if seeking to discern his own fate through them. He was not foolish. Quite the opposite. He was astute. Astute enough to know when to relinquish power and when to feign ignorance. He had long recognized the terrifying potential lurking within the youth named Yuan Yi. Thus, he chose to let go. He granted the entire nation's resources to the youth, allowing him to wreak havoc, while he himself comfortably reveled in the dividends of prosperity. He believed this would be a tacit, enduring partnership. Until half an hour ago, the contents of that meeting thundered into his ears. A soft footfall echoed behind him. The corpulent figure of the Lord trembled imperceptibly. He did not turn around, nor did he need to. That overwhelming presence, which seemed capable of consuming all light and warmth around, belonged to no one but that person. The courtyard fell into a prolonged silence, broken only by the sound of koi stirring the pond with their tails. You have taken good care of Grass City over the years. Yuani's voice shattered the stillness. It was flat and cold, as though recounting an event unrelated to himself. But there are some things I must do. The Lord's shoulders sagged. The flush of color drained from his once rosy face. He understood that the final judgment had arrived. He thought he would feel fear, anger, and a sense of injustice. Yet, when the moment truly came, all that remained in his heart was an overwhelming fatigue. He slowly turned around, for the first time genuinely facing the youth who had upended his entire nation. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the koi in the pond to seem to lose patience and disperse. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse as if he had not had a drink in ages. I believe you will take Grass Country to unprecedented heights. His gaze was unexpectedly clear. devoid of any resentment, only the purest form of rationality belonging to a political being. However, the 5 great nations will not permit a nation where military and politics are unified to exist. You understand the fate of the whirlpool country better than I do. He fixed his gaze intensely on Yuani's pale blue eyes, posing the pivotal question that determined everyone's fate. Can you withstand this? Yuani regarded him with a tranquil expression, as if observing a stone by the roadside. Yes, just one word. It was neither a promise nor a guarantee, far from a declaration of arrogance. It was merely a statement of fact. The Lord was taken aback. He had envisioned countless responses, imagined how the other would sketch blueprints, display military might, and analyze pros and cons. But he had never anticipated such a simple, almost unreasonable 2-word reply. Yes. He repeated the word in contemplation before smiling, a complex smile infused with relief, absurdity, and liberation. He understood. Both he and the 5 great nations abided by the rules of mortals, engaging in a game on the chessboard. And this person before him was the embodiment of the rules themselves. He slowly stood up, adjusting his perhaps last-worn ceremonial attire, a symbol of his status, and bowed deeply to Yuani. I entrust this nation to you. Yuani offered no response. He turned away, his white haori slicing through the breeze, creating a sharp arc as he walked out of the courtyard. The imperial throne of the old era silently turned to dust behind him, while a brand new throne, soon to be forged in blood and fire, awaited its master ahead. Chapter 79. The dawn of a new era. The meeting struck like a searing brand upon the nerves of Grass City. News spread faster than the wind. In a tavern in the southern part of the city, the sounds of shattering glass and heated arguments melded into the sole backdrop of the establishment. He's gone mad. He must be insane. Abolishing the Lord? Unifying military and politics? Does he want to turn this place into the second whirlpool country? A red-faced Arnin slammed his palm on the table, spilling drinks everywhere. You don't understand a thing. A young ninja, bearing a scar across his face, abruptly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Lord Yuani is our savior. What he says is law here. Whirlpool country. Do they have Lord Yuani? Huh. Savior? Law? The samurai sneered, his drunken eyes filled with disdain. Kid, I've seen more wars than you've had rice balls. Whirlpool country once boasted unparalleled sealing techniques, yet was still wiped out. When the rock folk of Awagakure come charging with their dust techniques, ask your savior if he can dig you out of the ground. The argument quickly escalated into an all-out brawl, but no one truly cared about winning or losing. In the streets, panic reigned. Silk merchants huddled together, their faces etched with more wrinkles than the ledgers in their hands. It's over, it's over. Just as we made connections to the north, this war will ruin everything. Not just ruin. Damn it, I have a shipment on the way. If those unreasonable rock folk intercept it, it'll be fodder for dogs. Fodder for dogs? At least dogs know to wag their tails. Those fiends will chew your bones to dust. The common folk were more direct, gathered around the newly posted announcement. Their expressions a mix of fear, confusion, and a flicker of suppressed hope. They couldn't comprehend what military and politics unified meant, but they could read the boldest ink on the announcement. All who die for the nation shall have their families compensated for life by Grass City, with education costs for their children waived. Is this real, dear? A woman clutching a child tugged urgently at her husband's sleeve. The man stared at the line, his eyes unblinking, contemplating for an extended period before hoarsely replying, I don't know, but if it is true, my life would be worth selling. The administrative building had transformed into a high-speed machine on the verge of collapse. In Yizhang's office, the lights burned through the night without respite. His once constant, oily smile was now marred by bloodshot eyes, and his corpulent body visibly shrank within a mere 3 days. Quick, quick, where's the list for the 3rd batch of conscription supplies? Why hasn't he reached logistics yet? He bellowed at a subordinate, his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Do you want our brothers on the front lines to face a Wagakure with nothing but sticks? The ninja's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Lord Yizong, we haven't slept in 3 days. Shut up. Will a Wagakure show mercy because you haven't slept? Yizong kicked over a chair beside him, his chest heaving violently. He longed for the days when all he needed to do was pocket bribes and flatter superiors. At least then. Tea was hot, and the coffers were full. In stark contrast to the chaos of the administrative building was the finance department. It was as quiet as a freshly nailed coffin. The air was filled only with the crisp sound of abacus beads and the rustle of paper. Kaku, the finance minister, coldly scrutinized a budget request for upgrading the frontline ninja equipment, hastily sent over by Yizong. Rejected. He picked up a pen and drew a cold cross on the document. The logistics department head, an old ninja who had lost an arm in battle, could no longer restrain himself. Lord Kaku, this is a request personally approved by Lord Yuani for the elite first unit's equipment upgrade. It concerns morale. Kaku raised his eyes. His dark green gaze devoid of any emotion. Lord Yuani only said to upgrade the equipment, not to replace it with this gold-trimmed, utterly useless trash. He extracted another blueprint from a pile of documents and tossed it across the table. This is the standard armor redesigned by the craftsmen of the Iron Country. Defense increased by 15%, weight reduced by 10. Most importantly, he paused, adding in a matter-of-fact tone, the cost is only a third of your request. War is not determined by the brilliance of one's armor, but rather by who, in the end, can still retain a single coin in their treasury. The dead require no morale. The old ninja parted his lips, ultimately saying nothing, and silently picked up the new design blueprint. The armor depicted within was grotesque and cumbersome. Devoid of any superfluous embellishments, every line exuded a pragmatic utilitarianism, focused solely on survival rather than aesthetics. He gazed at the blueprint, then at the man seated behind the ledger, suddenly comprehending. What this man brought back was not fear, but a colder, more chilling rule known as survival. The old ninja bowed deeply towards the man known as Kato. Atop the highest roof of the grass village, the wind howled fiercely. Yuani stood resolutely, like a nail driven into the ground. He did not glance toward a Wagakure or Konoha. Instead, his eyes were fixed upon the pale blue light screen. Template number 3. Progress unlocked. 999. The numbers remained unchanged. Recognition from the world is not granted merely by shouting a slogan. The anger of Noki, the ambivalence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fears and hopes of the townspeople were merely the prelude. The progress bar demands a sacrifice. He turned his gaze toward the land of earth, his expression composed. The Wagakure would serve as the finest offering to this new era. That final 01 must be filled with blood. It seems it will rain, he muttered absently. Chapter 80. The thunder named Yuan Yi 40 years in Konoha, late spring. A decree of abdication was posted in the most conspicuous notice board of the grass village, without any official channels or prior notification to neighboring countries. The paper was unremarkable, yet the ink appeared as if written in blood. The former daimyo of the land of grass announced his voluntary abdication and the transfer of all powers to the highest leader of the grass village, Hyuga Yuani. At the end of the decree lay the daimyo's seal, a glaring red emblem that had been used for half a lifetime. The news ignited like a lit fuse, spreading throughout the entire ninja world overnight. In the land of fire, at the base of Konoha, the dank, humid basement was permeated with the scent of decay. Bang! A table crafted from superior ironwood groaned under the weight of Shimura Danzo's fist, spiderweb-like cracks grotesquely spreading across its surface. Before him, a root ninja knelt on one knee, bowing lower, nearly ceasing to breathe. Hyuga Yuani. Danzo's voice emerged from deep within his throat, a rusty roar. His exposed eye was bloodshot, not from rage, but from the utter shattering of a plan, the open trampling of authority, a profound brutality. A tool he once deemed easily manipulated, a waste that should have been eternally shackled by the cursed seal of a caged bird, had now become the first true ninja to reign as a king over a nation in history. This was not merely a slap in the face to Konoha. It was Danzo's face being ground into the dirt in a manner visible to all. This was the fruit of your indulgence, Sarutobi, he bellowed. Akin to a beast trapped in a cage, an uncontrollable monster, a malignancy that would shake the very foundations of the ninja world. Send the orders down. His chilling voice lowered the temperature of the entire basement. Activate the crow plan. I care not what kind of king he is, in my eyes. He will forever be the rogue ninja of Konoha that must be eliminated. Hyuga clan, main house. The atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified iron. All the clan elders sat upright. Their expressions, usually calm and composed, were now ashen. No one spoke, nor dared to utter a sound. A child from the branch family had risen to become the daimyo before their very eyes. This was no longer a disgrace. It was a complete subversion and mockery of the rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga clan, which had endured for millennia, of the distinctions between main and branch, master and servant. Hyuga Rin, the patriarch of the clan, finally broke the silence. His voice was dry and hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed from between his teeth. Our foundation, our pride, has now become a laughingstock. He closed his eyes, his wrinkled face twitching with extreme humiliation. He could even envision how the villagers, the remnants of the Uchiha and Senju clans, would regard them with the disdain reserved for clowns. He must be brought back. An elder's voice commanded with undeniable authority. By any means necessary, he must be returned to Konoha, to kneel here and face the clan's judgment. However, the response to his words was a silence even more profound. Bring him back? Such words were spoken lightly. That man was now a sovereign. Behind him stood an increasingly formidable military fortress and a living legend named Kato. More importantly, that youth was a monster they could not comprehend. Judgment? Hyuga Rin opened his eyes, and for the first time, his murky pupils revealed a sense of powerlessness. With what shall we judge him? In an unnamed small town. A casino. The atmosphere was raucous, filthy, saturated with the stench of sweat, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Tsunade threw her last chip onto the table, then tilted her head back to gulp down a large mouthful of liquor. She had been losing here for 3 straight days and nights. Have you heard? Something significant has occurred in the land of grass. What happened? Did a YORIICHI conquer it? It's even more outrageous. Their fat daimyo abdicated, handing the position to a ninja. What? Are you mad? Which ninja possesses such capability? Apparently, they call him Hyuga something. Oh yes, Hyuga Yuani, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Crack. The sake cup in Tsunade's hand shattered. The clear liquid mixed with crimson blood, dripping through her pale fingers onto the filthy gambling table. The entire casino seemed to have been muted. All eyes focused on the woman who suddenly radiated an aura of terror. Tsunade paid no heed to anyone. She slowly raised her head, and in her beautiful amber eyes, the intoxication and confusion were replaced by an unprecedented, razor-sharp glimmer. Yuan Yi, it is you. She stood up, slamming a heavy pouch of money onto the dealer's table. All my debts. Then, she turned and, under the watchful gaze of all, walked step by step out of the darkness that had ensnared her for so long. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. She squinted her eyes, looking toward the direction of the land of grass. At the border of the land of earth, Jiraiya sat atop a massive toad's head, pen in hand. Yet he had not written a single word for some time. A small toad leapt from his lap, depositing a freshly received piece of intelligence upon his manuscript. Jiraiya merely glanced at it and sighed deeply. That boy has ultimately come to this point. His expression grew exceedingly complex, a mixture of shock, regret, and a hint of envy he himself had not recognized. Little Jiraiya, shall we still go to the land of rain? Fukasaku inquired quietly. Jiraiya shook his head. He stood, facing the wind laden with sand and stones blowing toward the heart of the land of earth, gazing at the land that was about to become the focus of the world. We shall not go. An old era is being forcibly concluded. His voice was scattered by the wind. A new era is boldly announcing its arrival. How could one possibly miss such a spectacle? Chapter 81. The Phantom named Tang. The Grass City is no longer the Grass City. This transformation began when the century-old wooden plaque, inscribed with the character for grass, was removed from the city gate. 2 silent ninjas, under the watchful eyes of the townspeople, who were either astonished, terrified, or bewildered, worked together to hang a brand new sign. A black background with golden characters, elegantly swirling, Tang City. Simultaneously, alongside the abdication edict from the former daimyo, a new announcement was added. It bore no elaborate prose. Just a few lines, yet it wielded a more subversive power than the previous decree. From this day forth, the land of grass shall be renamed the land of Tang. The ruler, Hinata Yuenichi, like a drop of boiling oil splashing into a seething pot. Tang. What Tang? Is it the sugar of candy? A little girl with horn braids tugged at her father's clothing, looking up with curiosity. Her father, a small merchant running a grocery store in the city, turned pale, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. He did not know what Tang was, but he understood that the heavens had changed. In the tavern, a rogue samurai who had been shouting just days before that Yuanichi was mad now sat dazed in a corner, staring into his cup of sake, as if the reflection within revealed a world he did not recognize, one on the brink of bloodshed. The land of iron, deep within the mountains, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, a fortress forged from steel and rock welcomed a group of visitors capable of shaking the world. The daimyos of the 5 great nations and the 5 kage gathered unprecedentedly around the same round table. The conference room had no windows, only cold walls and a ceiling light powered by chakra, casting a pale glow. The air was thick with tension, The Fire Country daimyo, maintaining his usual regal demeanor, tightly pressed his lips together, betraying his inner agitation. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a pipe, exhaled thick clouds of smoke that obscured his expression. The rugged face of the Earth Country daimyo turned a shade of purplish agony, as if on the verge of bursting. Behind him, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated with arms crossed, emanating a palpable sense of oppression from his diminutive form. A farce. A complete farce. Inoki was the first to speak, his voice sharp and biting, piercing through the heavy silence like a dagger. A mere branch of the Uchiha clan, a caged bird, now claims the title of ruler? And what is this Tang? Does he think this is child's play? He directed a scathing gaze, like a knife, at Sarutobi Hiruzen across the table. Sarutobi, is this the fruit of your teachings in Konoha? Unable to manage your own hound, and now you unleash it to wreak havoc upon the entire ninja world. Lord Inoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his voice low and impassive. Hinata Yuenichi has long since become a rogue ninja of Konoha. His actions are no longer associated with the village. Not relevant. The newly appointed, fiery-tempered third Reikage from the land of lightning slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to jump. A rogue ninja has taken over a nation and deposed its daimyo. This is a direct challenge to the order established by our 5 great nations. If he dares to reign in the land of grass today, will he not come to our cloud village tomorrow, demanding to know who shall occupy my Reikage seat? Now is not the time to assign blame, came the gravelly voice of the third Kazekage, who had remained silent, his hat obscuring his face. His words, worn by countless storms, were dry and icy. Reports indicate that Hinata Yuenichi has subdued Kakazu. Furthermore, he himself has directly defeated Kakazu. Can Konoha confirm this intelligence? All eyes turned once more towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyelids flickered. Clearly, this information had only recently come to Konoha. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. It can be confirmed. Huh? Inoki scoffed. A Konoha branch capable of defeating Kakazu head-on? Sarutobi, you old fox, you've hidden him well. The crux lies not in his strength. The third Mizukage, renowned for his enigma, spoke in his unique, moisture-laden tone. The focal point is his motivation for such actions. Deposing a daimyo and merging military and political power is a path to self-destruction. Even the once mighty land of Whirlpool met its demise for this very reason. He cannot be unaware of this truth. His words deepened the gravity on the faces of all the Kage present. Indeed, why? Why would a being of such strength, potentially surpassing even the Kage level, choose to tread this most foolish and perilous path? Because he is not challenging us. From a corner, the previously overlooked Shimura Danzo, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly interjected with a chilling tone. His single eye surveyed the room, exuding a cruel understanding of the praise, every tactic. He is humiliating us. He is using the most direct and brazen manner to declare to the world that the rules we abide by, the order we maintain, are worthless in his eyes. Konoha Village, 7th Training Ground. The setting sun elongated the shadows of 3 young figures. Yuenichi's fist connected forcefully with the wooden post before him, sending splinters flying. His face, usually radiant with sunlight, was now contorted with incomprehensible anger and disappointment. This is betrayal. Does he deserve the trust of the Hokage? Does he honor Tsunade? Uzumaki Kushina sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her fiery red hair dancing in the evening breeze. She said nothing, burying her head deeper. She recalled that boy with the Byakugan who always sat alone in a corner of the ninja academy, shrouded by an invisible barrier. He merely sought a place to belong. She murmured softly to herself, her voice barely audible. Namikaze Minato stood nearby, his azure eyes fixed on the blood-red sunset, silent for a long time. He was neither as furious as Rope Tree nor as sorrowful as Kushina. He felt a chilling dread. From the moment that boy decided to depose the daimyo and establish the land of Tang, he was no longer the companion with whom they trained and laughed. He had become the enemy of this world. And they were the ninjas of Konoha. Minato slowly clenched his fists. Rope Tree, Kushina. His voice was somewhat hoarse. We must prepare ourselves. The next time we see him, it may very well be on the battlefield. Chapter 82, The Hyena's Pact. Danzo's words fell like a drop of cold oil onto a scorching iron plate, producing a sound that made one cringe. And the entire conference room was enveloped in a stench of deathly silence. Humiliation. This term is more venomous than a challenge and more piercing than a threat. It is like an invisible needle, precisely piercing the hearts of every power broker in the room, filled with arrogance and authority. Enough. The one to break the silence was the Fire Country daimyo. The face that had been accustomed to privilege now bore no trace of grandeur, only a shadow of offended dignity. The crux of the matter is not what he intends to do, but rather what we will make him pay. He turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone more directive than negotiative. Sarutobi, Konoha must take a stance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, did not respond immediately. The flickering ember on the pipe illuminated his profound gaze, obscuring his true thoughts. A stance? The sharp laughter of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, reverberated once more. My stance is quite straightforward. That so-called land of Tang is right at the doorstep of my Iwagakure. If everyone agrees, I assure you, within a month, the flag of the land of grass will once again be raised over that territory. However, the daimyo must be replaced. He did not conceal his avarice. His demeanor suggested that the resplendent city managed by Kankuro was already a feast laid before him. Humph, replace the daimyo? The robust arm of the third Reikage, muscles bulging, crackled ominously. Noki, I fear your appetite is so gluttonous that you might choke on it. That land is a disgrace to the 5 great nations and should be purified collectively, not dominated by your Iwagakure alone. Well said. The previously silent wind shadow finally spoke. His voice rasped like 2 dry sandstones grinding against each other. Purification is acceptable, but the military expenses and compensations for the fallen, these require funding. Surely, the treasury of that city is substantial. I propose that post-war, neutral samurai from the land of iron intervene to assess all assets and allocate them based on troop contributions. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted. The camaraderie that had just flourished dissipated, replaced by a nauseating tension reminiscent of hyenas baring their teeth, calculating how much flesh each could bite off. The war had yet to begin, yet they were already negotiating the spoils. I concur with Lord Wind Shadow's suggestion. The Mizukage added lazily, as if detached from the matter. However, since this is a joint action of the 5 great nations, command must be clearly defined. Otherwise, scattered efforts will only lead to individual defeats. All eyes converged once more, for this was a matter more critical than the division of spoils. Who would command implied who would wield control over the war and thus dominate the post-war distribution of benefits. Iwagakure is willing to deploy 1,000 troops as the main assault, advancing directly from the Western Front. Noki asserted without hesitation. My Kumogakure will also send 1,000 troops, infiltrating from the Eastern Front to form a pincer movement with your Iwagakure. The Reikage countered sharply. Tsunade will contribute 1,000 elite forces to sever their escape route towards Konoha and directly target their administrative center and treasury, the Wind Shadow coldly declared, stating his price. The pressure shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. All gazes were fixed upon him. The number of troops Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, would commit would directly influence the trajectory of this war and the balance of power afterward. Standing behind Hiruzen, Danzo's single eye flickered with a barely perceptible urgency. To him, this was the perfect opportunity for Konoha to re-establish its authority and eradicate that blemish once and for all. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly set down his pipe. Konoha will deploy 3,000 troops. The room fell into stunned silence. 3,000? Noki raised an eyebrow, dripping with sarcasm. Sarutobi, are you dismissing us like beggars? Or do you still harbor illusions regarding that rogue ninja? Hinata Yueni, after all, hails from Konoha. No one knows his strength and hidden cards better than us. Ignoring Noki's provocation, Hiruzen spoke with the steadiness of a boulder. The 3,000 from Konoha will not be the main assault force, but will serve as a strategic reserve. They will carry the latest sealing scrolls and sensing equipment, tasked with constructing a blockade to prevent the Lord from fleeing post-defeat. He paused, casting a glance over all present. Also to deter certain individuals from using the guise of extermination to pocket the wealth of that city prematurely. This statement bore significant weight. The Wind Shadow's gaze turned frigid. The Reikage exhaled sharply. Noki glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old rival remained as cunning as ever, securing the critical positions of oversight and capture with minimal troops. What of Kirigakure? The Reikage turned his ire toward the Mizukage, who had remained aloof. 300, the Mizukage extended a finger. We will ensure the maritime blockade to cut off their water routes. An almost unreasonable number, yet none dared contest it. Ultimately, a pact filled with suspicion and greed, signed by the 5 great ninja villages, was hastily forged. A coalition of 6,500 troops would strike from 4 directions like 4 poisoned daggers, piercing the recently renamed land of Tang, a fragile territory. As the meeting concluded, attendees departed, each harboring ulterior motives. Sarutobi Hiruzen lingered until last, pausing momentarily as he passed Danzo. Danzo, he did not turn around, merely whispered, "I know what you're thinking." However, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must use its full strength. Until we fully grasp that child's hidden cards, Konoha cannot afford to be the first to charge headlong into disaster. Danzo's face, shrouded in shadow, betrayed no emotion. What if he is more fearsome than a lion? Hiruzen fell silent, slowly exiting the frigid conference room. The corridor beyond was stained with the crimson hue of the setting sun. He knew he was playing a perilous game. On the other side of the chessboard, the boy they regarded as prey might not have been a mere pawn from the beginning. He could very well be the one to overturn the entire board. Chapter 83. Eggs and Stones in Tang City. 7 days after the signboard was replaced, the streets were bustling with people, yet silence reigned. Even the cries of children were muted by the adults' hands covering their mouths. The air felt leaden, oppressive and heavy, making it difficult to stand upright. The patrolling ninjas had vanished, replaced by unfamiliar, tense-faced civilians transporting loads of sandbags, stones, and indistinguishable iron clumps toward the city walls. The new signboard of Tang City, with gold lettering on a black background, appeared grand, yet it emanated an inexplicable, unsettling aura. Many pondered in their hearts that life had become unbearable. In the highest room of the administrative building, the door was closed. Inside, it was quieter than outside, so silent one could hear the heartbeat of those within. Thud! A scroll, carrying a hint of earthiness, was tossed onto the table, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Kakuzu stood there, hands tucked into his sleeves. Like a wooden post, intelligence. Not cheap. YZ trembled, nearly sliding off his chair. He stammered, "What would the situation? Lord Kakuzu, are they not coming? Or is it merely a scare tactic?" His eyes were bloodshot. He and T slept soundly in days. Kakuzu did not lift his eyelids. His gaze fixed solely on YN, the 5 great nations, a coalition of 6,500 troops. They will split into 4 routes. The fastest will reach the city within 10 days. He paused, his voice as grating as sandpaper. For these few words, I spent 180,000 Rio. 3 informants are dead. A purely unprofitable venture. To him, the loss of life was trivial. It was the expenditure without returns that truly stung. 6,005. YZ's voice caught in his throat, his face pale as paper. 10 days. He slumped back into his chair, muttering. It's over the sky is falling 5 great nations, 6,500. What can we use to defend ourselves? Our heads? He lamented his earlier folly in joining this perilous endeavor. Now, there was no way to retreat, and they were all destined to sink together. Elder Furukawa sat there, eyes closed, fingers rapidly manipulating prayer beads, lips muttering some incantation. 6,005 against 1,000, all elite forces from the 5 great nations. Is this what war is? This is a death sentence. My lord. Yizong suddenly jolted upright from his chair, hastily rolling and crawling to Yuan Yi's side. My lord, let us seek peace. There is still time. Indeed. Return that position of the national leader, and we shall admit our faults. They demand money, and we shall pay. Is the treasury not full? Let us give it all to them. Our lives are at stake, my lord. Jiaodo's eyes swiftly darted towards Yizong. Pay them? Jiaodo's voice was low. Yet Yizong felt a chill run down his spine. Yizong, repeat that. Whose money are we giving to whom? Touching his treasury? Is this rotund man tired of living? Yizong trembled under Jiaodo's gaze, hastily shaking his head. No, my lord Jiaodo. That is not what I meant. It is a temporary measure. We must preserve our lives. Yuan Yi then spoke, standing before the map as though he had not heard the prior exchange. He turned to face Yizong. Why should we give? Yizong was taken aback. If we do not pay, they will come for us. And we will all be lost. My lord, that is 6,500 men. 5 great nations. They are not mere thugs collecting protection fees at the city gates. At that moment, Elder Guchuan opened his eyes, his voice dry. My lord, the coalition of 6,500 is no trifling matter. Our fighting strength within the city barely exceeds 1,000. We cannot win this battle. Though he did not lose his composure like Yizong. The essence of his words was the same. Jiaodo. Yuan Yi turned to the one in charge of finances. You will guard this city. Before I return. It must not fall. Jiao Do narrowed his eyes. Guarding a city? That involves significant expenses. High-risk commission. Defense, personnel, resources, all require funds. My remuneration will need to be increased. Agreed. Yuan Yi responded without hesitation. Deal. Jiao Do wasted no more words. Elder Gu Chuan. Old man is here. Stabilize the people within the city. I do not wish for chaos in the rear. Elder Gu Chuan looked at Yuan Yi, his lips moving before finally bowing his head. I understand, my lord. However, you will not be present to command. You must go. Yuan Yi's gaze finally fell upon the stout man. Yizong shivered. Here. I am here, my lord. You. Prepare paper, ink, and account books. What for? Yizong was perplexed. To calculate, Yuan Yi stated, the casualty list, the compensation amounts. Every detail must be accounted for. Who has died, how many dependents they leave behind, the ages of their children, and the compensation due. Every single coin must be accounted for. We must ensure that the living see that the blood shed for the Tang nation is worth something. Calculate the accounts? Now, Yizang's mind was utterly bewildered. We are preparing for battle, and you want me to calculate compensation? My lord, where are you going? Yizong was on the verge of tears. The city is entrusted to Lord Jiao Do, and you? Outside, all is enemy. Yuan Yi paused at the door. He did not turn back, but raised a hand, pointing to a location on the map. All eyes followed. The land of Earth, rock-hidden village. Yizang's mouth dropped open, as if an egg could fit within. Rock-hidden village? What are you going there for? Negotiating at this time? That does not make sense. Eggs cannot break stones. Yuan Yi tossed out a remark. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Old Hyamaki, the loudest, was silenced. Let the most raucous stone be crushed first, and then all will be quiet. A figure flashed. The door opened, and then closed again. In the room, only a few remained, staring wide-eyed at one another, their backs drenched in cold sweat. He intends to go alone to crush Rock-Hidden Village? Madness. The world has gone mad. Chapter 84. The Sacrifice upon the Altar of the Divine Land of Earth. Rock-Hidden Village. This place, abundant in stones, had people as hard and unyielding as the rocks themselves. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere of Tang City, where one could almost wring water from the air, the stone fortresses in the mountains bustled with the liveliness of a festival. In the blacksmith shop, the incessant clanging echoed, while the sounds of ninjas sharpening their blades grated on the nerves. Yet, none complained of the noise. At a small tavern by the street, several drunken rock ninjas leaned on each other. Hey, have you heard? That place called Tang to the south has struck it rich. One scar-faced man exclaimed. Breath reeking of alcohol. A shorter man chimed in. What Tang? You mean sugar? It's sickeningly sweet. I heard the money there is just lying on the ground. Lord Hyamaki has ordered us to go. It's like picking up money. Picking up money? That sounds nice. I have modest demands. I hear the wine in that city is quite good. Bring me back a few casks. And those women, so lovely. I want the biggest mansion in that city. A wooden one, exquisite. The scar-faced man slammed the table. It's all ours. A little brat from Konoha dares to claim kingship? He even offended the daimyo? Who does he think he is? The first Hokage? Ha. When I get there, I'll be the first to twist off his head and use it as a ball. To them, this was not a war. It was a hunting expedition, a raid for spoils. That place called Tang was merely a plump lamb, cleaned and ready for the pot, waiting for them to divide the feast. In the Earth Shadow Tower, atop the building, the third Tsuchikage, Oyama Ki, sighed, rubbing his aging back. Old age is inevitable. My back aches from floating too long. He did not even glance at the battle map filled with arrows and circles detailing encirclements and the 6,500 troops. It was of no interest to him. He held a small tea cup, white and delicate, said to have come from Tang City. Zumi, take a look at this. Zumi, whose name suited him, looked as solid as a block of stone. He accepted the cup and examined it. The craftsmanship is commendable. Commendable? Nonsense. Oyama Ki snorted, focusing on such soft trinkets. Can they fight? Stones and fists, that is strength. Engaging in these frivolities is a harbinger of doom. Worthless trifles that cannot sustain their legacy. He carelessly set the cup down on the table, producing a crisp sound. My father, Zumi replied in a muffled voice. The first and second waves, totaling 1,000 men, are ready to depart. Supplies are sufficient to reach the borders of the Fire Nation. Oyama Ki nodded, then inquired. What about that old monkey Sarutobi? Any movements? Zumi responded. The Konoha forces are mobilizing, 3,000, but they are moving incredibly slowly, like a turtle. Their route suggests they intend to watch and pick up the scraps. That's just his nature. Oyama Ki floated up, hands behind his back, gazing out at his stone city. That old fox thinks he can wait until we have battered that Navi brat before swooping in to clean up the mess. He's dreaming. He turned his head. Does he think that Brat can contend with us? He overestimates that Hinata boy. When we, the rock hidden, strike. It is not a lion wrestling a rabbit. It is an elephant trampling an ant. Not even a warm-up. Zumi remained silent, but after a moment said, Father, intelligence reports that the Hinata Yuan Yi defeated Jiao Do in direct confrontation. He won against Jiao Do, who is formidable. He added cautiously, moreover. He dares to offend all 5 great nations. This person is either a madman, or Oyama Ki's eyes widened as he stared at his son. Zumi, you are too stable. Stable as a block of wood. Jiao Do? He is strong, but so what? He is merely a rogue ninja willing to do anything for money. Who are we? We are the rock hidden. We are the 5 great nations. We set the rules. Oyama Ki's voice rose an octave. That brat's greatest mistake is not taking us seriously. He compares us to scum like Jiao Do. Does he understand what a nation is? Does he understand what a shadow is? Caution. In the face of absolute power, caution is a joke. He will regret it. Seeing his father's fervor. Zumi knew further argument was futile and swallowed his words. Perhaps he was overthinking it. A mere boy could not possibly turn the world upside down. Just then, a piercing alarm blared, sharp enough to rattle one's very core. The entirety of a Wagakure resonated with a sound not of a battle call nor a drill, but of the highest-level enemy invasion alert. What is happening? Huangtu dashed to the window. The figure of Noki had already floated onto the terrace outside, and chakra erupted with a resounding force. The village descended into chaos. Just moments ago, ninjas had been drinking and boasting, plotting how much they would seize. Now they stood dumbfounded, rushing out with their cups in hand. Where? Where's the enemy? Is it that group from Kumogakure launching a surprise attack? Nonsense. Have the sensory unit all fallen? How did they infiltrate? A ninja responsible for sensing, pale with fear, crawled over, pointing to the sky, stammering. Report to Lord Tsuchikage. 1. Just 1. Chakra response. Directly above the village. 1. Naka's brows knitted tightly. Just 1. You raised the highest alert for this. Are you mocking me? He abruptly looked up. And then he saw it. In the sky, there were no clouds, nothing but a solitary figure. A boy clad in white, with black hair, simply hovering there. Silent. No hand seals, no murderous intent, as if he were meant to be there. The sunlight illuminated him, dazzling. He lowered his head, his eyes a pale blue, gazing down at the so-called strongest stone fortress, observing the Iwagakure ninjas in disarray. The expression in his eyes was indescribable. It did not resemble that of an enemy, but rather, like a deity surveying the offerings soon to be laid upon the altar. The loudest stone had arrived. Chapter 93. The pact of dust and sky. The drop of cold sweat sliding from Shinnong's temple resembled a star, magnified infinitely, descending slowly. It landed on the pristine white lab coat, spreading a small dark patch of dampness, shattering the last remnant of hope, disguised as a dream. Within the heart of the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, his smile remained frozen, akin to poorly crafted porcelain marred with invisible cracks. His pride in his wisdom and his words, capable of beguiling hearts, appeared utterly laughable and self-deceptive before the calm, unruffled gaze of the boy before him. The boy employed no threats. He merely stated a fact, a cold truth regarding the employer and the tool. The Sky Ninjas, who had just been flushed with excitement over dreams of returning to the skies, were now doused with cold water, falling silent one by one. They looked at their leader, then at the boy in white, their fervor gradually replaced by a more primal, purer emotion, fear. I understand now. Shinnong finally lowered his proud, ambition-filled head. This time, his bow was devoid of pretense and performance. It was the most profound submission of a tool to its user. Lord Yuani. He changed his address. His voice drained of the warmth and reverence from before, leaving only a mechanical dryness. Yuani withdrew his hand, as if he had merely brushed away an inconsequential speck of dust. Very well. He spoke no further, directly approaching the massive, dust-covered metal workbench beside him, tracing a clear line with his finger. 3 days. He gazed at Shinnong, issuing his first command. I want a complete list, including all materials, technical blueprints, and manpower needed to restart the Wukong fortress. He paused, scanning the faces of all present Sky Ninjas. I want to know how much of your long-dormant wings can still be of use. Shinnong's body trembled slightly. Yes, Lord Yuani. He replied swiftly, not daring to hesitate. The list will be delivered to you within 3 days. Jesu. Yuani turned to the man who had remained silent, seemingly blended with the shadows. Jesu responded from the darkness. Funds will be dispatched in batches to Tang no Kuni. You will handle the arrangements. Yuani stated. I do not care how you acquire the items on the list, whether through the black market or by directly robbing the daimyo's treasury. I want to see everything within a month. Jesu's eyes, hidden beneath his hood, glimmered with a barely perceptible spark. Robbing the daimyo's treasury? This employer was increasingly to his liking. Additional funds? Acceptable. Thus, with just a few succinct exchanges, a transaction of astronomical proportions, capable of shaking the entire underground market of the ninja world, was finalized. If Yizo were here, he might have already fainted from sheer joy. Shinnong listened to their conversation. His heart, just now subdued, began to race uncontrollably once more. He had encountered wealthy employers before, but never had he seen one who spoke of robbing the daimyo's treasury with such casual ease. He cast a furtive glance at the back of the boy in white. The figure was not imposing, even somewhat slender. Yet for some reason, Shinnong felt that it weighed upon him more heavily than the cold, oppressive steel fortress looming above. Let us go. Yuani did not spare them another glance, turning toward the dark passage from whence he came. He had come merely to plant a seed. As for whether this seed would grow obediently into what he desired or surreptitiously sprout toxic vines, he did not care, for he could incinerate the entire land at any moment. Yuani and Jesu's silhouettes vanished into the darkness of the passage. The suffocating pressure that had hung over everyone began to dissipate slowly. A young sky ninja, trembling, turned to Shinnong. Are we really? Be silent. Shinnong snapped, turning sharply, revealing a fierce expression on his previously refined face for the first time. He gazed at his companions, enveloped in fear and confusion, took a deep breath, and then once again donned that familiar, gentle smile. Children, do not be afraid. He opened his arms, like a compassionate priest comforting his lost lambs. This is not submission. It is a trial bestowed upon us by the divine. It is the final and most crucial threshold on the staircase to the sky. His voice regained that unique, infectious allure. Did he not desire a tool? Then let us become the sharpest, most obedient knife in this world. He paused, a glint of serpent-like cunning flickering behind his glasses. When we return to the skies, will the knife not turn and wound its master? That will not be for him to decide. He clapped his hands, his tone once again filled with fervor. Let us move. Gather all our assets, all the blueprints, and bring them to me. 3 days. We must present our esteemed employer with a satisfactory report. The sky ninjas were ignited once more. Their fear transformed into a twisted fervor, mingled with hope and hatred. The steel tomb, silent for decades, seemed to have begun a faint yet resolute heartbeat in that moment. Unbeknownst to any, in the shadow of the tallest metal pillar at the entrance of the passage, a small, almost indistinguishable dark green beetle lay concealed. Its tiny compound eyes reflected clearly the distorted, ambitious face of Shinnong illuminated by the light. Then, silently, it spread its wings and flew into the depths of darkness. Chapter 85. The Footprints on the Altar. The Wagakure had never been so quiet. This silence was not the peaceful calm of the deep night, but a dying stillness, as if an invisible hand had gripped its throat. The once bustling streets were now frozen like amber. The tavern keeper's hand, polishing a glass, was suspended midair. The blacksmith's hammer, raised high, remained frozen at its apex. Even the cries of children seemed to be frozen in their throats by the chilling aura that permeated the land. All eyes converged on the same direction, the sky. The youth clad in a white haori resembled a cold nail driven into the blue canvas of the heavens, conjuring illusions. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, finally broke free from his initial shock, replaced by a volcanic fury. As a distinguished Tsuchikage, one of the 5 great leaders of the ninja world, he was humiliated to be obstructed at his doorstep by a mere child. All units on high alert. Prepare to attack. Onoki's roar echoed like thunder, shattering the last remnants of hope in the hearts of the Wagakure ninja. Indeed, what was there to fear? He was but one person, and we are a Wagakure. The hardest stone on this land. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Earth release, earth dragon bomb. Secret technique, stone needle dance. In an instant, dozens of the swiftest jonin simultaneously formed hand seals. The furious chakra surged upward from every corner of the village. The war machine of a Wagakure, after a brief delay, commenced its operation in the most grotesque and violent manner. However, at that moment, Anoki's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He did not gaze upon the grand ninjutsu. His focus was firmly locked on the boy still suspended in the air. For, at the instant he issued his command, the boy moved. No, it was not movement in the traditional sense. He simply vanished. Without the smoke of body flicker, without the afterimage of high-speed movement. It was as if an artist had gently erased the figure from the canvas, abrupt and unreasonable. "Father, be careful." The anxious shout of Anoki's son barely escaped his lips when an icy hand gripped his heart. An indescribable chill surged from his back. Trailing along his spine to the crown of his head, he could distinctly feel the corner of a haori brushing lightly against his nape. Carried by the wind of the high altitude, time seemed to stretch into an infinitely long, viscous thread. He could hear the howling of the ninjutsu slicing through the air below, see the horrified expression on his son's face, and feel the adrenaline surging through him, fueled by anger and fear. Yet, he could not react. His proud dust release, the power capable of rivaling tailed beasts, became a mere joke in that moment. For a hand, small yet clean, with the cool temperature unique to youth, rested gently upon his shoulder. But that hand felt like an immovable mountain, pressing down all his strength and willpower into the ground. Anoki's throat constricted, and he forced out a single word through clenched teeth. "Shu." The voice of Hinata Yuenichi echoed in his ears, calm and cold, as if admonishing a rambunctious child in a library. And at that very moment, boom! Dozens of earth-shattering ninjutsu lost their target and collided violently. The deafening explosion engulfed the entirety of Iwagakure, the violent shockwave lifting half of the YORIICHI'S building's roof. As the dust settled, the world fell silent once more. All the Iwagakure ninja stared blankly at the damaged tower, a symbol of the village's highest authority. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Their YORIICHI, the one who always floated above, surveying all like a deity, now stood awkwardly on a terrace littered with rubble. And the white-clad youth remained behind him, one hand still calmly resting on his shoulder, as if comforting a frightened elder. The first question. Yui withdrew his other hand, as if everything prior had been merely a harmless jest. "Where's your coalition?" Anoki's body trembled violently. This was not fear. It was the ultimate humiliation of having his dignity crushed. He did not respond. "It seems you are reluctant to cooperate." Yui's tone remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to the petrified Iwagakure ninja below. Then, the second question. He paused. His azure eyes reflected none of the terror below. "Is this land beneath my feet to continue being called Iwagakure, or will it, from this day forth, become a nameless graveyard?" He did not raise his voice intentionally, but each word pierced the hearts of all present Iwagakure ninja like a poisoned ice pick. Massacre. He was threatening to annihilate one of the 5 great nations, Iwagakure. Madman. This guy is a complete lunatic. "Do you dare?" Anoki's teeth chattered, blood seeping slowly from the corners of his mouth. "Do you see me as someone who would hesitate?" Yui exhaled gently. That breath manifested as a visible white wave, an invisible blade sweeping across from the top of the tower. Thud. There was no sound. The massive statue of the first YORIICHI, carved from the hardest granite and symbolizing his achievements, split silently from top to bottom, creating a mirror-smooth fissure. Then, before the horrified gazes of all, it slowly slid apart and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Now, the last question. Yui's gaze returned to the old man, now as stiff as stone. "Does the Kingdom of Tang possess legitimate, inviolable sovereignty?" Anoki stared intently at him. His murky old eyes filled for the first time with an emotion known as despair. He understood that he had lost. Lost utterly. He had been defeated by a nation whose name seemed laughable, Tang. Defeated by a monster who could trample the entire ninja world's rules underfoot with a single hand. He slowly closed his eyes. His wrinkled face seemed to age another 20 years in an instant. When he opened them again, all anger, resentment, and humiliation had vanished. Only a calmness belonging to the vanquished remained, as gray as ashes. Yes, a single word struggled out of his mouth, and at the moment that word fell, the long silent, cold mechanical voice in Yui's mind finally resonated once more. Ding! The name of the 6th great nation has received preliminary recognition from the world, pan-consciousness. Unlock conditions achieved. Template number 3 officially activated. Template character, Captain Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni of the 1st Division. Release phrase, all things in the universe are ash. Chapter 86. All things in the universe are ash. Anoki knelt down, not in submission, nor because he could no longer bear it. He simply crumbled, like having all the bones and the essence of life extracted from his body. He became nothing more than a soft puddle. His eyes, which had beheld the earth for a lifetime, were now fixed intently on the gravel beneath his feet. The statue of the first Tsuchikage lay shattered. The once unyielding pride of a Wagakure, built from stone and blood, had crumbled. His father, the esteemed Noki, wished to assist him, but his legs felt as if they were welded to the ground, immobile. He gazed at his father's stooped figure and then turned his eyes to the white shadow in the sky. Fear, like countless icy hands, reached out from all directions, gripping his heart with an iron fist. This was not the fear of facing a formidable foe. It was the primal helplessness that arises when one confronts a natural disaster, a sensation that emerges from deep within the bones. Yuani no longer looked at them. He simply stood still, feeling a new and awakening power within him. It was not the razor-sharp cutting breath of the sun, nor the playful manipulation of space and rules by Satoru Gojo. This was an ancient, purer warmth, as if a small sun had ignited within his soul. The heat, capable of reducing all to ashes, coursed through his meridians, spreading into every limb and bone. His eyes seemed to shimmer with a faint, searing gold. All things are but ashes, an ancient and solemn phrase arose unbidden in his mind. The name Yamamoto Genre-sai Shinkai was quite lengthy. He lowered his gaze, surveying the frightened and dazed stones below. Merely shattering a statue seemed insufficient. Yuani slowly raised the blade in his hand and casually swept it horizontally toward the sky. There was no sound. In the next instant, a towering wall of fire erupted from the ground. This wall spanned across the entirety of a Wagakure, completely severing the sky from the earth. Fiery orange flames licked at the clouds, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. The hard stone buildings began to twist and melt at the edges of the inferno, emitting a mournful sizzle. The world was left with nothing but heat and despair. What is that thing? Run. We're going to die. Below. The ninjas of a Wagakure were utterly shattered, screaming and crying, scattering like headless flies in every direction. Yet that wall of fire loomed like divine judgment. No matter where they fled, they could look up and behold the apocalyptic sight that divided the world in two. Noki gazed at the wall of fire and the melting stones, and his heart, that of its Tsuchikage, began to dissolve as well. It turned out that the enemy had never intended to fight them. He was merely deciding whether to erase this place from the map. Yuani found it somewhat tedious. He retracted his blade, and the apocalyptic wall of fire vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only a charred scar, glazed like glass, that spouted thick steam. He turned and stepped forward, dissipating like a wisp of smoke atop a high tower, as if he had never been there. Only a single phrase lingered in the still air of a Wagakure: inform your allies. The land of Tang does not welcome guests. At the temporary encampment on the border of the land of Earth, the atmosphere felt taut as a bowstring, ready to snap. The third YORIICHI'S, bare-chested, wiped his iron-like muscles with a coarse burlap cloth. Humph, that old coot Noki is quick on his feet. He exhaled 2 puffs of hot air. The vanguard had already departed, and it was likely they were nearing that candy city. It's the land of Tang, a nearby cloud ninja whispered. What's the difference? The YORIICHI'S tossed the burlap cloth to the ground. By the time we get there, that place will be nothing but a memory. Meanwhile, within the sand village encampment, the third wind shadow sat at a low table covered in maps, his eyes, weathered by sand and wind, fixated not on the western land of Tang, but rather on the southern camp of Konoha. Konoha remained unmoving. His companion, Zuki, spoke in a voice as gritty as sand. Sarutobi is waiting. The wind shadow's tone was icy. He awaited a Wagakure and Kumogakure to gnaw through the hardest of bones so he could swoop in for the spoils. Then we shall wait as well. His fingertips gently tapped on the golden city depicted on the map. The first to strike will bear the greatest loss. I am in no hurry. That city's treasury won't be going anywhere. Greed, suspicion, and hidden agendas. This was the essence of the so-called allied forces of the 5 great nations. Just then, a messenger ninja from a Wagakure burst into the command tent, nearly rolling in with his youthful face devoid of color, marked only by sheer terror. Urgent news from a Wagakure. The YORIICHI'S furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Why the panic? Has that old coot Noki already beheaded that little brat? The Wagakure ninja trembled, struggling to speak, ultimately summoning all his strength to hand over a scroll drenched in sweat. The YORIICHI'S snatched it away, tearing it open violently. The Wind Shadow and Zuki leaned in closer. The scroll bore no battle report, nor any accolades. It contained but a single line, pinned in the shaky, distorted handwriting of the third Tsuchikage, as if he had exerted the last of his strength to write it. Effective immediately, Iwagakure withdraws from the alliance. We acknowledge the sovereign rights of the land of Tang. The Iwagakure will not participate in this battle. Within the command tent, silence reigned, punctuated only by the sound of their own heartbeats. The Reikage's eyes widened in shock, glaring at the words as the furious chakra surged uncontrollably within him, crackling violently. What nonsense is this? He grabbed the Iwagakure ninja by the collar, lifting him off the ground, roaring like a crazed beast. Has Noki lost his mind? What is he doing? Surrender? He, a Kage, is surrendering to a rogue ninja from Konoha? The ninja, nearly choking, tear-streaked and snot-covered, stammered. It's just him alone. He split the statue of the first Tsuchikage in two. Not even the Tsuchikage could retaliate. With a thud, the Reikage discarded him to the ground as if he were a worthless sack. He stared at the scroll, veins bulging on his rugged face. Filled with fury, humiliation, and a trace of dread he was unwilling to acknowledge. The Wind Shadow's expression also turned gray for the first time. He slowly rose and exited the tent. In the distance, Konoha's camp remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, he understood. The old fox Sarutobi had not been waiting for them to chew on bones. He had known from the very beginning that it was not a bone at all. It was a branding iron capable of shattering everyone's teeth. Chapter 87. The chill on the throne. The Reikage's roar resounded like a wild beast trapped in a cage, futilely crashing against the iron bars. Inside the command tent, the scroll from Iwagakure lay sprawled on the ground like a branding iron that had burned through the carpet, scorching the eyes of all who beheld it. Impossible. The third Reikage's bulging muscles trembled with intense anger, azure arcs of electricity darting uncontrollably across his form. That stubborn old man Noki. He would rather shatter his own bones than bow to a mere brat from Konoha. This must be a lie. A plot by that brat. He surged out of the tent like a gust of wind, shouting at the similarly chaotic cloud ninjas outside. All troops assemble. We depart at once. I yearn to witness for myself whether the backbone of the Great Wild would has truly been severed. No one stirs. Those who moments ago clamored to raise Tang City now stand frozen, gazing at their own shadows, their eyes betraying fear and confusion. Where to? To a place that could compel the third Tsuchikage to surrender without a fight? The Reikage, observing the dismal state of his subordinates, trembles with rage. Yet before he can utter the word useless, he is interrupted. Calm yourself, Lord Reikage. The third Kazekage has emerged from the tent, still clad in his conical hat. His face obscured, his voice reminiscent of a whisper from a lifeless corpse. Your subordinates are not useless, they merely wish to survive. He raises a hand, gesturing toward the trembling Iwagakure messenger on the ground. Ask him what he witnessed. Reikage's gaze cuts through the messenger like two blades. The messenger quakes even more violently, cradling his head, his voice thick with tears as he babbles incoherently. The fire. It was a wall of flames separating heaven and earth. The stones melted. The statue of the first Hokage shattered. He did nothing but glance at the firewall. Stones melted. The statue shattered. These phrases struck Reikage's heart like a heavy hammer. He is no fool. He may doubt the weakness of the great wildwood, but he cannot dismiss the primal fear articulated by a man terrified beyond measure. The arcs of electricity that enveloped him gradually extinguished. The furious tempest capable of piercing the heavens was doused as if doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving only a wisp of chilling white smoke. He fell silent. The Kazekage also ceased speaking. The allied forces had already dispersed. The moment this scroll reached them, the alliance had unraveled. Simultaneously, in the Iron Country, the conference room that bore witness to the birth of the Hyena Pact was colder than ever. The daimyos of the 5 great countries remained seated, savoring the finest tea and daintiest pastries, awaiting news from the front lines. The Fire Country daimyo, with a silver pick, leisurely skewered a peeled grape, his posture elegant as though admiring a piece of art. Calculating the time, the advanced troops of Lord Great Wildwood should have arrived at the city by now. In a casual tone, he mused, that boy named Yui should be kneeling in the dirt, weeping profusely in remorse for his ignorance. Humph, remorse. The corpulent daimyo of the water country dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a silk handkerchief. Too lenient for him. Such treasonous wretches should be bound to a pillar for all to witness the fate that befalls those who challenge us, the divinely ordained. Indeed, it should be so. They exchanged laughter, as if discussing how to handle a disobedient pet. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the conference room creaked open. Mitsuba, the warrior general of the Iron Country, entered with a blank expression. Behind him followed a pale-faced attendant, cradling a scroll. The Fire Country daimyo frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. Lord Mitsuba, we are discussing important matters. Is it not somewhat rude to burst in like this? Mitsuba offered no reply. He approached the round table and gently placed the scroll in the center. News just in from the front lines. The daimyos exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. Oh, is it good news? It seems Iwagakure's efficiency surpasses our expectations. Let me see how that little brat was crushed by Lord Great Wildwood. The daimyo of the Earth Country, seated closest, reached for the scroll with a smile. As he unfurled it, however, the smile on his face froze. The healthy hue of his countenance drained away, turning paler than the scroll itself. The silver pick clattered to the ground. What is the matter? The Fire Country daimyo sensed something amiss. The Earth Country daimyo said nothing. He simply pushed the scroll away as if it were a hot potato. The scroll slid across the smooth table, coming to rest in the center of all the daimyo's gaze. Effective immediately, Iwagakure withdraws from the alliance and recognizes the legitimate sovereignty of the Tang country. In this battle, Iwagakure shall not participate. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The conference room, once warm as spring, plummeted to an icy chill. Preposterous. The Fire Country daimyo sprang to his feet, his face, usually adorned with a gracious facade, contorting for the first time in utter shock. Has Lord Great Wildwood lost his mind? How dare he decide the fate of a nation without my consent? What right does he have to acknowledge a false nation founded by traitors? Someone, connect me to Sarutobi at once. I demand immediate military action. The 3,000 ninjas of Konoha must flatten this so-called Tang country, right now. Yet the only response was Mitsuba's cold, emotionless voice. I fear, my lord. It may already be too late. Mitsuba placed another, more detailed report on the table. An hour ago, Hinata Yuenichi entered Iwagakure alone. With a single strike, he shattered the statue of the first Tsuchikage. With another strike, flames turned half the village to glass. The third Tsuchikage, Lord Great Wildwood, did not retaliate at all. He single-handedly crushed Iwagakure, one of the 5 great countries. With each word Mitsuba uttered, the faces of the daimyos grew paler still. When he concluded, the only sound that remained in the conference room was the heavy breathing of the daimyos. They were not ninjas. They did not comprehend ninjutsu or chakra, but they understood power. They understood that when an individual's violence becomes so formidable that it disregards rules, armies, and even nations, that violence itself becomes the new rule, the new destiny. Today, he could single-handedly crush Iwagakure. Tomorrow, could he not walk into their palaces and ask if they wished to replace the one seated upon the throne? A bone-chilling dread surged through each of them, coursing from their spines to the crown of their heads. This was not a fear of a powerful ninja. It was the terror of a creature that could decide their lives and deaths at will. Kill him, the daimyo of the water country stammered, his voice sharp as a scream in a nightmare. At any cost, kill him. Yes, kill him. He must be slain. The daimyos, who only moments ago held themselves in high regard, now resembled a flock of startled quails, shrieking in utter desperation. Their thrones had never felt so cold. Chapter 88. The Collapsing Alliance. Kill him. The Fire Country daimyo's hoarse roar shattered the icy silence of the conference room, leaving no echo in its wake. The daimyos who had just echoed his sentiments now resembled chickens with their necks grasped, mouths agape, yet producing no sound. They stared at the scroll from Iwagakure on the table, then at Mitsuba's expressionless face, their limbs growing cold. Sarutobi. Contact Sarutobi immediately. The Fire Country daimyo pointed toward the door, his once privileged finger trembling like a leaf in autumn's breeze. This is my command. This is the command of the Fire Country daimyo. Let him take all of Konoha's ninjas to what? Mitsuba's voice, though soft, struck like a cold chisel, shattering the last remnants of his feeble authority. My lord, do you intend to command the Hokage to lead Konoha's elite against an entity capable of forcing the third Tsuchikage to surrender without a fight? Mitsuba's gaze swept calmly over each of the so-called ordained individuals present. Still, do you all believe that your necks are sturdier than the granite statue of the first Tsuchikage? Is it truly so? This question remained unanswered, as no one dared to respond. The silk handkerchief held by the daimyo of the land of water fell to the ground, unnoticed by him. The daimyo of the Land of Wind instinctively touched his neck, feeling an unexpected chill on his skin. Their proud lineage, their hereditary power, and the supreme imperial seal they held felt as fragile as paper in the face of a force so unreasonable it could turn stone into glass. Reports indicated that the voice of Mifune continued to resonate, devoid of any emotion. He did not even perform hand seals, but merely glanced at the statue, which then split apart. He paused, observing the flushed visage of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. "My lord, do you possess any means to withstand his gaze?" The daimyo of the Land of Fire, as if all strength had been drained from him, slowly sank back into his broad chair. He stared at the untouched, exquisite pastries before him, suddenly tasting a bitterness akin to ashes in his mouth. The throne, the mandate of heaven, was merely constructed upon the willingness of others to adhere to the rules. And now, the one who would upend the table had arrived. At the border of the Land of Earth, within the coalition's camp, the wind carried a bleak chill across what should have been a fiercely charged atmosphere. The third Reikage stood bare-chested before the tents of Kumogakure. He neither roared nor displayed anger. His rugged face bore only the awkward pallor of someone forcibly pressed into the earth. Before him, the elite ninjas of Kumogakure bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Withdraw. The long silent third Kazekage had approached his side at some point. The camp of Tsunade was already stirring. Ninjas were silently packing their belongings with swift efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. No matter how tempting the treasury in that city might be, one must have life to spend it. The voice of the Kazekage remained dry, declaring that this was a war that should never have existed from the outset. We were all mistaken. The Reikage's fists cracked ominously. He certainly understood, he just could not accept it. The coalition of 5 great nations, comprising 6,500 troops, had arrived in full force, only to retreat in fear before even catching a glimpse of the enemy. All because of a single letter? If this were to spread, where would the third Reikage's face go, or that of Kumogakure? Move. Ultimately, he managed to force the word through clenched teeth. He abruptly turned and strode purposefully toward his main tent, his silhouette resembling a defeated lion, returning to its den, dragging the scars of battle. The shame was more painful than defeat. With the orders from the Reikage and Kazekage issued, this hastily assembled war machine disintegrated faster than it had gathered. The ninjas of Kumogakure, fueled by pent-up rage, began to dismantle their camp. The ninjas of Tsunade, silent yet efficient, seemed to have merely come to conduct a trivial exercise. As for the smaller ninja villages that had followed along hoping for scraps, they fled faster than anyone else, fearing the monstrous entity from the Land of Tang might pursue them. The so-called hyena pack became a grand joke in the face of absolute terror. In the Hokage's office within Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed contemplatively on his pipe. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, casting a peaceful aura over the village. An umbu, kneeling on one knee, presented a highly classified scroll. Sarutobi took it and slowly unfurled it. The contents revealed an almost frenzied roar from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, each word dripping with hysterical fear and a fade of weakness. He read it slowly and meticulously before placing the scroll beside a pile of already processed documents. Understood. He exhaled a long puff of smoke, his voice calm and unwavering. The umbu paused, unable to restrain himself from looking up. Hokage-sama, the daimyo means to, Sarutobi interrupted, his gaze shifting to the Hokage rock outside. Relay to the frontline troops to halt their advance, retreat 30 miles, and assume a defensive posture. He paused to add, inform them that the blood of Konoha ninjas is meant to protect the village and comrades, not to serve as a sacrifice for the foolishness and arrogance of certain individuals. The umbu immediately bowed, responding, yes. The shadow vanished, leaving Sarutobi alone in the office. He gazed at the daimyo's order for a long while before releasing a low, ambiguous sigh. He knew that from this day forth, the world would be irrevocably altered. The net of order, once woven by the 5 great nations and their daimyos, had been violently torn asunder by a single hand. The one who had ripped through the net, the youth named Hyuga Yuenichi, would no longer be a stain on Konoha or a source of ridicule in the ninja world. Instead, his name would become a blade hovering over the heads of all those in power. Chapter 89. The stigma of Tang. The winds of change had shifted. The first to sense this shift were not the lofty figures ensconced in towers and palaces, but rather the lowly merchants and wandering ninjas toiling along the borders. At the border of the Land of Fire, in an inconspicuous small town, The largest tavern had seen an unusual surge in business these past few days. Yet no one dared to speak loudly. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, heavier than the days preceding the rumors of war. They really have retreated. A well-informed rotund merchant leaned in towards the center of the table, his voice barely above a whisper. My delivery man from the north saw it with his own eyes. The camps of Kumogakure and Tsunade were vacated overnight. They fled faster than rabbits. Flee. A ronin with a severed finger sneered, taking a swig of strong liquor. That's not fleeing. That's escaping for dear life. He slammed his cup down on the table, scanning the ears pricked up around him, and said slowly, I have a brother making a living on the other side of the land of Earth. He sent word that something has happened in Iwagakure. What could possibly happen in Iwagakure? Isn't it just that old man Anoki dealing with that Tang? Dealing? Nonsense. The one-fingered ronin spat. The Lord of Tang single-handedly blocked the gates of Iwagakure. Just one person. Do you understand? The statue of the first Tsuchikage that stood for decades was cleaved in two. Like cutting tofu. The tavern erupted with gasps of disbelief. This cannot be true. That's one of the 5 great nations. Cannot be. The ronin's eyes sparkled with a mix of fear and exhilaration, the kind only an eyewitness could possess. Thus, the winds have shifted. It used to be that the 5 great nations held the reins, but now it seems another sun, bearing the name Tang, has risen in the sky. The sun had yet to rise, but its light had already scorched the eyes of all who beheld it. 5 identical, coldly worded announcements were posted almost simultaneously on the most prominent bulletin boards of the 5 great ninja villages. There were no excessive explanations, no elaborate courtesies. Hereby acknowledging the land of Tang as an independent sovereign state, its territory and internal affairs are sacred and inviolable. The signatures bore the seals of the various daimyos and kages, a symbol of supreme authority, red as a pool of dried blood. At the bulletin board in Konoha, a sea of people gathered, yet the silence was deafening. Villagers and ninjas alike gazed upward, fixated on the paper. They could not comprehend the intricate strategies within, nor could they fathom why the coalition, which had recently clamored for battle, now bowed its head in submission. They were only familiar with that name, the Tang Kingdom. Hinata Yuani. He was the child who had departed from their village, marked by the clan as a caged bird, a child of the branch family. Now, his name stood alongside the 5 shadows and the names of the 5 great nations, embodying the posture of a victor. In the midst of the crowd, Whirlpool Kushina gazed at the announcement, and something sparkled in her azure eyes. Beside her, Shju opened his mouth. His face, usually adorned with a sunny smile, now wore an expression too complex for words. Anger? Resentment? Perhaps a hint of both, but more so a bewilderment, as if reality had struck him a heavy blow. Behind them, Minato remained silent, merely observing that name, instinctively clenching his fist. In the Reikage office of Cloud Village, the 3rd Reikage sat motionless in his seat. He did not glance at the files nor out the window. Instead, he stared at his massive fists, capable of tearing everything apart. The office was silent, so quiet that he could hear the pounding of his heart within his chest, each beat echoing a suppressed, humiliating thud. My lord. A trusted J-nin entered cautiously, holding a document. This is from the Daimy's residence regarding the reduction of this year's military budget to foster good relations with neighboring countries. His words trailed off as the Reikage slowly raised his head. His eyes held no lightning, no fury, only an abyss of lifeless blackness. Get out. His voice, though not raised, chilled the air more than any roar could. The J-nin scrambled out of the room, the door closing behind him. The Reikage lowered his gaze once more to his fists. Strong, yet could they rival the flames that turned stone to glass? In the administrative building of Tang City, Yezong felt as though he were in a dream. He held a thick stack of documents, each a letter of recognition from the envoys of various nations, each representing a capitulation, an acknowledgement. His weight had returned over the past few days, causing the flesh on his face to quiver joyfully as he walked. My lord, look. He rushed into Yuani's office and spread the documents across the table, presenting them like treasures. They have all come. They have acknowledged us. We are now the 6th great nation. Kakuzu sat in a corner, his fingers deftly working the abacus, casting not a glance at the colorful papers on the table. To him, these documents paled in comparison to the substantial figures in the ledger. Yuani stood by the window, not turning around or glancing at the symbols of victory. His gaze traversed the vibrant city, looking far beyond. Yezong. Yes, my lord, you commanded. Burn these. Yazong's smile froze on his face. Burn them? My lord. This is... Yuani turned, his pale blue eyes calm as a bottomless cold pool. They will only remember us as their enemy more clearly. He approached the table, lightly touching a map. This was not a map of the ninja world, but a detailed schematic of Tang City, down to every sewer. Inform Kakuzu that money can be spent. Tell Furukawa that people can be chosen. I want to see a new city within 3 months. Yuani's voice, devoid of any emotion, caused both Yazong and Kakuzu to halt their actions simultaneously. A Fortress of War. Chapter 90. Beneath the Throne. The name of the flame the air in Tang City had transformed. Recently, the oppressive silence that had loomed overhead was dispersed by the wind. In its place was a heated vitality mixed with the scent of earth and sweat. The small merchant who had opened a general store was no longer dozing behind the counter. Instead, he sat on a stool outside, watching the silent workers transporting stones and iron. His wife peeked out, quietly complaining, "Why are you just sitting there? Is money going to come running in by itself?" The merchant did not turn around, merely clicking his tongue as he gazed at the towering administrative building, an indescribable emotion in his eyes. "You don't understand," he murmured. "This city has come alive. We have come alive." His wife scoffed, retreating inside, muttering, "Alive? More like gone mad. Instead of repairing the walls, he's digging useless tunnels." In the top office of the administrative building, Yazong's weight was visibly returning to the peak level he had when he served as the former daimyo's advisor, perhaps even surpassing it. Sweating profusely, he directed 2 ninjas to carefully organize stacks of brand new scrolls on the bookshelf against the wall. These scrolls were from Konoha, Humogakure, Tsunade, Kirigakure, and even Iwagakure, each bearing the crimson seals of the daimyo and the Kage. Be careful. Be careful. This is the face of our Tang kingdom. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it? He shouted at a rough-handed ninja, exuding an authoritative air reminiscent of his former glory. Kakuzu sat in the shadows of the corner, a large abacus before him. The sound of the counting beads was crisp and cold, resonating with a distinct rhythm that contrasted with the surroundings. He did not glance at the letters of peace and acknowledgement. His eyes were fixed solely on the hefty ledger before him. With the reopening of the Konoha trade route, tax revenues were expected to increase by 30% monthly. The Land of Iron sent the first batch of neighborly ores, totaling 120 tons, with a market value of 9 million ryo, yielding a net profit of 8,100,000 after transportation costs. Iwagakure had forfeited 10 years of mining rights to 3 ore veins. A bunch of paupers could not offer cash and could only exchange stones. With each figure he reported, Yazong's flesh quivered with happiness. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Yazong placed his hands on his hips, feeling he had reached the pinnacle of his life. "This is our lord." With one word, he made those arrogant fellows obediently deliver the money. "What is this called?" "This is called winning without a fight." Yuan Yi stood before the massive map. He did not heed Yazong's flattery nor Kakuzu's calculations. He simply extended his hand, drawing interlacing lines across the internal schematic of Tang City. These lines formed an impenetrable web, enveloping the entire city. "Kakuzu, speak." Kakuzu's abacus halted. "There isn't enough money." Yuan Yi replied, "I want more." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "The funds on the ledger are sufficient to pave this city anew with gold. I do not desire a city of gold." Yuan Yi turned, his pale blue eyes devoid of triumph, only a bottomless calm. "What I want is for this city to become the final bastion that shatters the teeth of every enemy when the next war arrives." He paused, his voice low, yet causing the temperature in the office to drop several degrees. "I desire the character to become an indelible mark. Those who dare to touch it must prepare to be scorched and shed a layer of skin. This endeavor demands greater funds, more individuals, and a mightier force." The smile upon Yi Zhang's face froze. Jiao remained silent for a moment before resuming his calculations. High risk, substantial investment, and elevated returns. He uttered a few words. "It is feasible, but additional funds are required." As night deepened, Yuan Yi sat alone in the vacant office. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into a realm visible only to himself. A cold, emotionless panel gradually unfurled before him. Comprehensive Anime Character Template System. Host, Hinata Yueni. Age, 17 years. Current status, Sovereign of Tang Kingdom. System evaluation. A bird that has broken free from its cage. A disruptor of order, one of the founders of a new era. Basic information, physical strength, 900, 009, 0000, ultra shadow level. Chakra, 900,009,0000, Ultra Shadow level. Mental power, Soul power 120,000. Bloodline, Hinata clan, Reincarnation Eye, Awakened. Talents, Character Templates, 1. Kirigakure Yuan Yi, Demon Slayer. Unlock progress, 100, perfectly integrated. 2. Gojo Satoru, Jujutsu Kaisen. Unlock progress, 100, 6 eyes integrated with Reincarnation Eye. Giving birth to a new ocular technique. Mastery of time and space. 3. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, Bleach. Unlock conditions. Name of the 6th great nation. Preliminary recognition by the world, pan-consciousness. Achieved. Unlock progress, 75. Current abilities, Shurikai. Current skills, Raging Flame Blade, Shurikai. Remnant Fire Longsword, Bankai. Kido, fully mastered. Swordsmanship, master level, 4. Unlock conditions. Current equipment, Sunwheel Sword. Raging Flame Blade, can be summoned from the system space at any time. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the 3rd template, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. The elder reputed as the strongest in the Soul Society and the captain commander of the GOJO'S 13. With a mere thought, a simple, unadorned katana silently materialized in his hand. He could sense an overwhelming heat, capable of incinerating all, slumbering deep within the blade. All things shall turn to ash. Yuan Yi slowly tightened his grip on the hilt. He understood that the individuals from the 5 great nations were merely terrified at present. Yet, fear fades with time, while greed, akin to wild grass, will thrive anew upon the ruins. What he required was not a fleeting intimidation, but an absolute power that could reduce all unwarranted desires to mere ashes. He rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the city that was on the cusp of transformation under his will. The throne had already been forged, yet its foundation remained insufficiently stable.